This is a beast-taming world full of magical aura, where all kinds of monster-like creatures appear and replace the original animals. As long as people reach the age of 15, the beast-controlling space in their body will open, allowing them to sign contracts with various monsters and drive them. This process is also called awakening. In my previous life, this was the origin of my domination of the world. Although I came from an ordinary family, I still swept away countless geniuses of this class and walked out of Pingcheng. Even if I don't have talent, I can still become a strong person. After decades of hard work, I finally became a king-level beastmaster who dominated a region and ranked among the top 10 in the entire East Country. Unfortunately, I was eventually framed by a villain. In order to find the legendary beast-taming artifact, I led my confidants into an ancient, secret realm. However, his brother betrayed him in the battle, awakening the legendary royal beast, the space-time dragon. I fought desperately, but was ultimately defeated by the legendary royal beast. Before I died, looking at the sinister smile of my brother who had shared hardships with me, I could only explode myself while holding the sacred beast-taming weapon I had obtained. Perhaps it was because of the uniqueness of the beast-taming sacred artifact, or perhaps it was because of the Emperor beast-taming space-time dragon and my unwillingness to give up. I was reborn into my youth many years ago. This life will be the beginning of my career as a beast-tamer. My talent has not changed, but everything is completely different. Having experienced a mysterious realm once, I know that there is a rare treasure hidden in it. 3 months is enough time for me to improve my strength. I am determined to get that treasure. I made up my mind secretly. Taking a deep breath, I gradually calmed down, sat cross-legged, and slowly adjusted my breathing. The sound of my breathing gradually blended into the rhythm of the environment, becoming orderly and smooth. This is not ordinary breathing, but a secret method used by beast masters to strengthen themselves. The higher the level of the breathing method, the stronger the beast you can control. Most people practice the basic breathing method assigned by the school, which has strong adaptability but a low upper limit, and can only barely enhance physical fitness and open up a few beast-taming spaces. But I am different. My experiences in my previous life have allowed me to witness hundreds of mysterious and powerful breathing methods, some of which can even change a person's destiny. What I am practicing now is the most advanced breathing method among those, the method of entering sainthood. This breathing method is known as the most domineering in the world and is divided into 4 major realms: whale swallowing, nibbling, dragon sucking, and ant devouring. It can transform all energy for one's own use and ultimately allow a person to transcend the mortal world and become a saint. As the breathing method was practiced, I took a deep breath. This breath was like a whale breathing in and out in the ocean. The air around me was instantly drawn in and flowed into my body. The energy in the surrounding space quickly gathered at this moment, turning into faint rays of light that lingered around me. The body began to feel slightly warm, as if a powerful force was flowing slowly within the body. I can clearly feel this power nourishing every inch of my muscles and bones. The mastery of the first level of whale swallowing allowed me to easily step into the threshold of this breathing method. It really is worthy of being called the sainthood method. I opened my eyes, my gaze gleaming with brilliance. The first level of swallowing is just opening your mouth. Whether it's energy, air, or anything else, it's all converted into your own use. The effect of this breath is equivalent to the result of practicing ordinary breathing methods for dozens of days. I stood up slowly, feeling that the energy in my body was almost overflowing and needed to be released. The characteristic of whale swallowing is that it absorbs in large quantities and energy pours in like a tide. However, before I enter the second level of nibbling, this power needs time to be slowly digested. I waved my arms gently, feeling the explosive power in my muscles, and the corners of my mouth rose slightly. Now I can probably kill a cow with one punch. This is the return of strength, and the long-lost sense of fulfillment made a gleam of light flash in my eyes. In this life, I have a super breathing method and a unique beast-taming space. Combined with the experience from my previous life, I have already far surpassed ordinary people at the start. After staying in the beast-taming space for several days, I finally completed the second practice of whale swallowing. Only then did I exit the space and return to the real world. The sky had begun to darken, and I had been in the beast-taming space for 7 or 8 days. When I just came back to the reality, the aftertaste of cultivation was still echoing in my heart. I couldn't help but stand in front of the window, trying to digest the strength I had gained in these days. At this moment, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang rapidly. "Fatty, I picked up the phone and looked at it, a little surprised. Shouldn't this guy be busy holding his fiery sun snake? Why are you calling me at this time? Without thinking too much, I hesitated and answered the phone. Yi Fan, Deng Chong and Ji Feng are trying to steal my beast. Fatty Li's anxious voice came from the other end of the line, with panic in his tone. Steal your beast? Hearing this, my brows immediately frowned. Choosing a beast is voluntary. Why do they do this? They said that they were the first to see the beast, and I snatched it away first, said the fat man. The fat man's voice became more and more urgent. They found 7 or 8 people and said they wanted to challenge me to a beast control duel. If I lose, I have to give the beast to them. Where is the teacher? The teacher doesn't care? I continued to ask. The teacher is teaching a class and they blocked me in the teaching building. Now, I'm hiding in the toilet next to the teaching building, said the fat man. The fat man's voice was a little trembling. Yi Fan, come and save me, or my beast will be gone. Just wait in the bathroom and hold them back. I'll be there soon. I hung up the phone decisively, got up quickly and went out, rushing towards the school. I know Fatty Li's character very well. Although he is a little fat, he is kind-hearted and does not fight or compete. In this life, I finally helped him find a good beast tamer, and I sincerely hoped that he could develop well with it, but I didn't expect these bastards to snatch his beast tamer. Deng Chong and Ji Feng, these 2 guys are notorious bullies in the school. In my previous life, before I rose to prominence, Fatty and I were bullied by them a lot. You guys don't bother me, but you actually dare to bump into me? You're courting death. Fatty, do you think you can hide from us by hiding in the toilet? Deng Chong's voice came with a malicious smile. What about a beast master? You don't even have the courage to duel. You might as well go home and raise pigs. In an empty classroom in the teaching building, Deng Chong and Ji Feng, with 7 or 8 thugs, surrounded Fatty Li and made all kinds of sarcastic remarks to him. The fat man's face turned red and his fists were clenched tightly. Hey, you're clenching your fists. Who do you think you're trying to scare? Deng Chong took a glance and pushed hard, almost knocking the fat man to the ground. In the past, we might not dare to touch you because of your childhood friend who is a theoretical master. But what about now? That guy is almost a waste like us, so what is there to be afraid of? Deng Chong said. Be smart and hand over your fiery sun snake. I've inquired about it. Among this group of beasts, the fiery sun snake is the most powerful. Are you worthy of it? Deng Chong said. As he said that, Deng Chong grabbed the fat man by the collar, swung his fist and punched him directly, then threw him aside. I'm telling you, either you fight me like a man, or you hand over the beast. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being gentle with you. Fatty Li was forced to do nothing but bite the bullet and said, I'll compete. What did you say just now? Deng Chong laughed even more wildly. Come on, say it again. I didn't hear it clearly. At this moment, a calm but firm voice came from outside the door. He said, let me compete. Deng Chong was stunned for a moment, turned around and saw that I had walked to the door of the empty classroom. Yi Fan? He stared at me with a somewhat timid look on his face. You want to stand up for him? Why? Is it not possible? I swept my eyes across everyone's faces. Everyone I saw subconsciously took a step back. Even Deng Chong couldn't help but want to step back. But when he looked at the 7 or 8 people around him, he seemed to regain some confidence. If you want to compete on his behalf, then go ahead. But if you lose, you have to hand over your beast. He said, not everyone can take my beast. I narrowed my eyes slightly. What if you lose? I lose. Deng Chong laughed even more arrogantly. Yi Fan, do you really think you can win just by talking about it on paper? I just ask you, what if you lose? My tone remained calm. This nonchalant attitude angered Deng Chong. He threw his hands and said, if I lose, I will give you my beast. I don't want those rubbish beasts of yours. I smiled faintly. What I want is the fiery fruit seeds from Baikea. Fiery fruit seeds? Hearing this, Deng Chong hesitated for a moment, but soon, his confidence emerged again. Let's bet. He waved his hand and summoned his beast, a cloud-armored beast shaped like a pangolin. It turned out to be the cloud armor beast. I understood his plan a little. This guy deliberately chose this kind of beast that is naturally resistant to poison. No wonder he would not let go of the fat man. But that's all. I sneered and waved my hand lightly, and the fire dog appeared in front of everyone. Fire dog? Just a piece of junk? Deng Chong laughed so hard when he saw the fire dog, cloud armor beast, sharp teeth. Following the command, the teeth of the cloud armor beast became extremely sharp, but I remained unmoved and raised my hand calmly. Fire dog, ascend. The fire dog's body grew slightly larger, and although the improvement in all its attributes was slight, it was enough for me to control the overall situation. Charge! Deng Chong gave the order, and the cloud armor beast rushed towards the fire dog at an extremely fast speed. Fire dog, take a step to the right and hit its head. I gave the order when the cloud armor beast was about to hit the fire dog. The fire dog reacted quickly, dodged the impact, and hit the cloud armor beast's head with amazing force. With a bang, the cloud armor beast was knocked over several times and lost its ability to fight. The whole place was silent. No one could react. Deng Chong's face was dull, as if he couldn't understand the result in front of him. You think the cloud armor beast's defense is impeccable, but its fatal weakness is not just in its belly, but also in its head, where the cloud armor is not covering it. I said, it seems that your beast is as dumb as you are. I walked up to Deng Chong, looking down at him with a teasing look. The seeds of the fiery fruit are a discount? I said disdainfully. Deng Chong gritted his teeth, looked at the sarcastic smile on my face, his face flushed and burning with anger. Yi Fan, don't be so proud. He suddenly raised his voice. My cousin is Deng Li from the excellence class. How dare you touch me? Deng Li from the excellence class? My eyes narrowed slightly when I heard this name. This guy's name was well known in his previous life. He had A-level talent and was the top student in the excellence class. But after graduation, he did not go to university. Instead, he stayed in Pingcheng and formed gangs. He established a so-called Longqiang gang, collecting protection fees and bullying men and women. My family's small restaurant has been extorted by them many times. If I hadn't sent money back home, my parents would probably have had difficulty keeping it going. When I rose to prominence and returned to Pingcheng, that bastard heard the news and fled, hiding in Yunqing for several years. Sure enough, annoying people always hang out together. I said coldly and kicked Deng Chong without hesitation. Although I have only practiced whale swallowing twice, the effect has already been apparent. Deng Chong tried to dodge, but I kicked him away and he hit the wall. He struggled to stand up, but I stepped on him, just like he did to the fat man. Seeing this, the followers nearby looked at each other in panic and were about to step forward to rescue, but I glanced at them coldly. You guys better stand still and don't move, I said lightly. As soon as I said this, those thugs were stunned for a moment and really stood there obediently, not daring to move. I smiled disdainfully. These guys just bully the weak and fear the strong. Even though I don't have the power of a king, the momentum accumulated from years of practice is still there, so it's easy for me to shock these little thugs. Deng Chong, I'm telling you. I lowered my body and said coldly, within 1 hour, either have your lackeys go get the seeds of the fiery fruit, or go find your cousin Deng Li and ask him to send them over. It's your choice. I only give you 1 hour. 1 second more will be at your own risk. After saying that, I increased the force of my foot. Deng Chong grimaced in pain and waved his hands quickly. Go and call my cousin. As soon as he finished speaking, the few thugs who were already a little frightened ran out of the classroom as if they had been pardoned. In the empty classroom, only Deng Chong was left, staring at me, panting, with a face full of resentment. Yi Fan, let's forget it. Fatty Lee on the side saw that they really went to call for help and carefully pulled me. Fatty Lee lowered his voice and said, people in the excellence class are not easy to mess with. They all have talents above level 1. Level? I snorted coldly, even if level comes today. You have to take out the seeds of the fiery fruit obediently. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I remember that I always try to keep things quiet and tolerate provocations. But now, how come I became so overbearing and tough? Fatty, if you keep swallowing your anger, people will only think you are weak and easy to bully. I could see his confusion. I said firmly, I won't offend anyone unless they offend me, but if someone bullies me, I will make them pay the price. Fatty Lee was stunned for a moment, then nodded reluctantly, with a hint of timidity still in his eyes. I saw his reaction and put a smile on my face. The fat boy is timid by nature, has average talent, and poor grades. Now he is at the bottom of the C grade, so it is not surprising that he has such a cowardly reaction. Boom. Not long after, the classroom door was pushed open, and a man wearing a black leather jacket and with gloomy eyes walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Deng Chong being stepped on by me. His expression suddenly turned ugly. Let him go. Where is what I want? I raised my eyes calmly and looked at the famous Deng Li, without a trace of emotion in my tone. Things. Deng Li frowned. After listening to the explanation from the person next to him, he finally understood. A seed of a fiery fruit? He frowned and looked at me. He hesitated for a moment and said, "For my sake, let's forget about it." Forget it? I sneered and stomped my foot down again. It's only natural to accept defeat. As for your face, how much is it worth? Bastard. Deng was furious and clenched his fists, as if he was ready to swing at me at any time. I looked at him calmly, unmoved at all. Deng had raised his fist, but when he saw my calm and even slightly expectant look, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he froze. Why isn't this guy afraid? What's the reason? The thought flashed through his mind. Deng looked at Deng Chong. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he finally put down his fist. "I'll give you 10,000 yuan if you let my cousin go." He suppressed his anger and said in a cold voice. I was a little surprised by Deng Li's action, but I was only slightly stunned, and then nodded. 10,000 yuan, okay? Deng Li took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to the person next to him. The person walked up to me with the money. "In that case, let your cousin go." I took the money and let go of Deng Chong. Deng Chong almost crawled to Deng Li's side, his face full of shame and anger. "Cousin, help me get revenge." Deng Chong shouted through gritted teeth. "I have never suffered such a great humiliation in my life." "Shut up," Deng Li shouted coldly. "This is a school." Deng Chong was stunned by his scolding. He obviously didn't expect that his cousin, with whom he had always had a good relationship, would scold him. "If there is anything, we can solve it after we leave school." Deng Li lowered his voice and patted Deng Chong on the shoulder. "We are all students in school. There are many ways to deal with it after we leave school." After hearing this, Deng Chong revealed a sinister smile and nodded repeatedly. "Let's go." Deng Li waved his hand and led his people away. Before leaving, Deng Chong stared at me fiercely. The classroom became quiet again, and I leisurely counted the money in my hand. To be honest, this 10,000 yuan was almost my living expenses for half a year in high school. I had been thinking about finding a side job to earn some money, but I didn't expect to earn some money today. It saves a lot of trouble. After counting, I put the money into my pocket with satisfaction. "Yifan, did you hear what Deng Li just said? He is going to find someone to block us outside the school." Fatty Li approached me cautiously, his voice filled with uneasiness. "Let him find it." I smiled disdainfully. I deliberately let Deng Chong find Deng Li just to create a grudge with him. I will take revenge in this life for what my parents have done to me in my previous life. Deng Li is just a future gangster leader. No matter how arrogant he is just a group of scum with black iron strength. What should I do? The fat man was still anxious. Thinking about having to go home on the weekend, the worry on his face deepened. "Just come back with me." I comforted him casually. "But what if you're not here? I can't even beat Deng Chong by myself." The fat man's words were full of helplessness and fear. Seeing him so anxious, I suddenly felt sad. Fatty Li has always been one of my few good friends. During the most difficult days in high school, he never distanced himself from me because of my changes in circumstances. Whether I hit rock bottom or later became the light of Pingcheng, he remained consistent. In his previous life, due to his mediocre talent in taming beasts, the distance between us grew larger and larger, and we even had fewer opportunities to meet, let alone fight side by side. Thinking of this, I suddenly laughed. "Fatty." I patted his shoulder gently and asked solemnly, "Do you want to become a powerful beast master?" Fatty Li was stunned for a long time before he stuttered, "I want to." Although Fatty Li looked puzzled, he still followed me back to the dormitory. I sat casually on the stool and motioned for him to sit down as well. "Fatty, I'm going to teach you a breathing method now," I said. "What?" Fatty Li was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Breathing techniques are the foundation of a beastmaster and are related to the foundation of one's personal strength. Apart from those common breathing techniques, any ordinary breathing technique is worth tens of millions. If it is that kind of extremely powerful breathing method, it would be priceless. "It's just a breathing method." I waved my hand and looked at him firmly. "Although the breathing method I taught you cannot be said to be the best in the world, it is the most suitable for you." After hearing what I said, Fatty Li hesitated for a moment. After all, how could he easily accept such a precious thing? "The friendship between you and me over the years is more precious than this," I said seriously. "This breathing method is called Tout Eye Method." Tout Eye Method? Fatty Li was obviously shocked when he heard the name. Tout Eye is one of the 4 evil beasts in ancient times. It is a legendary giant beast that swallows the sky and the earth. How can the breathing method named after it not be superb? There are 7 levels of Tout Eye technique. With each level you advance, the number of beasts you can control will double. The more energy you convert, the more food you can eat. If you succeed in your training, you will not only be able to control hundreds of beasts, but you can also use things like refined gold or for your own benefit. I said calmly. Next, I will tell you the method of Tao Dai. You must listen carefully and don't miss a single word. After saying that, I began to teach him. I understand. Fatty Lee took a deep breath and nodded in response. Close your eyes and use your breathing to guide the circulation of qi in your body. I guided in a low voice. Fatty Lee frowned slightly, trying hard to remember every word I said, and at the same time began to practice this new breathing method. Soon, he entered the state and weak energy fluctuations began to emanate from his body. Sure enough, this Tao Dai method is most suitable for fat people. Seeing Fatty Lee getting into the state so quickly, I smiled slightly in my heart. This breathing method is simple and crude, and is very suitable for beastmasters who are born with a love of eating and have average talent. Moreover, this breathing method will make you stronger the more you eat, and you can win by taming far more beasts than an ordinary person. This is the charm of the Tao Dai method. Back then, I stole this breathing technique from an enemy. The opponent was once a tough opponent. It is said that the method was obtained from some Tao-related relics. When the opponent reached the 6th level, he was able to control dozens of beasts. It took me a lot of effort to defeat him, and this Tao Dai method fell into my hands. Although I myself practice the method of becoming a saint, and naturally have no interest in this method of gluttony, it is most appropriate to pass it on to Fatty. As for how far he can go in his cultivation, it all depends on his luck. Soon, Fatty Lee slowly opened his eyes, and his whole temperament became different, as if he had swept away his previous decadence and became full of energy. This Tao Dai technique is so powerful, he said in amazement. I just learned it, and there is already an extra layer of beast control space. I can already tame the second beast? This is just the beginning. I smiled and shook my head. The second beast was nothing. My enemy back then used dozens of beasts at once. Even I had to be wary of the momentum. Yi Fan, how did you get such a precious breathing method? Fatty Lee asked hesitantly, obviously still a little nervous. Just some adventures. I answered briefly, then became serious. Fatty, this Tao Dai method cannot be known to anyone, including your parents, until you become stronger. I understand. After experiencing the power of the Tao Dai technique, Fatty Lee naturally understood what this meant. He nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of gratitude and excitement. Even though he was just getting started, he understood the value of this breathing method. There was no complicated practice process. He can become stronger just by eating. As long as he practices step by step, with this set of gluttonous methods, his path to becoming a beastmaster will definitely be great in the future. Yi Fan, such a precious thing. Li Yu. Before he finished speaking, his stomach suddenly growled, and he smiled awkwardly. This Tao Dai method consumes too much energy. I just finished dinner not long ago. Then go have another meal. After you learn this Tao Dai method, you will be a Tao Tai in human form in the future. I couldn't help but laugh. I imagined how crazy he would eat in the future and half-jokingly said, don't be afraid of what others think. As long as you are strong enough, others won't say anything even if they see you eating, and may even imitate you. That makes sense. Fatty Lee nodded seriously, stood up and walked out. I'll go get another meal now. Watching him push the door open and walk out, I smiled slightly and shook my head gently. There is no need for me to listen to what Fatty Lee wants to say in the end. He will pass on the Tao Dai method. Of course, I trust him, but this trust is not absolute. Even the brothers who fought alongside me for many years in my previous life could betray me. I have long seen through the changes in people's hearts. But at this moment, I believe that the fat man will not betray, or rather, he does not have the courage. Next, it's time to do some real work. I said to myself, took out the 10,000 yuan that Deng Li had given me before, and calculated in my mind. 10,000 yuan may not be a lot, but in my hands, I can do a lot. 3 months later, the new secret realm will be opened. Before that, I must quickly improve my strength to ensure that I get what I need in the secret realm. Go to Linkeotang. With an idea in mind, I stood up decisively, walked out of the school gate, and took a taxi straight to Linkeotang in the north of Pingcheng. On the other side, Deng Chong and a few lackeys were walking on the way home, and one of the lackeys was carefully applying ointment to him. The lackey said, "This Yi Fan is really courting death. Brother Chong's cousin Deng Li is the boss of this area. If Yi Fan messes with him, he won't be able to live in peace in the future." The lackey said flatteringly, "As long as Yi Fan dares to step out of the school gate, Brother Deng Li will take care of him in a minute and make him cry and apologize." That's right. Deng Chong was very relieved to hear that and clapped his hands. My cousin's strength is there. As long as Yifan dares to show up, he will be surrounded in minutes. This Yifan dared to step on me today. I will make him cry without even being able to cry, Deng Chong said viciously. Boom. Just as Deng Chong was uttering these harsh words, a taxi sped through the puddle in front of them, splashing them with mud. The lackey's hand trembled, and Deng Chong grimaced as the ointment was applied. Who the hell drives without looking at the road? Deng Chong cursed, but when he looked at the rear window of the shabby taxi, he was stunned. Yifan? Deng Chong's face turned pale instantly when he saw the figure sitting in the car. This bastard actually dared to ignore my cousin's warning and left the school so quickly. He even dared to find someone to splash mud on me? He was furious and subconsciously thought that this getting wet was a provocation from me. Hurry up and call my cousin and tell him that Yifan has left the school. Ask him to arrange someone to block him at the school gate. Deng Chong almost shouted. Okay, Brother Chong, I'll call Brotherly right now. The lackey quickly took out his cell phone. Of course, I didn't know when I had provoked Deng Chong again. At this moment, I was resting my eyes and thinking about the next plan. Soon, the taxi stopped steadily at the entrance of Linkeotang. Standing in front of the door and looking at the three familiar characters Linkeotang above, I felt as if I were in another world. In my previous life, I had a lot of dealings with Linkeotang. This place is not just Pingcheng. It has branches all over the country, and it is quite powerful. It is a very powerful organization. I don't know if Hall Master Ning is still here. If he were still here, things would be much easier. I murmured in a low voice and walked into Lingchao Hall. The two receptionists at the door glanced at me and saw that I was a student. They looked a little distracted, but their professionalism still made them say, "Welcome." I nodded slightly and stepped into Lingchao Hall with a calm expression. There are 3 floors in Linkeotang. The first floor is mostly filled with some common yam herbs. The price is not high, and the effect is naturally relatively average. Little brother, what do you want to buy? A female shopping guide came over and asked softly with a professional smile. Just looking around. I answered casually. My eyes swept over her name tag and raised my eyebrows habitually and asked, Ning Shui? How do you know my name is Ning Shui? She was obviously surprised. I couldn't help but pause when I heard her reaction. In my previous life, when I came to Linkeotang, I was always received by Ning Shui, and this name has long been imprinted in my mind. I have lived 2 lives, and my state of mind is different from before. So I pointed to the employee photos on the wall and said, it's written there. Ning Shui looked up and saw her own photo hanging there. She couldn't help but smile and relaxed her guard against me a little. Looking at me, she judged from her experience that I might be a student who was not very experienced in the world and probably did not understand pharmacology. Little brother, I suggest you try this Yisheng fruit. It is picked from the South Mountain and tastes great. Giving it to the Beastmaster can strengthen its physique and improve its combat capabilities. She promoted it. Fragrant fruit? I raised my eyebrows. As far as I know, the fragrant fruit has no practical effect except for its unique smell and being loved by some beasts. This? Ning Shui was speechless for a moment and wanted to explain, but I continued. And if you eat too much of this Yisheng fruit, it will make the beast easily go into heat. Is this what you mean by enhancing actual combat capabilities? Her face suddenly turned red, and she took 2 steps back almost subconsciously. Seeing her embarrassed look, I said calmly, the fragrant fruit is of no benefit to people. Show me your flaming fruit. Fire fruit? Yes, yes. She reacted immediately and became more cautious. She took me upstairs. The air here is much fresher than on the first floor, and the fragrance of various spiritual herbs and fruits permeates the air. I quickly found the target and saw 7 or 8 fiery red fruits on the table, the fiery fruit. How much are these fire fruits? I asked, noticing that they looked a little wrinkled and obviously not the freshest. 50,000 per piece. Ning Shui replied. Seeing me frown, she added, Little brother, if you are not satisfied with these, I can give you the fresh ones that were just produced today. I pondered for a while and started to think about it. The price of 50,000 is about what I expected. If I resell it, the price will be slightly lower, but still within an acceptable range. Ning Shui stood aside, looking at me without saying anything, feeling a little flustered. She always felt that I was different. Although I was dressed in ordinary clothes, my every move revealed a certain calmness and confidence, which made her wonder if I was a descendant of a wealthy family. At this moment, I suddenly asked, Do you have any seeds of the fiery fruit or rhizomes that can be transplanted? Seeds? Ning Shui was slightly stunned, wondering why someone would come to Linkeotang specifically to buy seeds. Is this a joke? But when she saw my indifferent look, she hesitated and said, "I'll ask the manager for you." Not long after, Ning Shui came down with a middle-aged man wearing a mandarin jacket. "Which brother wants to buy the seeds of the fiery fruit?" the middle-aged man said as he looked around. "It's me," I said calmly, looking at him. He was Ning Qinghai, the head of Pingcheng Lingqiao Hall, a beast master close to the gold level. "So it's this little brother." Ning Qinghai looked me up and down, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he still smiled and said to Ning Shui, "You are a distinguished guest. Why don't you entertain us quickly?" Ning Shui quickly took me upstairs after hearing this. Ning Qinghai was already sitting at the table, smiling and greeting me. "Little brother, please sit down and have a cup of tea." Although I didn't really like this kind of small talk, since I was here to buy something after all, I sat down and casually took a sip of tea. Ning Qinghai's eyes wandered over me, and he said tentatively, "Little brother, the seeds of the fiery fruit are rare. We don't usually sell them in the spiritual herb hall. The fiery fruit is not rare, and the price of the seeds is only around 10,000. I said calmly. Because the demand for fiery fruit is small, no one uses it except for specific beast tamers. The strong muscle grass of the same price is more effective and has a wider range of applications. Ning Qinghai raised his eyebrows slightly, and when he looked at me, he was obviously more serious. He continued, "So, little brother, are you going to prepare for your own beast?" "Yes," I answered. "May I ask what kind of beast it is?" He continued to test. "Fire dog." I interrupted him calmly and looked into his eyes. "Fire dog, no wonder." Ning Qinghai sighed, thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, I'll sell you a few fiery fruit seeds for 10,000. He turned to Ning Shui and instructed, "Go to the cultivation hall and get the rhizome of a fiery fruit." Rhizome? Ning Shui was stunned. She remembered that I was talking about seeds, and rhizomes are much more expensive than seeds. "Haha, little brother, you are very generous. I will consider it as making a friend by giving you a rhizome," Ning Qinghai said with a smile. "I hope you will patronize my Lingqiao Hall more often in the future." Not long after, Ning Shui came back with a box containing a well-grown rhizome of fiery fruit, which was green and juicy. "Little brother, this elixir is not easy to survive. Take good care of it after planting. If the soil is fertile, it will bear fruit in 5 months. You can harvest 3 to 5 at a time." Ning Qinghai handed me the rhizome and explained it to me in detail. I took the box and stood up to thank him. Before leaving, I picked some other spiritual medicine seeds on the first floor, paid with my card, and then walked out of the spiritual herb hall. Walking out of the door, I looked at the rhizome in my hand and nodded secretly. This rhizome is good. It saves me a lot of trouble. Ning Qinghai can become the chief leader of Lingqiaotang in Jiang province in the future. He does have the vision and means. After he probed a few times, he took the initiative to offer benefits. However, his so-called gold level pressure is indeed just a joke to me. As I was thinking about it, I hailed a taxi, and coincidentally, it was the same taxi I took when I came here. The uncle in the car greeted me warmly. "Little brother, get in the car." I got in the car with a smile. "Little brother, you must be from a well-off family to be able to come to Lingqiaotang to buy things." The uncle joked. "I can't say I'm wealthy, but this time it was given to me for free." I smiled and said, "Someone challenged me to a beast duel and ended up losing 10,000 yuan to me. So, the little brother is a very powerful beast master," the uncle said with emotion. "It's nothing, I just started school. Isn't that amazing?" The uncle said with some envy, "Back then I also wanted to be a beast master, but my talent was too poor and I couldn't even get promoted." "That's normal." I nodded. The number of beast masters in this world is indeed rare. Talents above S level are rare, let alone SS level. While chatting along the way, the uncle suggested leaving me my contact information so that I could call him anytime if I needed a taxi in the future. I gladly agreed. The car soon arrived at the gate of Pingcheng High School, and the uncle suddenly stopped me. "Little brother, don't be in a hurry to get off the car. It seems to be the same group of people as before." "The group of people from before?" I asked in confusion. The uncle said, "Yes, I met them when I came to pick you up, and I heard them say they were going to cause trouble for a certain student. I guess it's you. There was a guy swearing at us on the road earlier," the driver said, slowly braking to a stop. I looked up and saw a dozen or so thugs in strange clothes gathered at the school gate, led by Deng Chong. "Oh, this guy really won't give up." I sneered. "Little brother, how about we go around them first, and I'll take you back later?" The uncle was obviously a little worried. "I know that group of people. They are from an underground gang nearby. As a newly enrolled beast master like you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to deal with them," said the uncle. "It's okay, Uncle, you go first? I don't care about these bastards. After I said that, I opened the car door and walked out. Hey, young man. The uncle wanted to dissuade me, but seeing how calm I was, he could only shake his head helplessly, and the car drove away slowly. And I walked straight towards the gang, my fists slightly clenched, my joints making crackling sounds. It's him. Brother Dafei, it's that guy. Deng Chang shouted when he saw me. A burly tattooed man next to him also became excited when he heard this. How dare such a bastard with barely all his hair call himself Brother Dongli's cousin? He stretched his neck and came forward to stop me. Are you Yi Fan? Yes. I nodded calmly. My eyes fell on Deng Chang, and a playful smile appeared on my face. Hey, long time no see. Your injury healed so quickly? My smile immediately made Deng Chang flinch, and he took a step back. Seeing this, Dafei was immediately furious. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You are looking for death. As he said that, Dafei raised his fist and rushed towards me in the face. Looking at the incoming fist, my eyes turned slightly cold. This guy has practiced breathing techniques. It seems that Ma Dafei is really not an ordinary person. Although I thought about it a little in my mind, his hands were merciless and I dodged by turning sideways. I then grabbed his arm, twisted it hard, and threw him to the ground over my shoulder. Bang! There was a muffled sound on the ground, and everyone else was stunned for a moment. Dare to touch Brother Dafei. Brothers, attack? More than a dozen thugs rushed forward. These people were just a mob, and I knocked them down one by one easily. Soon, only the disheveled Deng Chang was left on the ground. Deng Chang was already dumbfounded and stammered, Yi Fan, don't mess around. My cousin won't let you go. Your cousin? I chuckled. What's your cousin? I don't care about your cousin's cousin. Go back and tell him that next time you want to cause trouble for me, please find someone of a decent character. It's a waste of time to deal with this jerk, I said disdainfully. Deng Chang ran away as if he had been pardoned. Ma Dafei, who was about to slip away, also wanted to sneak away when he saw this. Did I let you go? I stared at him coldly. Ma Dafei froze for a moment and quickly apologized with a smile. Misunderstanding, brother. It's all misunderstanding. Come here. I have something to ask you. My tone was grim, with a hint of murderous intent. Ma Dafei didn't dare to disobey, and walked up to me. Brother, just ask me if you have anything to say. I looked around and said coldly to the other thugs, why don't you leave? Do you want to get beaten? The group of people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in panic. A mob. I sneered and looked at Ma Dafei. Where did you get your breathing method from? Breathing method? I don't know what you are talking about. Ma Dafei's face looked a little unnatural, and he was obviously lying. Thunder breathing technique. The first level of entry, breathing, and movement are accompanied by thunderous sounds. My eyes turned cold. Now, you'd better tell the truth. Sensing the murderous intent in my eyes, Ma Dafei could no longer hold back and said with a pale face, I'll tell you. It was given to me by someone above me. The people above you? I frowned slightly and continued to ask, you are just a small thug. What do you mean by people above you? Yes, some big shots. Ma Dafei's voice trembled. They came to Pingcheng a few days ago, recruited all the underground gangs, and gave some bosses breathing techniques. I just did well in this area, so I was assigned a spot. Hearing this, a guess came to my mind. Is there a big shot controlling the underground forces in Pingcheng? Chapter 8, Dynasty Organization. Pingcheng is under the control of the government. Although these gang members look arrogant, as far as Yi Fan knows, they were actually quite law-abiding before Deng Li graduated and took charge of these underground gangs. But after hearing what Ma Dafei said, Yi Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Deng Li is also a member of your organization, right? Yi Fan asked, looking at Ma Dafei. Yes, the higher-ups think highly of him as a beast master with outstanding talent in taming beasts. It is said that the big shot personally gave him a precious breathing method. Now that it has been said, Ma Dafei knows everything at this time. His status is very high, so this time he asked me to stand up for his cousin, so I got it. Yi Fan interrupted the other party and frowned again. In this case, Deng Li had joined this organization several years ago, so there was a reason why he did not go to college but stayed in Pingcheng. The superiors valued Deng Li, so they later gave Pingcheng to him. So this organization is no ordinary force. The fact that they gave Pingcheng to Deng Li to manage proves that the underground organization he controls is not just Pingcheng. Why haven't I heard of a force that specializes in recruiting underground organizations? Yi Fan had some recollections, but in his memory, there was no force that met the characteristics of this organization. After thinking for a few seconds, Yifan spoke again. Did the big shots above you say what you were going to do after recruiting you? No, they just told us to do what we should do and inspect those nightclubs and casinos that paid protection fees before. Madafe replied, and suddenly thought of something, paused, and said again, I heard them say once before, it seems like a restoration or something. Restoration. As soon as these two words came out, Yifan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The air around seemed to have cooled down. Maybe I heard it wrong. Seeing that Yifan seemed to be angry, Madafe spoke quickly. No, you didn't hear it wrong. Yifan nodded. His voice was particularly cold. On the contrary, you heard it very well. There is only one organization that dares to talk about restoration, the Dynasty Organization. It is a force whose highest purpose is to restore the rule of the previous dynasty. In the past life, it had launched beast tides many times, opened the secret realms hidden in some cities, and released ferocious beasts. Pingcheng had also encountered the same thing. A tide of beasts attacked and Pingcheng was almost destroyed. His parents also died in that tide. Yifan hated the Dynasty Organization to the core. He had been tracking them down for more than 10 years in his previous life. However, the Dynasty Organization was hiding too deeply. Every time he tracked them down, the other party would move away in time. Like a cunning rabbit, they have 3 burrows. He never got a chance to take revenge. I didn't expect that they have infiltrated so deeply. Looking at Madafe in front of him, Yifan suddenly realized something. No wonder I can never find the other party. The Dynasty Organization began to infiltrate the underground organizations in various cities so many years ago. In his previous life, he was a king-level warrior, so he naturally would not care much about these underground organizations that were not worthy of being mentioned in the public eye. However, he did not expect that these people whom he ignored were actually the cornerstones of the Dynasty Organization. I can't give them another chance in this life. Yifan thought thoughtfully. The Dynasty Organization was causing trouble everywhere. Countless people died in the previous life due to the conspiracy of the Dynasty Organization. Now that I have understood some things, I will seize the opportunity to destroy this organization before it becomes fully powerful. This can be considered as revenge for my parents, and also as preparation for a rainy day. Madafe, I'm giving you a choice now. After thinking it over, Yifan looked at Madafe in front of him and spoke. What? Madafe replied, somewhat afraid to look the boy in the eye. Work for me, Yifan said without paying any attention to Madafe. This. Madafe choked, looked at Yifan, hesitated for a moment, and said with a stiff upper lip, what about the second option? There is no second choice. Yifan replied, looking at Madafe calmly. You told me a secret, you should know it. If you don't work for me, I won't keep you to tell the higher-ups about my affairs. As soon as these words came out, Madafe suddenly became alert and looked at Yifan and said, You want to kill me? I won't kill you, but I have a way to make you die quietly on the way to inform on the secret. Yifan replied, as if he didn't want to say more. I'll give you a minute to think about it, and you can choose. Seeing that Yifan didn't seem to be joking, Madafe hesitated again. 1 minute passed quickly. When Yifan silently counted to the 50th second, Madafe said, I choose the first one. Don't you want to reconsider it? Yifan smiled with a hint of scrutiny. Don't consider it. Madafe shook his head. I can see that you are the wise choice, brother. Okay. Yifan nodded, looked at Madafe and said, I won't treat you unfairly. I will teach you a method that is extremely precious in this world. Really? Madafe was a little overjoyed. Looking at the young man in front of him, his heart suddenly changed. As expected, he was just a child after all and was too easy to trust others, so he had to learn my method. I said I would follow you. So I followed you? I am controlled by you now. When I go back, I will tell my superiors that you, a beast master who has just started his career in your teens, can you deal with those big shots? It just so happens that this young man seems to have a lot of good things. If I tell his superiors, maybe I can make a great contribution. Follow what I say and practice your chi. Yifan ignored Madafe's thoughts and said, then began to recite, practice chi, concentrate. At this moment, Madafe was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the martial arts and making great contributions, and subconsciously followed Yifan to practice the martial arts. Soon, after a cycle of circulation, Madafe felt a sensation all over his body, and a ball of black mist emerged from his body and flew towards Yifan. Then, he clearly felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter. What kind of martial arts is this? It's so powerful. Madafe looked at Yifan in surprise. Great Zhoutian soul refining method, Yifan said, and with a flip of his hand, the black mist that floated out of Madafe's body disappeared. You are practicing a sub-method. After practicing, your every thought, action, and pause will be controlled by the other party. If you have any second thoughts, the other party can kill you on the spot with just one thought. After saying this, Ma Dafei was stunned. After a long while, he said awkwardly, "Brother, stop joking with me. I don't like to joke around." Yifan answered, looking at Ma Dafei, and slowly said, "Want to go back and tell those big guys up there? You, Ma Dafei, don't seem to be that simple." Ma Dafei was stunned when his thoughts were spoken. He stood there like a piece of wood. Yifan glanced at the other person, smiled, and shook his head. "Don't think about it. Your big shots can't solve it. As long as you open your mouth, you will die immediately." Thump. As soon as these words came out, Ma Dafei knelt down to Yifan on the spot. "Brother, oh no, sir. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Once you have chosen to join me, don't have any second thoughts." Yifan opened his mouth and said slowly, "Follow me. You will get more than those big shots." Ma Dafei understands. "From now on, my life belongs to you, sir." Ma Dafei dared not have any other thoughts at this moment, and said repeatedly, "Your life belongs to me now." Yifan said, glanced at the other person, and turned around. "Get up, go back, and continue to do what you should do. I'll let you know when I need you." Click, click. The footsteps gradually faded away. Ma Dafei raised his head after a long time and looked at Yifan's back. At this moment, his whole body began to tremble. Devil. He is a devil. Chapter 9, Devil Mentor. At school, Yifan returned to the dormitory after lunch with a smile on his face. This Dengchong actually gave him a pleasant surprise. Not only did he find Dengli, but he also let him know the key information of the dynasty organization. Since Ma Dafei was instigated by me to rebel, it shouldn't take long for me to find out the arrangements of the dynasty organization in Pingcheng. By then, I will wipe them out completely. But now, the most important thing is to strengthen myself. Yifan said this, staring at the mark of the space-time dragon in his hand, and in a flash, he came to the beast-taming space. During this afternoon, more than 10 days had passed in the beast-taming space. As soon as Yifan entered, the fire dog pounced on him excitedly. As time passed, the fire dog had obviously grown a little bit bigger than before, and its strength had also grown to the Black Iron 2-star. In addition to the racial differences of the beastmen themselves, the strength level of the beastmen is also very important. At the strength levels of Black Iron and Bronze, the difference between beast tamers at one level is not that big, but as the strength increases, the gap between each level will widen, and when it comes to Eternity and above, one level is a huge gap. Let's try the effect of planting first. After teasing the fire dog for a while, Yifan freed his hands, took out the rhizomes, came to the land next to the small house, dug a piece with his hands, planted it, and carefully filled the soil. According to the speed of time flow in this beast-taming space, it shouldn't take long for the fiery fruit to mature. Thinking of this, Yifan looked at the fire dog lying not far away. The fiery fruit is the most suitable fruit for the fire dog to eat when it is young. It is mild and not strong. It won't take long for the fire dog to break through the Black Iron level and reach the Bronze level. The fire dog's strength only starts to become apparent at the Bronze level, when it can use fire to attack. If it has eaten a good number of fiery fruits, then at the Bronze level, the fire dog will be able to display quite good strength, and will not be inferior to those beast tamers with better qualifications. Fire dog. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at the fire dog. "You can't touch it without my permission. Even if it grows, you can't touch it." "Woof woof." The fire dog responded, a very human response. Seeing this, Yifan smiled, touched the fire dog's head again, and moved his gaze to the side, with a hint of heat in his eyes. In his previous life, even though so many people didn't think highly of him, he still worked hard to become a king-level beastmaster. In this life, he had such a wonderful beast-taming space, a superb breathing method, and many memories of his previous life. Everything started from the best. The limit he could reach was no longer the king level. After a while, Yifan took a long breath, thought of something, turned his hand, and a chicken leg appeared in his hand. He brought this back from the cafeteria. After all, the fire dog is also a canine beast, and this is his favorite food. "Fire dog, come here and have some delicious food." Wong wong. The fire dog was quite happy. He ran over and held the chicken leg in his mouth. He was about to open his mouth wide to eat it when he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head to look at Yifan and nodded towards the chicken leg. Obviously, it was asking Yifan. "I won't eat it. You eat it," Yifan said, looking at the fire dog happily eating the chicken leg. A smile appeared on his face. "Eat more. In the future, we still have a long time to be together." Boom, boom, boom. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door of Yifan's dormitory. At this moment, Yifan had already exited the beast-taming space and was standing by the window, stretching his body and performing a set of strange-shaped punches, sometimes as fierce as a tiger and sometimes as light as a deer, in various animal forms. This is a set of exercises he created based on the Shangqin method of the ancients, named the Wanxiang method. When combined with breathing methods, it can strengthen the body and prolong life. When it is fully developed, it can prevent hunger and be immune to all poisons. It can be regarded as a set of health-preserving exercises, and the effect is extremely good when performed in the early morning when the sun first rises. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Yifan stopped what he was doing and turned to open the door. The door opened, and Fatty Li was standing at the door with a distressed look on his face. Looking at Yifan's appearance, he quickly said, "Yifan, help me? What's wrong?" Seeing the fat man's appearance, Yifan frowned slightly. "Deng Chong and the others are here to trouble you again?" "No." Fatty Li shook his head repeatedly. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start, and his face turned red instead. Seeing the fat man's appearance, Yifan thought for a moment and his brows relaxed. "Is it because you practice the Tao Tai method that your appetite has increased greatly, but you are unable to excrete smoothly, and your stomach is bloated and painful?" "Yes, yes, yes." Fatty Li was pleasantly surprised, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and quickly grabbed Yifan's arm. "Is there any way to solve this problem? It's so uncomfortable. I want to poop but can't. My stomach is about to burst." "This is normal." Yifan smiled and shook his head. "If I'm not mistaken, you just used the Tao Tai method when I taught you yesterday, and then you ate like crazy, and then went back to the dormitory to lie down, right?" "This?" Hearing Yifan's words, the fat man was stunned for a while before he said, "Yifan, you are simply amazing. It's not that I'm a god, it's just that I understand the Tao Tai method." Yifan replied, saying seriously, "Why is the Tao Tai method called the Tao Tai method? It's because of the characteristics of the Tao Tai's voracious appetite. If you eat and don't use the Tao Tai method, how can it help you digest the food accumulated in your body? The stomachs of ordinary people cannot digest such a huge amount of food. So won't their stomachs swell? You obviously didn't listen carefully when I told you yesterday." Hearing this, the fat man scratched his head in embarrassment, then quickly said goodbye to Yifan and returned to the dormitory next door. The soundproofing of the dormitory was not very good, and soon Yifan heard crackling sounds coming from the fat man's dormitory. Yifan smiled helplessly, shook his head, and walked towards the classroom. After all, you are a student, and you still have to go to class every day. Soon, they arrived at the classroom, and not long after Yifan sat down, Deng Chong came. "This guy is here too." Deng Chong was so scared when he saw Yifan that his legs went weak, and he almost retreated. Yesterday, Brother Dafei and his friends were beaten up by this guy, and he didn't know what happened afterwards. Last night, his cousin called him and told him not to provoke Yifan at this time. Even his cousin was afraid of him. As for Deng Chong, he was even more afraid to provoke Yifan. All the younger brothers lowered their heads and sat down in the corner dejectedly, fearing that Yifan would cause trouble for them. Yifan naturally took the reactions of Deng Chong and others into consideration, but he just shook his head. "As for these people, if they don't take the initiative to provoke me, they would not be worth my attention under normal circumstances. How could Qilin, soaring in the sky, care about the ants on the ground?" Ding-ling. Soon, the class bell rang, and Fatty Li came to the seat next to Yifan, sat down, and let out a long breath. "How is it? It's smooth, right?" Looking at Fatty Li, Yifan said with a hint of sarcasm, "It's unblocked, it's unblocked." Fatty Li smiled a little embarrassedly. Just as he was about to say something, a man with a serious expression and his back straight walked in. "Quiet." As soon as the voice fell, the classroom fell silent. When Fatty Li saw what was happening, his face changed and he quickly muttered, "The devil teacher Pan Zhao? Why is it him?" On the side, seeing that it was Pan Zhao, Yifan shook his head and looked at Pan Zhao on the stage with a complicated look in his eyes. Pan Zhao was very famous in Pingcheng. He was a very famous teacher. He was very strict with his students and often took them to dangerous places for training. Because of this, many of the students he taught became future strong men. It was under his leadership that Yifan had an adventure in a secret realm, and from then on he began his own legendary counterattack. Strictly speaking, Pan Zhao could be considered his mentor. But in the previous life, this mentor of his did not get any good results in the end. He was ostracized by the top management of the college because of his upright character. This can be seen from the fact that he, a prestigious teacher, was sent to teach in an ordinary class. He never had a chance to stand out. The only time he did was when he took the lead in fighting against the beast tide. In the end, he died because of it. He was depressed for the rest of his life. A teacher like this should be very popular wherever he is, so why is he excluded? Looking at Pan Zhao from the audience, Yifan said thoughtfully, or, who is deliberately trying to suppress him? Chapter 10 Rewards. Thinking of this, Yifan narrowed his eyes. Pan Zhao's exact strength is still considered quite powerful in Pingcheng. He has a golden 9-star roaring lion. If he had not died in the beast tide, he might even have broken through to the eternal level in the future. In this small Pingcheng, is there anyone who can suppress such a beast master? It's a bit interesting. Yifan raised his eyebrows. On the stage, Pan Zhao was looking at him with cold eyes and said, "Everyone, coming here and becoming a member of the Beast Tamer is not your first success. It's your first failure." When the voice fell, many people's faces changed, but Pan Zhao snorted coldly. "Do you know why? Talent. Your level 1 beast taming talent is destined to make you inferior to others. Other beast tamers of the same level don't even have to do anything. Their beast tamers will be much stronger than yours. You don't get the best resources. Even though ordinary people seem to envy you, in the world of beast masters, no one thinks highly of you. What do the higher-ups call your class? It's called the trash class, a class made up of a bunch of trash. Do you know the beast you chose yesterday? Do you know what grade of beasts were given to the excellence class and the elite class? Elite grade beasts are those that can grow to silver or even gold." When these words came out of Pan Zhao's mouth, there was an uproar in the classroom. Elite grade, that kind of beast can easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. Once you have one, as long as you train it well, it won't be too difficult to reach the silver grade in the future. Silver level is like getting a ticket to university. Such words shocked many people, and some people were a little indignant. Among them, a pretty girl sitting in the first row stood up and said, "Teacher, if talent determines everything, then why do we come to school?" "Good question." Pan Zhao responded, looked at the girl and asked, "What's your name?" "Ma Xiaoxue." The girl replied. "Ma Xiaoxue, I remember your name." Pan Zhao nodded, tapped the table with his hand, and looked around at everyone present. "What I want to talk about now is what you can do in the next 3 years. First of all, I will take you to the Weimong's secret realm attached to the school for training once every month." Secret realm. Hearing this, everyone who had just looked disappointed suddenly became a little excited. They are not as knowledgeable as Yifan. For them, the things in the secret realm, even the lowest level of the Weimong secret realm, are extremely precious. I think they all want to go. Glancing at everyone's reactions, Pan Zhao nodded. "It's just that the number of places is limited, and they only gave me 10 places. If you want to go to the secret realm, you must satisfy me. There will be a monthly exam on the 10th of every month, a beast taming duel, and only the top 10 in the duel output will be eligible to enter this secret realm. It's already the 2nd of this month, which means that in 8 days, you will have your first monthly exam and your first entry into the secret realm." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started talking, and their conversations were filled with excitement. "Quiet." Pan Zhao spoke again, and this time, many people shut their mouths obediently. "Are you feeling complacent again? Do you think that now that you are qualified to enter the secret realm, you will soon be able to surpass others?" Pan Zhao looked at the students who were getting carried away with pride, and his eyes became cold again. "I might as well tell you one more thing. For students in the excellence class and the elite class, this secret realm can be entered twice a month, and there is no limit on the number of places." As soon as the voice fell, another bucket of cold water was poured down. Pan Zhao continued, "I had to ask for these 10 places from the higher-ups. Otherwise, with your group of unpromising students, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter. What you can do in the next 3 years is to train hard and get the qualification to enter the secret realm. If you go in once a month, you will gain as much as those people do twice. Only in this way can you have a chance to fight back and tell others that you are not useless. Can you do that?" When Pan Zhao's voice fell, the students present looked at each other in bewilderment, and only a few of them whispered, "Yes. Yes." In the silence, it was Fatty Li who shouted loudly, which made Pan Zhao look at him more, but his eyes drifted over Yifan, who had been silent. In the end, Pan Zhao didn't say anything, just shook his head, and then put away the books on the table. "I know you don't have the confidence to say this right now, but this is a question I ask you every week. I don't want you to still give such a weak answer when you graduate in 3 years. All right, go train your beasts. I'll come watch your training. Ask me if you have any questions. Come to me if you have any problems. Go ahead." After the voice fell, the students all walked out of the classroom. This was the daily routine of Yusho High School. Apart from the routine inspection once a week, the teachers generally would not care about you at other times. Of course, this is for ordinary people. If you are someone with outstanding talents, there will be top teachers to teach you and answer your questions. There will also be people who will take you to the secret realm for trials and protect your safety throughout the process. Geniuses are destined to be different from ordinary people, but ordinary people are not incapable of becoming geniuses. This is the first lesson Pan Zhao taught them. In the classroom, Yifan also stood up and was about to walk outside. Fatty Li asked hurriedly, "Yifan, aren't you going to train the beast?" "Yes," Yifan answered, glanced at the fat man, shook his head and said, "But I think the best beast training is fighting." "Fight?" Hearing this, Fatty Li was stunned. "Where to fight?" "North of the city, Silver Moon Forest," Yifan said calmly. Upon hearing this, the fat man was horrified. Silver Moon Forest? There are too many ferocious beasts there. It is said that there are even beasts above gold level. Going there will kill you. That's the core area of the Silver Moon Forest. Most of the beasts on the periphery are black iron level beasts. Yifan shook his head. "How about we go together?" "This?" Fatty Li hesitated, thinking about the legends about the Silver Moon Forest, and felt a little scared. But when he saw Yifan's calm eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. "Go." "That's right." Yifan smiled, waved to the fat man, and walked towards the school gate first. In the classroom, Pan Zhao, who had been sitting in his seat, raised his head and looked towards the door with a puzzled expression. "This Yifan. I thought he was depressed after the test, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. Two guys who just got the beast control dare to go to the beast control forest." Pan Zhao shook his head and said, "Ignorance is bliss. Let them suffer a little, and they will know how powerful they are. Do you really think that the wild beasts in the forest are as docile as they usually are?" After saying this, Pan Zhao looked out the window, where he saw many students training with beast-taming skills. I don't know what he was thinking about, but a hint of unwillingness gradually appeared in Pan Zhao's eyes. "My results are because the students I teach are talented. Can I teach an ordinary class and never produce anything outstanding? In 3 years' time, when the college entrance examination comes, I will slap you guys in the face. I'll see what you have to say then." While Pan Zhao was still in the classroom, Yifan and the fat man walked out of the school gate. As soon as they walked out of the school gate, several people surrounded them. "It's over. It must be Deng Li who sent someone to block us." After seeing this scene, Fatty Li realized it belatedly and pulled Yifan back inside. But after pulling a few times, Yifan didn't move at all. Fatty Li was getting a little anxious, but Yifan shook his head. "Your name is Yifan?" A thin man who was leading the group on the opposite side looked at the panicked fat man and then shifted his gaze to Yifan, who was standing still and calm. "Yeah." Yifan nodded and looked at the people in front of him with his eyes narrowed. "That's good." The thin man nodded, then his attitude changed 180 degrees, and he said to the person behind him, "Hello, Brother Fan." "Hello, Brother Fan." Several people present spoke in unison, which confused Fatty Li. "Aren't you here to cause trouble? Why do you want to bring up Brother Fan?" Thinking of this, Fatty Li glanced at Yifan, who still had no reaction and couldn't help but guess. "Could it be that my childhood friend has also joined a gang? Who asked you to come?" Just as the fat man was wondering, Yifan suddenly spoke, and his expression seemed very unhappy. "Don't tell me it was Ma Dafei who asked you to come." Chapter 11. First Battle. How did Brother Fan know it was Brother Fei? The thin man was about to answer, but when he saw Yifan's unhappy face, he immediately felt something was wrong. He hesitated for a few seconds and whispered, "Brother Fei said that he offended us last time, and asked us to wait for Brother Fan to come out and give him something to apologize." This idiot. After getting the confirmation, Yifan immediately cursed. "Didn't I say I would contact him if I had anything? How could he not know Ma Dafei's little thoughts? It's just that his life is in his hands now, so he wants to please him more. But these small actions seem insignificant, but if someone with ulterior motives investigates them carefully, they will expose themselves." On the side, seeing Yifan angry, the thin man who was originally a younger brother shrank his head even more. However, he thought of something and hurriedly whispered, "Brother Dafei said that the people above have gone back, and it is said that they will not come to Pingcheng in the next few months. We are all sworn brothers with Brother Dafei, so Brother Fan can rest assured." Hearing this, Yifan's expression improved a little. He glanced at the thin man and asked, "What did he ask you to bring?" "Fire fruit." The thin man answered and quickly took out a box. Brother Dafei heard that Brother Fan made a bet with that kid Deng Chong last time for the seeds of the fire fruit. He knew that Brother Fan must want the fire fruit, So Brother Dafe specially sent us to buy a fire fruit produced by Baikayatang to honor Brother Fan. Fire fruit. Yifan glanced at the box with a helpless expression. He had just obtained the rhizome, and there would be plenty of fire fruit in the future. Madafe sent him more fire fruit. But it is useful. At least it can be fed to the fire dog now. I've accepted the things. Yifan took the box, looked at the thin man, and said, "Go back and tell your brother Dafe that I'll find him next time if I have any problems, and he doesn't need to come to me. After all, you are a student. Don't be too ostentatious." Understood. The thin man agreed repeatedly. Then Brother Fan, if everything is fine, we will leave first. Yifan nodded, and several people left one after another, and Yifan put away the fiery fruit. Yifan, who were those people just now? Why did they send you things? Fatty Li, who had been silent, spoke up. You are not going to join a gang, are you? It's very dangerous. If Uncle Yi knew, an underground gang can't accommodate me. Yifan shook his head, looked at Fatty Li, and suddenly asked, Fatty, do you think that sworn brothers can be trusted? This question made the fat man stunned. We are all brothers, so I think you can trust me. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. In the face of interests, there is no such thing as brotherhood. Fatty, I gave you the Taodai method, but haven't you ever thought about something more? Hearing this, the fat man was confused and replied, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Yifan looked at the fat man, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Having lived 2 lives as a human being, he had a very sharp eye, so he could naturally see that the fat man's behavior was not deliberate. He really didn't think about anything else. Fatty, you are so silly and cute. After saying this, Yifan patted the fat man on the shoulder and walked forward. Fatty Li fell behind, thinking about Yifan's words, scratching his head in confusion. Why am I so silly and cute? It didn't take long to reach the Silver Moon Forest. After leaving the city wall and walking north for a while, a large forest came into view, stretching for who knows how far. There are such forests outside many cities, which are inhabited by a large number of wild beasts. Some forests have very powerful beasts in the core, but Pingcheng is a small city, and the strongest wild beast in the Silver Moon Forest is less than gold. After all, it is not a secret realm. Most of the beasts in this forest are of inferior quality, with only an elite one occasionally. Most of the beast hunters in the city depend on this forest for their livelihood, capturing some beasts to sell their flesh and blood. If they are lucky enough to catch a beast cub, it will be enough food for an ordinary family for a year. Yifan, are we really going in here? Looking at the entrance to the forest, Fatty Li was a little nervous. Of course. Yifan replied, wait a moment. As he spoke, Yifan summoned the fire dog. After most of the day, more than half a month had passed in the beast-taming space. This time, the fire dog had obviously grown a little bigger. A 2-star black iron fire dog. Looking at the fire dog in front of Yifan, the fat man was a little surprised. How come this fire dog has grown so much in just 1 or 2 days? Maybe my fire dog is born to grow fast. Yifan smiled, took out the fiery fruit that the thin man had given him before, and handed it to the fire dog. Wong wong. The fire dog was a little excited. Holding the fiery fruit in his mouth, he kept wagging his tail. Eat quickly. Yifan patted the fire dog's head. The fire dog wagged its tail and started to eat the flaming fruit in big mouthfuls. The sound of the juice bursting made Fatty Li standing nearby feel hungry, and his stomach made a long groove sound. Hearing the voice, the fire dog raised its head, looked at Yifan, then looked at Fatty Li. After determining that Fatty Li and Yifan seemed to have a good relationship, it swung its butt and moved aside, then nodded at the remaining half of the fiery fruit. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. Seeing the obvious sharing food action of the fire dog, Fatty Li blushed and argued loudly, I'm not hungry. Wong. Looking at Fatty Li, who didn't move, the fire dog made a puzzled sound, but soon, it happily finished eating the remaining half of the fiery fruit. Yifan watched from the side with a smile on his face. His fire dog seemed to be good and very close to him. Even his friends were willing to share a bite of food with him. You know, most of the beasts are very protective of their food. Even the powerful ones hate being disturbed while eating. This fire dog can do this, which obviously shows that he recognizes his master very much. In the following time, the medicinal effect of the fiery fruit quickly took effect, and the fire dog grew visibly bigger again. Its strength, which was originally close to black iron 3 stars, quickly broke through. After an hour, most of the medicinal effect was absorbed, and the fire dog successfully reached black iron 4 stars. Wong wong. The fire dog rubbed Yifan's trouser leg affectionately. Now that it has grown a lot, it is already taller than Yifan's knees. It is completely different from when Yifan just got it. Great. Yifan patted the fire dog's head and looked at the red lines that began to appear on the fire dog's forehead with joy in his eyes. The fiery fruit is indeed a great tonic for the fire dog. One fruit can stimulate its firepower. With 7 or 8 more, the fire dog should be able to reach the bronze level. Black iron 4 stars, so strong. Fatty Lee on the side was envious. He just got his fiery sun snake yesterday, and it was still the same today. It's easy to improve the strength of black iron level. It's nothing. Yifan responded, waved to Fatty Lee, and walked into the forest. Entering the Silver Moon Forest, the feeling is completely different. The air is filled with various smells, including those of flowers, trees, and animal feces. There is an inexplicable sense of oppression. Fatty, release the beast. Yifan suddenly said, the fiery sun snake is a natural master of hiding. The environment here is most suitable for it. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly and waved his hand, and the fiery sun snake appeared in front of him. Just as Yifan said, after the fiery sun snake appeared, it quickly hid among the dead leaves. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't find it at all. Not long after walking, a row of obvious footprints appeared in the jungle. Silver deer's footprints. Looking at the footprints not far away, Yifan made a judgment. At this moment, the bushes in front suddenly moved strangely. Over there. Yifan said, Fire dog, go. As he spoke, Yifan raised his hand and activated his innate beast-taming skill, Ascension. Boom. The fire dog, which had been amplified by the Ascension, exhaled. Its body became larger, and its speed also increased. It quickly leaped towards the bushes. Wait for me. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee hurriedly followed Yifan. Scratch. The bushes were pushed aside, and Fatty Lee was stunned when he saw the scene not far away. At this moment, a silver deer with a body as white as snow had been pinned to the ground, with the fire dog biting its throat tightly. The battle was decided in just a few seconds. The silver deer, which had 3 iron stars, lost its life almost instantly in front of Yifan. If nothing unexpected happens, the silver deer should be eating grass with its head down, and the fire dog jumped out, seized the opportunity, and bit its throat. Whether it is a beast or a human, the throat is a fatal part. Chapter 12 Lion King. Yifan. Fatty Lee looked at the silver deer that was still twitching on the ground with a trace of pity in his eyes. That silver deer looks so pitiful. Fatty, look carefully. Yifan shouted. Fatty Lee was shocked by this shout. He looked carefully and saw that the silver deer was holding a bloody piece of clothing in its mouth. Looking at the ground again, there was a badly mutilated body among the grass. This is not eating grass. It is clearly eating people. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee's face turned pale all of a sudden. He retreated 7 or 8 steps and only stopped when he bumped into a big tree. Fire dog, don't let go. On the other side, Yifan did not hesitate and let the fire dog seize the opportunity. Soon, under the throat lock of the fire dog, the silver deer gradually stopped twitching and lost its voice. Only then did Yifan feel relieved. He turned his head to look at Fatty Lee, whose face was pale, and shook his head. Fatty, do you think that all beasts are really as well behaved and harmless as the ones you usually see in cages in stores? Do you know what beast taming was called before the beast tamer appeared? What? Fatty Lee asked, his lips trembling slightly. Magic beasts. Yifan said seriously, when the earth's spiritual energy appeared, these magical beasts, which were blessed by nature, attacked human cities crazily, killing and eating countless people. If it weren't for the powerful beast masters who subdued several powerful magical beasts, humans would have almost become extinct. Why do you think beast tamers are being promoted so highly now? It's to be able to resist these uncontrollable monsters. These words shocked Fatty Lee so much that he couldn't recover. After a while, he said hesitantly, why didn't I know that beasts would eat people? Shouldn't beasts like silver deer eat grass? Most beastmen are omnivores. The truth is always much crueler. You don't usually hear it because most ordinary people can't afford to buy wild beast meat. Instead, they eat domesticated beasts such as pork and chicken. You can buy some from beast hunters active in the forest. Every one of them can tell you the truth. The corpse on the ground might belong to a beast hunter. Yifan answered, frowning as he looked at Fatty Lee's appearance. For a beastmaster, your state of mind is extremely important. You got so scared just by seeing a beastmaster eating a person. If I wasn't here today, Would you have just watched that silver deer eat you? After hearing this, the fat man realized how inappropriate his behavior just now was. He took several deep breaths before finally coming to his senses. Holding onto the tree, the fat man slowly stood up and came to Yifan's side. When he saw the horrible and broken corpse on the ground again, he looked away. Go and collect the bodies. At this moment, Yifan's voice rang out. Ah! Hearing this, Fatty Lee's scalp suddenly went numb. That's a corpse. It's been bitten like that. And you still want me to collect it? I'm talking about the body of the silver deer. Yifan interrupted Fatty Lee and said helplessly, the meat of the silver deer is very expensive. Such a big silver deer can be sold for at least 1,000 yuan. So many. Hearing this, Fatty Lee became alert. Although he felt uncomfortable, he quickly approached the body of the silver deer. A light flashed in his hand, and the body of the silver deer was collected. The beast taming space has a storage function. Of course, you have to make sure that the things you put in it won't be eaten by the beasts inside. The beast taming spaces of other beast tamers are stacked up one by one as the number of beasts increases. The fat man practiced the Taodai method and opened a second one, which is just right for storing things. As for Yifan's space, it is a blessed place. It would be a waste to put corpses in it. Let's go and continue looking for the next one. After we kill 5 today, we can go back and rest. Yifan replied, looking at the sky, and then said, the beast's ferocity will be greatly aroused at night, and coupled with the limited vision, it is quite dangerous. We have to leave before dark. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and walked to the position next to Yifan. After learning that wild beasts eat people, Fatty Lee, who was already afraid, became even more afraid. Fatty, you have to overcome your fear. Yifan spoke slowly. If you are afraid of even this, how can you be a beast master? A beast master is not just about commanding beasts to play happily every day. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded heavily after hearing this. Afterwards, Yifan and Fatty Lee walked around the outskirts of the Silver Moon Forest, during which time they killed a total of 6 wild beasts, 4 of which were 2-star black iron, 1 was 3-star, and 1 was 7-star. This gray bear is really big. Looking at the gray bear in front of him that was as big as a small mountain, Fatty Lee said with a sigh, it must be worth a lot of money. Fortunately, this gray bear has not yet reached adulthood. Apart from its fur, which is worth 4 or 5,000, the rest is probably about the same price as the silver deer. Yifan said and let out a breath. Although the gray bear is a beast tamer with a low-grade bloodline, it has the advantage of size. If it is trained as a novice beast tamer, it is still a good choice, but it eats a little too much. Fatty, your performance just now is good. Yifan patted the fat man's shoulder. In the battle just now, the fat man did play a certain role. While the fire dog and the gray bear were fighting, Fatty Lee commanded the fiery sun snake to suddenly jump out from the dead leaves camouflaged on the ground and bit through the gray bear's foot with its fangs. The poison spread, and the gray bear gradually became exhausted, allowing the fire dog to successfully defeat the gray bear by leaping 3 levels. Well, it's my duty. Fatty Lee scratched his head. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack that afternoon. I think you can specialize in training in the future, Fatty. Yifan said thoughtfully, for example, if you raise all snake beasts, then in the future when you go into battle, releasing dozens of snakes will still be quite powerful. Dozens of snakes. Hearing this, the fat man was a little reluctant. How powerful can a snake beast master be? Don't underestimate snakes. Yifan shook his head. I know of one kind of snake called the dragon python. It has horns on its head like a dragon, but has no legs. It is several hundred meters long. With just a sweep of its tail, a small mountain will be razed to the ground. With its poisonous fangs, a Glora-level beast will die if it bites. Such a powerful beast. Hearing this, the fat man's eyes were a little excited. Where is the dragon python? What are you thinking about? Yifan rolled his eyes at the fat man. Beast masters like dragon pythons live in ancient ruins to guard treasures. Normally, beast masters at the peak of glory don't dare to provoke them. Think about it. Everyone has to have dreams. Fatty Lee scratched his head and asked, then why do you want me to raise only snake beasts? Affinity. Yifan explained again. If you raise all snakes, you will gradually become familiar with snake beasts. It will be much easier to subdue the same kind of beasts. Is that so? Hearing this, the fat man hesitated, then made up his mind. Then I will raise all snakes. I want a dragon python. You. Yifan shook his head helplessly, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes when he saw the fat man excitedly trying to load the corpse of the gray bear. From being extremely scared in the beginning to beginning to yearn for a powerful beast tamer, today's trip has already opened the way for Fatty to become a beast tamer. In the future, as long as he follows me, I have the confidence that I can make Fatty a strong man. Fatty, I want to help you in this life. Looking at Fatty Lee's back, Yifan murmured, you, please don't let me down. Ah, what Lion King? Where is the Lion King? When Fatty Lee heard Yifan's words, he jumped 3 feet high. Fuck, there's a Lion King on the outskirts of this fucking forest? Hearing this, Yifan choked for a long time and said helplessly, Fatty, I'll give you some money when I have time. Go get your ears treated as soon as possible. Chapter 13 Silver Snake Fruit. In a shop on Pingcheng Street, Yifan and Fatty Lee were standing at the door, taking out one beast after another and trading with the shop owner. Silver deer, silver moon rabbit. Looking at the beasts one by one, the owner's eyes gradually changed. When he saw Fatty Lee finally took out a gray bear, he said in surprise, Are you two little brothers beast masters? You can even hunt beasts like gray bears. Yes. Yifan nodded. We are all freshmen of Pingcheng High School this year. You can hunt gray bears as a freshman. This gray bear is at least at the Black Iron 7-star level. The shop owner responded quickly, with a smile on his face. Since you are a distinguished beast master, I will buy back this batch of things at the highest price. 3,000 for the silver deer, 12,000 for the silver moon rabbit. As for the gray bear, 7,000, a total of 15,000 and 2,000. What do you think, Master Beast Tamers? 15,002. Fatty Lee opened his mouth wide when he heard the number. His monthly living expenses are only 1,000, and one hunting trip costs more than his annual living expenses. On the side, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee's reaction, smiled and shook his head, and said to the shop owner, 15,000 will be fine. I want to keep 10 kilograms of the gray bear's meat. 10 caddies. Hearing this, the shop owner hesitated for a few seconds, but soon agreed, 10 caddies is 10 caddies. Please wait a moment. I will arrange for them to prepare it for you. Soon, the shop assistant helped to move the beasts in, and after a while, the assistant came out carrying 2 large bags. Sir, here are the 10 kilograms of gray bear meat you wanted, and 15,000 yuan. Please count them. The shop owner handed over the things with a smile on his face. Yifan took the meat, weighed it slightly, and nodded. As for the stack of money, he just glanced at it casually and put it in his arms. He was not worried that the other party would shortchange him. A shop owner who specialized in buying and selling the flesh and blood of imperial beasts in Pingcheng would not be so short-sighted. Fatty, let's go, Yifan said to Fatty Lee, and took the lead to walk out. The fat man quickly followed and looked at the gray bear meat in Yifan's hand. He asked in confusion, Yifan, why did you keep some gray bear meat? Eat, Yifan said helplessly to the fat man. The flesh and blood of wild beasts is not only nutritious but also tastes great. Whether you feed it to the beast master or eat it yourself, it will be of great benefit. The more powerful the beast is, the better the effect of its flesh and blood. Especially for a beast master like you who practices Tao Dai, what you want to eat is the meat of the beast. The more precious the better. In addition, beast masters also need to eat a lot of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of broiler chickens and pigs is completely useless except for filling the stomach. That is to say, my beast and I both need to eat a lot of wild beast meat. Fatty Lee seemed to understand. Then I have to eat meat from the same basin with my beast, right? Hiss. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He looked at Fatty Lee for a while before saying, Fatty, haven't you ever thought about? You use one bowl for eating and another bowl for your beast? This. Fatty Lee choked, then smiled innocently. I was thinking the wrong thing. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and didn't say much. He raised his hand and hailed a taxi. Where are we going? Asked the fat man. By Kaetang. Yifan replied, spiritual herbs. No matter how many there are, they are not enough. Okay. Hearing this, the fat man nodded repeatedly. The taxi whizzed away, and not long after, the sound of the door of Bai Kaetang was heard again. Before entering the door, Ning Shui, who was originally idle and had nothing to do, suddenly saw Yifan. This young man is really here again. Almost immediately, Ning Shui arrived at the door. As soon as Yifan entered, he saw Ning Shui's pretty face with a smile on her face. I have to say that in terms of appearance, Ning Shui is one of the most beautiful women in the whole Pingcheng. Coupled with her exquisite makeup, she is indeed eye-catching. Yifan has lived 2 lives, so his state of mind has long been as calm as still water. Fatty Lee standing next to him, on the other hand, was acting a little unsatisfactory. He stared straight at Ning Shui, and he looked like he was almost drooling. Little brother, long time no see. Ning Shui noticed the fat man's reaction, but her expression did not change. Instead, she became more curious about Yifan. Long time no see. Yifan responded without saying anything else. He said directly, I want seeds of the strong Tinden grass. How much is it? You want seeds again? Ning Shui was a little confused. This boy just bought the seeds of the fiery fruit yesterday, and today he wanted the seeds of the strong muscle grass. Are you planning to plant a magical herb garden at home? Strengthening grass seeds are slightly cheaper than fiery fruit seeds, 8,000 each. Ning Shui replied, hesitated for a moment, and then said, but I can make the decision, 6,000 each for little brother. Thank you. Yifan responded without saying much. Although Ning Shui was confused, since the deal had already been made, she did not ask any more questions. She went upstairs and after a while, she brought down a small box. Here are the seeds of strong Tinden grass. If the planting conditions are right, they will mature once in March at the latest. Okay. Yifan took the box and didn't say much. He picked up a purple fruit in front of him and said, give me 3 of these silver snake fruits. Silver snake fruit is a relatively common spiritual fruit. It is certainly not on the same level as the fiery fruit, but it is cheaper. Only snake beasts like to eat it, so it is considered a spiritual fruit with a strong targeting effect. No problem. Ning Shui quickly picked up 3 silver snake fruits for Yifan and handed them over. Silver snake fruits are 2,000 each. Here are 3, plus the strong muscle grass seeds. The total is 12,000. Count it down. Yifan took out the money he had just obtained, counted out 12,000, handed it to Ning Shui, and then asked Fatty Li to leave. Fatty Li didn't know anything about herbs, so he didn't say anything. Before he left, he turned his head to look at Ning Shui and said, this sister is really awesome. Fatty, beauty is not only powerful, it can also be poisonous. Yifan said coldly from the side. These words made Fatty Li shudder. He quickly turned his head and quickened his pace. Poisoned? In the store, Ning Shui naturally heard this. Her beautiful eyes wandered around, and a smile appeared on her face. It seems that this young man has some experience. After thinking for a while, Ning Shui raised her head and said to the receptionist at the door, next time this young man comes, let me know and I will receive him personally. Yes. The receptionist agreed repeatedly. Looking at Ning Shui's graceful figure walking into the store, she was a little puzzled. He's just an ordinary boy. Why does Miss Ning think so highly of him? When he returned to school, it was already dark. In front of the dormitory door, Yifan handed the silver snake fruit he bought in the afternoon to the fat man. Silver snake fruit, give these 3 fruits to your fiery sun snake, and it should be able to reach the level of black iron 2 stars. I don't feel comfortable doing this, Fatty Li replied, but he took the silver snake fruit with his hand honestly. Also, I'll give you 1,000 yuan and 5 kilograms of gray bear meat. Yifan continued, took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Fatty Li. When practicing Tao Dai, you must not practice on an empty stomach, otherwise it will backfire on you. I can't take this. This time, Fatty Li was really embarrassed to take it. He didn't contribute much to Yifan this time. Except for a small help at the end, it was basically Yifan who protected him. Fatty Li was very happy when he was given a silver snake fruit, and he would feel bad if he asked for money and meat. Take it. Yifan looked at the fat man's reaction and said lightly, what you need now is resources to grow. When you become stronger, return it to me. This sentence made the fat man hesitate, but soon he nodded and took the money and the gray bear meat. Then I'll go back first, Yifan said, and opened the door of the dormitory. Yifan. Fatty Li spoke. Yifan stopped and turned around, only to see the fat man holding the meat and said sincerely, thank you. After saying this, Fatty Li scratched his head. Perhaps he was tongue-tied and couldn't think of much to say. In the end, he just said, thank you for giving me the opportunity to become a powerful beast master. Heh. Upon hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes, looked at the fat man who seemed a little at a loss, smiled slightly, and shook his head. Fatty, the gratitude of a black iron-level beast tamer is as light as a feather. It won't be too late to thank you after you have tamed the dragon python you want. When Fatty Li heard this, he understood something and was shocked. Then he nodded heavily. Okay. Chapter 14 Conflict. In the beast-taming space, Yifan looked at the flaming fruits that had grown into grass seedlings in the land in front of him, his eyes fluctuating slightly. 1 day outside is equivalent to 30 days here. The fiery fruit is a rhizome, so it is not surprising that grass seedlings grow out of it. This fiery fruit should be ripe in 3 days in the outside world. There was joy in Yifan's eyes. When the fiery fruit matures, your fire dog will have a significant improvement. I can definitely get the qualification to go to the Weimong's secret realm that Pingcheng mentioned, but the secret realm is not without danger. Many good things are mostly guarded by beasts. If you can improve your strength before entering the secret realm, you will have a greater chance of getting more good things. Thinking of this, Yifan took a deep breath and planted the strong muscle grass he had just bought. Strong muscle grass is more universal. Although it does not have the targeted improvement of fiery fruit, it is still a good spiritual herb because its growth cycle is not long. Ning Qinghai must have realized some of his deliberate behavior last time. The rhizomes of the fiery fruit were basically sold at half price and given away last time, and the price of the strong muscle grass seeds was also lowered a lot this time. If there is a chance in the future, I can still give something back to them, Yifan said while thinking about it. He is not the kind of person who takes other people's benefits for free. Since the other party values his potential and background, when he becomes stronger, giving back something that is insignificant to him can also be considered a reward. Wong Wong. The fire dog came over happily and rubbed against Yifan affectionately. Yifan was not stingy and took out the remaining 5 pounds of gray-haired bear meat and placed it on the ground. In his beast-taming space, there is abundant spiritual energy, so the beasts do not need to eat frequently. But as he told Fatty, meat is very important for beast taming. Take your time to eat this little meat. We will have more when we go out hunting later. Yifan touched the fire dog's head, his eyes full of pampering. Compared to humans and other beastmasters, canine beastmasters are the most loyal, especially the fire dogs. Once they recognize their first master, they will not follow other beastmasters even if the master dies. They will either die alone in the deep mountains and forests, or die of starvation. Such qualities are extremely rare among beast tamers, but due to its inferior bloodline, few people would choose a fire dog as their beast tamer. I will give you my best. In the future, you will become the greatest pride of the fire dog clan. Looking at the fire dog, Yifan spoke as if he was declaring a vow. Wong. The fire dog seemed to understand, barked softly, tore off a piece of gray bear meat and put it at Yifan's feet. Seeing this familiar operation, Yifan smiled helplessly. Looking at Yifan who didn't move, the fire dog made a puzzled sound. Wong? These are all for you. I don't like eating this. Yifan explained and patted the fire dog's head again. The fire dog wagged its tail, but still took the meat back and began to devour it. It can be seen that it really wants to eat the gray bear meat, but it still wants to share it with Yifan first. Yifan closed his eyes and started practicing the method of becoming a saint. If you cultivate both your inner and outer strength and are strong enough, you will sometimes be able to cope with some unexpected troubles. Time just passes by quietly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Fatty Lee knocked on Yifan's door on time. Crunch. The door opened, and Fatty Lee said excitedly, Yifan, what are our plans for today? What are the arrangements for today? Yifan thought, today I can train in school and get familiar with the coordination with the Beastmaster. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and took out a large bag of buns. Come on, have breakfast, and then we'll get started. This. Looking at the bag in Fatty Lee's hand that contained at least 20 or 30 buns, Yifan shook his head. I can't eat so many. You can't eat so much? Fatty Lee was stunned. Yifan, didn't you practice the Taodai method? That breathing method is not suitable for me. Yifan shook his head, and I don't like to eat too much. Well, Fatty Lee hesitated, glanced at the big bag of buns in his hand, thought for a moment, and took out 2. Then these 2 are for you, and I'll eat the rest. I'm a little hungry. Okay. Yifan nodded and took the steaming bun. Let's go and try out the Academy's combat drill. The school naturally has supporting facilities for the training of Beastmasters, including training instruments for simulating Beastmaster battles, agility instruments for training reaction speed, gravity rooms for increasing compatibility, and so on. The training equipment in the high school was not advanced, but it was quite good for novice Beastmasters. Click, click. Soon, the 2 arrived at the school's training room, which was a building with separate training facilities on each floor. The first level is the battle drill. As soon as I entered the building, I heard the sound of ping-pong. I saw that the huge room was divided into 5 practice halls. The practice instrument in the practice hall would automatically evolve a beast of equal strength according to the Beastmaster's beast ability. The content of the practice here was filled in by some researchers through research on the corresponding beasts, and it almost perfectly restored the beast fighting method of the practice. Ah, Dobby Wolf. Just after passing the first practice room, the voice of a Beastmaster was heard. Apparently, his beast was knocked down by the beast being practiced in the practice instrument. At this moment, he picked up his own beast with a distressed look on his face. At the same time, A number appeared on the screen in the rehearsal hall. 1. Seeing this number, Yifan shook his head. The longer you fight with the beast tamer evolved by the training instrument in the training room, the higher the score you will get. If you defeat the beast tamer, a higher level beast tamer will appear and the battle score will increase accordingly. That is to say, he couldn't even last 1 minute. He basically just stood there stupidly and watched his own beast tamer being pounced on by the beast tamer in the training instrument. The beast master who just got started is still too immature. The Dobie Wolf is an elite beast master. Although it is not the best, it is naturally fast, and it is impossible to be knocked down in one go. The score of the drill instrument is basically an important basis for the assessment. During the college entrance examination, there are 2 hard conditions. The first is to reach the silver level of beast taming, and the second is to be able to get more than 60 points on the drill instrument. Points, and then practice fighting with the same level beastman for an hour without losing. The training instruments used for the college entrance examination are more advanced than those in school. The beast taming bloodlines used in school for training are ordinary elite grade beast tamers. The beast taming bloodlines used in training are basically some of the strongest among the elite grade ones, and many of them have innate skills. This is why it is difficult to get into college by relying on low-grade beast tamers, because even if a low-grade beast tamer reaches silver, the bloodline grade of the beast tamer is still a flaw. Of course, these 60 points do not guarantee that you will go to university. It just means that you have passed the assessment and have the opportunity to enter university. To apply to a top university, there is no upper limit on the score. In the past, someone scored 500 points and defeated the beast in the drill instrument by 5 levels above the silver level. Let's go find one and try it out. Yifan turned and said to Fatty Lee. When he turned around, he saw the fat man biting a bun with his mouth bulging. Ahem. Yifan coughed. Fatty, you should pay more attention to your image when you are outside. Didn't you, Yifan, tell me not to care about other people's eyes? Fatty Lee replied. That's okay. Yifan nodded and walked along the aisle. When he reached the next practice hall, he saw someone pushing a girl and cursing. How can a loser from an ordinary class be qualified to use the drill instrument? The girl was obviously not as strong as the man, and she was accidentally pushed out of the aisle. Then, her beast was also thrown out. Ma Xiaoxue. Fatty Lee recognized the girl who answered questions in front of the devil tutor and nodded to Yifan. Yifan naturally saw this scene. His eyes turned slightly cold, and he walked towards that side. Yifan. Ma Xiaoxue obviously knew Yifan. She was very embarrassed to be seen by others in such an embarrassing scene. Get up. Yifan stretched out his hand to Ma Xiaoxue. It's normal to be inferior to others for a while. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's embarrassment eased a little. She took Yifan's hand and stood up. She looked at the man in the practice room and gritted her teeth. These beast masters from the elite class and the outstanding class occupy the training space and don't allow people from the ordinary class to use it. The school doesn't care. No one will value your ideas until you demonstrate your value. Yifan said, turned around and walked into the practice room. When he heard someone coming in, the man who had kicked Ma Xiaoxue out turned around. When he saw that the fat man and the other 2 were wearing the uniforms of the ordinary class, he became fierce again. What are you looking at? Are you a loser from the ordinary class qualified to watch our elite class practice? Who gave you the confidence to keep calling you a waste? Is it the 3 words elite class on your clothes? Yifan answered and sat down on a stool nearby. He didn't say much, but his voice was cold. Come on, didn't you say that people in the ordinary class are not worthy of using the drill instrument? Let's see who has the higher score and who is not worthy of using the drill instrument. Chapter 15 Seeing Through. You want to compete with me in drill scores? Hearing this, the student from the elite class seemed to be laughing at a joke. With those beast masters from the ordinary class that are not worth even a dog, you want to compete with me in scores? That's right. Yifan's face remained calm as he stared at the man. You don't dare to compete, do you? What a joke, the man said and took a stance. Today, I'll show you how big the gap is between the people in the elite class and you losers in the ordinary class. After saying this, the man turned around, jumped onto the practice platform, and pressed the challenge button on the platform. The challenge begins. Please release your beast. The man raised his hand, and a sharp-toothed hyena that looked very agile appeared. Black Iron 3 stars, elite grade bloodline. After releasing his beast, the man looked at Yifan with some pride. When he saw that Yifan's eyes remained unchanged, he became a little angry. Let me show you how powerful I am. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand again, and his beast taming talent was used. It could increase the beast taming speed and slightly increase the attack power. The light showed that the teeth of the sharp-toothed hyena became sharper and the muscles of its limbs bulged a little. After doing all this, the man turned his head again. This time, when he saw that Yifan was still calm and even had a smile in his eyes, he became completely angry. There is a feeling of being treated as a clown by others. Rumble. At this moment, the training instrument also emitted light, and a golden deer with the same black iron 3 stars appeared on the field. This golden deer had a slender body and strong limbs. Although its body size was not as large as the silver deer that day, it looked much stronger than the silver deer that was hunted by Yifan before. Sharp-toothed hyena, go. The man commanded his beast to pounce on the golden deer, his eyes full of anger. He wanted to let this kid see clearly what the gap was. On the other side, Yifan sat there watching the man commanding the hyenas and golden deer to fight, and just shook his head. In his eyes, such command skills were just like children fighting. Not only was there no order, but it also did not bring out the advantages of his beast control at all. As for the man showing off his beast control and beast control talent in front of him, that was really a joke. A black iron level beastmaster with level 1 talent was not even worthy of his attention. Bang bang. Soon, the battle in the field was decided. After a misjudgment, the sharp-toothed hyena was kicked in the head by the golden deer and flew out and fainted on the ground. On the field, the score of 25 gradually emerged. Looking at the number, the man raised his head. When everyone had just obtained the beast tamer, he got 25 points, which fully proved how strong his beast tamer and his beast taming talent were. It's your turn. Turning his head and seeing Yifan, the man spoke provocatively. Yifan nodded and walked onto the stage. This time, the man sat in the seat where Yifan had just sat, looking at Yifan with a playful expression. He wanted to see how Yifan was beaten to a pulp by the beast that appeared in the training instrument. When he releases his beast, I'm going to taunt him. Thinking of Yifan's reaction when he released his beast just now, the man gritted his teeth in hatred. But the next moment, when the fire dog appeared on the scene, the man was shocked. Black iron 4 stars, how is that possible? Not only him, but also Ma Xiaoxue, who was unaware of the situation, showed a surprised expression. The beasts that everyone obtained were all 1-star black iron. It had only been a few days, so how come Yifan's fire dog had already reached 4-star black iron? Grow faster than elite-level beast tamers? Are you scared? Yifan looked at the man and spoke. So what if it's 4 stars? The beast taming levels of the training instrument are synchronized. The man answered, but he sounded a little timid. His sharp-toothed hyena had to spend a huge amount of money to eat a spiritual fruit before it could be promoted to black iron 3 stars so quickly. How could this guy possibly upgrade his beastmaster to 4 stars in such a short time? Did it cost money? If you have money, who would want to study in this ordinary class and suffer? It would be better to hire a powerful beastmaster as a bodyguard. There's absolutely no way he can do better than me. The man felt a little guilty, but still very confident. How could a low-grade fire dog possibly defeat a beast of the same elite grade? This confidence did not last long. As the battle unfolded, the man was dumbfounded. It was also a golden deer, but unlike the difficulty he experienced when fighting against it, Yifan's fire dog was at ease when fighting it. Every time the golden deer attacked, he would dodge it just at the last second before it was about to hit. And every time the fire dog dodged an attack, it would counterattack, leaving a trace of claw marks on the golden deer. This situation shocked the man, and he stared at the wall clock. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. When the numbers moved and it reached the 21st minute, the golden deer raised his foot high and kicked in vain. Instead, this time he raised his foot and left a gap. Fire dog, lock the throat. Yifan's calm voice sounded, and in the field, the fire dog suddenly jumped up, attacked from the gap between the golden deer's front legs, and bit the golden deer's throat fiercely. The golden deer struggled frantically and tried to kick the fire dog away, but the fire dog attacked from a tricky position and it was unable to break free. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the golden deer fell to the ground with a bang, and the clock on the wall stopped at 24. I won. The man didn't look at the changes in the field. His eyes were always focused on the wall clock. When he saw the wall clock stopped at 24 minutes, he jumped up and said, I had 25 minutes, and you had 24 minutes. I won. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Yifan, but even Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue were speechless, looking at the man like an idiot. What are you looking at? Can't you stand losing? People from the ordinary class don't even have this little magnanimity? Noticing the looks of several people, the man cursed and was about to continue speaking when Yifan's voice rang out. Take a good look at me. What's my score? Hearing this, the man looked up and saw the golden deer, which was bitten by the fire dog and no longer struggling. At the same time, the score appeared on the practice platform, and it was as red as blood. Full marks. This. The man was so shocked by this scene that he took several steps back. Suddenly, he remembered something his senior had said. Points. Points are awarded only when you directly kill a beast of the same level. Note that it means kill, not defeat. A low-quality fire dog killed an elite-quality golden deer of the same level. After saying this, the man's lips trembled a little. He looked at Yifan and was unable to utter a word for a while. Now, people in the ordinary class are qualified to use this drill instrument. Yifan walked down the stage and looked at the man with trembling lips, feeling a little funny. I am qualified. I am qualified. The man nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he tilted his head and his face flushed red. Don't look down on anyone, even if they are not as good as you now. Yifan just said, waved his hand. Go away. Don't let me see you in this practice room in the future. Yes, yes, I'll go now. The man nodded. He was not as skilled as his opponent and was frightened and scared at the moment. He fled like a weasel. Yifan looked at his back, chuckled and shook his head. For a character like this, he didn't even bother to embarrass the other party, but instead lowered his own status. Okay, Fatty, you two can use this practice room. Yifan moved his eyes and looked at Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue standing aside. Both of them were shocked at the moment, but the fat man had hunted wild beasts with Yifan. Although he was shocked at the moment, he quickly recovered and went onto the stage with the beast. Yifan was sitting in the audience, watching the fat man's clumsy fight and finding it somewhat funny. At the side, Ma Xiaoxue's voice came over. Yifan, can you tell me why your beast is so strong? Hearing this, Yifan turned his head and what caught his eyes was a very pretty face. Ma Xiaoxue herself had some impression of this. At that time, she was considered the most hardworking person in the class. However, perhaps due to her talent, she did not get into university. Later, she opened a training class in Pingcheng, which was quite good. It's not that my beast is so strong. Yifan shook his head after thinking for a while. It's just that I saw through the fighting style of the golden deer. See through? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was a little confused. The fighting style of the beast master is not fixed. How can you see through it? The methods are not fixed, but some things are fixed, like this simple physical attack. As long as you know clearly the fulcrum of force during the attack, the changes in various parts of the beast's body during the attack, and even the changes in the breathing rhythm. If you see through these things, you can easily make your beast avoid this most basic beast attack. Yifan explained. Oh. Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand, thought for a while, and then asked, then how can I see through it? Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. Sure enough, some things can be seen from some small details. No wonder Ma Xiaoxue worked so hard but still couldn't get into university. Too rigid. Alas. Yifan sighed and said helplessly, when you deliberately think about what I said during the battle, as the number of battles increases, these changes will become more and more familiar to you. So won't you be able to see through them? Chapter 16 Fatty's Complaints. Oh. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to wake up suddenly and bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. Nothing. Yifan glanced at her and turned his gaze to the stage again. At this moment, the fat man's fiery sun snake had been defeated by the beast evolved by the evolution instrument. On the scoreboard, a big number 2 appeared. Fatty Lee scratched his head in embarrassment. He was very excited when watching Yifan fight before, but when it came to himself, facing the elite-level beast master of the same level, he was simply chased and beaten. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even run away. It's okay, just continue the challenge. I'll take a break and then continue the challenge, Yifan said, and then glanced at Ma Xiaoxue beside him and added, let's take turns. This will also allow the beast to recover in the beast control space. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and jumped off the practice platform. Ma Xiaoxue felt a little embarrassed, knowing that Yifan had deliberately given her the opportunity. It's nothing more than some casual actions. Instead of keeping it in mind, you might as well strengthen yourself first, Yifan said seemingly unintentionally, waving his hand. I think you don't want to be thrown out again next time, right? These words startled Ma Xiaoxue. Then, she gritted her teeth, said nothing, and jumped onto the practice platform. While Yifan and the others were still in the practice room, on the other side, the freshman year teacher's office was in an uproar. A freshman blew up the drill device of his peers on the 3rd day of school. There are not many classes in Pingcheng High School, and there are only about 10 teachers. At this moment, they all gathered around an instrument, staring in amazement at the bright red number 100 displayed on it. Killing an elite beastmaster of the same level was not something they had never seen before. After all, some of the newly born beastmasters were bought at great prices, so they could do it as long as they were familiar with the task. But this was only the third day. How strong a fighting talent must one have to be able to kill an elite beastmaster of the same level in such a short time? It should be a family where both parents are beastmasters, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be familiar with the cooperation with the beastmasters so quickly. An instructor judged, at least they are the strongest beastmasters among the elite level, with talents above level 1. From the elite class, right? Another teacher asked, didn't they say that the elite class has a new student this year? Could it be that student? It's possible, but didn't he say that he was taken back home by his family and will not start school until next month? Another tutor rejected the suggestion. It's also possible that he is from the gifted class. There are several grades. The excellence class doesn't have a level. Upon hearing this, the excellence class instructor was obviously unhappy. Dengli in our class has a level 1 talent, dragon armor, plus the golden armor beast he chose. It is entirely possible that he could get 100 points at this time. It's not like I haven't heard of Dengli. The golden armored beasts don't have strong attack methods. It's not that easy to kill them. Besides, they are all black iron level and don't have many skills. If you ask me, Helen in our class also has hope. I think our band fail should be the one. A group of tutors were arguing in front of the instrument, while on the other side, Pan Zhao sat there, not saying a word. There is a reason why these tutors are competing like this. In order to stimulate the tutors' enthusiasm for teaching, many reward rules have been given. One of them is that the first student teacher to score 100 points in the practice room will be eligible to enter the tutor's exclusive secret realm. The secret realm that the mentor entered was not the Weimong secret realm, but the more advanced Yunshi secret realm. There were many things in it that could bring considerable benefits to gold-level beastmasters. If it were previous years, Pan Zhao would probably have argued with a group of people there until his face turned red, but this year, he could only sit here. The group of students in the ordinary class, just as he was sighing, suddenly, one of the instructors looked at the name that popped up on the instrument and asked in confusion, Yifan? Whose student is this? Hearing this name, Pan Zhao frowned. Before he could say anything, he heard another instructor shout. He used a fire dog to kill an elite beast master of the same level. How is that possible? Isn't the fire dog a low-grade beast master? It's also the most difficult to train. One person said, and suddenly reacted, Yifan? Isn't that the guy who ranked first in theory at Pingcheng Junior High School and was praised by our principal as a beast master, but was rated as a level 1 in the talent evaluation? He should be in the regular class now. After saying that, another instructor looked at Pan Zhao. Brother Pan, Yifan is your student? Hula, hula. A group of tutors gathered around. At this moment, Pan Zhao was also confused, but looking at the envious expressions of the instructors around him, he felt a little relieved. Wow, this Yifan is a hidden talent. No wonder he dares to take his companions to the beast-taming forest. Pan Zhao tried hard not to smile. His expression was calm, and he nodded. Yeah, Brother Pan has a good eye. Being able to kill an elite beast master of the same level at this stage means he is at least a good candidate in terms of combat talent, said a mentor who had a good relationship with Pan Zhaobin. Brother Pan, didn't he take the initiative to teach the ordinary class just because of Yifan? Not really. There is a certain reason. Pan Zhao continued pretending, but his eyes moved to the instrument in the distance that was blocked by the crowd. Damn it, let me go and take a look. My student scored 100 points. Why are you surrounding me? Brother Pan, it seems like you are going to take off again. You are already strong. If you enter the Yunshi secret realm again, you might be able to leave us far behind. Another one said in a flattering tone, this Yifan is very strong. He might be able to get good grades in the freshman competition and the grade competition in the future. When Brother Pan takes off, remember to take us with him. No. Pan Zhao was about to agree when suddenly, a shrill voice sounded. It's just that he can beat the same level at the black iron level. How strong can he be at the same level? After a few days, those at the same level will adapt to the rhythm of the beast-taming battle, and he will be able to beat them just the same. As soon as this voice came out, the noise in the originally bustling office suddenly became quieter. Pan Zhao frowned and looked at the source of the voice, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. Zhang Hong, his old rival, took over his position as the mentor of the elite class this time. Looking at Pan Zhao, Zhang Hong showed a hint of provocation. It's nothing to beat people of the same level. A true genius can surpass his level. In a few months, some of my students will definitely be able to score over 100. Yes, students in the Ingje class are all top students after all. There is also a top student in this class that Pingcheng hasn't seen for decades. Someone said in a low voice, and everyone returned to their original positions without making a sound. A mother's status is determined by her son, and a Beastmaster teacher relies on his students who are also Beastmasters. With such a group of talented students, one can imagine the benefits that Jiang Hong will gain in the past few years. It's better not to curry favor with the wrong people. The waste class will always be a waste class. The fact cannot be changed. Jiang Hong said coldly. Just as he turned around, suddenly, the score on the instrument changed. Then, below the score, the name and the beast appeared. Challenger, Yifan, using Beast Tamer, Fire Dog. Over the level, this Yifan killed the elite Beastmaster at a higher level, someone spoke up. At this moment, Jiang Hong's face turned dark. He was just saying that those who can jump levels above their peers are true geniuses. But before he could finish his words, a 200-point full-score jump level kill was thrown in his face. In the corner, Pan Zhao naturally heard it. At this moment, he couldn't suppress the joy on his face and imitated Jiang Hong's words. Oh, the people in the waste class were able to kill the enemy above their level on the third day of school. I just don't know when the people in the hero class can score 200 points. It's just one level up. As long as my students work hard, they can jump 2 levels. Before he finished speaking, the score on the instrument changed again to 300. The words below remain unchanged. Challenger, Yifan, using Beast Tamer, Fire Dog. How is this possible? At this moment, even Jiang Hong couldn't pretend to be calm. In less than a minute, he surpassed 2 levels and killed an elite-level beastman? This rampaging ostrich has an obvious weakness. On the training platform, Yifan curled his lips as he looked at the runaway ostrich whose neck was bitten off by the fire dog. The strengths and weaknesses of this beast are too obvious. It is extremely fast, but as long as you seize the opportunity, its long and thin neck is almost its biggest weakness. But for Yifan, how could the animal escape his clutches with such an obvious weakness? He seized the opportunity and killed it with one strike. The rampaging ostrich didn't even have time to resist. Why are you looking at me like that? Turning around, Yifan looked at Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue, who had dazed expressions on the stage, and was puzzled. For a beast with such obvious weak points, it won't be a problem to surpass level 5. Under the stage, Fatty Li looked at the big 300 points and thought of his highest score of 8 points today. He then looked at Yifan, who seemed still very dissatisfied, and was silent for a while, complaining weakly. Yifan, please do something humane. Chapter 17 Rewards. Okay, that's about enough for today. After beating up the runaway ostrich, Yifan lost the desire to continue the challenge. It is easiest to jump levels at the iron level. At this time, everyone simply attacks with their limbs. As long as you find the weakness and dodge the opponent's beast, you can win unless the gap is too big and you can't even break the opponent's skin. When you reach the bronze level, the beast begins to have skills, and it will be more difficult to jump levels. The higher you go, the harder it is to jump levels. Okay. Fatty Li also stood up from the audience. He had challenged many times today, and his score exceeded 10. As for Ma Xiaoxue, it was a little higher, reaching around 15 points. Fatty, you can try the agility training upstairs. Thinking of something, Yifan said thoughtfully. A flexible snake is the most frightening. Okay. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly and walked upstairs. Yifan also followed the fat man upstairs. Yifan. Just as he went upstairs, Ma Xiaoxue caught up with him. Is there anything else? Yifan asked. I want to ask, is there any way to make my white wolf stronger quickly? Ma Xiaoxue asked. Obviously, she was also impressed by Yifan at this moment. She knew that the other party's Beastmaster's understanding was at least several streets ahead of hers, and hoped to get some advice. White wolf. Upon hearing this, Yifan showed a hint of thought, but soon shook his head. White wolf is a very common beast. There is nothing special about it. It can become stronger by eating more wild beast meat and some spiritual herbs and fruits suitable for it, such as the strong muscle grass. But this kind of beast taming is not very suitable for you. I just saw your beast taming talent. It should be the iron arm of the first level. With the upper limb strength of the beast taming, the white wolf has also increased its strength. If it is also of inferior grade, the gray bear will be more suitable for you. With your beast taming talent, it can also exert quite good combat power. When you open the second beast taming space with the breathing method, I suggest you choose a gray bear. Gray bear? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand a little, but that kind of beast seems to only be found in the beast taming forest. So, you need to gain experience on your own. A truly strong person can never succeed by just talking about it on paper. Yifan said this, and without saying anything else, he turned around and went upstairs. That's all I have to say. He and Ma Xiaoxue are not familiar with each other, so giving some advice is just a friendship between classmates. Downstairs, Ma Xiaoxue frowned. She knew about the beast-taming forest, but she was just a beginner beast-tamer. Would it be a bit? In the office, the atmosphere completely exploded as the 300-point question was scored. Zhang Hong's face turned pale. He sat in his seat and said nothing more. He knew very well what it meant for a freshman to score 300 points on the third day. The opponent must have quite a lot of practical experience, and might even be an extremely experienced beast tamer hunter who knew the weaknesses of beast tamers very well, so he could make a crazy leap to the black iron level. But he's just a freshman. How could he have such terrifying practical experience, top-level talent, and a fire dog? Even if he were to come, he wouldn't dare to say that he could do it. A natural fighting genius? This word popped up in Jiang Hong's mind, and his expression changed immediately. There are examples like this. Black Iron's ability to kill an opponent 2 levels higher meant that he could fight 3 levels higher. In his first year as a freshman, Yifan was able to suppress a large group of students of different levels. Of course, this is nothing to Jiang Hong, but what is more important is that for a whole year, just relying on Yifan, Pan Zhao will probably be able to get a lot of rewards. Even if he reaches the bronze level later, the gap between Pan Zhao and his classmates will be widened. Originally, they wanted to make Pan Zhaoyan unable to raise his head, but this time, not only did he raise his head, his chin was raised to the sky. I finally managed to persuade Pan Zhao to join the regular class. I thought everything was accomplished. Could it be that the whole plan would be ruined because of Yifan? Looking at the name on the instrument, Jiang Hong's eyes gradually grew colder. Brother Pan, look at Yifan's strength. How can he be a student in the ordinary class? A teacher who looked very honest in the group said with a smile. I think it may be that the previous evaluation was wrong. With this strength, he can at least be in the excellence class. You were not present on the day of the beast-taming talent awakening ceremony? Hearing this, Pan Zhao looked at the honest teacher and said, Li Xiang, are you saying that someone cheated and changed Yifan's talent rating? I didn't say that. Li Xiang hurriedly shook his head. The beast-taming talent awakening ceremony is what the higher-ups value most. It must be fair, just and open. If someone were to accuse the ceremony of fraud, it would be difficult to explain in a few words. That's it. Hearing this, Pan Zhao shook his head. Yifan is a grade 1, so he is a student in the ordinary class. What's the matter? Didn't you think that the ordinary class was full of trash? Now there is a character among the trash group, and you want to go there? Brother Pan, what are you talking about? Another instructor acted as a peacemaker. We are not trying to compete with Brother Pan for this reward. It's just that Yifan is quite capable, so it's a bit of a waste of his talent to stay in an ordinary class. You mean, I'm not worthy of teaching him? As soon as these words came out, Pan Zhao suddenly snorted coldly, and the unique aura of a beastmaster was released from his body. 9 golden stars. Feeling this power, the faces of many instructors changed a little. Wasn't Pan Zhao still at the gold 8 stars at the end of last year? How come he suddenly became a 9-star? 9 stars is already close to the peak. If you advance 1 more star, you can look forward to eternity. In the last Pingcheng high school tutor competition, I was ranked first. Pan Zhao snorted after sweeping everyone around. If any of you think you are more qualified than me to coach Yifan, you can come and try. After these words were spoken, many people present fell silent, and many of the teachers who seemed to be in the same department as Jiang Hong looked a little unhappy. Crunch. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and then an old man with gray hair but slightly plump walked in. Principal. Seeing this man, all the instructors stood up and saluted, and Pan Zhao was no exception. Pumi, the principal of Pingcheng High School, may look old and frail, but his strength as a beast tamer is unfathomable. Even the equally unruly Pan Zhao becomes very well behaved when he sees him. Everyone, I just heard that a new student has achieved the reward rules we set and scored 300 points in the drill. Pumi looked around at the many teachers present, smiling. Whose student is this? The crowd was silent for a while, but Pan Zhao raised his hand and said, Principal, this is my student, Yifan, and his beast is a fire dog. Your student? Pumi was slightly stunned. Then his smile became even wider. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen a student from an ordinary class take the lead according to the reward rules we set, and even get a perfect score that's 2 levels higher. Not bad. Not bad. After saying that, Pumi casually took out a token and threw it to Pan Zhao. This is the reward rule we agreed on before. a chance to enter the Yunqi's secret realm. Here is the token, Pan Zhao. Find a time to redeem it yourself. Thank you, Principal. Pan Zhao nodded and was about to stand up to thank him, but he saw Pumi shaking her head. Pan Zhao, it's not easy for a good seedling to emerge from the ordinary class. You must pay more attention to him. Understood. Pan Zhao naturally understood the hidden meaning of Pumi's words, patted his chest and said, as long as I am here, whoever dares to touch my students will die. You are a teacher now, you should act like a teacher. It's not like you're talking about fighting and killing every day, Pumi said, and didn't say anything else. He turned around and said, okay, I have nothing to do here. Everyone, work hard. The freshman competition will be in 3 months. I hope all your students can get good rankings. Chapter 18, The Fatty's Helplessness. In the evening, after a day of training, Fatty Li and Yi Fan were preparing to return to the dormitory to rest. As soon as they entered the dormitory building, a pair of big hands suddenly attacked them. Yi Fan reacted extremely quickly. The moment the big hand stretched out, he suddenly turned his hand to avoid it, then used his hand to draw a knife and chopped it down. Clang. This chop was like chopping on a stone. The big hand did not move at all. Instead, Yi Fan felt a slight pain in his hand. Strong. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, quickly pulled his hand back, and was about to launch another counterattack when a voice rang out. You kid, do you still want to hit the teacher? Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Fan was stunned. He looked up and saw Pan Zhao holding the fat man with one hand, and the other hand stopped in front of him. Teacher Pan. Yi Fan let down his guard, looked at Pan Zhao in front of him, and asked, Teacher, what can I do for you? It's okay. Pan Zhao retracted his hand, let go of the confused fatty, shook his hand and said, you scored 300 points in the drill today. The principal knew about it and said you were very good. I came here specially to reward you. Reward? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Are there any rewards for the scores in the drill? Of course there are. The school has set many reward conditions. If the conditions are met, both teachers and students will be rewarded. Looking at Yi Fan, who was still a little wary, Pan Zhao looked a little helpless. It's just that I never thought that students in ordinary classes could get these rewards, so I didn't tell you. That's it. Yi Fan finally relaxed a little. He had indeed heard of such a rule. What's the reward? Yi Fan looked at Pan Zhao with an interested expression. It depends on what you want. Pan Zhao replied, spreading his hands. Within the range, I can let you pick what you want. Are there any elite top-grade beast tamers, the kind with innate skills? Yi Fan asked. Pan Zhao's face immediately darkened. You can't get that kind of beast for less than tens of millions? You just got the freshman reward, not saving Pingcheng. Think again if it's under 50,000. Within 50,000. Hearing this, Yi Fan curled his lips and showed a thoughtful expression. On the other side, Pan Zhao's face turned even darker when he saw Yi Fan's expression. I haven't heard that this kid's family is rich, so why does he look so disappointed when he hears the number 50,000? Forget it. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan shook his head. Just cash it in? Are you sure? Hearing this, Pan Zhao was helpless. This was the first time he heard of someone offering a direct cash discount for rewards. Spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and beasts. Aren't these things attractive to him? Sure. In Pan Zhao's helpless eyes, Yi Fan nodded seriously. I want to cash it in. Pan Zhao was silent. Finally, he took out a bank card and said, there is exactly 50,000 yuan on this card. The password is 6/8. Take it. Thank you, Teacher Pan. Yi Fan took the bank card and winked at Fatty Li next to him. Ahem. Fatty Li understood and coughed, speaking aside. Although he was very afraid of Pan Zhao, he still said with gritted teeth, Teacher Pan Zhao, it's getting late. We'll leave first. Go. Pan Zhao only said one word. In the night, he looked at the backs of the two people leaving, seemingly helpless. But when he saw a red mark on his arm, a smile appeared in his eyes. This kid's combat awareness is really unmatched by ordinary people. In just a split second, he not only dodged my hand, but also fought back. If I hadn't spoken out, I guess he would have given me a few more stab attacks. We need to pay more attention to this kid. He's a good prospect. Pan Zhao nodded, as if he thought of something, looked at the house on one side, and smiled with some disdain. If you want to touch my students, think about yourself first. The next day, Fatty Li and Yi Fan came to the practice room to practice again. It was completely different from the last time. Yesterday, the news that Yi Fan scored 300 points in the practice room spread. Within a day, almost everyone knew that there was a boy named Yi Fan in the ordinary class who was able to kill an elite-level beastmaster by leaps 2 levels on the 3rd day of school. As a result, the ordinary class also became famous. Yesterday, Yifan told the students in the gifted class not to go to the practice room anymore. Later on, it became that no one except the students in the ordinary class was allowed to go. Many people were not convinced, especially those with better talents, but after a day, no one got 300. Not to mention 300, they didn't even get 100 kill points, only 90 defeat points. As a result, a strange scene happened. The first few practice rooms were crowded, but in the last one, there were only a few students in ordinary class uniforms training there. Isn't this Brother Fan? Come on, make room for Brother Fan. As soon as Yifan walked in, the eyes of those ordinary class students who were a little nervous suddenly lit up and they shouted. This sound immediately attracted the attention of the people around. He is Yifan, the ordinary student who jumped 2 levels and got 300 points? Ordinary class? You don't know, he was the first in Pingcheng in theory. The principal said he could become a powerful beast master. Yifan, you better get out of here right now. Didn't you say at that time that he would definitely become a waste? Why are you saying it again now? The principal has a very sharp eye. Even a level 1 talent can be so powerful. If it is level 1, wouldn't it be invincible? The crowd's discussions were chaotic, just like the scene when he first entered school, but now the words were no longer mocking or joking, but instead all kinds of fawning and flattering. This is the reality. When you are strong, those people will rush to please you, and when you fall to the bottom, this group of people will come one after another to step on you. Yifan naturally acted as if he didn't hear any of the discussions. He walked to the practice room at the back and looked at the student who had shouted before. His eyes were very calm. The student looked at Yifan's eyes, shrank his head, and looked at the crowded crowd around him. Obviously, he realized that his slap not only did not hit the horse's butt, but might have hit the horse's balls instead. You shouted very well, but don't shout next time. Just when he was feeling nervous, Yifan's voice rang out. The student looked up in panic, but only saw Yifan calmly shaking his head. Confidence is something you have to give yourself. After saying this, Yifan walked towards the practice platform. What are you doing here? Don't you have anything to do? Not long after, a stern voice rang out and the crowd dispersed instantly. Yifan heard the voice and turned his head to see Pan Zhao leaning against the wall of the practice room with his hands folded. I'm here to watch my training. Thinking of this, Yifan smiled, didn't care, released the fire dog, and pressed the challenge button. Black Iron 4 stars. Below the stage, Pan Zhao was slightly surprised when he saw the fire dog released by Yifan. However, he was considered a strong man in Pingcheng after all. He nodded, and then, he focused his attention on watching the battle on the stage. Since he is a top student, it is only right that he should be given special care and more guidance. I am the best teacher in Pingcheng High School. Instructing a freshman is like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. Pan Zhao raised the corners of his mouth and sat on a stool beside him, but as Yifan's battle continued, he slowly couldn't raise his mouth anymore. This kid used his beast control to dodge almost every attack from the beast on the other side. Such a quick reaction? Boom. It didn't take long before the first beast in the evolution instrument fell down. Looking at the 100 on the training instrument, Yifan didn't hesitate and chose to continue the challenge. A higher level beast tamer still had the same result. From beginning to end, every attack was dodged. Could this kid have calculated the attack method of the opposing beast master? Pan Zhao frowned. It was the first time he saw a student like that. Oh no, it was the first time he saw someone else's beast master fighting in this way. Throughout the whole process, it didn't seem like he was fighting against the drill device. On the contrary, he was like the drill device, and an extremely advanced one at that. He could perfectly see all the next moves of the opponent's beast, even some stress counterattacks after being attacked. How good does the theory have to be to have this effect? Pan Zhao was a little surprised, and at this time, the second beast fell down. The light flashed, and this time, it was the runaway ostrich again. On the stage, Yifan laughed, and off the stage, Pan Zhao also laughed. This runaway ostrich is extremely fast, with 6 stars in black iron, and its speed is at least close to the bronze level. This time, even if you calculate faster, can you still react so quickly? On the stage, the battle was about to break out. The violent ostrich moved its legs and arrived in front of the fire dog in the blink of an eye. But just a second ago, Yifan's voice rang out, "Fire dog, take a step to the left, and then lock your throat." Boom. Almost the same scene happened as the first time. The runaway ostrich had its throat bitten off and was killed with one blow. Pan Zhao was stunned until Yifan walked off the stage. Seeing that Yifan looked relaxed, Pan Zhao opened his mouth, only to feel it was a little dry. What does this let me guide? No, it's too embarrassing to sit like this. Looking at Yifan, who was looking at him with a smile, Pan Zhao felt a little restless. Just at this moment, the fat man came on stage. When Pan Zhao saw that the fat man was attacked despite his clumsy dodge, he stood up immediately. Li Yu, what are you doing? You can't even dodge something as simple as this? The moment you saw the opponent attacking, you should have immediately commanded the beast to dodge. Can you tame beasts? My grandma can command them better than you. On the stage, Fatty Li felt numb. My goodness, this devil instructor came to watch my training? Chapter 19. Back to the forest. Soon, a few days passed, and the fiery fruit and strong muscle grass in Yifan's beast-taming space grew as expected. For fiery fruits, not bad. Looking at the small fiery fruit tree bearing fruits in the ground, Yifan had a smile in his eyes. He picked the fruits and moved his gaze to the strong muscle grass beside him. At this moment, strong muscle grass has also grown out, a small piece of lush green, and after being cut, it grows to almost 2 kilograms. Yifan did not feed all of these spiritual fruits to the fire dog. He gave it 2 fiery fruits and some strengthening grass, allowing it to successfully reach the black iron 6 stars. You can't eat too many spiritual herbs and fruits at one time, and the beast needs some time to digest them. Yifan, are we still training in school today? In the morning, Fatty Li stood in front of Yifan's door as usual, carrying more than a dozen buns. Not today. Daily training in school can only be regarded as proficiency in skills. To truly show them, they must be put to actual combat. Yifan shook his head. Today, let's go to the Silver Moon Forest. Let's go to Silver Moon Forest. Okay. Fatty Li smiled when he heard this. He was obsessed with the Silver Moon Forest. Not only could he earn a lot of money by going there, but he could also get some meat. Have you finished eating your 5 kilograms of gray bear meat? Yifan asked, looking at Fatty Li's reaction. Yes. Hearing this, the fat man scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's been a few days since I finished eating it. Ever since eating the gray bear meat, Fatty Li's appetite has been aroused. He doesn't want to eat anything else. His breathing method has not been running smoothly in the past 2 days. Of course, this was not decided by him. The higher the level of Tao Tai practice, the better the food should be, so as to fully exert the advantages of Tao Tai. I'll get you some more food today, Yifan said with a smile in his eyes. By the way, do something more important. Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little confused. What's more important? You'll know when the time comes. Yifan shook his head. Bring 2 larger bags, in case you have too much beast meat and your beast space can't hold it all. Okay. Fatty Li scratched his head, turned around, went into the dormitory, took out 2 large backpacks, and followed Yifan outside in confusion. Their abnormal behavior naturally attracted the attention of Pan Zhao, who was at school every day. Why are these 2 guys running out again? In a classroom in a teaching building, Pan Zhao looked at Fatty Li and Yifan, each carrying a large bag, with a puzzled expression. They won't go to Silver Moon Forest again, will they? Do these 2 brats really think that's a place to buy goods? If they run into a bronze-level beast hunting outside, they won't know how they died. As time passed, within a few days, Pan Zhao's attitude towards Yifan changed 180 degrees, and he would go to watch him train every day. At first, Pan Zhao was thinking about whether he could give Yifan some guidance, but after a few days, he didn't say a word. Instead, he was always shocked by the other party's abnormally sharp combat intuition. Later, Pan Zhao's focus changed and he began to guide Fatty Li, who was with Yifan every day. This made Fatty Li extremely miserable. Being scolded was a compulsory daily course for him. Pan Zhao was never merciful when he spoke, and Fatty's beast-taming skills were really worrying. Basically, every time Pan Zhao came, he would look for a while and then start scolding Fatty Li. Over the past few days, Fatty Li's beast-taming skills have improved a lot. Although he still gets scolded every day, he is now doing a better job and is no longer the chaotic and disorganized command he had before. These 2 guys are really troublesome. After thinking for a while, Pan Zhao picked up a hat beside him and said, "Let's go and take a look, lest we lose the only top student in our class." Fatty, walk faster. In the beast-taming forest, Yifan frowned. What's wrong? Fatty Li became a little nervous after seeing Yifan's unusual reaction. Is there a powerful wild beast nearby? No. Yifan shook his head, glanced behind him vaguely, and lowered his voice. Someone is following us. Someone is following us? Hearing this, the fat man was suddenly a little scared. Shoo. Yifan made a gesture to keep quiet and whispered, "Follow me. Don't talk." Okay. Fatty Li held his breath. At this moment, he thought of many things about killing people and stealing treasures in the beast-taming forest. Could it be that someone saw that they were students of Pingcheng High School and wanted to steal their treasure? Will there be a sneak attack? The kind with poison? Fatty Li was nervous, while Yifan quickly shuttled through the jungle and headed straight for a bronze-level beast-taming habitat. Of course, he was not going to challenge the beast tamer, but to let the person who was following him solve it. Passing by the beast habitat, Yifan did not stop here. He walked forward for quite a while before stopping. Yifan, aren't we running away? Fatty Li was still worried at this moment, fearing that he would be killed and his treasures taken away. No need. Yifan shook his head and looked towards the beast habitat not far away. Wait a moment, there will be movement there. Sure enough, after a while, the roar of a ferocious beast was heard not far away. Obviously, someone had intruded into its territory. Fatty, let's go back. Yifan smiled and pulled Fatty towards the beast-taming habitat. The cases of murder and treasure stealing that Fatty had in mind were very common in the Silver Moon Forest. Wild beasts roamed around here, and if one or two people died, there was no way to investigate. Many people would have evil intentions, and there were many cases of stalking and killing. But this time it was obviously not the case. On the contrary, Yifan knew who was coming. Crash, crash. The two returned and pushed aside the bushes but saw no one. Only a dead bronze 1-star evil rhino. A bronze-level beastmaster. The fat man's eyes lit up, but soon he became a little scared. The man who tracked us can kill bronze-level beastmasters. He can not only kill bronze-level beasts, but also silver-level and even gold-level beasts. Yifan said with a smile, "Don't worry, that person is not here to kill us." They're not going to kill us? The fat man was stunned. Then who is it? It's no fun to talk about it. Yifan shook his head and looked in a certain direction in the jungle. Anyway, he is here to protect us. He remembered Pan Zhao's breath, which had been following them since they entered the forest, without any deliberate restraint. Yifan was very sensitive, so he naturally noticed it. He simply pretended not to know, and let the teacher help them solve some small troubles they encountered inadvertently. Fatty, hurry up and collect the bodies. This bronze-level evil rhino is quite valuable. This one is worth at least 10,000. Yifan urged Fatty Li, let's not talk about the rhino horn. Just this body of flesh and blood is also very effective for feeding beasts. It just so happens that you are out of meat. This evil rhino weighs at least several hundred kilograms. Half of it each will be enough for you to eat for a long time. Okay. Fatty Li knew that the crisis was over, so he boldly collected the flesh and blood of the evil rhinoceros. It didn't take long for Fatty Li to collect the flesh and blood. Then, he looked at Yifan excitedly. Yifan, what should we do next? Should we continue to look for other bronze-level beasts? No. Yifan shook his head. Let's go to the periphery. Why? The fat man was puzzled and scratched his head. Didn't you say someone was protecting us? That's protection, not thugs. It's enough to take advantage of some things. If you take too much, it will both annoy people and make you look cheap. Yifan shook his head. One bronze-level beast is enough. We came here to experience the real beast fighting. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Fatty Li followed Yifan's pace. In the distance, on a tree, Pan Zhao was a little surprised as he watched Yifan and the others walking towards the outskirts of the forest. Pan Zhao was a little angry when he found out that he had inexplicably become a thug. However, after seeing that the other party did not continue to provoke him but took the initiative to retreat to the periphery, Pan Zhao's evaluation of Yifan became much higher. Obviously, the other party was telling him through this action that he knew he was following him, and after taking a little advantage, he continued to do what he should do. Smart, intelligent, knows how to do things in moderation, and has such a strong fighting talent. Looking at the two voices in the distance, Pan Zhao seemed to be thinking about something. This Yifan is a man of great potential. Chapter 20 Purple Snake. Fatty, you did well this time. You know how to adapt to circumstances. You've made progress. With the cooperation of the fire dog and the sun snake, another gray-haired bear with 7 black iron stars fell in front of Yifan and the fat man. This time, the fat man's performance was remarkable. He dodged the attacks of the gray bear several times and bit the gray bear several times. Oh no. The fat man scratched his head a little embarrassedly and looked at Yifan. Teacher Pan points at my nose and scolds me every day. If I don't make any progress, he will really call his grandmother to fight with me in the beast battle. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head. Pan Zhao has always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although his words are a bit harsh, that is his character. Even if he teaches the elite class, he will still point at the students' noses and scold them. Otherwise, why would he be called a devil mentor? But this devil tutor is actually very good to students. Normally, when students in these ordinary classes have any problems, they will go to him and basically get good answers. Although he can't avoid a scolding, he will always help you solve the problem. If you change a teacher to teach ordinary people, he will explain the problem to you, and you may not even bother to scold him. Fatty, when you become stronger in the future, if you can help Teacher Pan, you can help. Yifan said as he thought of something. Hearing this, the fat man was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, "No matter how strong I am in the future, can I be stronger than Teacher Pan Zhao?" Fatty, you need to be more open-minded. Upon hearing this, Yifan replied, "Aren't you going to raise a dragon python in the future? Why don't you have the confidence to surpass Teacher Pan?" The fat man choked, then nodded decisively. "Then I will definitely be better than Teacher Pan in the future." "That's right." Yifan nodded with a smile. "Let's go and see if there are any wild spiritual fruits or anything like that in this forest." In the tree, Pan Zhao was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. "Am I so weak? Then Li Yudu is confident that he will be stronger than me in the future? If you still want to raise dragon pythons, why don't you go to heaven?" These two guys, day by day. Pan Zhao was about to curse, but he heard Fatty Li's ambitious words in the front. "When I become stronger than Teacher Pan in the future, I will also tell Teacher Pan to let my grandmother come and duel with him in a beast-taming duel." Ha ha ha, he will definitely be pissed off by then. "Pan Zhao, Liu usually doesn't scold me too lightly." "Hey Yifan, what do you think that is?" Walking past a big tree in the forest, Fatty Li looked at a large cluster of mushroom-like things growing from the roots of the tree and was a little surprised. "Is this some kind of spiritual herb or fruit?" After hearing what Fatty Li said, Yifan glanced at the large cluster of mushrooms and said casually, "That can't be called a spiritual herb or fruit. It's called the explosive mushroom. It's at most a low-end fruit. Not up to standard?" This made Fatty Li a little confused. "Are there any levels for spiritual herbs and fruits?" "Of course there are." Yifan nodded and explained, "The spiritual herbs and fruits we usually see can only be regarded as a general term, which refers to fruits and herbs with spiritual energy. Generally speaking, these kinds of natural treasures are divided into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, and immortal. Each level is further divided into 3 grades according to its efficacy and applicable groups. To be precise, most of the spiritual herbs and fruits we usually see belong to the mortal grade, such as the tendon strengthening grass, silver snake fruit, and fiery fruit that I bought before. Among them, the silver snake fruit belongs to the mortal grade lower grade natural treasure, while the tendon strengthening grass and fiery fruit are of the middle grade. The higher you go, the better the effects of the natural treasures will be, and the greater the effect they can have on taming beasts. When you reach the Xin level, the spiritual fruits can even have various effects such as changing the attributes of taming beasts or increasing the potential of taming beasts. Oh, no wonder the silver snake fruit is so cheap, 2,000 each. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly. What about the immortal level treasures? What are they? Are they very useful? These are too far away, and we can't get them now. Yifan shook his head, let alone the immortal level. Even if it's a mysterious level treasure, as long as it comes out, there will be strong people from all sides fighting for it and setting off a bloody storm. That's right. Fatty Li nodded after thinking about it. Then why don't we usually talk about this? I don't think I've heard of it in the textbooks either. For most people, it's useless to know so much. It's like ordinary treasures. Apart from knowing the price difference, what else can you tell apart? Yifan replied, "You can't see that far, so naturally, you can't see that many things." "I see," Fatty Li replied. At this moment, his eyes were full of curiosity. He had to admit that following Yifan for these days, he had gained a lot of insights, whether it was taming beasts or some other things, especially the big picture that the other party revealed from time to time, which benefited Fatty Li a lot. To give the simplest example, before Yifan said those words, all he wanted was to have a silver beast and be able to get into university. But now, a silver beast? I want to raise a dragon python in the future. Is there any change between the two? He, Liu, is still the same Liu. But the gap between a person who only wants to live a life of idleness and wait for death and a person who aspires to become a powerful beastmaster will definitely be as huge as a chasm in the future. Of course, the more important person across this gap is Yifan. Thinking of something, Fatty Li looked at Yifan who was exploring ahead, his eyes fluctuating, and muttered, "When I have a dragon python, I will definitely get some legendary fairy fruits, and we will eat them together." In front, Yifan naturally heard Fatty Li's muttering and a smile appeared on his face. This fat guy only wanted the dragon python a few days ago, and now he wants the fairy fruit. There are no immortal fruits, but there are mortal-level spiritual fruits. Yifan suddenly stopped and spoke. Where are the spiritual fruits? Where are they? Upon hearing this, the fat man came closer and saw at a glance a huge tree in front of him with purple vines entwined around it. There were at least 7 or 8 fruits on the vines, one by one. Silver snake fruit. The fat man was a little excited when he saw the fruit. This was the most suitable fruit for his fiery sun snake to eat. With so many of them, the fiery sun snake would get black iron 4 stars after eating them. I'll pick it. After saying this, Fatty Lee jumped over a tree root and prepared to walk towards the silver snake fruit. Wait. Yifan grabbed Fatty Lee and suddenly lowered his voice. Fatty, follow the vines and look carefully. Look more carefully? Hearing this, Fatty Lee focused and looked up along the purple vines, but did not see anything unusual. There's nothing. Fatty Lee choked in the middle of his words. It was obvious that one section of the vine was thicker and irregular. Looking closely, there was obviously a pair of eyes there. Snake. There's a snake beast hiding there. What the hell? Fatty Lee had stretched his neck to see, but this discovery almost scared him to death, and he took several steps back. See it clearly. Yifan's voice rang out. I see it clearly. The fat man stopped and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If Yifan hadn't reminded him, he would definitely be bitten if he went to pick the silver snake fruit. That fucking purple snake is definitely poisonous. Yifan, let's kill it. After taking a breath, Fatty Lee said to Yifan, no need. Yifan shook his head, looking at the motionless purple snake-like beast, and said, it's a 3-star black iron purple striped snake. This kind of snake has very weak combat power. An ordinary person can kill it by hitting its vital point at the right opportunity. But this snake has an advantage. It is very poisonous. As long as the venomous fangs bite it, unless it is naturally immune to poison, no bronze-level beast can resist it. Luckily, it didn't bite me. The fat man replied, picking up a branch from the ground. I'm going to hit it right away. I'm not telling you all this just to get you to hit it in the weak spot. Yifan said with a smile on his face. It's highly poisonous and a snake beast. It just so happens that you opened a second beast taming space. This beast is the most suitable for you. Chapter 21, the second beast. The most suitable beast for me? Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee was stunned. He looked at the purple striped snake that raised its head and took a breath of cold air. How can I tame it? If I go straight over, what if it bites me? There are only 2 ways to tame a beast. First, convince it, and second, beat it into submission. Yifan answered and said to Fatty Lee, I'll use the fire dog to support you. Go and see if you can convince it. If not, we'll beat it up. Persuade? Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head and walked towards the big tree under the gaze of Yifan and Fire Dog. Under the tree, Fatty Lee looked at the purple snake not far away and hesitated a little. Hello, are you willing to be my beast? Hearing this, Yifan was speechless. What I mean by persuading is to release your beast to show affinity, and at the same time release the beast control array. If it is persuaded, it will agree to sign a contract with you. It's fine if you don't study the theory well in junior high school, but it can't understand your pure Pingcheng accent. Oh. Hearing this, Fatty Lee smiled awkwardly and summoned the fiery sun snake. Then, he waved his hands and chanted a spell. A circular magic circle gradually formed in front of Fatty Lee. Fortunately, Fatty Lee still remembered the spell of the beast taming formation. Hiss. On the tree, looking at the magic circle floating in front of it, the purple snake hissed, looking at Fatty Lee and the fiery sun snake beside him. It seemed a little hesitant. Roar. A low, hoarse roar from the fire dog sounded nearby. The purple snake immediately looked up and saw Yifan with his hands folded not far away. It is a beast, and it is intelligent. But at this moment, it froze in a human-like manner. Is this convincing? The fire dog's mouth is almost stretched to its ears. Fatty, show us your talent for taming beasts. Yifan spoke at this time. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee raised his hand immediately, and the enhanced toxin took effect on the fiery sun snake. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the purple-striped snake looked at the fire dog with its mouth grinning from ear to ear, then looked at the flaming sun snake with strengthened fangs. It paused for a few seconds, made a low and hoarse sound, and crashed into the beast-taming formation. The next moment, the formation closed and enveloped Fatty Lee. Yifan, I succeeded in conquering him. Fatty Lee looked surprised. Yeah, not bad. Yifan nodded and didn't say much. Go to the cashier's snake fruit. Good. Fatty Lee happily went to collect the snake fruits. There were 8 in total, all of which were ripe. If they hadn't come here today, they would have been eaten by the purple snake. Fatty, collect the vines of the silver snake fruit as well. Yifan suddenly said, I'll take them back to plant. Transplant? Fatty Lee was a little confused. He still had some common sense and knew that he couldn't kill the goose that lay the golden eggs. Besides, the environment for artificial planting was better than that in the wild, and it was not certain that the crops would grow well after transplantation. However, since Yifan said he wanted to transplant it, Fatty Lee didn't think too much about it. He quickly collected the vines and handed them to Yifan. Yifan put the things back into the beast-taming space, and a smile appeared on his face. Silver snake fruit is produced approximately once every 2 months. With this piece of vine, Fatty will have the spiritual fruits for the early stages of his 2 beasts. Yifan, should I continue to subdue snake beasts of the same level once the beast control space is opened? Fatty Lee was a little excited after getting a new beast. There are still many snake beasts of inferior quality, such as morning glory snakes and cabbage snakes. These should all be fine. No. Yifan shook his head. These 2 of inferior quality are enough. The ones you want to subdue in the future must be at least elite quality or higher. Why? It's the same old saying, be friendly. Yifan explained. You collect a bunch of low-quality beast masters. When you meet an elite one in the future, they will feel that you are full of the smell of low-quality bloodline beast masters. Who would be willing to follow you? Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Does beast taming also have a contempt chain? More than that, beast masters value bloodline more. Yifan replied, a beast master with extremely high bloodline will be scared even if it is of black iron or bronze level, while beast masters with low bloodline are of silver or gold level. Not to mention that a beast master with high bloodline can basically not be weaker than a beast master with low bloodline. You brought your bunch of morning glory snakes and cabbage snakes. Even if you could subdue thousands of them, let alone a dozen, you wouldn't be able to lift your heads in front of the dragon python. How can you subdue them? But if on the contrary, I have the aura of a dragon python on me, would it be easy to subdue a purple-striped snake like today's? Fatty Lee asked doubtfully. Yes. Yifan nodded, with a smile in his eyes. Fatty, you can draw inferences from one example. Oh no. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After all, I am still a cultured person. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head, waving his hand. Let's go. It's still early today. Do more. You have 2 beasts now. You need to get used to the rhythm of commanding multiple beasts at the same time. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and summoned the purple snake. When he saw that the purple snake seemed to have a resentful look in its eyes, he scratched his head in confusion. Why is this purple snake looking at me like that? I didn't force it. It followed me voluntarily. Purple snake, hiss. In the distance, Pan Zhao was shocked again when he saw Fatty Lee really controlling 2 beasts at the same time. What's going on? How long have these students only learned the breathing method before they open the second beast-taming space? Am I wrong? Pan Zhao was a little confused, his eyes wandering between Fatty Lee and Yifan. This Yifan is obviously a student with great potential. He can be with Liu every day. Is Liu also a talent? But his method of taming beasts is clearly as stinky as shit. The kind of people who are suitable for practicing breathing techniques? Pan Zhao made some guesses. All living beings are different. There are indeed some beast masters whose beast taming level is not very good, but the level of breathing techniques is extremely high. There are even people who practice breathing techniques who are stronger than their own beast tamers. There are such examples. Many people who do not have the talent for beast taming also rely on breathing techniques to strengthen themselves. These 2 guys are good. Pan Zhao nodded, with some light in his eyes. The advantage of being able to open 2 beast-taming spaces at this stage is self-evident. Even if one's talent is average, the 2-to-1 ratio means at least a qualitative change in quantity. He has been a beast-taming teacher in Pingcheng for more than 10 years. He has taught several elite classes and met many geniuses, but this is the first time he has had this feeling with 2 students in ordinary classes. Pan Zhao wasn't sure what it felt like specifically, a promising future? Thinking of this, Pan Zhao focused his eyes and saw that Fatty Lee was so flustered that he was about to bite his tongue when he was commanding the 2 beasts. Isn't this fucking beast tamer still as stinky as shit? Yifan, I always feel like I'm in a mess when I'm giving orders. While cleaning up the corpse of a beast in front of him, Fatty Lee said to Yifan, commanding this one and that one, it feels so chaotic. Don't feel it. You are really in a mess when commanding. Yifan replied with a smile. In fact, there is not much difference between commanding multiple beasts and commanding one. You can think of them as different characteristics of a beast and find out their respective advantages and disadvantages. For example, The fangs of the fiery sun snake are sharp and can pierce the thick skin and flesh of some beasts. Its gradient color can hide well in the environment. The purple snake, on the other hand, has a strong poison, but its fangs are not sharp enough, and its body is relatively fragile. In that case, should the fiery sun snake attack those areas with thick skin and flesh, while the purple snake should attack the weak spots and vital points of the beast. When faced with a counterattack, should the fiery sun snake use its gradient color to hide in the environment, while the purple snake, which has a fragile body and obvious patterns, should use obstacles to avoid it. I think I understand now. Fatty Lee seemed to have suddenly realized something. He looked at Yifan for a long time before saying, "No wonder the principal said that you will become a powerful beastmaster in the future. This set of theories is much easier to understand than those in the textbooks. It is a necessary ability for a strong person to change his or her cognition according to the environment and different situations so that it can correspond to the current situation. You must also adapt to this way of thinking in the future." Yifan answered, took a step and walked forward. After a day of hunting, by dusk, Yifan and his companions had captured a total of 15 beasts, most of which were around 6 stars in strength, with one each at 7, 8, and 9 stars, not including the bronze-level evil rhinoceros. Today's harvest is too big. On the way out, Fatty Lee sighed, "Next time I come, I will get at least 20 or 30 heads. Next time? Next time we won't focus on these black iron-level beasts." Yifan shook his head and stretched. "Let's go and sell them. Leave 50 kilograms of bronze-level flesh and blood to buy some spiritual herbs and fruits. Train well in the next few days. It will be the 10th soon. We need to prepare to enter the secret realm." "Okay." Fatty Lee nodded and walked in front. Suddenly he thought of something. "Hey Yifan, didn't you say you had something important to do today? What is it?" "It's already been done," Yifan replied. "What? That purple snake?" Yifan smiled and looked at Fatty Lee and said, "Fatty, you should be the first beast master among the freshmen to have 2 beasts to control. Isn't this a big deal?" "Oh." Fatty Lee nodded, then scratched his head somewhat unconfidently. "Am I that awesome?" Chapter 22, Entering the Secret Realm. One morning, in the beast-taming space, Yifan activated the sacred technique and swallowed another mouthful of food. As he exhaled, he opened his eyes, and there was some golden light flashing in his eyes. In just a few days, several months have passed here. At this moment, his physique is far superior to others. It is no exaggeration to say that even a black iron 5-star beast can be killed by Yifan with his bare hands. Wong Wong. On the side, the fire dog saw Yifan waking up and came up to him affectionately. Its progress was also significant. After eating 2 more fiery fruits and a lot of strengthening grass, its level had reached black iron 8 stars. At this moment, the school has only been open for less than 10 days outside, and such a progress can only be described as terrifying. Hurry up, and once you advance to bronze, we can do some big things. Yifan touched the fire dog's head and shifted his gaze to the land beside him. At this moment, the silver snake fruit, fiery fire fruit, and strong muscle grass have all grown. The smell of the spirit fruit is permeating the air, and the air seems to be much sweeter. In the open space on the side, there was also a small sapling rising. Looking at the sapling, Yifan's eyes were a little focused. That is the sapling of the ordinary level middle grade white jade tree. When the white jade tree grows up, it can bear white jade fruit, which can significantly increase the growth rate of the beast. The white jade fruit is a rare, ripening fruit. It was a pretty good spiritual fruit, and Yifan used the 50,000 yuan rewarded by Panjiao to buy this. The growth cycle of this spiritual fruit is very long. Generally speaking, it only matures once a year or so. Now that small saplings can sprout, it is already quite good. There are more and more things in my beast-controlling space. Yifan stretched out, picked off the spiritual fruits, gave some to the fire dog as usual, and pocketed the others. Today is the day that Pan Zhao selects candidates to enter the secret realm. He has been in seclusion for a few days in order to gain greater rewards after entering the secret realm. After exiting the beast-taming space, Yifan knocked on Fatty Lee's door, but as soon as he put his hand on the door, it opened by itself. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Fatty Lee sitting at the table. In front of him was a large piece of roasted rhino meat. He was wearing a scarf and holding a knife and fork in his hands. The dormitory was filled with the aroma of barbecue. "Yifan, are you finally done with your retreat?" Seeing Yifan appear, Fatty Lee quickly stood up and went to get the knife and fork from the drawer next to him. "Come here. The rhino meat is freshly grilled. It's delicious." "I don't need it." Yifan shook his head, looked at the fat man, and said with a smile, "Fatty, You are about to live a noble life. Do you know what day it is today? What day? After hearing this, Fatty Lee realized it belatedly and looked at the calendar beside him. When he saw the bright red words, Secret Realm Selection Day on it, the fat man stood up with a bang. It's over. Teacher Pan said yesterday that we would gather at 9 o'clock today, and now it's already 8:55. Hurry, hurry, hurry to the playground to gather. Teacher Pan has been very upset with me recently. If I'm late again, he will punish me to death. Why haven't these two brats come yet? On the playground, Pan Zhao frowned as he looked at the team in front of him and saw that the familiar figures were missing. Of course, it was not only Pan Zhao who noticed that Yifan and Fatty Li were not there. In the back row, Deng Chong, who had been unable to find an opportunity to discuss Yifan, poked his head out. Teacher, can we start now? It's already 9 o'clock. Deng Chong said this with a smile on his face. He knew Pan Zhao's temper. Last time, 2 people were late for the weekly class and he directly locked them out. This time, Yifan and the others were late, so they would probably be disqualified. I don't know. Do I need you to remind me? Pan Zhao replied with a curse. Or do you think I'm blind and can't see the watch? No, If you don't have anything, then shut up. Pan Zhao yelled angrily. Deng Chong retracted his head, his eyes full of confusion. What's going on? Yifan and the others are late, but Pan Zhao is angry. Click, click. At this moment, Yifan and Fatty Li arrived. There was still quite a distance between the dormitory and the playground, and Fatty Li was gasping for breath. Liu, didn't I tell you yesterday that the selection would start at 9 o'clock today? Pan Zhao's eyes automatically locked onto Fatty Li, and he cursed on the spot. Are you a fish? Did you forget what I told you yesterday? Yes. Fatty Li didn't hear clearly. He just thought it was an admission of mistake and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, laughter broke out. Fatty Li looked up and looked at Pan Zhao, whose face turned green. He then realized that something was wrong. He opened his mouth and told Yifan the countermeasures he and Yifan had discussed on the way, and said quickly, Teacher Pan, Yifan wasn't feeling well. I was taking care of him and forgot about it. Hearing this, Pan Zhao's gaze shifted to Yifan. When he saw that the other party was full of energy and didn't even breathe, his eyes changed. This kid seemed to have made great progress. You call this being unwell? Go back quickly. After looking at Fatty Li, Pan Zhao didn't say anything else. He cursed in a low voice and turned around. Yes. Fatty Li agreed repeatedly, pulled Yifan, and walked towards the back of the team. Coincidentally, he stood next to Deng Chong and his group. At this moment, Deng Chong looked at the fat man and moved to the side, looking cautious. Humph. Fatty Li was no longer afraid of Deng Chong at this time. However, looking at his reaction, he asked Yifan with some doubt, Deng Chong seems to be very afraid of us? Maybe he's not really afraid of us, but he's really afraid of Teacher Pan Zhao. Yifan shook his head. Although Pan Zhao's words just now were obviously scolding the fat man, the scolding revealed that the relationship between the two sides was quite good. Deng Chong is not a fool, so he can naturally hear it. The rules for selecting the quota are very simple. Pan Zhao explained the rules in front. There are 10 positions around me. If you think you are qualified to enter, stand up. Everyone has one chance to challenge the person in this position. In the end, the people standing in these 10 positions can enter the secret realm this time. After hearing such a rule, everyone was silent. One person whispered, Teacher, wouldn't it be easy for the person who goes up first to be beaten? Yes. Pan Zhao did not deny it and nodded. I know what you want to say. You think it's unfair. I will give the first person who stands up a chance to challenge again. If he loses, he can challenge again. After these words were spoken, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Yifan, should we go stand first or? The fat man consulted Yifan. Of course I'll stand first. Yifan replied, seeing Fatty Li's worry, and said, just release your 2 poisonous snakes later. These are freshmen who have not experienced much combat. We have killed more than 20 beasts in the Silver Moon Forest. Don't you have the confidence to win against them? That's right. Fatty Li nodded. So, when Pan Zhao announced the selection of seats, everyone was still hesitating. But Yifan and Fatty Li had already stood up. With Yifan taking the lead, all 10 seats were soon filled. In addition to Yifan and the fat man, Deng Chong occupied 1 seat and Ma Xiaoxue also occupied 1 seat. Most of the others were unknown to everyone. There are more than 50 people in the ordinary class. Minus 10 of them, the remaining 40 or so are now looking for their opponents. After a while, someone chose to challenge the champion, and the two sides began the beast-taming showdown. Most of the beast tamers in the ordinary class were still at the Black Iron 1-star level, with some good ones reaching the 2-star level. Deng Chong and Ma Xiaoxue were both at the 3-star level. Fatty Li also followed Yifan's advice. First, he placed the fiery sun snake and the purple-striped snake on the ground, one with 4 black iron stars and the other with 3 black iron stars. The bodies of the 2 snakes were buried in the grass with their heads standing upright, which was quite scary. This move caused many people to marvel at it, and almost immediately, the news that Fatty Li was able to tame 2 beasts spread. Can that fat guy be so powerful? In another position of the team, Deng Chong looked at Fatty Li, the 2-headed snake, and cursed him hatefully. How about we go and cause trouble for him? Deng Chong's henchman whispered, with more than a dozen of us, we can still fight a round-robin battle. Are you a fool? Instead of spending so much energy to deal with a fat guy, you might as well send more people into the secret realm. Deng Chong cursed. His eyes shifted to Yifan, and he trembled suddenly. Or, find Yifan. If I say you are stupid, then you really are stupid. Deng Chong slapped his follower. Don't you know who Yifan is? A throat-locking maniac. Go fight him. Don't you want to control the beast anymore? Chapter 23 Conflict. Hearing this, the follower who was slapped in the face stopped talking. Yifan went to the practice room for a few days, and someone recorded a video of him scoring 300 points. Later, the video went viral, and everyone knew that Yifan's favorite move was the chokehold. No matter what beast you tame or what moves you have in the end, I will lock your throat and kill you with one move. So some people gave Yifan the nickname of the throat-choking demon. Later, the nickname became more and more outrageous, and gradually evolved into that anyone who fought with Yifan's Beastmaster Duel would be choked by Yifan's fire dog. Everyone is scared to death, so until now, Yifan has not released his beast, and no one has come to challenge him. Who dares to challenge? Others challenge to win or lose, but he challenges to life or death. He finally gets a beast to control, but if he gets strangled, he will be expelled from school. I understand, Brother Chong. The follower who was slapped could only nod and said helplessly, Are we going to let Yifan and that fat guy enter the secret realm so smoothly? Let them in. Deng Chong answered. His eyes turned cold. It's not just the ordinary class that enters the secret realm. The students from the excellence class, elite class, and elite class all have to go in. Once we get in, when we meet up with my cousin, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. So that's how it is. The henchman was ecstatic. Then let's quickly take up a few more seats so that we can eat meat with Brother Chong later. That's it. Deng Chong replied, his eyes shifting to Yifan beside him. He originally didn't want to provoke Yifan recently, but his cousin suddenly changed his mind and said that he would go into the secret realm to deal with this guy, which was exactly what Deng Chong wished. Now that we have entered the secret realm, I will repay you for the last time and the last time. Looking at Yifan, Deng Chong said viciously. On the other side, Yifan naturally felt Deng Chong's gaze and snorted twice. He has already left his peers far behind now that he is fully familiar with the school. This time in the secret realm, he will be able to completely consolidate the gap. Soon, a few hours later, the qualification to enter the secret realm was finally confirmed. Yifan, Fatty, and Deng Chong were the 3 people who received the least challenges. Ma Xiaoxue lost once in the middle, but fought back in the end. Of the other 6 people, 4 were Deng Chong's followers, and the other 2 took advantage of the opportunity. Looking at the final selection results, Pan Zhao was obviously dissatisfied. With his keen vision, he could naturally see that Deng Chong's dozen followers recommended each other. Out of the 10 people, 5 were from Deng Chong's group. At such a young age, it is difficult for them to achieve anything great if they form cliques and factions. Pan Zhao did not say much. He made his own judgment and announced the final list. This secret realm will last for 10 days. After entering the secret realm, no one except those who enter it is allowed to leave the school. Pan Zhao made some arrangements and took the 10 people to the secret place behind the school. This time you enter the secret realm, you can explore anywhere within the time limit, but remember, you must return to the exit after 10 days. There will be special mentors in the secret realm to protect you, but they will not take action unless it is a life and death situation. Moreover, once they take action, it will declare your journey in the secret realm over. So in the secret realm, you must pay attention to your own safety, because the mentors may not be able to take action in time. Every year, many students die in the secret realm. On the way, Pan Zhao explained the rules of the secret realm to everyone. At the end, he suddenly thought of something and added, the secret realm does not prohibit healthy competition between classmates, but it is forbidden to kill classmates' beasts. When fighting beasts, you must be careful about the severity of the situation. When saying this, Pan Zhao's eyes were fixed on Yifan. He was well aware of this kid's strength. He was at least one of the top 3 people who entered this time. The only bad thing was that this kid was too ruthless. Basically, any beast master he encountered would die when he attacked. It's fine for wild beasts, but for classmates, if you wantonly kill other beasts, you will easily be accused of having bad intentions and be expelled. Yifan knew that Pan Zhao was talking about him, so he nodded, but didn't care much. He didn't want to fight with these young kids. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't choke them for no reason. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, a place like a teleportation portal. At this moment, people from other classes had already arrived, led by the teacher. When Pan Zhao arrived, everyone's eyes were focused on this small group of people. Just as Pan Zhao said, there was no limit on the number of places in other classes. Brother Pan is here. The teacher, who had a good relationship with Pan Zhao, greeted Pan Zhao with a smile and looked at Yifan. This must be Yifan from Brother Pan's class. He's very young but very strong. Not bad, Pan Zhao said. Another teacher said, with Yifan here, Pan's ordinary class will be able to get a lot of good things in this secret realm. I think maybe one time is worth twice what our class gets. Hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned and looked at the man. Li Xiang, you think it's amazing that your class can go in twice a month, right? Brother Pan, what are you talking about? I just said that Brother Pan's students are amazing. Li Xiang replied, but his tone was a little sarcastic. Pan Zhao's face was gloomy, but he didn't continue talking. Even as a student, I could feel the gunpowder in the air from a distance. Yifan also felt it clearly. Unlike his previous life, they also entered the secret realm, but no one said anything. After all, they were really being ignored. However, in this life, I suddenly appeared, and all of a sudden, the originally unclear relationship became clear. In addition to the ordinary classes, there are a total of 8 classes. The teachers of 4 classes do not get along with Pan Zhao, probably led by the hook-nosed guy in the Yingjie class. In the other 4 classes, 2 have a good relationship with Pan Zhao, and 1 is a good guy who does not offend either side. The conflict between teachers. Yifan looked at these instructors in silence, while remembering the students in these classes in his heart. Outside, Pan Zhao helped him out, and when they entered the secret realm, he helped Pan Zhao out. Okay, the secret realm has been opened. Now, each class can enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. At the entrance, 2 teachers said with serious faces, "We are the guardians of the secret realm this time, responsible for protecting the safety of the students. Go." Hearing this, Pan Zhao turned around and said to several people. Yifan nodded, took the fat man with him, and entered the secret realm first before everyone else. This action immediately made several people a little dissatisfied. When all the students entered and the guardians also entered the secret realm, Zhang Hong spoke first. Pan Zhao, Yifan from your class is really trying to save your face. A student from an ordinary class is walking in front of the elite class? Is there any etiquette? Rules? Who made these rules? Who stipulated that people from the ordinary class can't enter the secret realm before the elite class? Pan Zhao was blunt and retorted, "Your own students don't have long legs, and you blame my students for walking fast? Humph, there are no rules. Someone will teach him the rules one day." Zhang Hong snorted coldly and looked at Pan Zhao and said, "Pan Zhao, you don't really think that a student from the ordinary class can beat the students from the elite class in the secret realm? Just because he ate 2 spiritual fruits and his level was raised by 1 step, does that give you confidence? There are quite a few people in my class who can kill Black Iron 6-star beast tamers, and Yifan from your class is not the only one who can afford spiritual fruits. If that's what you say, then let's wait and see." Hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted coldly, "Don't I know your tricks? Forming cliques for personal gain and colluding with others to commit crimes. Your students should have learned all these things, right? You." Hearing this, Zhang Hong raised his hand, his momentum rising. "Pan Zhao, do you think you will be invincible once you reach the golden 9 stars? I dare not say that I am invincible, but I feel it is easy to deal with people like you." Pan Zhao replied. Facing Zhang Hong, he did not give in at all, and his huge momentum rose. Those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. What's more, I have Yifan and Li Yu in my hands. Together, they can kill Black Iron 9-star wild beast masters in the beast-taming forest. How can I be suppressed by you? Chapter 24 Layout. Pan Zhao. These words angered Zhang Hong. He waved his hand, and a gigantic silver moon wolf appeared beside him. Its silver fur sparkled in the sun like water. It let out a long howl, and the surrounding air waves instantly rushed away. Gold 8 stars. Compared to last year, Zhang Hong's beast control also increased by 1 star. Humph. When Pan Zhao saw the silver moon wolf, the corner of his mouth curled up. It's just a wolf. Do you understand what the King of Beasts means? Roar. The light condensed, and a roaring golden nine-star lion appeared beside Pan Zhao. He raised his head and let out a long roar. The power of the King of Beasts instantly swept the entire audience. One gold and one silver, one lion and one wolf. The two were in opposition, and many mentors were panicked. Some people tried to pull Pan Zhao, and some people tried to pull Jiang Hong. Brother Pan, forget it. Jiang Hong was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Brother Jiang, there's no need to make such a fuss. We are teachers, so don't fight at every turn. At this moment, the instructors were all trying to persuade them in a kind way. The two instructors of Pingcheng High School were of comparable strength and were both top masters. If they really started a fight here, others might not be able to stop them. The two men remained motionless, staring at each other. It was obvious that there was not only competition between the two, but also personal grudges. Ahem. And at this moment of stalemate, a slightly old cough was heard. Principal. Seeing the old man appear, several teachers breathed a sigh of relief. In Pingcheng High School, the words of the old principal Pumi are the most effective. You two are just like your beasts. You want to fight whenever you see each other. Looking at the furious Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong, Pumi shook his head helplessly. Pan Zhao, sit upright and walk honestly. Unlike some people, who can do nothing but forming cliques and fighting among themselves, Pan Zhao replied. Pan Zhao, stop slandering me. Jiang Hong said coldly, you said I was forming a clique for personal gain. What evidence do you have? Do you still need evidence? Isn't everyone aware of what you, Jiang Hong, did? You farted. All right. Seeing that the two were about to swing their fists at each other's faces, Pumi once again spoke to mediate. Teachers, don't be so disrespectful to your dignity. Today is the day for them to enter the secret realm for trial. What are you guys arguing about? Both of you should take a step back. I will give you a prize. Whoever student gains the most in the secret realm will be rewarded with an elite beast, and his teacher will receive an extra 3-month salary. How do you think? After these words were spoken, Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong's faces looked much better, and they finally stopped arguing. Principal, how do you judge who gets more? Pan Zhao asked. Everything in the secret realm is valuable. We can just count them and see whose things have the highest total value. Pumi replied. What if someone passes the contents of the waste bag off as something from the secret realm? Pan Zhao asked again, glancing at Jiang Hong. After all, students in our ordinary class are not as rich as some other students. Jiang Hong was angry again. Pumi quickly said, the things in the secret realm have unique marks. You can't impersonate them. That's more like it, Pan Zhao responded, and then stopped talking. On the side, Jiang Hong just snorted twice. Seeing that the two were still angry, Pumi shook his head helplessly. He knew the hatred between the two, and there was no way to reconcile them. It would be best to minimize the conflicts as much as possible. Okay, let's wait and see the results in 10 days. There's no need to stand here now. Just go do what you need to do. After that, everyone left one after another. Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong stayed at the end. They looked at each other hatefully, and finally put away their beasts and left. The principal is here, so we have to give him face. In the mysterious realm, Fatty Lee was stunned when he looked at the surrounding environment. Isn't this the Silver Moon Forest we visited a few days ago? This is a secret realm built in imitation of the Silver Moon Forest. Yifan explained, after all, it is a man-made secret realm, so there must be a reference. So there are a lot of wild beasts and spiritual level treasures here? Fatty Lee said. Almost the same. Yifan nodded. You can think of this as a higher level Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the things you can get are also better. Not only are there spiritual level treasures, but also breathing techniques and beast cubs. As he spoke, Yifan looked towards the depths of the forest. It's just different here. In the deepest part, there are no wild golden beasts, only one silver level one. I see. Fatty Lee nodded, then suddenly choked. Yifan, how do you know so much? I know more than this. Yifan smiled mysteriously. This secret realm could be said to be the place where he rose to prominence in the past. How could he not remember it clearly? Let's go, Fatty. Since this is a place that imitates the Silver Moon Forest, then this is our home ground. After saying this, Yifan strode forward. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee looked at the familiar environment around him and smiled. At the same time, he silently released his two-headed snake. It is just as Yifan said, this place is their home court. At the same time, in another place in the secret realm, a group of people gathered together. It was Deng Chong who brought a few of his followers and met up with Deng Li. Cousin. Looking at Deng Li, who was also followed by 7 or 8 people, Deng Chang's eyes lit up with joy. He was indeed his cousin, with so many followers in the excellence class. Where did Yi Fan go? After taking a look at his cousin, Deng Li just spoke in a cold voice. That direction. We were all in the same place when we came in. Deng Chang said with some doubt. Didn't my cousin say a few days ago that he would not deal with Yi Fan anymore? Why did he suddenly? I said I couldn't deal with him, but I just felt that I was not careful at that time. Ma Dafei, that loser, was beaten up by others and was scared to death. He hides at home every day. Deng Li replied with a sneer on his face. Recently, I spent a lot of money to buy spiritual fruits to cultivate beasts. My golden armor beast is about to reach the black iron 7 stars. With my dragon armor talent, who can beat me below bronze? Black iron 7 stars. Deng Chang was a little surprised when he heard this level, so high. That's normal. Deng Li shook his head. Everyone who can enter the excellence class has an elite level beast master. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can probably get into the bronze class. How much will it cost to upgrade to bronze? Deng Chang was a little shocked when he heard this. Although his family had some money, after spending tens of thousands of dollars, his beast tamer was only black iron 4-star. If he wanted to upgrade to bronze, he would probably go bankrupt. My cousin is really awesome. Deng Chang flattered Deng Li as he looked at him. With my cousin's help, Yi Fan will suffer a lot this time. Of course. Deng Li raised his head and narrowed his eyes. I don't want him to suffer. As soon as these words came out, the coldness in them made Deng Chang stunned. Then, he said cautiously, Cousin, are you going to kill? Yes. Deng Li nodded, his eyes cold. When the time comes, just make some noise so that the guardian won't notice this side. It's normal for 2 people to die in a secret place. I understand, Deng Chang replied, with some fear in his eyes, as if he didn't expect Deng Li would want to kill Yi Fan. He couldn't help but tremble as he thought of something. Idiot. Deng Li, who was standing aside, saw Deng Chang's performance and just cursed in a low voice. He is not a person without vision. The reason he is dealing with Yi Fan is not just because of the last conflict, but more importantly, because of the look in Yi Fan's eyes when he saw him that day. It was the first time he encountered someone looking at him like that, and it was as if the person saw through him at a glance. This feeling made Deng Li very uncomfortable, even a little scared. He knew best what was behind him. If others knew and exposed it, it would be enough to kill him 100 times. If the dynasty is restored, the whole family will be implicated. He had to get rid of Yi Fan, so Deng Li spent a lot of money in the past few days to forcibly raise the level of beast control at this stage when he didn't need to be so busy. He couldn't let someone who might know his true identity live, even if the probability of that person knowing was less than 1%. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for looking at me that extra second that day. Looking into the depths of the jungle, Deng Li spoke, his tone full of sternness. Chapter 25 Guardian. At this moment, in a corner of the secret realm, accompanied by a loud bang, a black iron 9-star exquisite demon monkey fell in front of Yi Fan and the fat man. Elite-level beast tamers are very difficult to deal with, Fatty Li said as he looked at the small and exquisite monkey in front of him, then sat down on the ground as if he was relieved. This exquisite white monkey is quite smart. Today, Yi Fan and Fatty Li are quite powerful. Yi Fan commands the black iron 8-star fire dog as the main combat force, and Fatty Li's 2 poisonous snakes use the terrain in the forest, always waiting for an opportunity to release a deadly fong. With such combat power, he can actually fight against beastmasters that are lower than bronze level. But even so, hunting this exquisite white monkey still put considerable pressure on the 2 men. It was more than twice as difficult as hunting the black iron 9-star beast in the Silver Moon Forest. There were even several times when the exquisite white monkey almost caught Fatty Li directly, and it was Yi Fan's heavy punch that saved the day. Primates are much smarter than other beasts, and it is an elite beast. Yi Fan was bandaging the wound on his hand and said, "After all, they are the beasts closest to humans. Primates are not only of many types, but many of them have all kinds of strange abilities. This exquisite white monkey is relatively easy to deal with. Is there a primate beast like the Lingming stone monkey?" Fatty Li asked, his eyes sparkling. Since there are ancient species of mythical beasts, there should be Lingming stone monkeys as well, right? There is no Lingming stone monkey, but there is a Lingming demon monkey. Yi Fan answered, as if he had thought of something. His eyes were somewhat focused. There is a Lingming demon monkey in the North Sea, who can speak human language, understand changes, and know the truth, and has subdued hundreds of thousands of primates and beasts. He built a secret place in the North Sea, named Water Curtain Cave. Isn't this the clever stone monkey in our mythology? Fatty Li was excited. No, Or rather, not completely. At least it doesn't have the golden hoop. Yifan explained, looking at Fatty Lee and smiling. If you can get into a university in Beihai in the future, you should know that the Lingming demon monkey is very powerful, one of the 10 great beasts in Beihai. The top 10 beasts? Are there any dragon pythons? The fat man asked after hearing this. There is no dragon python. The remains of the dragon python are in Kyoto. Yifan shook his head. In this case, hearing this, Fatty Lee shrank his head. Then I won't go to the university in Beihai. It's better not to go. The pressure over in Beihai is too great. It will be difficult for you to study there. Yifan replied, pushing away the corpse of the exquisite white monkey on the ground. On the ground, a gorgeous blood-charming flower was blooming. This was the reason why they spared no effort to hunt a delicate white monkey. The blood charm flower is a mid-level spiritual flower that can stimulate the blood and flesh potential of beasts and make them grow rapidly in a short period of time. However, this growth is obviously different from that of the white jade fruit. It is targeted at the body of the beastmaster. If you eat too much of this spiritual flower, the beastmaster that originally did not grow big will grow very big. It can be said that it is a spiritual flower that is quite suitable for the beastmaster that mainly relies on physical attacks. There are many good things in the secret realm. If you want to buy this kind of blood charm flower outside, you will have to spend a lot of money. Yifan dug up the blood charm flower with its rhizome as usual, picked the blood charm flower and handed it to Fatty Lee. Your fiery sun snake should be quite suitable. A larger body will have better defense and attack power. It is not a sensitive beast, so it is okay to eat it. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and took the blood charm flower, but his eyes were a little wandering. After taking a look at the blood charm flower in his hand, Fatty Lee looked at Yifan who was walking in front of him and suddenly said, Yifan, what is the world outside Pingcheng like? I've heard you say recently that it always feels very dangerous. The world outside. Hearing this, Yifan paused, but soon shook his head. It's very exciting. There are definitely dangers, but there are also countless opportunities. It's useless for you to know so much now. Just remember one thing. To become the strong man you imagine, you must go out. Oh. Fatty Lee nodded, not quite understanding. Then I must get into a good university and see the outside world. Yifan smiled and walked in front. His voice sounded leisurely. In fact, you don't necessarily have to take the college entrance examination to go out. There are also many non-governmental organizations willing to accept students from Beast Taming High School. These non-governmental organizations are of various kinds. Some of them believe in eradicating beasts, some restore the great glory of mankind, and some are composed of religious beliefs. There are all kinds of them. There are even those who protect the environment and pick up garbage in Beihai. It's very interesting. Of course, there are also bad ones. Some evil cults harm others and themselves. You have to defend yourself. That kind of very strong beast master who founded a school, that is, a sect, is also one of them. Of course, in addition to these, you can also go out and venture out as an individual. As long as you are strong enough, no one can do anything to you. The most important thing is strength. There are many mysteries in this world. Above the secret realm, there are two guardians of the secret realm, a man and a woman, each wearing a mask so their true appearance cannot be seen. They all have bird beasts, and their breathing techniques have been practiced to a high level, giving them excellent eyesight. At this moment, they were high in the sky, looking down at the students exploring the secret realm. Yifan from the ordinary class is indeed quite powerful. He was able to kill a black iron 9-star secret realm beastmaster the first time he entered the secret realm. According to this trend, he has a good chance of breaking through to the bronze level during this trip to the secret realm. The female guardian spoke. Although she was wearing a uniform, it couldn't hide her beautiful figure. There was a hint of smile on her face, and it was obvious that she felt good about Yifan's performance. I think his companion is pretty good. He can control two beasts at such a young age. His attainments in breathing techniques are obviously good. The male guardian also spoke, but his eyes were focused on the fat man. After all, breathing techniques are very important. If one can quickly cultivate breathing techniques to a high level, even if his beast control skills are not good, he can still be considered a strong person on his own. After saying this, the male guardian was silent for a few seconds and then said, the quality of the freshmen at Pingcheng High School this year is really good. Not only is there a level 1 beast taming talent that hasn't been seen in decades, but the proportion of students at level 1 is also very high. There are even 2 unexpected surprises in the level 1 class. In 3 years, maybe someone will be admitted to Kyoto University. Then Pingcheng High School has finally gotten its due. The female guardian smiled. After so many years, there have been no talented people. The top management has paid less and less attention to Pingcheng. At this rate, in a few years, maybe you and I will be called back. I have lived in Pingcheng for more than 10 years. This place has become my home. How can it be easy to go back? The male guardian shook his head and was about to say something else, but his eyes were fixed on one place in the forest. Deng Li from the excellence class? What is he planning to do by gathering so many people together? After saying that, the female guardian also looked over there. After just a quick glance, her brows furrowed. It looks like they want to cause trouble for Yifan. I heard that they seem to have some conflicts before. This group of students, after entering the secret realm, do nothing but fight among themselves and learn faster than the other. The male guardian cursed. What a bunch of useless little bastards. How about I stop them? Seeing the male guardian getting angry, the female guardian said, should I take some action to warn them? No need. Let these little bastards go. The male guardian was obviously a little angry. Yifan is obviously experienced in hunting. In this kind of terrain, a group of young boys who have never traveled far are looking for trouble with him. What are they thinking? If something goes wrong during a duel in a secret realm, nothing will happen. I'll watch over it. The male guardian interrupted the female guardian. I want to see how a bunch of little bastards who only know how to fight among themselves are dealt with. Chapter 26. Playing by the rules. Fatty got it. In the afternoon, deep in a very hidden bush, Yifan picked up 3 mushrooms that looked like the explosive mushroom but were red in color and threw them to Fatty Li. What is this? Fatty Li scratched his head as he looked at the bright red mushroom in his hand. The violet mushroom is a low-grade elixir. Eating it can increase the Beastmaster's combat power for a short period of time, but the Beastmaster will fall into a weak period of about an hour afterwards. Yifan said as he patted the dirt off his hands. It's like a stimulant, Fatty Li said, and put the violet mushrooms away. When he found that the big backpack he brought was almost full, a smile appeared on his face. Today is only the first day. Is our harvest so great? What kind of harvest is this? They are all middle and low-grade mortal stuff. We are still on the outskirts of the secret realm. If we can have bronze-level strength and break into the inner area, the things there will be better. Maybe we can even get some good beast tamers. Yifan answered. Looking at the full backpack of harvest, there was still a smile in his eyes. In his previous life, he was still active on the periphery until the end of the first semester of his senior year in high school. But in this life, on just the first day of entering the secret realm, his gains were more than what he had gained in a whole year in his previous life. Although such a horrific harvest was due to Yifan's experience in his previous life, it was more due to the importance of strength. Only when their actual combat ability is stronger, they can go deeper into the secret realm, get better things, and improve more. This is a positive relationship. If you are a 1-star black iron rank, you can only pick up junk in the outermost areas. It is possible that you will get nothing during your trip to the secret realm once a month. By the time your level is raised, the good things have already been distributed, and you will still only be able to pick up garbage. One step faster, every step faster. Only by always walking ahead of others can you have the greatest chance of getting all the good things. Divide the spiritual herbs and medicines we got today and give them to the Beastmasters to take a rest. Tomorrow, we will go deeper into the area. Yifan spoke and took down his backpack. On the other side, Fatty Li also took off his backpack. 2 large bags of spiritual herbs and medicines were distributed in the most appropriate quantities by Yifan. Soon, with the consumption of spiritual herbs and medicines, Yifan's fire dog made another breakthrough and reached the black iron 9 stars. As for Fatty Li's 2 beasts, the fiery sun snake was promoted to the black iron 5 stars because it ate an extra blood charm flower, and the other purple snake was promoted to the black iron 4 stars. Shit, this feels a bit unreal. Fatty Li suddenly spoke up when he saw the 2 beasts in front of him that were obviously much stronger. At this stage, unless the students came from wealthy families, it would be impossible for their beast taming to reach the 4th or 5th star of black iron. However, not only had he reached that level now, he also had 2. Can I be so strong at the same level as you? Fatty, your old problem has come back again. Yifan's voice rang out from the side. Have you forgotten what I told you? To have a big picture. Oh, what a great structure. Fatty Li nodded, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly snorted coldly. Little black iron, how ridiculous. This scene made Yifan stunned, and then he smiled helplessly. Yifan, look at me. Do I have the demeanor of a strong man? Fatty Li frowned and lowered his voice. There are not many strong people, but there are more middle school people, Yifan said, standing up with his backpack on his back. Okay, let's find a safe place and set up the tent. Wait for me. Fatty Li, who was still immersed in the performance, saw that Yifan had entered the jungle and hurriedly chased after him. Ding, ding, ding. Deep in the forest, there was the sound of hammering wooden stakes. Fatty Lee was making a tent, while Yifan got some mosquito-repellent grass, burned it into ashes, and scattered it around. After all, this is a forest, and the mosquitoes there are not ordinary ones. Many of them can be called beastmen. Although their strength is no more than 1 star of black iron, a bite from such a mosquito will cause a big bump that will last for at least 4 or 5 days. Okay. At a certain moment, Fatty Lee put down the hammer in his hand, looked at the 2 square tents in front of him, and revealed a smug smile. Yifan, look, how is my tent set up? Let me see. Yifan turned his head and saw the fat man's masterpiece and nodded. Not bad, Fatty. Your ability to survive in the wild is gradually becoming more proficient. Oh. Fatty Lee scratched his head, clapped his hands, and let out a breath. This tent is of really good quality. It's worth the $100. It's stable, good-looking, and easy to get in and out. Looking at the tent in front of him, Fatty Lee suddenly felt something was wrong. Hey, where's the door to my tent? Not far away, Yifan, who had just praised the fat man, also raised his eyebrows. Looking at the tent in front of him, Yifan was silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, You wouldn't install the side with the door right at the top, would you? Ah, this. Fatty Lee scratched his head, looked at Yifan's eyes, and was about to explain when suddenly, a large group of people emerged from the jungle. Pingcheng. Seeing the leader of this group of people, Yifan's eyes instantly turned cold and his body instantly sank. This was a subconscious defensive posture. At the side, Fatty Lee also reacted quickly and summoned his 2 beasts at the first opportunity. Finally, I found you. Deng Li's voice rang out in the crowd. The next moment, he came to the front of the crowd, took a look at the fat man's 2 beasts, and said jokingly, Black iron 4 stars, black iron 5 stars, Fatty, you must have found something good in the secret realm. Fatty Lee shrank his head and was about to curse something when Yifan's voice rang out from the side. Deng Li, you came to me? Are you sure you can avenge your cousin? Hearing this, Deng Li immediately looked at Yifan. When he saw that the other party's eyes were still the same as last time, he narrowed his eyes. Yifan, you should know why I came to see you, right? Guess. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth, still speaking calmly. If you want to fight, then fight. Last time you didn't fight back and beat your cousin, I didn't have the pleasure. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Deng Li cursed angrily, and with a wave of his hand, a hedgehog-shaped beast covered in golden armor appeared in front of him. Beast Tamer, dragon armor. The light shone again, and the golden armor shell of the golden armored beast was strengthened again. Something like scales appeared. It was obvious that the defense power had increased to a much higher level. Dragon armored and golden armored beast. This combination is suitable for someone like you who is afraid of death. Yifan replied without saying anything and whistled. Click, click. In the jungle, the patrolling fire dog pushed aside the weeds and jumped to Yifan's side. 9 black iron stars. Seeing the fire dog almost reaching Yifan's waist, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How is that possible? Deng Li's face turned ugly as he looked at the fire dog. A few days ago, your fire dog was only iron 4 star. Then you should say that a few days ago, my fire dog was only 1 star of black iron. Yifan had a faint smile on his face. How come the genius of the grade class was scared away by my fire dog? It's just black iron 9 stars. What's so arrogant about that? Deng Li lowered his voice and looked at the people behind him. I have 15 people here. Can you stop them alone? No matter how many mobs there are, they are still just a mob. Yifan answered, raising his hand. Beast taming, ascension. As the light fell, the fire dog grew bigger again. Yifan took the first step and launched an attack 1 step ahead of Deng Li and the others. Fatty, do it. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee agreed immediately. The 2 poisonous snakes instantly disappeared into the grass and headed towards the crowd. Clang. The fire dog raised its sharp claws and slammed heavily on the turtle shell of the golden armored beast, making a dull sound, but this attack did not seem to cause much damage to the golden armored beast. Himph. With my golden armored beast and dragon armor, no one can break its defense unless they are at the bronze level. Deng Li said coldly as he watched this scene, but the next moment, his pupils shrank dramatically. Yifan, you dare? Before he could finish his words, a fist hit him hard on the chest, knocking Deng Li back 7 or 8 steps, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Who told you that I must break the defense of your golden armor beast? Yifan's voice rang out, and Deng Li looked up in panic in the crowd. only to see Yi Fan flexing his fists with a cold look in his eyes. Today, I will teach you that a beast master is not only capable of controlling beasts. Wong. The fire dog pounced into the crowd, and at the same time, Yi Fan's fist followed. Use the beast to fight him. Surround him. Don't let him rush over. There's a snake. There's a snake. I was bitten by a snake. Fire dog. Stop the fire dog. He's going to bite me. In front of the crowd, the golden-armored beast curled up in its turtle shell, heard the chaotic noises behind it, and stuck its head out of its turtle shell. It looked at Yi Fan and the fire dog who rushed into the crowd and killed everyone. For the first time, it looked at its heavy turtle shell with suspicion. Chapter 27 Beating. This Yi Fan is like an adult beating a child. In the sky, the female guardian looked at Yi Fan who stood out from the crowd and shook her head. This is the first time I see a beast master fighting with fists. Did he practice martial arts since he was a child, preparing to become a martial artist or beast hunter? You didn't see the real situation. The male guardian shook his head immediately, his eyes locked on Yi Fan, and he let out a long breath. I said before that his companions had a higher attainment in breathing techniques, but I didn't expect that Yi Fan's attainment in breathing techniques is far above his companions. He is not practicing martial arts, but because of his breathing skills, his physique is much better than that of his peers. Breathing technique? Hearing this, the female guardian was a little surprised. How long has he only learned the breathing technique? How could it be that the breathing technique gave him such a strong physique? That 4-star black iron rattlewolf couldn't withstand a few of his punches. It's conceivable that if his breathing method is ordinary, it must have reached the 2nd level or above. The male guardian shook his head. It should not be an ordinary breathing method. There must be a strong person in his family who taught him a rare breathing method, and he must have practiced it a long time ago. Is there a strong man in Pingcheng? Of course, but most of them have retired from the front line and are enjoying their retirement at home. The male guardian spoke slowly. His eyes were a little deep. The surname is Yi, and he is still in Pingcheng. Could it be that he is that? That person has no offspring, right? Upon hearing this, the female guardian lowered her voice and said, "Don't talk too much about that person. He doesn't like people talking about him behind his back. Whether it is true or not, we need to pay more attention to Yi Fan." The male guardian shook his head. If it is really as I guessed, it is no wonder that Yi Fan is so strong at this time. What about those students? Should we go and take care of them? The female guardian spoke again, seeming a little worried. Don't let anyone get killed. That guy's attacks were moderate. If he really wanted to attack, Dengli would probably be seriously injured by his first punch. The male guardian said, and after a little thought, he added, those who were bitten by snakes may need help. As for Li Yu, Yi Fan asked him to attack just to do it, but he just let the snake bite people. His deep attainments in breathing techniques are wasted. There was wailing in the jungle at this moment. Some were bitten by snakes, some were beaten by Yi Fan, and some were bitten by fire dogs. Everyone had some scars on their bodies. The overwhelming battle was destined when Yi Fan passed the golden armored beast. They came to trouble Yi Fan because Yi Fan could not break the defense of the golden armored beast with the blessing of dragon armor, so they held it back head-on. A group of people swarmed forward. But who would have known that Yi Fan didn't play by the rules? When he couldn't break the golden armored beast's defense, he just beat it up. The golden armored beast was so slow that it had no time to help them defend. A 9-star black iron fire dog plus Yi Fan, who punched each of them with 4-star black iron, were like wolves among a flock of sheep. A group of children who had never experienced close combat had never seen such a situation before. They were all beaten black and blue and begged for mercy. You were just clamoring to teach me a lesson. Why are you silent now? Yi Fan walked among the crowd, strolling leisurely. Soon, he came to Dengli who was at the end of the team. At this moment, Dengli was already stunned. He sat on the ground gasping for breath. He was hit by punches, dogs, and snakes. He was probably the worst among those present. He had thought of many possible endings, and also thought that there might be accidents, but he had never thought that there would be such an unexpected thing. Didn't the Beast Master rely on the beasts to duel? Could he just swing his fists? Yi Fan, don't go too far. Looking at Yi Fan in front of him with a teasing look on his face, Dengli still spoke stubbornly. As a Beast Master, do you think it's glorious for you to win like this? You found 15 people to cause trouble for the two of us, and you ask me if I won dishonorably. Yi Fan was amused by this. He squatted down and looked directly at Dengli and said, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. If I want to kill you, I can kill you at any time. You dare? Dengli said, you know I'm behind. The conversation soon fell silent, but Yi Fan raised the corner of his mouth, came to Deng Li's ear, and lowered his voice. I know, but do you dare to say it out loud? As soon as these words came out, Deng Li's pupils suddenly shrank violently. He looked at Yi Fan with eyes full of turbulent fear. He really knows. Things that cannot be seen in the light of day will never be seen in the light of day. Yi Fan snorted coldly, and without saying anything more, he clapped his hands and turned around. Okay, you can go now. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people ran away, crawling and tumbling. Deng Li stood there for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and ran away limping. Yi Fan, just let them go like this. Fatty Li looked at the group of students who ran away and said worriedly, what if they find someone else? No, several of them were bitten by snakes, including Deng Li. They can't run far. The guardians will probably have to send them out. Yi Fan replied, stretched his waist, and said meaningfully, they are just a bunch of small shrimps. There is no point in making things difficult for them. It would be interesting to wait for the big fish behind the small shrimps to come out. Small shrimp? Big fish? Fatty Li was a little confused when he heard this. What is it? It's just fishing, a very simple principle. Yi Fan replied, clapping his hands. Well, it's useless for you to know these things. Instead of asking me these, you might as well ask yourself where you are going to sleep tonight. We still have a while. How about we jump into the whole seesaw at night? Oh no. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I'll go and reinstall it right away. As he said that, Fatty Li turned around and swung his arms, obviously ready for a big fight. Behind him, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Li's back, his eyes somewhat frozen, as if he was thinking about something. He must have let Deng Li go on purpose. After all, without this small shrimp as bait, how could he know who the big fish behind the scenes was? Such an action is somewhat dangerous, but that's okay. Pan Zhao will basically protect them every day and follow them everywhere. The combat power of this gold 9-star Devil Minter is still there. At this time, the fishing rod has been set up, the bait has been thrown out, and we are just waiting for the fish behind to take the bait. I just don't know how big the fish behind me can be. Thinking of something, Yi Fan's eyes became a little cold. I hope it's not an old acquaintance. Anyone bitten by a snake, come out with me. Just as Yi Fan expected, Deng Chong and others had not run far before the guardians appeared. But there was only one, the male guardian. Why? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. One of the snakes that bit you was a purple snake, which is extremely poisonous and can kill a bronze-level beast. The guardian spoke coldly, his tone was icy. Do you think your physique is stronger than a bronze-level beast and can withstand this snake venom? Master Guardian, help us. Hearing this, everyone could no longer remain calm. The poison was taking effect at this moment, and some people's faces turned blue and purple. The guardian didn't say much, just counted the number of people one by one. When Deng Li was called, he suddenly asked, taking us out, does that mean that our qualification to enter the secret realm this time has been cancelled? Of course. The guardian nodded. Hearing this, Deng Li's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Although they were looking for Yi Fan that day, they also got a lot of good things. Obviously, if they could stay in the secret realm for 5 full days, they could get a lot of benefits. If you go out now, you will definitely be left far behind. Yi Fan. Deng Li lowered his voice. There was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes, and at the same time, hatred also emerged. This Yi Fan must die. Master Guardian. We were bitten by Yi Fan and Li Yu. What about them? Deng Chong cursed at the side. They injured our classmates and used such heavy hands. Shouldn't they be punished? Before you came in, didn't your teacher tell you that beast-taming duels are allowed? Hearing this, the Guardian, who already disliked this group of people, snorted coldly and looked at Deng Chong, with a huge aura pressing down on him. Or do you think I was blind and couldn't see what you did in the forest? Chapter 28, Short-Legged Lizard. Yi Fan, are you up? Early the next morning, Fatty Li climbed out of the tent and stretched. Just as he said something, he saw Yi Fan punching in a strange posture. What kind of boxing is this? Fatty Li was a little curious. A boxing method for keeping healthy. Yi Fan threw his last punch, retracted his fist, and let out a long breath. Then, he looked at Fatty Li and smiled. Why, Fatty, do you want to learn? I won't learn the boxing for health preservation. Fatty Li shook his head and took out a pile of dry food from the tent. Life is short, so let's live happily. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. It didn't matter if Fatty Li didn't learn the Wanxiang Fa. It was only suitable for people with a calm mind, and the effect could only be seen after years and months. It didn't suit Fatty very well. Yi Fan, where are we going today? The fat man said vaguely while eating. Is it the same as yesterday? Looking for good stuff everywhere. Almost, but I'm going to be a little more radical today. Yifan said, bronze level beastmaster, are you interested? Qing, bronze level? Hearing this, Fatty Lee choked and quickly said, bronze level beastmasters have already mastered the beastmaster skills. Our beastmasters are still at the iron level. Isn't it a bit too risky to hunt across borders? There are risks before there are rewards. A bronze level beastmaster only has one skill. As long as you are familiar with its skill, that's it. Yifan answered, seeming very confident. Besides, the bronze level beastmaster we are going to deal with today is not that strong. Its weakness is obvious. Well, that's no problem. Fatty Lee didn't hesitate for long. After all, when they first entered the beast-taming forest and there were beasts, he and Yifan went 3 stars to hunt wild beasts. Now he has 2 beasts, and Yifan's beast has also reached the black iron 9 stars. Hunting a bronze beast shouldn't be a problem, right? What are those 2 guys planning to do now? Are they going to the territory of the bronze-level beastmasters? In the sky, Yifan and his companions had just packed up their tent and were about to leave when the female guardian noticed them. Let them go, young people. It's good to have some enthusiasm. We just need to be careful. The female guardian smiled and shook her head when she heard this. Yesterday, they beat back a total of 11 students, 8 of whom were from the excellence class. If they leave, Li Xiang will probably be unhappy, right? Their current teacher is Pan Zhao. That barbarian has such a bad temper. Li Xiang dares to say anything unless Zhang Hong stands up for him. The male guardian shook his head. Speaking of teachers, he seemed to be somewhat interested. He looked at the female guardian and said, by the way, what is the grudge between Zhang Hong and Pan Zhao? Why have they been fighting each other since we came to Pingcheng? More than 10 years have passed, and they are still fighting each other. It seems to be because of a girl from their school. Speaking of this topic, the female guardian also became interested and leaned over to say, they were both famous geniuses in Pingcheng back then. It is said that they were like brothers, and went to Beihai to study at the same university. It is said that both of them fell in love with a girl. But they are both good brothers. It is impossible for them to become enemies because of a girl. They agreed to compete fairly, and later the girl seemed to be biased towards Pan Zhao. Later, it was said that during an academy mission, Zhang Hong happened to be assigned to go on a mission with that girl. However, it was just a very ordinary mission, but most of the group was killed or injured, and only a few survived. The girl also died in the secret realm. Pan Zhao went to investigate and seemed to have found something. When he confronted Zhang Hong, he never said anything. From then on, there was a rift between them, and later on, they gradually became enemies, and it was the same until they arrived in Pingcheng. Did Zhang Hong kill that girl? Hearing this, the male guardian was a little unconvinced. Zhang Hong is a little stingy, but he became famous at a young age and has his own strong character. He wouldn't be so mean. I don't know the details. Some say that a beast tide broke out in the secret realm that year. Some say that a cult assassinated the top students of the academy. Others say that it was Zhang Hong who did it. Only the 2 of them know the facts. The female guardian shook her head. Anyway, that's it. The 2 of them have been rivals for many years. In the past few years, they were evenly matched. It wasn't until last year that Pan Zhao's trump card suddenly got a star upgrade when he had an accident, and that's when he beat Zhang Hong for the first time in the teacher competition. Then there may be more interesting things to watch in the future. The male guardian spoke, as if he had thought of something. The kid from the Ji family is now Zhang Hong's student, a rare classmate in decades. Pan Zhao has also produced Yifan, who seems to be the heir of a big family. In the 3 years of high school, these 2 people and their teachers will probably fight each other. There has to be a winner. The female guardian sighed helplessly. I just hope that these 2 little guys don't let their teachers' hatred lead to hatred between each other. We are all from Pingcheng, so it's better for us to help each other. I don't think it's a big deal. As long as you don't kill people, it's healthy competition. The male guardian spoke up, seemingly unconcerned. Then Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong retreated to a small city like Pingcheng. Now, looking at the beast masters of the same age in the entire beast master world, their strength is considered quite good. Maybe this is also the reason. They were both determined to bite each other to death. Before they completely killed each other, this was actually a terrifying motivation. Yifan, are we there yet? Walking in the forest, feeling the somewhat depressing atmosphere, Fatty Lee lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is easy to deal with? Why do I feel so depressing here? Is it easy to deal with? Yifan said, and suddenly stopped. Ahead, a protruding tree root blocked the way, and the dense jungle suddenly became regular here, as if it had been trimmed. It's right here. Looking at this familiar scene, Yifan said softly, then picked up a stone on the ground and threw it behind the tree roots. Click. The stone drew a parabola, passed over the tree roots, and fell behind, and then there was no sound. This scene made Fatty Lee feel a little weird. He looked at Yifan and opened his mouth. Yifan, this is not? Roar. Before the voice fell, a giant beast that was 3 meters tall rushed out from behind the tree roots, roaring and instantly making the surrounding weeds fall down. Fuck. 3-star bronze lizard. Seeing the beast charging out, Fatty Lee was immediately scared and looked at Yifan. Yifan, is this what you call not strong? Not really. At least, my IQ isn't that high. Yifan replied. His mouth curled up, and then he turned around. Now, Fatty, run. As soon as the voice fell, Yifan had already started walking. Fatty Lee was even more eager to grow 8 legs so that he could take bigger steps. Boom, boom. Deep in the beast-taming forest, a short-legged lizard was chasing 2 people. Along the way, the 2 used the terrain to dodge, while the short-legged lizard made full use of the destructive power brought by its size and directly crashed into any obstacles it encountered. Yifan, how do we deal with this short-legged lizard? After being nearly bitten by the short-legged lizard, Fatty Lee used all his strength to speed up again, and at the same time, he shouted at Yifan, if I keep running like this, I'm going to be killed by it. Don't be in a hurry. Yifan's voice came. The long period of fast running made him gasp for breath. Then, he bent down and picked up a big stone. Suddenly, he braked suddenly and threw the big stone into the rainforest in front. Roar! Another roar was heard, and the next moment, a silverback gorilla opened its bloody mouth and rushed out of the rainforest. Another one. The fat man's eyes were about to pop out. Yifan, what on earth are you doing? Before he finished speaking, Yifan grabbed the fat man and fell backwards. The 2 of them rolled backwards and rolled into the ditch nearby. Shoo! Looking at the fat man's horrified eyes, Yifan made a gesture of silence and then stretched out his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Before he could say a word, he heard the sound of 2 giant beasts colliding from behind, followed by a roar. Done. Hearing this voice, Yifan also breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed. Looking at the frightened Fatty Lee across from him, Yifan smiled and said, you can stick your head out and take a look. Fatty Lee carefully stuck his head out of the ditch. At this moment, the short-legged lizard and the silverback gorilla were already wrestling with each other. It looked as if the other person was the murderer of his father. Fuck, they just started fighting like that. Didn't they realize that you were the one provoking them? This is the weakness of the short-legged lizard I mentioned. It's too stupid. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth. As for the silverback gorilla, it has a strong sense of territory. They are not very harmonious when their territory is close. The short-legged lizard rushed straight into its territory. It would be strange if they didn't fight like this. So, now we are just waiting for them to both suffer losses? Fatty Lee seemed to come to his senses and asked quickly. They won't be able to fight to any end. At most one side will be injured and retreat. Yifan shook his head. Even if they are injured, it will be difficult to deal with the elite level of bronze 3 stars. So they are not our target? Fatty Lee asked. Of course not. Yifan smiled, then patted the dirt on the ground and stood up. Now, let's go to the lair of the short-legged lizard. Lure the tiger away from its mountain. Steal its home. Chapter 29. Degenerate Fruit. Fuck, Yifan. You are really so bold. In the lair of the short-legged lizard, watching Yifan reaching out to take the golden fruit on the rock wall next to him, Fatty Lee sighed and asked curiously, what on earth is that thing? Is it worth taking such a big risk? It's worth it, and very worth it. Yifan nodded and carefully put all 4 fruits into his arms. This fruit is called the inferior transformation fruit. It can improve the blood of a beast with inferior bloodline and even promote it to elite bloodline. A beast with elite bloodline can quickly improve its strength level after eating it. That short-legged violent lizard was originally just an ordinary, low-grade reptile lizard. It was only because of the existence of this inferior fruit that it gradually became the elite bronze beast it is today. We are still here early. In a year or 2, this short-legged violent lizard will probably become a silver-level beast. Such a precious fruit? Hearing this, Fatty Lee was shocked and his eyes widened. This must be spiritual level, right? The best among the ordinary ones, not even the spiritual ones. Yifan shook his head. It's mainly for fruits of inferior grades. It's precious only for students like us who have a low starting point. After saying this, Yifan put away the last inferior fruit, looked at the vines on the rock wall and the few unripe fruits, and was a little hesitant. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth. Retreat, and come back to get this vine next time. Having said that, Yifan quickly retreated outside, and Fatty Lee followed closely. Not long after the two of them left, the short-legged lizard returned and entered the nest covered in injuries. Apparently, it hadn't beaten the silverback gorilla. Roar! When he found out that the inferior fruit he was guarding had disappeared, roar suddenly resounded throughout the periphery of the secret forest. Luckily, we ran fast. If we had waited a few more minutes, we would have been caught red-handed. Fatty Lee looked back at the jungle in the distance and let out a long breath. But then he became a little excited. Where's the inferior fruit? Show it to me again. Here. Yifan also smiled at this moment and opened his backpack. There were a total of 6 golden fruits. It smells so good. Fatty Lee sniffed it, and suddenly his stomach growled. Then he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Can people eat this fruit? They are for the beasts, so people should not eat them. Yifan replied, splitting the fruit in half. Fatty, these are your 3. Take them. It's best to give them to a beast first. That way, the chances of upgrading to elite level will be higher. This? Fatty Lee hesitated. He knew the preciousness of the fruit in front of him, but he still looked at Yifan and said, I didn't do anything. You can give it to the fire dog first. After all, it is the main force, so it would be better to improve it first. No, 3 fruits are enough. Hearing this, Yifan smiled, and then added, don't use the fruits blindly. It's best to think about the future direction of your beast control. For example, your fiery sun snake, as I said before, is mainly responsible for defense, so you should feed it more spiritual herbs and fruits that can increase its weight and size. In this way, after you use the inferior transformation fruit, its bloodline will also improve in this direction. The bloodline of the beast is selectively improved. Generally, it will be improved in the direction of its own advantages. You can think of it as a kind of evolution. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded and put away the fruit, his expression still revealing his excitement. The improvement brought about by the enhancement of the bloodline of a low-grade beast is substantial. Both the potential and the performance in all aspects will undergo a qualitative change. On the side, Yifan watched Fatty Lee's performance with a smile in his eyes, and also looked at the fruit in his hand. This was the beginning of his rise to fame. By chance, he discovered the conflict between the short-legged lizard and the silverback gorilla and obtained the inferior fruit. An elite-grade beast tamer can be considered a big improvement, but it is not a big improvement either. However, sometimes, such an improvement can open a door for you. The door to the strong. The future is becoming more and more interesting. After putting away the inferior fruit, Yifan said with emotion, I think so too. Fatty Lee also spoke up and scratched his head. I suddenly remembered that when my dad sent me here a few days ago when school started, he told me that if I couldn't continue studying, I could go back and learn how to butcher pigs from him, and it could be a skill. Uncle Lee's words are really too honest. Hearing this, Yifan laughed dumbly and shook his head. My dad didn't say anything when he sent me here. He just told me to study hard and try to get into a good university. But my mom cried over the phone and told me a lot of things. As he spoke, Yifan's eyes flickered a little, and the voices and faces of his parents emerged in his mind. They were just an ordinary family. They opened an ordinary restaurant and worked diligently for many years. If there had not been the beast tide later, he, who had reached the top in his previous life, would have been able to let them live a very good life. Thinking of this, Yifan let out a sigh and a smile appeared on his face. It's so nice to be back to the time when they were still here. When the secret realm is over, let's go home and take a look together. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee standing beside him. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. If my father knew that I could control 2 beasts at the same time, after just 10 days of enrollment, he would probably go to burn incense for me. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and said, then you should ask Uncle Lee to prepare more incense. There may be a lot to burn in the future. Brother Jiang, look at Yifan. He is simply inhumane. In the office, the resentful Li Xiang really went to find Jiang Hong, just as the guardian said. He and Li Yu, the 2 of them, sent 8 people out of our class. There were only 32 people in the excellence class in total. Deng Li was also sent out by him. Isn't this ruining the future of our students? We can gain so much from the secret realm at once. With his disturbance, our class's performance will be much worse in the future. I think Pan Zhao must give an explanation. What does it mean that he didn't even say sorry for such a huge loss? Does he care about the future of other students just because he has Yifan? Sitting in his seat, Jiang Hong listened to Li Xiang's complaints, but his expression was somewhat unhappy. I heard about Deng Li's matter. The Guardian's reply was that they gathered together to provoke Yi Fan, and 15 of them were beaten by 2 people. He took the initiative to provoke others and was not as skilled as them. What else can I say? Brother Jiang. Hearing this, Li Xiang's face froze, and then his tone softened. Brother Jiang. I'm also worried that Yi Fan will become lawless if he continues like this. Just let him do whatever he wants. Jiang Hong shook his head. With his top-level beast-taming talent, I don't believe he can achieve much. To become a dragon, one must have dragon blood. It's wishful thinking for a lizard to ascend to heaven. But I heard that Yi Fan's fire dog has reached the 9th star of Black Iron. Li Xiang replied, and said with some concern, this time in the secret realm, maybe it can directly enter the bronze level. So what if he's at bronze level? A little faster may not mean a lifetime faster. I just spent money to buy some spiritual fruits. Jiang Hong still shook his head. Jijia will be back on the 1st of next month. With his family background, he will also be at bronze level by then. No matter how powerful Yi Fan is, he can suppress a level 10 player that Pingcheng hasn't produced for decades. You and I both know the difference between levels 10 and 10. Don't forget, this kind of Weimong secret realm is just a benefit for some colleges. What's really important is the freshman secret realm in 3 months. 3 months is not enough time for those like Deng Li in your class to catch up? These 2 questions made Li Xiang silent for a while. After a while, he smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Jiang is the one who has a broad mind. I am the one who is impatient. Don't always think about suppressing Pan Zhao over these trivial matters. Jiang Hong shook his head, and then his eyes showed a deep look. I know him too well. I have to suppress him and make him submit. Chapter 30 Hellhound. At night, Yi Fan entered the tent and quietly entered his beast-taming space. After transplanting some of the herbal rhizomes into the soil, Yi Fan looked at the fire dog wagging its tail beside him, took out the inferior fruit, and looked thoughtful. After successfully obtaining the inferior mutation fruit, he can start to let the fire dog move towards a more advanced bloodline. Before that, he has also made sufficient preparations by feeding the fire dog with the blazing fire fruit to lay the foundation and ensure that the fire dog's evolutionary direction will not go wrong. Fire dog, come here. Yi Fan waved to the fire dog and placed the inferior fruit in front of the fire dog. The moment the fire dog saw the inferior fruit, their eyes widened. Obviously, this fruit that could enhance bloodline had a natural attraction to them. Wong wong. The fire dog let out an excited voice, and then it seemed to be circling around the inferior fruit anxiously, but it never took a bite. It is waiting for Yi Fan's permission. Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes. He squatted down and patted the fire dog's head. Eat. It's time for us to become stronger. Wong. The fire dog responded with a sound and quickly ate the 3 inferior fruits in front of it. After eating the 3rd pill, the fire dog's body suddenly lit up with light, covering and enveloping the fire dog. This is the light of evolution, representing that the fire dog's bloodline is about to receive a leap forward. On the side, Yi Fan saw this scene, nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the method of becoming a saint. The improvement of the sainthood method is also huge. Yi Fan's skills are not weak to begin with, and with his strong physique, the average Black Iron 4 or 5-star can't withstand a few of his punches. Of course, the magical uses of the sainthood method are not limited to these. When his breathing method reaches a higher level, his physique will break through a bottleneck. At that time, he will be able to use some magical methods. The Beast Master himself should never be the point of breakthrough. Call. After swallowing it all in one gulp, Yi Fan exhaled slowly. He raised his eyes again, and the light on the fire dog had slowly faded. After waiting for some time, the fire dog showed a new look. Its body suddenly grew much larger and came to Yi Fan's chest. Its hair turned into a slightly dark red color, and there was a flame mark on its forehead. Between its feet, some floating flames appeared. Hellhound. Looking at the new look of the fire dog, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. It is indeed a hellhound, one of the very few elite beastmasters that can control fire. Wong. The hellhound made a sound, and still came to Yi Fan happily, sticking out its tongue to lick Yi Fan's palm. This is a friendly behavior of the canine beastmaster. Having just become a hellhound, it is leaving its new scent. You're great. Yi Fan touched the hellhound's forehead and felt a comfortable warmth in his hand. I have to give you a name, otherwise if you evolve again in the future, I will have to change my name again. With a smile on his face, Yi Fan looked at the hellhound in front of him, thought for a few seconds, and then said, You evolved from a fire dog, so I will call you Xiaohua. How about it? Prosperous. The hellhound replied and rubbed Yifan's palm. Then I'll call you Xiaohua. Yifan nodded and stood up. Come on, show us your new ability. Can you breathe fire? Wang. Upon hearing Yifan's question, a hint of doubt appeared in the hellhound's eyes. It seemed to think for a while before opening its mouth tentatively. Ah! The sound rang out and quickly subsided, and a flame appeared in the open mouth of the hellhound, but it did not last and turned into black smoke in an instant. Wang. The hellhound made a soft cry, seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and opened its mouth again. This time no flame appeared, only a wisp of black smoke floated out. It's okay. You are only at the iron level now. It's normal that you can't use fire. Yifan touched the head of the hellhound. When you reach the bronze level, you should be able to awaken the first skill that uses fire. After awakening the skill, it will be much easier to control fire. Wang. The hellhound barked and rubbed Yifan with its head. In the future, when you are in the beast taming space, you can eat the fiery fruit when it is ripe. Yifan said with a smile on his face, that thing is specially planted for you. It can enhance your ability to control fire. Don't touch the others. I will select the appropriate number for you. Prosperous. Hearing this, the hellhound looked at the area of spiritual herbs and fruits, trotted to the spiritual plant of the fiery fruit, and nodded towards Yifan. What he meant was, he was asking Yifan, is this the thing? Yes. Yifan nodded, and the hellhound grinned and jumped happily on the spot. This little fire. Yifan smiled when he saw this scene. I have to say, as a beast master, seeing the beasts happy makes me feel very gratified. How can I describe this feeling? It's probably the same feeling I had when my dad bought you candy as a child and saw you holding up a $2 lollipop in your little fleshy hand and smiling happily. Fuck Yifan. Has your fire dog grown so big? In the morning, as soon as he walked out of the tent, Fatty Lee looked at the hellhound that was as tall as Yifan's chest and exclaimed in amazement. It's a hellhound now. I named it Xiaohua. Yifan replied with a smile. He glanced at Fatty Lee and said, Fatty, how is your beast? The inferior fruit was eaten by the beast. To the fiery sun snake. Fatty Lee replied, patting his head. By the way, Yifan, can you help me see what my fiery sun snake should be called now? As he spoke, Fatty Lee summoned the fiery sun snake. At this moment, the fiery sun snake had also changed its appearance. Its body size was at least a lot larger, and its color had turned black with some yellow cauliflower-like patterns. Black flame snake. Seeing this snake, Yifan nodded. This kind of evolution is not bad. It retains the characteristics of the fiery sun snake. Although its toxicity is much less, the upper limit of its size has been opened. It can grow to a very large size. It is not inferior to ordinary python-like beasts of the same grade. Black flame snake. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. I thought the evolution direction of the fiery sun snake was the python. The evolutionary direction of the fiery sun snake is mostly not to evolve into pythons. Yifan shook his head. Don't they say that a snake grows into a python and a python grows into a dragon? Fatty Lee said weakly. I know you mean to say that for a jiao to transform into a dragon, it needs that kind of blood. Yifan answered, explaining, the origin of a beast's blood is quite complicated. There are examples like what you said. For example, the descendants of those ancient species have evolved from generation to generation. It is also possible that there are very special snake beasts. They are very weak at first, but have the blood of dragon species. If the environment is right, they can transform or even evolve into dragons. But that beast must be different from other beasts. Even if they are the same beast, there must be obvious differences. What's the difference? Hearing this, Fatty Lee became interested. Does it have horns on its head, or a strange tail? Your kind has already manifested the bloodline characteristics of the ancient species. Yifan shook his head. The ancient dragon species has a very obvious characteristic, dragon pupils. Dragon pupil? The eyes are just very big, with the pupils taking up a large part of the eyes. When the eyes move, golden light flows. Yifan explained, there are many dragon species, but not all of them can become very strong. You don't have to worry about it. The eyes are very big, and the pupils take up a large part of them. Fatty Lee obviously didn't hear this sentence. He only heard the first half of the sentence and read it. Then, he seemed to think of something and looked at Yifan, asking doubtfully, Yifan, can humans have the blood of the dragon species? Yes. Yifan replied, but those people usually have ancestors who have first-generation beastmasters who killed dragon descendants. Can you have this bloodline by killing the descendants of dragons? No, dragon blood is extremely poisonous. Only those who bathe in dragon blood, and remain immortal will have this trait and pass it on. Yifan said casually, now I heard that there are only 2 families with this bloodline, and as the bloodline is inherited, the number of people with dragon pupils has become fewer and fewer. Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee pondered, then looked at Yifan and whispered, well, during the vacation after graduating from junior high school, your cousin came to play with you. His eyes seemed to be the dragon pupils you mentioned. Chapter 31 Little Badger. My cousin? Hearing this, Yifan showed a puzzled expression. Which cousin? It's the one who lives in the village in the city. His name is Yi. Fatty Lee scratched his head. I forgot his name, but his eyes are like this. They are very big, mostly with pupils. When he yawns, there is the golden light you mentioned. I even asked you at that time if your cousin had any problem with his eyes. Village in the city. Upon hearing this, Yifan frowned. He had very few memories about his relatives. Ever since the beast tide in Pingcheng broke out and his parents died, Yifan went out to explore the world and rarely came back. 100 years had passed, and he had basically no memories of these cousins. Does he have a cousin with dragon pupils? In the previous life, there was one family in Kyoto and one in Beihai, but I have never heard of any family with the surname Yi. After thinking for a while with a frown, Yifan finally shook his head. Those with dragon pupils are extraordinary. If his cousin really had this bloodline, he would definitely have an impression of it. Forget it, those things have nothing to do with us. Even if they are, they have nothing to do with us. Yifan said, the dragon species is just one of the ancient species. Just know about it. If you encounter it, pay attention to it. If you don't encounter it, forget it. Let's go. Today is the 3rd day. We should hurry up and find some good stuff so that we can improve our beast control level before leaving the secret realm. As he spoke, Yifan walked in front, with the hellhound following him, wagging its dark red tail, looking quite imposing. The improvement brought by the bloodline quality of the 2 beasts was quite huge. On the 3rd day, Yifan and Fatty Lee were hunting near the inner area of the forest. They killed a lot of 8-star and 9-star wild beasts, and even killed a bronze level 1. At this rate, we'll be able to hunt closer to the core area next time we come in. As night fell, Fatty Lee started a fire and roasted a piece of rhino meat while stretching. At this time, no one from the hero class should dare to come here. We have suppressed them. It's not bad. After all, we are just starting out now. The competition will become more and more intense later on. Yifan tore off a piece of roasted meat. Freshmen enjoy the best benefits. Even the teaching areas are separated. After the first half of the semester, seniors will be with us. Some of them are disgusting. If he's disgusting, just beat him up. Fatty Lee said, people who bully the weak are the most hateful. Beat him if you can, but there are some good talents in the senior class, especially in the 3rd year. One of them is said to have entered the silver 9 stars. His family and school are preparing resources for him to see if he can reach the gold level before the college entrance examination. Yifan answered, and seemed to have thought of something, and added, that person should be the cousin of Deng Chang's cousin. He really has a cousin of his cousin? The fat man was stunned when he heard this. Of course, otherwise why would I say to ask his cousin's cousin to come? Yifan replied, curling his lips indifferently, it's just that his last name is not Deng, so he may not stand up for someone like Deng Chang. Deng Chang is too stupid and has no brains. His cousin's cousin is not a fool, so why should he stand up for him? That's okay, that's okay. Silver 9 stars, that's really a bit outrageous. Fatty Lee responded in a low voice. Hearing this, Yifan smiled, did not continue speaking, and tore off another piece of barbecue and started eating. I have to say, after being with Fatty Lee, perhaps due to his influence, he became more talkative and less arrogant than in his previous life. But it's not bad this way. After all, I've lived a new life. The main thing is to make up for the regrets of my previous life and live every day well. Hey Yifan, you said that I will have a dragon python in the future. While eating barbecue, Fatty Lee raised his hand and was about to say something about his lofty ideals when suddenly, a rustling sound came from the jungle nearby. Then, a small creature that looked like a honey badger came out. Its forehead seemed to be covered with white ash, and it looked like a lost little beast. It walked out and was stunned for a moment when it saw Yifan, Fatty Lee, and the hellhound and 2-headed snake beside the fire. But then, as if it felt a little cold, it came to a place not far from the fire and squatted down. What kind of beast is this? It looks really unique. Fatty Lee made a sound while looking at the little thing. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, Yifan's voice rang out. Don't touch it, Fatty. The voice was a little hurried, and Fatty Lee was so scared that his hand trembled and he pulled it back. What's wrong? Fatty Li asked in confusion as he looked at Yifan with a frown on his face. Shoo. Yifan made a gesture for silence and raised his hand while looking at the beast that looked like a honey badger. The little guy also saw Yifan's actions, snorted, and stretched out his two paws and started rubbing them in front of the fire. After roasting the fire for a while, the little guy's eyes moved to the grill in front of Yifan, on which there was a large piece of rhino meat. Do you want to eat this? Noticing the little guy's gaze, Yifan spoke and gestured at the same time. Chirp. The little guy made a sound and nodded in a human-like manner. Yifan didn't say much, cut off a piece of barbecue, and threw it to it. The little guy looked at the barbecue thrown to him with extreme caution. He stretched out his nose to sniff it, and then grabbed it and ate it with confidence. For such a small creature, it ate barbecue at an astonishing speed. In less than a moment, it finished a piece of barbecue. Seeing this, Yifan cut off another piece and threw it over. This was repeated until most of the piece of evil rhino meat was eaten. Then the little guy patted his belly and stopped picking up the barbecue that Yifan threw to him. Chirp. Standing up, the little guy made a sound towards Yifan, as if to express his gratitude. Then he followed the same path he came from into the jungle and soon disappeared. Call. Until this time, Fatty Li, who had been silent, let out a long breath, looked at Yifan opposite him, and spoke a word. Fuck, it's so small. How can it eat so much? It's almost eaten all the meat. It just looks small. Yifan replied, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the fat man and suddenly said, Fatty, do you know how strong that little thing was just now? How many? Bronze 1 star. Yifan replied, picked up a piece of meat in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. Bronze 1 star, that's easy to deal with. Why are you so nervous? Upon hearing this level, Fatty Li spoke in confusion. Other bronze 1 star beasts are easy to deal with, but this little guy is difficult. Yifan shook his head. It's called Little Badger. There is no other beast of its kind. It is the only one of its kind in the species. Its bloodlines range from low grade to elite level. The one just now was an elite level one. It's a little special. Fatty Li replied, but it's so small, it shouldn't be that powerful. No, quite the opposite. Yifan replied, this beast is extremely difficult to deal with. It is naturally resistant to poison. Its leather armor is impervious to water and fire and is extremely hard. In addition, it is small and agile. To kill it in the same level, it is impossible unless you have absolute power to crush it. At this point, Yifan looked at the fat man and smiled helplessly. The most important thing is that this kind of beast is very vengeful. Holding a grudge? Fatty Li was stunned when he heard this. How much of a grudge do you hold? Just because you touched its head just now, it can chase you for 3 days. Yifan replied, this beast is called the jungle bully. Once a conflict occurs, it will keep fighting with its enemy until its enemy escapes to a place where it can't catch up or dies. Think about it carefully. If we really get into a conflict with such a difficult little bronze badger, can we still stay in this secret realm? Fuck, that's so exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li took a breath, looked at his hand, and quickly slapped it. This thing, unless you can crush it, if you encounter it, it's best to provide it with good food and drink. Yifan said with a smile as he watched the fat man's actions. Absolutely, my brother Badger. You have to give me some face. Fatty Li said hurriedly, and then he thought of something. Yifan, you said that little badger is so powerful. Wouldn't it be great to use it as a beast? They are powerful, but this type of beast tamer has a strong sense of resistance. It is basically impossible for a beast tamer of the same level to gain their recognition. Yifan was helpless. If a contract fails, then you have to be prepared to be chased and bitten by this little badger for dozens of kilometers. Chapter 32 Wang Lingxi. This is too powerful. Fatty Li was surprised. This beast is so unique. There are many unique beasts. Yifan said with a smile. I know of a parrot-like beast that is proficient in human language and can imitate the voice of every person it has seen. Even the closest people to the original owner can't tell them apart through a screen. There is also a monkey-like beast called the monk-faced Buddha monkey. It has a red face, wears clothes and Buddhist beads, and is no different from the monks in the temple. There are all kinds of creatures, all kinds of things, very interesting. Indeed, it's interesting just to hear you say that. Fatty Li was a little envious. Yifan, how do you know so much about beast control? Did you learn all this theoretically in junior high school? Not really, it's mostly what I've seen and heard. Yifan replied, as long as you're interested, there are naturally ways to learn about it. That's right. Fatty Li nodded and was about to say something when suddenly, The roar of beasts came from deep in the jungle, mixed with the sound of a little badger. What's going on? Fatty Lee raised his head and looked intently. At the end of his sight, the little badger was roaring face to face with a bronze 2-star silver-gray wolf. A strange scene appeared. The little badger seemed very angry. It raised its head and kept making shrill screams at the silver-gray wolf. The silver-gray wolf was in a defensive posture, but its body was retreating. There was an obvious bite mark on its leg. Just as Yifan said, ordinary beasts of the same level could not do anything to the little badger. The silver-gray wolf's attacks missed several times, and it was bitten by the badger and roared in anger. The stalemate did not last long, and it fled with its tail between its legs. The little badger followed closely behind. Despite its small body, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the two beasts rushed into the jungle on the other side. That little badger is really ferocious. It's chasing a beast that's much bigger than itself, and the other beast is actually afraid of it. After watching the whole process, Fatty Lee sighed. What can we do if we can't defeat it? The silver-gray wolf will probably suffer a lot in the next period of time. Yifan also saw this scene. He smiled and shook his head, then stood up. Let's go. This place is too close to the inner circle of the forest. There are bronze-level beast masters at any time. Let's station them outside to avoid being attacked at night. Okay. Fatty Lee answered, picked up his backpack and stood up, blowing a whistle at the same time. The next moment, the black flame snake and the purple striped snake swam over from not far away. The night in the forest is quite dangerous, so at night, the beast masters usually rest around the camp to serve as a warning. Click, click. The sound of footsteps rang out in the jungle, and when they reached some places outside the forest, it became noticeably more lively. Apparently, at this time, some students had formed a team to explore this location and settle down nearby. Yifan didn't care about these people. He took Fatty Lee and left from the edge of their camp. Yifan? After passing through a narrow passage, a voice suddenly sounded, and then a figure walked out from the darkness. Yifan and Fatty Lee were both startled by the sudden appearance of this figure. Then, seeing this figure clearly, Yifan frowned slightly. Ma Xiaoxue, why are you here? The Ma Xiaoxue in front of him no longer had the pretty face of the past. Now she was covered in dust and had many scars on her body, as if she had experienced a fierce battle. I encountered a gray bear in the outskirts in the afternoon. I lost the fight with it and lost my luggage. Ma Xiaoxue was a little ashamed, then I had to sleep on the ground. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoxue pointed to the shadow next to her, where there was a bed made of leaves and branches. What did you gain? Yifan asked. Fortunately, I found some strong muscle grass yesterday and today, and used them all for my beast control. Ma Xiaoxue replied, my white wolf has reached Black Iron 4 stars. Black Iron 4 stars, not bad. Yifan was a little surprised to hear this. Ma Xiaoxue's performance in her previous life was quite mediocre. Although she had entered the secret realm several times before, she was always the last one. Her performance in this life was still pretty good. At this time, all the freshmen can reach the Iron 4-star level. Fatty, give her one of the extra backpacks and tents, Yifan said casually, thinking of something. Okay. The fat man on the side nodded, took out a spare backpack and tent from the beast taming space, and handed them to Ma Xiaoxue. Thank you. Ma Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly and looked at Yifan with some gratitude in her eyes. You should leave yourself room for maneuver when doing things, and prepare alternative plans as much as possible. Yifan said calmly, if you want to quickly improve your beast control level, I suggest you look in the east direction of here. Maybe you can get some good results. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly. Okay. Fatty, let's go. After saying this, Yifan continued to move forward without paying any attention to Ma Xiaoxue, who was standing there. Soon, the two walked quite a distance apart, and Fatty Lee came up to them and asked, Ma Xiaoxue is a pretty good person. Why don't we let her come with us? Our secrets are very valuable. I won't let anyone I don't trust get close to us. Yifan replied, glanced at the fat man and continued, as for whether a person is good or bad, it's hard to tell at the moment. Then you just told her. She seems to have some positive thoughts, so I'll say a few words to her. If she can gain something, it can be considered a favor. Yifan said with a smile on his face, and said meaningfully, sometimes, some unintentional actions may bring unexpected things. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded. After following Yifan for the past few days, he probably understood some of Yifan's way of thinking. Stay away from strangers, but if the other person is a nice person, it is okay to offer help. Click. As they were walking, suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them. They had obviously seen Yi Fan and the others first. There were 7 or 8 of them, waiting on the path, standing straight. Shit, a highway robber? Fatty Lee was shocked when he saw this scene and wanted to step back. The Guardian is here. If you dare to steal what your classmates have harvested, you will probably be expelled from school. Yi Fan shook his head. He was not afraid at all and walked towards the path. Soon, I met this group of people. I saw a girl with delicate makeup at the front of the team, leaning lazily on a tree root nearby. Seeing the 2 people coming, the girl spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice. Yi Fan, can I meet you? You must be Wang Lingxi from the elite class. After taking a look at the girl, Yi Fan spoke calmly. You know me? This surprised Wang Lingxi a little. Of course. Yi Fan nodded with a smile in his eyes. Wang Lingxi can be considered a gifted girl of heaven. In her previous life, because she was unwilling to accept her superiority, she formed a group of people and often went against Jijia. Later, she performed poorly in the college entrance examination and went to a remote city to study at a university. Later, it was said that she got married and had children there, and there was no news about her since then. At that time, Wang Lingxi was considered quite famous. Her family was a well-known entrepreneur in Pingcheng. She herself was a rare spiritual leader with a special talent for taming beasts. She could share vision with the beasts and easily find opportunities that were difficult for others to discover. Before the college entrance examination, she was also considered a well-known genius in Pingcheng. This girl is quite interesting. Yi Fan had already risen to prominence in the senior year of high school in his previous life and had some conflicts with her. She can be said to be a girl with a true temperament. Then there is nothing more to say. Since you know me, you should know the Lingxi group. Wang Lingxi said, I heard about you and Dengli. Dengli and I don't have a good relationship either. Do you want to join me? Then, he will definitely not dare to cause trouble for you. Sure enough, when Yi Fan heard Wang Lingxi speak, he shook his head, looked at Wang Lingxi, and said, I don't like joining other people's organizations. What's wrong with the organization? Isn't it good to do activities together? It's safer, and we can gain a lot. Wang Lingxi retorted, we are all people with similar aspirations. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression was helpless. Looking at the group of people around Wang Lingxi, he could only shake his head. How can this be a qualified organization? It is clearly a group of people with all kinds of ideas in their minds. Some wanted to gain support from Wang Lingxi and her family, some wanted to gain benefits by following Wang Lingxi, and some simply wanted to share something with Wang Lingxi's special talent. If they had really worked together, they would not have been so badly suppressed by Ji Jia in their previous life. Chapter 33 The End of the Secret Realm. What's wrong? You don't agree? Wang Lingxi frowned and pouted at Yi Fan's reaction. I heard that you were good at boxing and kicking, and you beat more than 10 people including Dengli. But now everyone is at the black iron level. In the future, when you reach the bronze level and have the skills to control the beast, your boxing and kicking skills will not be useful. The power of 1 or 2 people is limited. If you want to fight against Dengli and his men, joining me is the best choice. Fight against Dengli? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. He had never taken Dengli seriously at all. Ever since he knew that the dynasty organization had set up its plan in Pingcheng, his eyes had been on the evil cult organization behind Dengli, which was responsible for the cholera period. Don't disbelieve me. At the bronze level, beastmasters are much stronger than humans. It's hard to win with just your fists and feet. Looking at Yi Fan's expression, Wang Lingxi emphasized, as if worried that Yi Fan didn't believe it, and we've already fought against a bronze-level beastmaster today, and we were almost able to defeat him. This is the power of a team. Seeing Wang Lingxi's persistence, Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Fatty Lee standing beside him. Fatty, let her see it. Okay. Fatty Lee responded, took the package, put it on the ground, and opened the package. Bronze level. At a glance, Wang Lingxi saw the flesh and blood of the evil rhinoceros, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Bronze level, is that very strong? Yi Fan asked. Wang Lingxi suddenly looked up, looked at the other person's calm eyes, opened his mouth, and felt his lips were a little dry. You have already advanced to bronze? Bronze kills bronze. There is no need to show off. Yi Fan shook his head and winked at Fatty, and Fatty Lee also put the package away. Wang Lingxi was silent. Obviously, at this moment, she also knew what it meant for a black iron to kill a bronze-level player. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Lingxi was ready to speak. But I have a spirit. I know you have Ling Kuei, but Ling Kuei doesn't mean anything. It only means that you may have more opportunities than others, but to grasp those opportunities, you need strength. Yi Fan interrupted Wang Lingxi and stepped forward. I think you'd better think more about how to become stronger and not waste your talent. After he finished speaking, the faces of many people around Wang Lingxi changed. Some people were a little annoyed and wanted to speak, but finally kept their mouths shut. Yifan and the other person left quickly. Wang Lingxi looked at his back with a deep look in his eyes. This Yifan is really arrogant. Someone seemed to notice that something was wrong with Wang Lingxi and came over. He is a loner. If he joins us, we will probably fight. It is better not to join. But others don't even look up to us, let alone join us. Wang Lingxi shook her head. Obviously, Yifan and his team's killing of bronze-level beastmasters at this stage shocked her greatly. The people here are quite strong. Most of them are at the Black Iron 5-star level or above, but such a group of people, when faced with the bronze-level beast taming skills, were still defeated in a panic. Why are there such strong combat power at 2 levels? The 5 days in the secret realm passed quickly. On the morning of the end, the door to the secret realm opened and the students went out one by one. At the door, the principal arrived in person and the tutors were all in place. Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong sat on each side, neither speaking. Students who have come out, please register the things you have obtained in the secret realm and calculate the total value. The principal said that the one who performed the best in the secret realm and obtained the most things will be rewarded with an elite beast. When the news came out, many students were excited, especially those who had gained a lot from the secret realm. They were smiling with joy. Lu Song, the total value of the items seized is about 11,000 yuan. Zhao Li, the total value of the items seized is about 36,000 yuan. In front of a table, an old man with gray hair and wearing a pair of reading glasses was in charge of statistics. His eyesight seemed to be very good. He could tell the value of the students' things placed in front of his desk with just a quick glance. After a short while, most of the students who came out had passed the test, and most of them were around 10,000 yuan to 50,000 yuan. It looks like these students have gained a lot. Looking at what the students took out, the principal nodded. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with the performance of this class of freshmen. Ma Xiaoxue, the items you got are worth about 3,000 yuan. The voice sounded a little abrupt. Several instructors looked at it, and when they found out it was a student from the regular class, their eyes shifted to Pan Zhao. I've used most of my things. Looking at the look in Pan Zhao's eyes, Ma Xiaoxue explained. Just use it. Pan Zhao nodded and was about to say something when he heard a few more voices. Li Shuai, the items you got are worth about 1,000 yuan. Qin Kuren, the things you got are worth about 500 yuan. The next few questions were from the remaining students in the ordinary classes, all numbering less than 1,000. Pan Zhao's face darkened. When he heard that the last student had obtained something worth 0 yuan, he couldn't help but speak up. You were wandering around in the secret realm for 5 days and found nothing? Teacher Pan, my beast is only 1-star black iron, and I can't beat any other beast. The student was a little flustered. Pan Zhao was choked by these words. He curled his lips and cursed. Why are you still standing here? If you know you can't control beasts, then go and practice. Aren't you ashamed of standing here? Yes. Several students walked away with their heads down, while several teachers beside Jiang Hong looked like they were watching the fun. It looks just so. I thought students from ordinary classes could really rise to prominence. I think Yifan might be similar. He looks powerful, but going to the secret realm doesn't just depend on fighting. You also have to find things. Soon, the remaining students basically came out, and when Wang Lingxi came out, several teachers turned their attention to him. With Ling Kuei, Wang Lingxi has the greatest advantage in this secret realm. Her gains should be huge. Absolutely. You know Ling Kuei's talent. Treasure hunting is too easy for him. And Wang Lingxi lived up to everyone's expectations. After the evaluation, he received a total of nearly 110,000 things. 110,000. Upon hearing this number, many other students showed expressions of amazement. This time, I gained 10 times more than other students. Not bad. Jiang Hong spoke rarely. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with such a harvest. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded, but glanced back. Yifan and the others haven't come out yet. What are these two people doing? Everyone was waiting, and it didn't take long before the light gate of the secret realm responded. As everyone's eyes converged, suddenly, the corpse of a beast was thrown out. Short-legged lizard. The faces of many teachers changed when they saw the corpse of the beast. They all knew the strength of this short-legged lizard. It had no brains and rushed around recklessly. Its bronze-level awakening skill was a range earthquake, which was quite powerful. Some students in the second year of high school suffered losses after provoking it last month. But it was hunted? Before anyone could say anything, the light gate vibrated, and then Fatty Lee's voice rang out, "Fuck! This short-legged violent lizard is too heavy, and the beast control space is full. As he spoke, he waved his hands. When he noticed that everyone's eyes were on him, he subconsciously looked at Yifan standing aside. What's going on? Yifan didn't expect that a group of people would be here and was stunned. The air was somewhat silent, but the principal spoke first and asked with a smile. Li Yu, did you too hunt this short-legged lizard? Yeah. Fatty Li nodded without thinking too much. Yifan said that the secret realm will open at 10 o'clock today. We should have enough time to kill this short-legged violent lizard. So we went there. I see. Hearing this, the principal nodded, and his eyes moved to Yifan on the side, asking, Yifan, we are now counting the value of the secret realm. Do you mind if we take a look at your secret realm gains? It's okay. Yifan shook his head and looked at Fatty Li beside him. Fatty Li understood and took off the package on his back. The moment it was opened, many exclamations were heard. Such a big backpack was filled to the brim with all kinds of spiritual herbs, medicines, and flowers. Boom. The package was placed on the table. This time, even the old man in charge of statistics was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the two of them, then turned over the package and took out the contents. Items were taken out one by one, almost filling up half of the table. The old man was silent for a few seconds and then gave a number. Yifan and Li Yu. The things they obtained are worth about 550,000. Chapter 34 Rewards. 10,000. The moment this number came out, exclamations were heard. 5 times as much as Wang Lingxi. 550,000? The first person to be shocked upon hearing this was Wang Lingxi. Probably no one knew the situation in the secret realm better than her. There were many spiritual herbs and medicines in the secret realm that were all guarded by beasts. How is it possible to get so many spiritual herbs and medicines? This Yifan. Wang Lingxi opened his mouth and suddenly thought of what Yifan said that day. Seizing opportunities depends on strength. It turns out that he can kill more than just bronze 1-star beastmasters. Ahem. Upon hearing this number, Principal Pumi also coughed, his eyes lingering on the package behind Yifan. You? What I have here are the flesh and blood of beasts. They are not worth much. Yifan spoke first. Pumi choked and opened his mouth, but finally did not ask any more questions. He turned his gaze to Fatty Li and smiled again. Li Yu, did you get anything else? I have nothing left. They are all empty. Fatty Li cooperated by spreading his hands. All the things are here. The other beasts have eaten them all. Hearing this, many teachers cursed inwardly. Bullshit. You just said your beast control space is full. There are only food in my beast taming space. Nothing else. Fatty Li emphasized. Shameless. Who the hell put a space full of food? Many teachers cursed inwardly again. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel frightened. It was obvious that these gains were definitely not all. There must be a lot of good things in Yifan's package and the two people's beast taming space. This is already 550,000. So how much is their actual income for this trip? Did you go to the secret realm to purchase goods? Well done. Pan Zhao said from a distance. You two have earned more than any other class. This statement may provoke some hatred, but Pan Zhao didn't care at the moment. He thought he had just held a long breath, and this time he got it all back. Are you relying on Wang Lingxi to make yourself so great? The two of us are as powerful as all the people in your class. Zhang Hong's face darkened, and his gaze was fixed on Yifan. When he saw that the other party's face remained calm, he stood up and prepared to leave. Zhang Hong, don't you want to see the result? Pan Zhao's voice rang out, but Zhang Hong snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and left. Zhang Hong is so angry that his face is about to turn green. Pan Zhao was happy when he saw Zhang Hong's expression. He also felt that Yifan and Fatty Li were good the more he looked at them. Even Li Yu, who he thought was a piece of shit at taming beasts, seemed to look much better to him now. Principal, isn't it time to give out the rewards? Pan Zhao asked in a somewhat urgent tone. This. Pumi was helpless. He glared at Pan Zhao, coughed, looked at Yifan and Fatty Li, and said, This is what I set before. The one who gains the most from the secret realm this time will be rewarded with an elite-level beast. However, there is only one beast. Who among you wants to? Give it to Yifan. He contributed a lot. Fatty Li spoke without hesitation. Okay. Pumi nodded and looked at Yifan. Just as he was about to take out the things in the beast-controlling space, Yifan's voice rang out. Can the beast be discounted? What? Pumi was stunned by this. Pan Zhao, who was standing by, was a little anxious. He couldn't help but say, Of course we need to tame beasts. The principal has well-trained beasts there, and they all start at Black Iron 9 stars. It's easy to advance to bronze level. My current beast tamer still requires a large amount of resources, so I probably won't need a second beast tamer in the short term. Yifan shook his head. You. Pan Zhao opened his mouth, and looking at Yifan's determined look, he could only sigh angrily in the end. The beast that the principal used must be extraordinary. Even if it did not reach the elite peak and possessed innate skills, it was at least quite good among the elite grades. There would be no problem in raising it to a very high level. You said discount. That's really an asshole. Are you sure you want a discount? Pumi obviously didn't expect Yifan to say this, and asked in surprise, You don't even ask me what kind of beast I will give you? I won't ask anymore. Yifan shook his head. You little guy, you are quite interesting. Looking at Yifan, Pumi smiled, but didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and said, Okay, a 9-star black iron elite beast will cost 600,000 according to the average market price. I will ask the finance department to calculate it and let your teacher send it to you. Okay, thank you, Principal. Yifan bowed and nodded to Fatty Lee beside him. Fatty Lee understood, picked up the package on the ground, and greeted the teachers. Well, we'll leave first. Don't touch this short-legged lizard. I'll be back to carry it later. As they spoke, the two of them, each carrying a large bag, walked outside. They looked as if they were just coming back from purchasing goods. The teachers all watched the two people leave with their eyes open, while Pumi smiled as she watched them leave. Finally, she looked at Pan Zhao and said meaningfully, Pan Zhao, you seem to have good luck this year. Bang, bang, bang. In the dormitory, Yifan and his companion had just returned to the dormitory and had just closed the door when Pan Zhao knocked on the door. Fatty Lee saw that the door had been knocked so hard that it made a dent, so he hurried to open it. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Pan Zhao say unhappily, You two are such idiots. Why didn't you want that elite beast tamer just now? You didn't listen to me. The main thing is that I still need to train my own beast. Yifan felt helpless when he heard Pan Zhao say this. He was about to repeat his explanation, but Pan Zhao scolded him on the spot. Bullshit. You two are both low-level beast masters. What's the point of training them? Isn't this a waste of resources? No. Yifan shook his head and summoned his beast. The hellhound appeared, and the temperature in the dormitory became noticeably warmer. A bronze-level hellhound? Pan Zhao was stunned when he saw the beast that appeared. Is this the new beast you subdued? No. Yifan replied with a smile. We got 6 inferior fruits in the secret realm, which raised our beast bloodline to elite level. Degenerate fruit? Pan Zhao was a little surprised. You got all that stuff? Yes, it was guarded by the short-legged lizard just now. Yifan replied. No wonder you don't want it anymore. Pan Zhao stopped worrying about the beast and looked at Fatty Lee. Li Yu, where's your beast? Let it out so I can see it. Oh, okay. Fatty Lee was already afraid of Pan Zhao, and when he heard the voice, he quickly summoned his 2 beasts. Black Flame Snake, Purple Stripe Snake, 2 Black Iron 6 stars. Looking at Fatty Lee's 2 beasts, Pan Zhao was silent and looked at the packages they put on the ground. How did you two get so many things in the secret realm? It's mainly luck. Fatty Lee scratched his head, but Pan Zhao spoke up, Did I ask you? Hearing this, Fatty Lee immediately fell silent. Pan Zhao looked at Yifan, but Yifan just smiled and said, It's also luck. Good luck? Hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted, but did not ask too much. As a teacher, he would not ask about student secrets. Okay, you should go home and have a few days rest these days. It's like giving you a holiday. After a while, Pan Zhao spoke, turned around and prepared to leave. Okay. Hearing this, Yifan nodded and a smile appeared on his face. Fatty Lee also had a smile on his face, but he asked in confusion, Why do you want to give us a holiday? Are you asking a million questions? Are you not happy about the holiday? Pan Zhao scolded, If you are not happy, come back and practice every day. I'm happy to. Fatty Lee quickly agreed. Pan Zhao's face looked better. He glanced at Yifan and said in a deep voice, Don't rest for too long when you go back. You must come back before the secret realm opens next month. You are very smart. You should understand what I mean. Understood. Yifan nodded in agreement, and Pan Zhao also nodded. He then looked at Fatty Lee with hatred and cursed in a somewhat unhappy tone. Li Yu, if you were half as smart as Yifan, I would be pissed off by you less than twice a day. Fatty Lee was angry but dared not say anything. He watched Pan Zhao leave, then made a face, moved closer to Yifan, and asked hurriedly, What exactly did Pan Zhao mean? Why did he suddenly give us a holiday? That is to say, let us fade out for a while. Yifan answered, looking at Fatty Lee and said, People are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. We have gained too much in the secret realm this time. and our story has also been spread out, so there will definitely be some trouble. Instead of wasting energy here talking to these people, it is better to quietly give us a holiday and go back to rest for a while. Anyway, it won't delay us from training or anything. Oh, so that's it. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. Does that mean we are famous now? It's become famous. Yifan replied that he did not expect the principal to do such a thing suddenly. He had been making a fortune in silence, and even if others speculated, they only knew that he was quite capable. But after all this, everyone knew that they had killed the bronze beast in the secret realm and gained a lot of things. This was a completely different concept, and it almost pushed them to the forefront. For quite some time to come, everyone's eyes might be on them. This is before Yifan opened his bag. If he counted all of them, there would probably be a large group of people in the school who would want to rob them. Thinking of this, Yifan felt a little helpless, but he didn't care too much. Forget it. It's not bad to go back and have a rest. See my parents? It's just right. I still have some things to do when I go back. Chapter 35 Return Home. After saying this, Yifan opened his package and counted the income from this trip. It is indeed a fruitful harvest. The income from such a trip is definitely over 1 million. This is the gap between Beastmasters and ordinary people. After reaching the bronze level, any Beastmaster is worth several $1,000s. Not to mention that they can also find better spiritual herbs and medicines. Ordinary people, even if they are quite skilled Beastmaster hunters, can only hunt low-star Black Iron Beastmasters, and they risk their lives every time they hunt. Fatty Lee came over with an interested expression. Yifan, what exactly is the skill that your hellhound has mastered at the bronze level? I saw it suddenly used today, and the surrounding area was covered in flames for several meters. The short-legged violent lizard died instantly. It was too fierce. That skill is called overheat combustion, and it's a pretty good skill. Yifan replied with a smile. This morning, which was the 5th day in the secret realm, his hellhound completed a breakthrough to the bronze level in the beast taming space and comprehended the first beast taming skill, overheating combustion. This skill allows the hellhound to burst out the high temperature in its body for a short period of time, and according to the beast taming strength, a part of the surrounding space will be covered by high-temperature flames. This skill is somewhat similar to self-destruction, but it will not harm the beast itself. It will cause temporary weakness after using it. It can be considered a large-scale killing skill. With this confidence, Yifan started to think about how to deal with the short-legged lizard and the vines that contain the inferior fruit, and decided to hunt the short-legged lizard within the last 2 hours. This is how the scene of Fatty Lee carrying the short-legged lizard came about. That skill is so cool. Fatty Lee was a little envious. I wonder what skill my Beastmaster will learn at the bronze level. Anyway, no matter what skill you learn, you have to become proficient in it. You have to learn to choose when to use the beast control skills in battle. Yifan replied, now is just the first skill. As the level of the beast control gets higher and higher, the number of beasts you control increases, and the number of skills you learn will increase. By then, it will be more and more difficult to master them. Don't go out and play around when you get back. Practice cooperating with the Beastmasters. We are just starting out, so don't get into a lazy habit. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded. He loved listening to Yifan's teachings. Okay, pack up, we'll be home tomorrow. Yifan cleaned up the things on the table, then thought of something and said to Fatty, when you go back, your parents will definitely ask you why you eat so much every day. Just say that you're a Beastmaster who needs to supplement a lot of nutrition. It's okay. I eat a lot anyway. Fatty Lee's words choked Yifan, who paused for a long time before saying, that's okay. The next morning, Pan Zhaolai brought the 2 men 600,000 yuan as a reward from the principal, 300,000 yuan each, and sent them to the station. It was the first time that Fatty Lee saw so much money. His eyes widened. Pan Zhao scolded him for being useless and told him several times not to spend the money recklessly when he returned home. Da-da-da-da. Soon, the car drove away. On the platform, Pan Zhao looked at the speeding car and then he sighed. These 2 brats should behave themselves when they go home. After saying this, Pan Zhao turned around and walked towards the school. But he had not walked far before a long-winged bird flew over his head at high speed in the sky and flew in the direction of the car. It's broad daylight. Don't you know that flying beasts are prohibited in Pingcheng? You don't know the rules. Pan Zhao curled his lips as he watched the long-winged bird fly by. Every city has its own rules. Some cities do not prohibit the use of flying beasts in the city, while some cities do prohibit it. Every month, there are several Beastmasters from other places who do not know the rules and are punished for violating city regulations. For things like this, the city has a special law enforcement team. Within an hour, the Beastmaster who uses the long-winged bird to fly around the city will be caught and given a lesson. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao seemed a little unhappy. There are always people like this everywhere. Beastmasters are so special that they want to show off if they have a flying beast. Mom, I'm back. In the restaurant, Ning Qingxia, who was wiping the table, paused when she heard the voice. She looked up and was stunned to see Yifan carrying large and small bags of things. Yifan, why are you back? The teacher gave us a holiday. Looking at the slightly older Ning Qingxia in front of him, Yifan said nothing. He put down his things, stretched out his hand, and hugged her. Mom, you've worked hard. Ning Qingxia was a little overwhelmed by Yifan's hug. She just patted Yifan on the back subconsciously and asked, What's wrong? Did you get wronged at school? No. Yifan shook his head, loosened his hand, and took out the money given by Pan Zhao from the backpack beside him. Li Yu and I performed very well in the school's secret realm. The principal rewarded us with 600,000 yuan, 300,000 yuan each for Li Yu and me. Here. Ning Qingxia was a little nervous when she saw the stacks of money being taken out. She quickly put the money away with a panicked look in her eyes. So much money? Not much. I'm a beast master now. Yifan smiled. Can a beast master get so much money? Ning Qingxia was a little unconvinced. She pulled Yifan and whispered, Don't lie to me. Is this really a reward from your principal? No, if you don't believe it, you can ask our teacher. Yifan replied. Then let me ask. Ning Qingxia was a little worried, so she took out her cell phone and called Pan Zhao. Yifan didn't say anything. 300,000 is indeed a lot for an ordinary family. It is normal for his mother to be worried, so it would be better to ask her to confirm it. Hello, is this Teacher Pan? I'm Yifan's mother. The call was quickly connected. After asking a few questions and getting confirmation, Ning Qingxia put down the phone with a look of joy on her face. Yifan, are you so powerful? I heard from Teacher Pan Zhao that you are the most powerful beastmaster among the freshmen this year. Of course. Yifan completely let down his guard against his mother. With a smile on his face, he said with a hint of pride, Mom, don't underestimate me. I'm already a bronze-level beastmaster. So powerful? Ning Qingxia was a little surprised. Obviously, she also knew the level of beast taming. Of course, I won't have to worry about my life in the future. Yifan replied, Now I can earn tens of thousands of dollars just by going hunting in the Silver Moon Forest. Is my son so powerful? But the Silver Moon Forest is too dangerous, so it's better to go there less often. Ning Qingxia said with a happy face, You, just study hard and get into a good university. You don't need to worry about your family. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go find your dad and tell him the good news. Okay. Yifan nodded without saying much. He watched Ning Qingxia walk towards the kitchen with a smile in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, Dad should come out within 3 seconds. What? Bronze level? And they gave him 300,000 yuan as a reward? Click, click. Sure enough, a cry of surprise was heard, and soon, Yifan's father, Yi Linqing, walked out from the kitchen with a soup spoon in his hand. Dad. Looking at Yi Linqing, Yifan spoke. Good boy, you are amazing. Yi Linqing took a few big steps to Yifan, a little excited. Quick, quick. Let me see what your bronze-level beast man looks like. Okay. Yifan nodded and summoned the hellhound. Wow, it's so big. Looking at the hellhound that appeared in front of him, Yi Linqing exclaimed, It must be several times bigger than our Xiaobai. Almost. Yifan nodded with a smile. My dad used to be a beastmaster, but his level of beast taming was relatively low. Xiaobai is his dad's beast, a white-haired dog among the canine beasts, a very ordinary beast. It was my dad's first beast back then. Now it is probably around 3 stars in the black iron level. It is very human-like and was arranged by my dad to guard the house. You kid, not bad, not bad. After looking around the hellhound for a long time, the old man was amazed. Then, he patted Yifan on the shoulder and sighed. If Dad had your talent, he would not have failed to get into university back then. Hearing this, Yifan smiled, pulled his father over, and asked mysteriously, Dad, do you still want to become a powerful beast master? Chapter 36, Repaying a Favor. Become a powerful beast master? Hearing this, Yi Linqing was stunned, looked at Yifan, and lowered his voice. Do you have a way? Yes. Yifan nodded, glanced at Yi Linqing, and winked. After all, they were father and son, so they had some tacit understanding. Yi Linqing raised his head and shouted to the back, Qingxia, I'll take Yifan to buy some good things and we'll be back soon. Go ahead. The store isn't busy anyway. Bridget Lin replied, Don't be gone all day. Come back early. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded and pulled Yifan, who was carrying the package, out of the door, and rode the tricycle directly home. It didn't take long for the two to return to the old house. As soon as they opened the door and saw Yifan, Xiaobai rushed over. Yifan hugged Xiaobai and kissed her for a while, then opened the package casually, took out an iron bone fruit and stuffed it into Xiaobai's hand. Good boy. Iron bone fruit costs tens of thousands each. Yi Linqing opened his mouth, but before he could say more, Yifan opened the package. So many. Yi Linqing was shocked when he saw a package full of spiritual herbs and medicines. Dad, I have a great opportunity now. It will be easy for you to become a good beast master. Yifan answered, deliberately lowering his voice. I met an unparalleled strong man. He passed on to me all the skills he had gained throughout his life. How strong is this peerless master? Yi Linqing was stunned when he heard this. Yifan showed a mysterious smile on his face and leaned close to Yi Linqing's ear. Dad, have you heard of king level? King level? These two words made Yi Linqing tremble immediately, and his face suddenly changed. The one above glory? Yes. Yifan nodded, but Yi Linqing didn't say anything, quickly closed the door, and pulled Yifan into the inner room. After entering the inner room, Yi Linqing was overjoyed and said to Yifan, don't tell anyone else that you have obtained the king-level inheritance. Affirmative. Yifan nodded, looked at Yi Linqing, and spoke again. Dad, you haven't said it yet. Do you want to become a strong man? Of course I do. Yi Linqing nodded, but you know that my father is not talented in taming beasts. Just like you, both are level 1. He can deal with ordinary people, and now he is over that age. Beast taming talent cannot determine everything. As long as there are enough opportunities, even if there is no beast taming talent, one can still become a strong person. As for age, there are many who achieve success late in life. Yifan replied without saying much and pushed Yi Linqing to sit on the seat. Dad, I will teach you a breathing method now. You must remember it. Breathing method? Upon hearing this, Yi Linqing's expression became serious. He quickly adjusted his state and said seriously, you say? Don't be so serious. Yifan smiled. Dad should know the breathing method we learned in school. Tell me what you are doing now. Change the trajectory of movement, starting from the heart. In the following time, Yifan slowly spoke and taught Yi Linqing the breathing method. In a very short time, Yi Linqing completed the breathing method. Suddenly, he exhaled a breath. The air was dark and seemed to have impurities. What kind of breathing method is this? It's amazing. I feel like my body has suddenly become much lighter. After exhaling this breath, Yi Linqing seemed to feel much better. He looked at Yifan and said in surprise, this breathing method is called the Pingcheng method. It can remove impurities from the human body. There are 7 levels in total. After years of practice, it can prolong life and make you as light as a swallow and as bright-eyed as an eagle. When you reach a high level, you can be immune to all poisons and avoid heat and cold. Yifan replied with a smile in his eyes. Dad can find a reason to pass this breathing method to Mom. You work in an environment of oil smoke all year round, and there must be a lot of residue in your body. Practicing this breathing method is very good. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly, stood up, and as he moved, a crackling sound came from his body. This breathing method must be extremely amazing. It's okay. Just don't let others know. Yifan shook his head. The mirror method was not actually the top breathing method, but he thought about it for a long time. Many of the top breathing methods needed to be practiced since childhood, and most of them had special requirements. His father and others were old, so the effect of their practice might not be good. This should be the most suitable breathing method for Dad and others to practice. It is easy to get started, and most importantly, it can prolong their lifespan and make them immune to all poisons. It can ensure their safety to a great extent and prevent the despicable actions of some villains. Dad, breathing techniques are only one step. To become a powerful beast tamer, the level of beast taming is also extremely important. Yifan opened the package and placed it in front of his father. These are the spiritual herbs and fruits I obtained in the secret realm. Although Xiaobai is relatively old among white-haired dogs, the right spiritual fruits can still greatly enhance its potential. Give it to Xiaobai. Why not keep it for your beast? Hearing this, Yi Linqing shook his head. Spiritual fruits and the like are too precious. I still have a lot of them. These are the ones I picked out specifically for Xiaobai. They are the most suitable for him. So, hearing this, Yi Linqing hesitated and looked at Yifan. Are you serious? Of course. Yifan replied, Dad, I am already a bronze-level beastmaster now. Such spiritual herbs and fruits are not difficult for me to obtain. Dad, you know that in a place like Pingcheng, a bronze-level beastmaster can already live a very good life. That's true. Yi Linqing nodded, and this time, He put away the spiritual fruit. I will be at home recently. When Dad has nothing to do, you can go to Silver Moon Forest with me for some training. I am 100% sure that Dad will be safe outside the forest. Yifan said seriously. By the way, Dad can improve his beast taming skills, which is also good. That's no problem. Yi Linqing nodded. He once dreamed of reaching the pinnacle of Beastmaster. Now that he had a way to do it, the heart of a strong man began to beat again. But how do I tell your mother? She's worried about you going. She definitely won't let me take Xiaobai with you. How can this be difficult for Dad? Hearing this, Yifan smiled. Dad, you usually make up excuses to secretly drink. Isn't it easy for you to do so? Let's go secretly first. After a while, when you become stronger, we can tell Mom when we can no longer hide it. It will be a surprise for her. Stinky boy. Hearing this, Yi Linqing cursed and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Okay, I'll try to go with you when I'm free recently. That's fine. Yifan nodded with a smile, glanced at Yi Linqing, and suddenly said, Dad, I will definitely go to university in Kyoto in the future. You'd better prepare yourself and give Mom a vaccination in advance. Then we'll go. I will be able to reach the silver level next year at the latest. By then, I will save some money while gaining experience, and buying a house in Kyoto after graduation should be no problem. No problem. Yi Linqing smiled. Your mother was talking about traveling to Kyoto a few days ago. Okay. Yifan nodded, but there was something complicated in his eyes. He was worried that his father and others would not want to go. He had brought up this topic when he was in college in his previous life, but his mother rejected it, saying that he would be a burden to her. His father also said that it was not as comfortable to live there as here. It turns out that my father and the others were willing to go to Kyoto, but they just didn't have the conditions. If I can show something in this life that is enough to make my family stand on its own, everything will be different. Thinking of something, Yifan nodded. Isn't this what he wanted? Everything can go to a good place. What he didn't have before, what his family didn't have, he now has. It feels so good. Yifan nodded. He did not tell his father everything. Instead of telling his father that he was reborn as a king in his previous life, it would be better to tell him directly that he had inherited the legacy of a king-level strongman. Knowing too much would make it difficult for them to accept and would also make them more worried. Chapter 37 Forest. I feel like I haven't been here in years. At an entrance of the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Linqing looked at the forest in front of him and sighed. Pingcheng is not big. It is considered a small city in the 18th tier. It takes less than an hour from the school to Yifan's home. It's just that the school requires students to stay in the school for the convenience of management. In fact, the distance from his home to the Silver Moon Forest may be closer than the school to here. There is really a world of difference between Beastmasters and ordinary people. The entire Pingcheng has a population of 300,000, but the number of students in Pingcheng High School does not exceed 1,000, a ratio of less than 1 in 300. Even among beast tamers, there are many who have no talent and do not get opportunities. Ordinary families cannot afford the cost of upgrading a beast tamer. To upgrade an ordinary beast tamer to bronze, one needs to spend a lot of money, which must be hundreds of thousands or even millions. How many people can afford it? Just like those students in Yifan's class who couldn't even compete for the top 10, they had no secret realm to go to, and the Silver Moon Forest was extremely dangerous. If they relied on the beast to grow, they might still be at the black iron level after a few years, or even regress if they didn't get enough nutrition for a long time. In their previous lives, they were able to grow up, and even the fat guy could reach the bronze level. A large part of the reason was because of the 10 places that Pan Zhao had fought for them. In previous years, students in ordinary classes really had nothing. This is also the reason why there is such a huge gap between Beastmasters and ordinary people and weak Beastmasters. For a powerful Beastmaster, a random hunting trip can earn several years' income for an ordinary family. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. In addition, many people cannot devote themselves to taming beasts throughout their lives. If they fail to get into university, they have to start considering family life. If they spend their whole lives struggling to make money, they may not go far in their lifetime. Dad, this is just the first time. There will be more times in the future. With a smile in his eyes, Yifan looked at Xiaobai, who was obviously much older and had reached the Black Iron 5-star level, next to his dad, and nodded. The spiritual fruits he prepared for Xiaobai were mainly in the shape of muscles and bones, and the future evolutionary direction was estimated to be the same. The fruits of the inferior fruit had been planted, and it would not be long before the inferior fruit would be produced for Xiaobai to use. For a beast that has no chance to control elements to attack, size and strength are its biggest advantages. Has Mom learned the breathing technique? Yifan asked, thinking of something. I learned it. Yi Linqing nodded, a smile on his face. I said your grandfather told me in a dream, saying that it should only be passed on to us. I have passed it on to you, and it works very well. My grandfather came to me in a dream. Dad is really amazing. Hearing Yi Linqing's words, Yi Fan laughed dumbly, but he didn't say much and summoned his hellhound. Xiaohua, come out. Wong. The hellhound came out, and when it saw Yi Linqing, it was stunned for a moment. Then, it seemed to smell something, and rubbed towards Yi Linqing affectionately. Then, it saw Xiaobai next to it, and lowered its head to sniff. Xiaobai also sniffed the hellhound. This is a habit for dogs, and they will soon become familiar with it. Sure enough, after a while, the two canine beasts started fighting with each other. On the side, Yi Fan watched them playing for a while, then reminded them, okay, it's time for us to get down to business. Upon hearing this, the hellhound stood up immediately, and Xiaobai also looked energetic. Dad, let's go. Yi Fan waved to Yi Linqing. The two entered the beast-taming forest, and at this moment, Yi Linqing's shock had just begun. Yi Fan's hellhound was too strong. With Yi Fan around, it almost crushed the entire outskirts of the forest. Ordinary beasts couldn't even withstand a single attack from it. But soon, Yi Linqing became familiar with the situation and was eager to command Xiaobai to fight. Soon, he gradually got the hang of it. The afternoon passed quickly. Under Yi Fan's guidance, Yi Linqing commanded Xiaobai to kill a wild beast with 3 black iron stars for the first time. I hunted down a 3-star black iron wild beast alone. Looking at the fallen white wolf opposite, Yi Linqing let out a long breath and looked at Yi Fan. Great. Yi Fan smiled and waved to his father. Dad, that's all for today. It's already past 6 in the afternoon. Let's go sell the meat and go home, otherwise Mom will ask about it. Okay. Yi Linqing agreed with some reluctance. After all, he was once a beast master. It felt so good to command beasts in this way. Yi Fan naturally saw Yi Linqing's expression and a smile appeared on his face. This is the world of beast tamers. If you can choose to become a powerful beast tamer, who would be willing to be trapped in the daily necessities of life? In the city butcher shop, the owner was delighted to see Yi Fan coming. Recently, Yi Fan has come many times, each time more diligently than the last, and the beasts he brought are stronger than the last. The shop owner was not stupid. He knew that this ordinary-looking boy was definitely not an ordinary person and would most likely become a great man. Little brother, long time no see. The boss greeted him attentively, and when he saw Yi Linqing next to Yi Fan, he was stunned for a moment. Old Yi, why are you here too? Oh no. Yi Linqing didn't expect that Yi Fan came to this restaurant to sell meat. He opened a restaurant and bought meat from this restaurant. It was just ordinary meat such as pork and chicken. After more than 10 years, the two of them were considered old acquaintances. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Linqing with a smile on his face and said to the boss, this is my father. He happens to be free today. Come with me to the Silver Moon Forest to hunt. Ah. Hearing this, the boss was shocked and said to Yi Linqing, good fellow, old Yi. This little brother is your son? Yeah. Yi Linqing nodded. He looked calm on the surface, but looking at his boss's expression, he was delighted in his heart. Your son is amazing. He is so young, yet he can hunt and kill bronze beasts. He is still so young. Then the boss started to praise him with all kinds of words. Yi Linqing also went from holding back his laughter at the beginning to laughing out loud. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation. I want all the beast meat today. We are all old acquaintances, so I will buy it from you at the highest price. In the end, the shop owner couldn't refuse the kindness, so he walked Yi Linqing all the way to the intersection. Before leaving, he forcefully stuffed a pack of good cigarettes into Yi Linqing's pocket and complimented him again. Dad, this feels good, right? At the intersection, Yi Fan looked at Yi Linqing, who was grinning. Not bad. Yi Linqing replied, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Although the butcher said that, he was actually quite rich. He was very happy to have such an attitude towards him. It's just ordinary people now. In the future, there will be beast masters who will flatter you like this. Yi Fan said, it would be best if Dad becomes stronger too. When I'm not around, others will respect you like this too. Of course. Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly. Wait until tomorrow. We'll come again tomorrow. Tomorrow? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. You come out every day. Aren't you afraid that Mom will know? Well, as long as you become strong, it doesn't matter if your mother knows. Yi Linqing replied and looked at Yi Fan, and they both laughed. Yi Fan and his father have always had a good relationship, and there is no barrier between them. Wife, that Li Diyun said he's moving today. At the dinner table in the morning, Yi Linqing picked up a piece of meat and said casually while eating, you know, we have always had a good relationship. I plan to take Yifan with me to help today. Moving again? Hearing this, Bridget Lin frowned and looked at Yi Linqing with a little scrutiny. Your good friends have all become rich recently. Why are they moving every now and then? I don't know either, maybe. Yi Linqing felt a little guilty. Do you want to go out drinking again? Bridget Lin seemed to see through something. No. Why would I take Yifan with me if I'm drinking? Yi Linqing defended himself and looked at Yifan standing aside. Yifan understood and quickly raised his chopsticks. It's true. We happened to meet Uncle Li when we went out to buy groceries, and he told Dad. Doesn't Li Diyun live in the east of the city? How did he run into you guys? Bridget Lin was a little suspicious, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded and said, okay, come back early if you go. Don't come back so late at night. Okay. After hearing this, Yi Linqing quickly finished the rice in his bowl, stood up and walked outside. Yifan, hurry up and go help. Don't go too late. Okay. Yifan agreed, took a few big bites, wiped his mouth, and stood up. These two. Looking at Yi Linqing and Yifan's hurried backs, Bridget Lin shook her head. She didn't believe in moving and just thought of them as going out for a day. After all, Yifan has now reached the bronze level, so at least his future life will be fine, and Bridget Lin is much more relieved. It's okay to give them some time to relax. There aren't many people in the restaurant all day. Thinking of this, Bridget Lin picked up the bowl and was about to pick up some food when she saw Xiao Bai, who was lying down and sleeping at the door, shook his head and followed her out. A look of confusion appeared in her eyes. Am I dazzled by my eyes lately? Why does Xiao Bai seem to be getting bigger day by day? Chapter 38 Birthday Fruit. A few days later, on another morning, Yi Linqing was eating quickly. He had just put down his chopsticks and had not had time to speak, but Lin Qingxia took the lead and said, Today is your uncle's birthday, aren't you going? My uncle is having a birthday? Yi Linqing was stunned when he heard this, but soon, he said with some embarrassment, I won't go. Why not? They are family after all. Lin Qingxia answered and glanced at Yi Linqing, as if she knew what was bothering him, and added, I heard that they will be going out of town next year, and we won't be able to see them anymore. Now that Yifan has made a difference, maybe it would be a relief to go there. Hearing this, Yifan's ears suddenly pricked up. Why didn't he remember that he had an uncle? That's true. Yi Linqing hesitated, but finally looked at Yifan and nodded. It's okay to take Yifan to have a look. After all, Yifan's cousin has a good relationship with us. Last time, his cousin came to our house to play for a few days. Then you should go earlier today and buy some decent gifts. Bridget Lin stood up. Don't worry about the store. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, stood up, and hooked his finger at Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan followed him. At the door, seeing Yi Linqing's worried look, Yifan asked curiously, Dad, do you have an uncle? Of course, your uncle is very powerful, and he treated us very well. It's just that when we went out a few years ago, our family members treated us very badly, Yi Linqing said, and seemed to remember something in the past, and shook his head. Forget it. Let's go buy some things. After hearing this, Yifan became more and more certain that something was going on. Then, he suddenly remembered what Fatty Li had said that day, that he had a cousin named Long Tong. Combined with what my father and the others said before, about having a cousin, could it be that Fatty was right and I really have a cousin named Long Tong? A family with dragon pupils. This family must be something. My father was so unlucky in my previous life, but I didn't rise to prominence in the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Yifan seemed to have figured out some of the coherence. He looked at Yi Linqing and suddenly said, Dad, is it that the people in my family don't like you very much? Hearing this, Yi Linqing's face froze, and then he smiled helplessly. You little bastard. Can you please not be so blunt when you speak? That's it. Yifan smiled and patted Yi Linqing's shoulder comfortingly. It's okay, Dad. Now that I'm here, we have face. Of course. Hearing this, Yi Linqing nodded, revealing a trace of worry again. It's just that the gifts they gave were a bit precious. What can we buy? You don't know that the last few times I went there, people gave me spiritual herbs and fruits. I was embarrassed to carry a bag of fruit. This is indeed a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, Yifan pondered, and soon, he made a plan, waved his hand, and hailed a taxi. Let's go, Dad. Let's go to Lingqiao Hall. Spiritual herb hall? Yi Linqing was a little confused. Are you going to buy some spiritual herbs and fruits? We have them at home, so you can just bring some with you. The spiritual herbs and fruits at home are for the beasts to eat. What I want to buy must be different and of higher quality. Yifan said. It's high-end. Hearing this, Yi Linqing was stunned and hesitated. Isn't it a bit expensive? I didn't bring much money when I went out. You don't have to spend money to buy spiritual fruits. You can also barter for them. Yifan smiled mysteriously. It happened that the inferior fruits he planted in the beast-controlling space had matured this morning. There were 6 in total, and each one was worth around 500,000. It was more than enough to buy a spiritual fruit for a birthday celebration. As he said that, Yifan got into the taxi. Yi Linqing hesitated, but still followed Yifan. The taxi sped all the way and stopped at the door of Lingqiao Hall in a short time. It's the boy Sister Xue mentioned. Seeing Yifan's appearance, the receptionist at the door recognized Yifan at once and hurried in to inform him. That little brother is here? Ning Xue, who was bored inside the store, was a little surprised when she heard the news. It has been more than 10 days since Yifan last came to Linqiao, and she thought that the little guy would not come again. Click. Just as he was thinking, Yifan brought Yi Linqing into the house. Ning Xue smiled and greeted them. Little brother, long time no see. Long time no see. Yifan also replied with a smile. On the side, Yi Linqing looked at Yifan with some surprise. Good boy. Why do you know people everywhere? Yifan did not explain anything to Yi Linqing. He looked at Ning Xue in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, Do you have birthday fruit here? I want the highest quality. Birthday fruit? Ning Xue was stunned when she heard the name of this spiritual fruit. The longevity fruit is not a fruit for beasts to eat, but a fruit specifically for humans to eat. It can prolong life. Outside, it is often used as a gift to strong and elderly people. It is a very important thing. One piece, worth 1 million. Little brother wants birthday fruit. An elder in my family is celebrating his birthday, and I'm giving him a gift. Yifan answered very briefly. Ning Xue did not ask any further questions, but she was worried in her heart. It was just as Ning Qinghai said, this little guy really came from a powerful family. It's a generous gesture to give birthday fruit to an elder in the family on his birthday. Wait a moment, I'll go up and ask our hall master. He calmly suppressed the throbbing in his heart and spoke to Yifan. Yifan nodded, and Ning Xue quickly went upstairs. At this time, Yi Linqing came over and said, Yifan, what is the birthday fruit? A spiritual fruit that was blown up? Yifan replied, smiling and shaking his head. But giving someone a birthday gift is very respectable. This is the truth. The longevity fruit is really hyped up. It just looks better, tastes better, and has some spiritual energy. For humans, the effect of taking it is almost the same as that of excellent beast meat. As for the claim of prolonging life, it's all exaggerated. If it really had this effect, it wouldn't be ranked among the upper mortal grades. It would be at least spiritual grade, the kind that would be sought after. Little brother, if there is a birthday party, let's talk upstairs. Soon, Ning Qinghai came down with a smile on his face. Yifan nodded to Yi Linqing beside him, and the two went upstairs. This time we are not on the 2nd floor. Please go to the 3rd floor, which is a separate compartment. Tea and water are still served, and soon the waiter brings up the birthday fruit. The longevity fruit looks like a big peach. It looks plump and translucent, and it smells fragrant. Little brother, this is one of the best birthday fruits in our batch. Looking at Yifan, Ning Qinghai said with a smile, If you want to give it to an elder as a birthday gift, it is definitely the best choice. I will also give you the best price, 880,000 per fruit, which is a lucky price. Okay. Hearing this number, Yifan nodded, seemingly not too surprised, and looked at Ning Qinghai and said, We can barter. Ning Qinghai was a little surprised when he heard this, but he soon smiled and nodded. Of course, little brother. If you have any extra suitable spiritual fruits, just bring them out. This should be enough. Yifan responded and took out 2 inferior fruits. There were 6 inferior fruits in a batch. He left 3 for Xiaobai. The extra ones were of no use. Deteriorated fruit. Ning Qinghai's expression changed slightly when he saw the fruit, and then he nodded repeatedly. Enough. Absolutely enough. In terms of rarity, the inferior transformation fruit is much rarer than the longevity fruit. Changing bloodline, even if it is changing inferior bloodline, is 2 completely different concepts. Take it away. Ning Qinghai ordered the waiter to put away the inferior fruit. When he looked at Yifan, his eyes had completely changed. If before he had just guessed that there was a strong person in the other party's family, now it was almost certain. Ahem. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ning Qinghai said hesitantly, I haven't asked for your name yet. Yifan. Yifan replied. Hearing this, Ning Qinghai pondered for a moment, then seemed to remember something. His expression changed, and he quickly said, It turned out to be young friend Yi. You're welcome, Hall Master Ning. Yifan replied, picking up the birthday fruit on the table. My father and I are busy attending the elder's birthday party, so we won't bother you anymore. Please go ahead, Mr. Yi. Ning Qinghai stood up quickly. This time, He almost respectfully saw Yi Fan off as he walked out of Lingqiao Hall, and then he let out a long sigh of relief. Master, Yi Fan seems to be the most promising freshman in Pingcheng High School. I heard he has already reached bronze level, Ning Shui said at the side. Lingqiao Hall was well informed and soon learned about Yi Fan. Compared to his family, bronze is nothing. Ning Qinghai shook his head and looked at Ning Shui, seeming to be somewhat relieved. This time, we may have made friends with the right person. Is there a big family with the surname Yi in Pingcheng? Ning Shui was puzzled when she heard this, but soon she thought of something. Her face changed drastically, and her voice suddenly lowered. Could it be that person? After saying this, Ning Shui looked at Ning Qinghai. Isn't Yi Fan's background a little too strong? It's hard and it's scary. Ning Qinghai replied, shaking his head. Don't tell anyone about this, or you'll get into trouble. Chapter 39, Gift Giving. After putting away the birthday fruit, Yi Fan and the other person headed towards where their uncle lived. The location is Morning Breeze Village, and the place sounds like it really is a village in the city. But when he arrived, Yi Fan was stunned when he saw the medieval palace-style buildings in front of him. How can this be a village in the city? Isn't this at least a prince's castle? What exactly does my uncle do? Looking at this scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but look at Yi Linqing on the side. He's a strong beast tamer. I don't know how strong he is, but he's very strong anyway, and he belongs to the military. Yi Linqing replied. A strong man in the military? Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. He knew many strong men in the military, but they were all active in his era. Let's talk about it after we meet. Yi Fan didn't dwell on this issue. He followed Yi Linqing with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I will move next year, retire from the army. My surname is Yi. I live in Pingcheng, and I have the dragon pupil bloodline. So many clues are connected together, but there is still no corresponding person in my memory. This shouldn't be the case. This is Mr. Ye's birthday party. No one is allowed in. Two guard-like people blocked the way at the door. Please show us your pass. Passport. Hearing this, Yi Linqing was a little embarrassed. Well, I'm Mr. Ye's nephew, Yi Linqing. Mr. Ye's nephew? Hearing this, the guard hesitated and took out a list beside him. Soon, he found Yi Linqing's name at the bottom of the list. Then he nodded and made way for him. Please come in. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, and then took Yi Fan into the house. Dad, you're so lucky. I saw that you were at the bottom of the list. Yi Fan said with a smile. Brat, at least I'm on the list. Yi Linqing retorted. Before he could say anything more, a man came towards him. He looked very imposing, and it must be Mr. Ye's son, who came to greet the guests. Brother. Seeing the man coming, Yi Linqing greeted him with a smile. Linqing? Seeing Yi Linqing, the other party seemed a little surprised and frowned slightly. However, he didn't say much, just waved his hand. Go in. Just two simple sentences, and nothing else, and he didn't even look at Yi Fan. With just this one action, Yi Fan already felt the other party's attitude towards their family, and immediately felt resentful towards this family. Yi Linqing didn't say anything, just nodded and pulled Yi Fan inside. Soon, a hall appeared in front. Yi Linqing pushed the door and went in. Inside, the large living room was already full of guests. A group of people were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, and it was very lively. When they heard the door being pushed open, many people looked over, but after seeing that it was Yi Linqing, many of them turned their heads away and continued to have fun. It seems that Dad is really not well received. Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head at this scene. Dad, let's find a place to sit down. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, searched around the table for a while, and found a seat in a corner and sat down. Everyone in their seats watched Yi Linqing and the other man sit down without saying a word, and some people looked somewhat contemptuous. Yi Fan sensed this atmosphere and looked at the man opposite him. He vaguely saw golden light flowing in his eyes. Dragon pupil. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. It was really dragon pupil. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly fell silent and looked around. Among the guests present, under the lights in the hall, as they were talking enthusiastically, there was golden light in the eyes of many people. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but gasp at this scene. There are so many Dragon Slayer families and people with dragon pupils. How could there be so many people with dragon pupils in the next generation? Yi Fan was secretly shocked. The bloodline of the dragon pupil would become increasingly weak, and the number of people appearing among the descendants would become fewer and fewer. But here, there were no less than 30 people with dragon pupils. How is such a number possible? Dad, are all the people here from the Yi family? Yi Fan suddenly asked, looking at Yi Linqing standing aside. Yes, but there are not many descendants from your great-uncle's lineage. There are others. Your grandfather is the youngest, the 28th, and is almost 20 years younger than your great-uncle. Yi Linqing replied, your ancestor was more amorous and married 7 wives. Your uncle and your grandfather have the same mother, so we are still very close. 28th. Yi Fan felt helpless when he heard this number. That's okay. Mr. Yi is here. Soon, amid the noise of the guests, an old man walked onto the stage. The old man has white hair and a youthful face. Although he looks old, he is very energetic. He walks on the stage with steady steps and sword-like eyebrows, which makes him look majestic. Compliments came one after another, and soon someone took the lead and walked up to the stage one by one with gifts. A receptionist on the side shouted loudly about who gave what gift, and some of the people who went up called him uncle and some old man, each with their own way of addressing. Old Yi also talked to these people for a few words before he moved on to the next one. This scene immediately made Yi Linqing's face look a little unnatural, as if he had thought of something. On the side, Yi Fan felt a little sorry for his father. It was such a big occasion, and he was the center of attention. He carried fruits on stage. No wonder his father said he couldn't come. If he were an ordinary person, he could have moved to another city to live. It's okay, Dad. Patting Yi Linqing on the shoulder, Yi Fan smiled and took out the birthday fruit in the box. I won't embarrass myself this year. Okay. After receiving Yi Fan's comfort, Yi Linqing felt reassured and hugged the box of birthday fruit. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded and waited until most of the Yi people had gone up before he stood up, holding the box and walking over with Yi Fan. When he got on the stage, many people paid more attention to him, and many of them had smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they all wanted to see what the descendant of the Yi family who sent fruits last year would send this year. As soon as he came on stage, Mr. Yi paid attention to him, glanced at Yi Linqing, nodded slightly, then waved to the waiter beside him, as if saying something. Upon hearing this, the waiter nodded, came over to take the things in Yi Linqing's hand, quickly put them aside, and said nothing. Looking at this scene, Yi Linqing felt helpless. He already knew what Mr. Yi said. He was probably worried that he would make a fool of himself, so he asked the waiter not to open the box and announce the gift. It's enough that you are here. Mr. Ye's voice sounded. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked up and saw the look in old Ye's eyes directed towards Yi Linqing. The look was very gentle and loving. No matter what I send you, you are my relatives. Chapter 40 Gift Giving. The voice was very gentle, and Yi Linqing couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the kind-faced old Yi, he nodded subconsciously. Mr. Ye's gaze was fixed on Yi Linqing for a long time. He seemed to notice that there was something different about Yi Linqing and nodded slowly. You've changed a lot this year, which is good. Uncle, thank you for the compliment. Yi Linqing nodded and pulled Yi Fan beside him. Say hello to me. Hello, sir. Yi Fan said. Okay. Mr. Yi nodded and turned his gaze to Yi Fan. His expression changed slightly. Fanner, you have changed a lot. I heard about your experience at Pingcheng High School. You are very good. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Yi Fan nodded. He did not have much aversion to this kind-looking old man. You, like Lin Cheng, look like your grandfather. Elder Yi seemed to sigh and said, it's a pity that he was too reckless back then. Otherwise, he would have left something for you. After saying this, Mr. Yi seemed to be feeling unwell and started coughing violently. Mr. Yi, you talk too much today and I'm tired. The waiter at the side hurried over, but was pushed aside by Mr. Yi, who said rather forcefully, I don't need anyone else to serve me. I know best how my body is. As he spoke, Mr. Yi was intimidating without even getting angry, with anger in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan clearly saw the golden light in old Ye's eyes. That golden light was much brighter than that of everyone present. At first glance, it looked like a pair of glowing eyes. A faint sense of majesty arose, and the waiter beside him was immediately frightened and quickly retracted his hand. This dragon pupil. Yi Fan was also slightly surprised when he saw this scene at the side. With such fiery dragon eyes, it seems that the proportion of dragon bloodline in the body is very high. I'm old and I'm not feeling well. Mr. Yi soon became gentle again. The golden light in his eyes disappeared, and he looked at Yi Linqing and asked, next year, our family will move to Kyoto. Do you want to come with me? This? Yi Linqing was stunned, then looked at Yi Fan and shook his head. Yi Fan is still in high school? I can find him a high school in Kyoto. Mr. Yi spoke again. This time, Yi Linqing was choked up, and just when he didn't know how to start, Yi Fan on the side spoke up, Uncle, I will get into a university in Kyoto in the future and take my family with me. After hearing these words, Yi Lao smiled and praised, You are really ambitious, kid. In that case, we will wait for you in Kyoto. After saying this, Mr. Yi waved his hand, and Yi Linqing also said goodbye in time and walked off the stage. Yi Fan hesitated for a few seconds, but before he finally stepped down, he couldn't help but turn around, walked up to old Yi, and lowered his voice and asked, "Master, have you been feeling very unwell recently? Whenever you exert force, your whole body feels as if it were pierced by countless needles and it's unbearable." Old Master Yi, who was still confused, suddenly changed his expression when he heard this. He looked at Yi Fan and lowered his voice. "You know about my hidden disease? Most people with dragon pupils have this symptom. I just saw that your dragon pupils seem to be much denser than those of ordinary second-generation people. He must have had some kind of adventure that increased the concentration of his bloodline." Yi Fan spoke, as if he was sure of it. But dragon blood is highly poisonous. Except for the first-generation dragon slayers, the second generation will be poisoned by this bloodline once the bloodline concentration exceeds a certain limit. I think I have already suffered a backlash. If I am not saved in time, my health will deteriorate until I am completely corroded by the dragon blood and die. After saying this, Mr. Ye's expression changed again. A golden light flickered in his eyes. He glanced at Yi Fan and whispered, "Do you have a solution?" "Yes, but there are too many people here right now. If you are free in the near future, please come to my house to find me." Yi Fan spoke, then took his leave and followed Yi Linqing back to the table. "What did you just say to your uncle? Why do your uncle's eyes seem so wide open?" During the meal, Yi Linqing lowered his voice and asked Yi Fan, "I said I know how to cure your illness." Yi Fan said casually without caring, "Ill?" Upon hearing this, Yi Linqing's face changed. "Your uncle is ill?" "Of course, otherwise why would he retreat from the front line?" Yi Fan curled his lips. "Then how do you know it can be cured?" "Dad, why are you asking so many questions?" Yi Fan responded, glanced at Yi Linqing, and suddenly said, "It's not you who is treating me." Tisk. Yi Linqing was choked by these words. After a while, he cursed in a low voice, "You little bastard. You don't even give your father face now." "No." Yi Fan shook his head, thinking of something, and suddenly asked, "Didn't Dad say that there was a cousin who had a good relationship with us? Didn't she come?" "Your cousin?" Hearing this, Yi Linqing lowered his voice again and leaned close to Yi Fan's ear. "You know that your cousin is not liked by your uncle and his family. I guess she didn't come today." "My cousin is not liked by my uncle either." Yi Fan was a little surprised when he heard this. Isn't his cousin a person with dragon pupils? How could this be possible? After all, your uncle is now the head of your grandfather's family. Such a large family with a lot of wealth is prone to conflicts. In addition, your cousin has married and moved far away to Beihai, so she has even less status in the family. It's normal for her not to come. I guess she informed your uncle in advance." Yi Linqing explained, looking at the dishes served, picked up a piece and said, "Your cousin is also quite miserable. She married to Beihai alone and didn't know anyone. I heard that she didn't have a good life there." "That's it." Yi Fan nodded and didn't say much. Soon, the banquet ended and the guests left one after another. It was obvious that most of these people were not from Pingcheng. Outside the banquet hall, the sounds of helicopters were heard one after another. Yi Fan and the others also went to say goodbye to Mr. Yi. After smiling and waving, they left. They had no helicopter, so they had to leave on foot. It's a pity for Lin Cheng. He is almost 40 years old before he finally gets a chance. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Old Yi sighed and frowned as he thought of something. "My grandson seems to be a bit extraordinary. No matter how extraordinary he is just a level 1. He doesn't even have the Yi family's dragon pupil bloodline." A middle-aged man's voice sounded at the side. "He is Yi Guihai, the son of Yi Lauda who was outside welcoming the guests before. Over the years, he has always had a bad impression of Yi Linqing. Dragon pupils are not necessarily a good thing." Elder Yi shook his head and did not continue to speak. Instead, he looked at the end of the gift and said, "Let me see the gift from Lincheng. What good things can they give? Last time they gave me watermelons. This time, maybe it's pineapples." Yi Guihai spoke up, seeming to see what old man Yi was thinking. "Father, it's better not to look at it. You haven't been in good health recently, so you shouldn't get angry. I think it's great to be given by my family, even if it's just a stone." Old Master Yi said, shaking his head, "Not to mention that he's the youngest son. All the glory that my father had in the past has been ruined by him." Yi Guihai said, and seeing that Old Yi was determined, he said nothing more. He picked up the box given by Yi Linqing and brought it to Old Yi. "Open it," Mr. Yi said. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Guihai opened the box. When the box was filled with birthday fruits, he was stunned. "This," he said, seeming a little unbelievable. "Where did Linqing's family get the money to buy this birthday fruit?" Mr. Yi was also slightly dazed, as if he was thinking of the previous conversation, and a meaningful expression appeared on his face. Giving birthday fruits as presents on birthdays, this etiquette doesn't seem to be popular in Pingcheng. Dad, why are you so depressed? Walking on the road outside the door, Yifan looked at Yilincheng, who was beside him with a depressed look on his face, and asked with a smile, "Because I spent a lot of money to buy something but I didn't see it?" "That's not the case. 880,000 is more than enough to buy a house in Pingcheng." Yilincheng replied, shaking his head. "Your uncle is just kind-hearted. I don't blame him, but I feel a little pain." "Okay, it's not you, Dad, who paid, it's me." Hearing this, Yifan nodded and took out another inferior fruit like a magic trick. "And I still have the fruit that I spent today." "Anything else?" Yilincheng was shocked when he heard this. "Of course. I have too many spiritual herbs and fruits here," Yifan replied, and then took out another inferior fruit. "Good boy." Seeing this, Yilincheng quickly took a degraded fruit and said, "This thing is incredible. It can improve the bloodline of beasts. It is not an ordinary thing. If it's an ordinary family, they may not be able to buy a few even if they work hard all their lives." After watching it for a while, Yilincheng handed the inferior fruit back. "This is for your father." Yifan shook his head, took out another inferior fruit, and stuffed it all into his father's hand. "There are 3 in total, used to improve Xiaobai's bloodline level. Give it to Xiaobai, this." Yilincheng waved his hands hurriedly, but Yifan spoke first. "My beast is already at elite level, so it's useless to take it." Yilincheng was stunned, and then reluctantly put away the inferior fruit. "You stinky boy. Now you have all the good things." "That's for sure." Yifan nodded, and then, thinking of something, he asked, "Dad, do you know the history of our family?" "Family history?" Hearing this, Yilincheng showed a thoughtful expression. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Dad, next time if you don't know something, just say you don't know. Don't pretend to think about it." Yifan responded helplessly, and then asked, "What kind of strong man has appeared in the family, and what he does, this old man must know." Chapter 41, Dragon Eye Rebellion. Strong men, that's a lot of them. Your great-grandfather, second grandfather, fourth grandfather? Seeing that Yilincheng was about to recite, Yifan waved his hands quickly. "Anyway, the Yi family members of their generation are all pretty strong." Yifan concluded, "I just heard from my uncle that something seemed to have happened to my grandfather. So did he not care about us?" "Yes, I didn't see your grandfather very often. He was said to have gone to the front line when I was born. By the time I could remember, he had already died." At this point, Yilincheng sighed. "Your grandmother was in poor health to begin with. After hearing the news, she cried every day and passed away not long after. When I was in charge, I was just over 10 years old. Didn't other members of the Yi family help us during this period?" Yifan asked. "Yes, your uncle's family was very nice to us in the beginning. They sponsored my studies, schooling, and daily life." Yilincheng replied, sighing, "But I didn't live up to expectations. I became a grade 12 student, and I didn't get a good grade in high school. Later, we gradually had less contact. But your cousin's family has always been nice to us. So that's how it is." Yifan nodded thoughtfully. The general meaning is that uncle and grandfather are brothers. After grandfather died, his family initially took care of dad, but as dad gradually became mediocre, such care became less and less, and now it has gradually turned into indifference and ridicule. "Dad, it's okay." Patting Yilincheng on the shoulder, Yifan said, "We will become powerful in the future and impress everyone. I don't think it's a big deal. We're just family and it turned out like this." Yilincheng replied. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't continue and just sighed. At night, when I returned home, it was already very late. Bridget Lin was already lying down in the bedroom, so Yifan returned to his room. Crunch. In the bedroom, seeing Yilincheng coming back, he asked, "How is it?" "Same." Yilincheng replied, "It's just that today my uncle said that I have changed a lot. He praised me and Yifan. That's still good. Did Lena go?" "Lena didn't go. We are having a banquet at Big Brother's house today." Yilincheng shook his head and looked at Lin Qingxia, who was expecting something. Suddenly, he said, "Qingxia, I want to continue to be a beast master." "Continue to be a beast master?" Hearing this, Bridget Lin was stunned. She subconsciously looked through the window at Xiaobai, who was lying at the door and was as tall as a man's knee. Could it be that Xiaobai? "Yes, I fed Xiaobai a lot of spiritual fruits. Now Xiaobai has reached Black Iron 6 stars." Yilincheng replied, taking out the inferior transformation fruit. "This is the inferior transformation fruit given by Yifan. It can turn a low-grade beast into an elite-grade beast. At this moment, perhaps because of something at the banquet, Yi Linqing suddenly revealed his true colors. He looked at Lin Qingxia and said seriously, Fanner has inherited the legacy of an unrivaled master. The breathing method I told you about before was given to me by him. He is very powerful. I have been following him to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest during this period of time, finding excuses for you to go out. Hearing this, Bridget Lin was stunned. Qingxia, I don't want to be ordinary anymore. Yi Linqing said in a deep tone, Do you know how I feel when I go to the banquet today?
What?
I failed to save face for my son. Instead, I need him to comfort me. Yi Linqing said, shaking his head. If I were alone before, it would be fine, but Yi Fan, I shouldn't be looked down upon by others because of me. This made Lin Qingxia silent for a while, and then she said, Have you thought about it? Yes. Yi Linqing nodded. Beast control was once my dream. Now Fener has opened a path for me to become a strong man. If I don't seize it, I will regret it. If you've made up your mind, then we can. Lin Qingxia nodded and hugged Yi Linqing. When the rent for the store expires this month, we will close the store and I will stay with you. Since we got married, it seems like I haven't seen you taming beasts for a long, long time. In the bedroom on the other side, Yi Fan naturally didn't know about his parents' conversation, nor did he expect that today's banquet would have such a great impact on his father. In his state of mind, as a centenarian in his previous life, he had long been indifferent to the opinions of other people. So regarding the performance of these people, he just felt that his father was a bit miserable. To him, it was really nothing. At most, he was curious about this family. Which family is it? Yi Fan once again showed a thoughtful expression on his bed. Longtong, Kyoto, Pingcheng? Wrong. After a while, Yi Fan suddenly thought of something and sat up from the bed. The memory of a huge incident emerged in his mind. The Dragon Eye Rebellion. No way. As soon as this word came out, Yi Fan was a little bit unbelievable. In the previous life, there was a great turmoil in Kyoto. About 4 years later, this turmoil almost affected the core of the government. The specific reason was that a group of troops led by those with dragon pupils launched a rebellion with great momentum and even occupied several key positions in Kyoto. Later, several powerful men from Kyoto returned urgently from the front line, secret realm to suppress the rebellion. All those with dragon pupils will be killed. All rebels will be exiled. This news was suppressed at the time. It happened that Yi Fan was studying at a university in Kyoto and witnessed the rebellion with his own eyes. Later, it was announced by the government that it was deliberately instigated by the dynasty organization, so he didn't think much about it. But now, with all the clues piled up, the only one that fits this description is that rebellion. The Dragon Eye Rebellion actually started from the Yi family. After saying this, Yi Fan took a breath and thought of the kind-hearted old Yi at the banquet. He was a military leader who had retired from the front line. Such a person, who devoted his entire life to the people of a country, would never launch such a rebellion. Unless Yi Lao died. Although Elder Ye's hidden illness is serious, he won't last less than 4 years. Yi Fan made some guesses, but the more he guessed, the more frightened he became. Someone killed Elder Yi and joined the dynasty organization. This is almost earth-shattering news. The ancestors of families with dragon eye blood are all the glorious first-generation dragon slayers. They are the pioneers of this era and also the practitioners. No one would doubt that their descendants would join the dynasty organization to restore the ancient feudal dynasty, and this is precisely an extremely dangerous sign. I must tell my uncle to be careful of the people around him when I have the chance. Yi Fan decided secretly and looked out the window. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by, like a huge bird-like beast flying low over the sky. Wong! Wong! Xiaobai at the door stood up and barked at the sky vigilantly, as if something was there. Yi Fan frowned immediately, turned over, and got out of bed. As soon as he went out, Yi Linqing, who was on the opposite side of the room, was about to open the door. But Yi Fan pressed the door shut and said in a low voice, Dad, you and Mom stay in the room. Don't come out unless I call you. Inside the room, Yi Linqing, who originally thought there was something wrong, became nervous when he heard this and wanted to push the door open to go out. But Yi Fan spoke again. You must listen to me. Okay. Yi Linqing remained silent and let go of the hand that pushed the door. Outside the door, Yi Fan walked towards the yard with light steps and did not raise his head like Xiaobai. He did not stay in the yard, opened the door, and walked towards the secluded street. Soon, under the moonlight outside, Yi Fan gradually came to an alley. Facing the dead end ahead, Yi Fan stopped and spoke. Come out. Is it fun to stay in the sky? Boom. As the voice fell, the sound of birds flapping their wings was heard, and then a man in a black robe landed in front of Yifan. You are very bold. Yifan spoke. His eyes swept to the long-winged bird beside the man in black robe and frowned. Bronze 5-star elite-grade beastmasters can still fly. After a little thought, Yifan raised his hand and said, Pingcheng is off-limits to the air. Don't you know? I know, but it's nothing more than a fine. It's late at night. How many law enforcers are still awake? The black-robed man said, looking at Yifan with a slightly teasing smile. You have a heart to protect your family, and you brought me to such a remote place. Chapter 42. The Man in Black Robe. Yeah. Yifan nodded, looked at the man in black robe, and suddenly said, Is there no one left in the dynasty organization? So they sent you? Hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly became sharp. Boy, do you know the dynasty organization? Then why would I let Dengli tell you? Yifan replied with a calm look in his eyes. You are also very good at picking the right time. You came when I was back home. Why, you don't dare to do it in school? Are you provoking me, kid? The man in black robe spoke, his eyes fixed on Yifan. I know your background very well. As the son of the most useless person in the Yi family, no one will help you. I suggest you take back what you said. Yifan's tone suddenly turned cold. Are you angry? The man in black robe joked, but that's the fact. You are very bold. Yifan spoke again, and the next moment, the hellhound appeared from the beast taming space. Beast taming, ascension. Yifan raised his hand, and light condensed. When he saw the hellhound in front of him that was taller than a human, the man in black robe was slightly surprised. Bronze 2-star? But then, the man in black robe laughed again. Kid, I'm not the rookie in your school. As he spoke, the man in black robe raised his hand, and light condensed. Beast tamer, wild wind. After he finished speaking, the light did not cover the beast but spread around. The wind suddenly started to howl, blowing the two people's hair. The wind was so strong that at the other end of the alley, a barber shop sign was blown away like a ball. One of the few people in my class who has the talent to change the weather. Yifan stood still, feeling the changes in the weather nearby, and narrowed his eyes slightly. This is another relatively special talent for taming beasts. If such a person enters the front line as a warrior, he can play a very good role in range interference. In theory, he is a rare military talent. But now, this talent is used as a distraction sound to cover up killings. Is the restoration of the dynasty really that attractive? Yifan spoke, and at this moment, he no longer hesitated. If the other party wants to kill me, I will never hold back. Little fire, bite. Roar. A low, hoarse roar came from the hellhound's mouth, and it moved quickly, pouncing on the long-winged bird in almost the blink of an eye. The man in black robe reacted quickly and climbed onto the bird. The long-winged bird flapped its wings and flew into the sky again. Boy, you can't beat me. The man in black robe did not fly too high. At least, Yifan could hear what he said clearly. Long-winged bird, use, feather of fallen leaves. The voice of the man in black robe sounded, and the next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings again, and its wings spread out. The feathers seemed to be pulled, and they fell from the sky like small swords. Considering the dense number of them, I only remember that they covered a distance of several meters around Yifan. This scene was frightening. Obviously, the man in black robe also knew that he could not get entangled with Yifan, so he used the long-winged bird's beast-taming skills as soon as he arrived. Every move is a killing move. Humph. Yifan laughed as he looked at the sky full of feathers and sharp swords. As soon as the man in black robe spoke, he snorted and quickly retreated. His speed was very fast, obviously beyond the black-robed man's expectation. The attack missed. In the sky, the black-robed man was stunned as he looked at Yifan, who had escaped the killing range, and scathed. What you just said is very right. You are not the rookie in school. Yifan's voice sounded, but unfortunately, I am not a rookie either. I'm tired of using methods like directly attacking the Beastmaster during a beast battle. On the ground, Yifan, standing in the strong wind, patted the hellhound beside him and sneered. In his previous life, he had experienced countless beast-taming duels. Some were just beast-taming duels, some were life-and-death duels, some were ambushed, and some were ambushed against others. With such rich combat experience, how could he not see through a young man? Just by looking at this black-robed man in his 20s, you can tell what he wants to do. You can't use a skill like falling leaf rain for the second time in a short period of time. Looking at the silent black-robed man in the sky, Yifan said jokingly, Now, if you want to kill me, it seems that you can only pounce from the sky. When birds hunt, that's also when the prey is most likely to kill them. You dare to come? After saying this, the black-robed man's eyes changed a little. He looked at the young man on the ground who was not afraid but was mocking him and felt strangely flustered. As a young boy who had just started out, he actually had the strange feeling of being scolded by his teacher when he was in school because his weaknesses were discovered. Is he so confident that he can kill me when my long-winged bird attacks him? In the sky, the man in black robe who had received the mission and was determined to succeed hesitated for the first time. Obviously, he was also aware of this. In the sky, the long-winged bird was invincible, but if he delayed any further, he would be exposed in no time. The most effective and fastest way was to kill it. Once you choose to kill, it is equivalent to choosing to gamble, betting that Yifan will not be able to seize this opportunity. Why, you don't dare? Yifan waited for a long time for the other party to answer, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I suggest you go back early. If you haven't killed me in such a long time, I'm afraid it will be easy for the law enforcement team to find you. I know you're afraid of death. It's okay. I don't blame you. Asshole. Hearing this, even though he knew Yifan was provoking him, the man in black robe still got angry and waved his hand. Long-winged bird, bite him. Swoosh. The next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings, and its huge body became like a glider, flying straight towards Yifan. The momentum of its charge was quite scary. Come on. The voice of the man in black robe sounded, with a hint of anger on his face. He didn't believe that a level 1 kid, relying on a bronze 2-star hellhound, could kill his long-winged bird in the strong wind. This attack is also a sure kill. Call. A whistling sound was heard in the sky. Yifan looked at the long-winged bird coming straight towards him and suddenly laughed. You said you had investigated my background, but how come you don't know my nickname at school? After he finished speaking, Yifan's eyes changed and he suddenly spoke coldly. Xiaohua, lock the throat. As the voice fell, Yifan stepped back, and at the same time, the hellhound opened its mouth wide and pounced out. At this moment, the long-winged bird hasn't even arrived yet. He predicted my attack in advance. At this moment, the black-robed man's face changed. He fell into the trap. This is the kind of all-out fight Yifan was waiting for. The long-winged bird coming straight at him couldn't turn around in such a short time. Roar. A roar sounded, and the scene seemed extremely strange. The next second after the hellhound pounced, the long-winged bird seemed to put its throat into its mouth. Thump. With their throats locked, the huge force caused the long-winged bird to struggle, and the dog and the bird pounced straight out. The man in black robe rolled on the ground, looked at the long-winged bird with its throat locked, and rushed forward with his fists. Seeing this scene, Yifan, who was not far away, laughed and shook his head again. You don't even know my beast-taming skills. How dare you say you know everything I know? After he finished speaking, Yifan raised his hand again. Small fire. Use overheat burn. Roar. A roar sounded, and a magma-like red color appeared on the body of the hellhound. A terrifying flame brewed, and in a moment, it spread like a bomb. No. Looking at the flames coming towards him, the man in black robe widened his eyes. The next second, the flames swallowed him. Yifan stood in place, and the wave of fire that was coming towards him finally stopped less than 5 centimeters away from him. This is the maximum distance for overheating and combustion, and it is also the reason why he chose to retreat just now. From the moment the black-robed man chose to attack, Yifan had already thought about everything that would follow. That was not the black-robed man's must-kill, but his must-kill. With overheating and burning at such a close distance, even if the Beastmaster could survive, the Beastmaster would surely die. TSK. Soon, the flames died down, and not far away, there lay a black corpse and the remains of a black bird. Xiaohua, well done. Yifan walked over, patted the weak hellhound, and took out a spiritual fruit to give to it. Wong. The hellhound made a gentle sound, but did not take the spiritual fruit from Yifan's hand. Instead, it nodded towards the ground, signaling Yifan to put the spiritual fruit on the ground. This is a habit it has recently learned from Xiaobai. It does not eat at the table, and does not eat things handed to it by people or with chopsticks. It has clear etiquette. Seeing this scene, Yifan smiled and shook his head, rubbed the hellhound's head, and fed the spiritual fruit into the hellhound's mouth. You are my beast, in my eyes. You are my best partner. You are welcome. Wong wong. The hellhound made a sound and rubbed Yifan again. Yifan squatted down, looked at the dark-robed man, curled his lips, and said as if he was giving a eulogy, remember in your next life, don't bring your parents with you when you provoke others. Snap. Snap, snap. At this moment, suddenly, the sound of applause came from behind Yifan. What an amazing showdown between beast masters. As soon as the voice came out, Yifan stood up like thunder and quickly took a defensive posture. His body tensed up in an instant. He clenched his fists, and veins on his arms bulged. Someone actually approached him without him knowing. This person must be a strong one. But when he turned around and looked at the person opposite him, Yifan was a little stunned. Master, why is it you? Chapter 43 Source. As he spoke, Yifan's powerful punch, which was ready to be launched, stopped in the air. This scene seemed a little awkward. Didn't you ask me to come find you? Yilao replied with a smile on his face. I just happened to see this person and wanted to see how good your beast taming skills are. I didn't expect that I would be surprised. After saying this, Yilao paused, with golden light flowing in his eyes. Fanner, your beast taming ability doesn't seem like that of a newly entered beast tamer. You are too kind, sir. Yifan replied, still respecting this old man who had been on the front line for many years. I have had some extraordinary adventures. A fortuitous encounter? That's no wonder. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi nodded slightly and did not ask any further questions. Instead, there was some joy in his eyes. It is something to be happy about when your children and grandchildren have an adventure. It's a good thing to have an adventure, so you should seize the opportunity. Understood. Yifan nodded and pointed to the corpse behind him. Don't you want to know who is the person who came to fight with me today? Who is it? Upon hearing this, Old Yi looked towards the corpse. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw a badge that looked like it was made of iron left on the corpse's burnt clothes. On the badge, there was a pattern with the word king in its shape. Someone from Dynasty Organization? Yilao frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, I'll ask the higher-ups to pay attention to Pingcheng. I don't recommend you to do this. Yifan shook his head. You should know what it means for this person to appear here at this time. Ever since the appearance of the beast tamer, all places have been strengthening the control over the beast tamers. No matter how backward Pingcheng is, it is impossible for a beast tamer with flying beasts to easily appear here at this time. 20 minutes had passed since just now. Even with the strong wind from the man in black robe, it was enough for someone to notice it. But until now, there was still no movement. It was obvious that in Pingcheng, at least near Yifan's home, the law enforcement agency deliberately concealed and ignored the appearance of this man in black robe. This made Yilao ponder again, but soon, he seemed a little angry. Pingcheng's law enforcement agency actually colluded with the Dynasty Organization. How dare they? Mr. Yi, we underestimated the Dynasty Organization. Yifan said, according to my previous understanding, the Dynasty Organization has already gathered all the underground gangs in Pingcheng. They are not just organizing rebellion in the open as we thought, but also making plans in many places at the same time. It's okay in big cities, but for places like Pingcheng, which are already less well prepared, if nothing unexpected happens, many law enforcement agencies should have been infiltrated, and even some local families may have been involved. This man in black robe today is the best example. It's unbelievable, Yilao replied, with some surprise in his eyes. He looked at Yifan again and suddenly asked, Fanner, how do you know about the Dynasty Organization? And you seem to know it very well. It just so happens that I have some personal grudges with EZ of the Dynasty Organization. Yifan did not hesitate and answered, it can be said that I accidentally discovered some clues from this EZ and found out some things. I see. Mr. Yi nodded, and after glancing at Yifan, he saw that his expression did not seem fake, and he did not doubt too much, but continued to ask, then how did you know that the Dynasty Organization had taken over all the underground gangs in Pingcheng? Hearing this, Yifan smiled, looked at Yilao, and said meaningfully, Yilao, we are at different heights now, and we see different things. What you see is the commanding heights of the Dynasty Organization, but what I see is the root of the cancer that is the Dynasty Organization. These words made Yilao pause for a while, but soon, he smiled again, nodded with a smile, looked at Yifan, and said with some praise, Fanner, you have such an opinion, very good. So your advice is that I shouldn't alarm them? Yes. Yifan nodded. Master, you should know how cunning and difficult the Dynasty Organization is. Once they sense danger, they will quickly retreat. 1 or 2 clearing operations will not hurt at all. If we want to hurt them, we have to find an opportunity, follow the clues, and lead them out little by little from the underground gangs I know. I deliberately lured out the black-robed man this time through some means. He let us know some things about the law enforcement agencies. I can continue to provoke them. I am just a bronze beast master. Besides, Master Yi is ill, so they won't take me seriously. They keep testing and provoking me. By the time they react, we will already know who are the people in Pingcheng and which organizations are colluding with the remnants of the dynasty. At this point, Yifan's voice was a little cold. He glanced at Old Yi and whispered, "When the time comes, we will catch them all in one fell swoop and eradicate them completely." These words were cold, but the iron will in them even moved Old Yi a little. He glanced at Yifan and clearly noticed the amazing change in his grandson. He wanted to ask something, but didn't know where to start. "But how can you guarantee your safety? This time the one who came was a bronze 5-star. Next time, maybe it will be a silver." In the end, Mr. Yi did not ask anything, but answered seriously, "Do you need me to send someone to protect you secretly?" "Mr. Yi can send someone to protect my family. The dynasty organization has always been despicable and might attack them." Yifan replied, "As for me, Mr. Yi, don't worry. Our teacher is a famous strongman in Pingcheng. I am in school, and he will protect me." "In that case, okay." Mr. Yi was not a hesitant person. Since Yifan's words touched him, he would naturally be decisive. "Within a year, you will get a specific list and give it to me. I will handle it." Yilao spoke, glanced at Yifan, and said with a cold face, "I am still in Pingcheng. The dynasty organization dares to extend its tentacles here. In this case, let them pay a sufficient price." "Okay." Yifan nodded, with a slight smile in his eyes. With the help of Mr. Yi, his plan to eradicate the Pingcheng dynasty organization will be much smoother. "Master, now, it's time to get down to business." "Business?" Old Yi frowned slightly. "About the treatment of your hidden illness." Yifan said with a smile in his eyes, "Isn't it because of this that you came to me?" Hearing this, Yilao was also startled, and then subconsciously said, "Fanner, do you really know how to cure my hidden disease?" "Of course, I happen to know some methods to treat the backlash of the dragon pupil." Yifan looked at Old Yi, "But Old Yi, you have to tell me first. How did you replenish the blood of the descendant species that caused the concentration of your own blood to exceed the limit?" "This." Elder Yi hesitated, but did not hide it, saying, "I got a precious blood of a dragon species in a secret realm, and I just happened to get a secret recipe on how to improve the blood of a dragon pupil, so I used the blood of the dragon species." Hearing this, Yifan remained calm, but was secretly a little frightened. The secret realm where dragon blood can be obtained must be of a very high level. Being able to enter such a place and obtain dragon blood, Mr. Ye's strength should be quite good among the top military officials. "It's just okay. The method of replenishment is direct replenishment through blood." Yifan nodded. "Generally speaking, for descendants of special ancient relics like dragon eyes, the bloodline is replenished with the blood of dragon relics. Of course, there are other ways, such as some special treasures of heaven and earth, and some special royal treasures, beasts, and even some special ancient weapons are possible. Since this is the case, it's easier to handle." Yifan nodded and stretched out his finger. "There are two methods. One is quick, but will lose some strength. The other is slow, but has basically no impact on strength." "There are two other ways?" Hearing this, Mr. Yi was slightly startled. He has been suffering from backlash for quite some time, and has consulted many doctors, but has been unable to find a solution. What's more, the more treatment he gets, the worse it gets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retired from the front lines so quickly. "Yes." Yifan was confident. Both of these two methods can guarantee the treatment of dragon pupils' backlash. It depends on what Mr. Yi chooses. This made Mr. Yi hesitate for a while, and then he asked, "What is the fastest way to get results?" "Bleeding," Yifan answered, simply and clearly. "Through special means, the dragon blood in Yi Lao's body is replaced with ordinary blood. In this way, the blood concentration drops below the backlash line, and there will be no backlash and damage." "Special means?" Yi Lao frowned slightly and did not ask any further questions, but said, "In this case, will my strength be greatly reduced?" "Of course." Yifan nodded. Dragon pupils rely on their own strength, and the foundation of this strength is the inherited blood in their bodies. If their blood is lost, their strength will naturally not be as good as before. As soon as this sentence came out, Yi Lao shook his head decisively. "Which one is the slow one to take effect?" "This one is more complicated. It requires a prescription, and it requires changing the breathing method." Yifan replied. "Change to breathing techniques." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi frowned again. The breathing method is equivalent to the foundation of the beast tamer. In the beast taming space, the beast tamer's strong combat ability is basically due to the attainment of the breathing method. When the breathing method reaches a high level, there will be many abilities. For example, the thunder breathing method that Ma Dafei obtained before. When it reaches the final level, The attack can even be accompanied by weak thunder. If you change your breathing method, your combat ability will be greatly reduced as you will not be able to use these abilities. This damage seems to be greater than the damage caused by blood transfusion. No, this is the best treatment plan. Yifan shook his head. Dragon Pupil Masters don't rely on beast control. Most modern Dragon Pupil Masters use a similar breathing method to ordinary beast control masters to grow. This growth plan is wrong. I told you to use the medicine and change your breathing method so that you can change and become a real Dragon Pupil Master. Your strength will decrease in the short term, but once you adapt, you'll be even stronger than before. A true Dragon Pupil Master. Upon hearing this, Yilao's pupils shrank a little. Obviously, he knew what Yifan meant by the true Dragon Pupil Master in this sentence. The first generation of dragon pupils focused on their own cultivation. Their bodies were like dragons, and they could split Mount Hua with their strength. Chapter 44. 9 Transformations of the True Dragon. I choose the second one. Soon. Mr. Yi nodded. The superiority of the two methods can be seen almost at a glance. Okay. Yifan nodded, looked at Mr. Yi opposite him, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, Master, I now need you to use the blood of the dragon eye to swear an oath that you will not reveal the breathing method I taught you today in any way, nor will you harm me and my family in any way. Swear by the origin? These words made Yilao pause. The oath of origin is equivalent to an oath against the ancient species and those with the blood of the ancient species. The ancient species are regarded as the favorites of God, and as favorites, they are naturally powerful, but also have some corresponding constraints. Among them, the origin oath is one. Once the ancient species uses the origin of blood to swear, the oath will condense in the blood. If it is violated, the blood will explode, and the violator will die. Originally, this oath was discovered accidentally by the first generation of beast masters and was used to restrain and subdue the ancient species. However, it has evolved to the modern times, and few people know about this except the ancient species and those with ancient species blood. After all, no one, whether a beast master or a human with blood, will tell you that there is such a thing as an oath of origin. Master Yi, what I'm going to tell you next is enough to drive all the dragon pupils in this world crazy. Yifan replied, looking at Master Yi and said, It's not that I don't trust Master Yi, it's that I must ensure the safety of me and my family. Okay. Hearing this, Mr. Yi didn't say much. He closed his eyes. Soon, a dragon roar sounded, and a dragon shape appeared at his heart. I, Yi Mao, swear by the origin of my bloodline that I will never in any way. As Mr. Yi completed his oath, the dragon roar soon subsided, and the heart-shaped dragon pattern turned red and then disappeared. This means that the oath is established. After the oath was established, Yifan also breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yilao, It's not convenient here. Let's go back to my house and talk. Okay. Old man Yi nodded and looked at his grandson leaving in front of him, with some doubts in his eyes. A breathing method that drives all dragon pupils crazy? What is it? Uncle, why are you here? Inside the room, Yi Lincheng, who was sitting upright in the hall, was stunned when he saw old man Yi following Yifan into the room. I have something to talk to Fanner about. Old Yi coughed and looked at Xiaobai next to Yi Lincheng with an embarrassed expression. Dad and Mom, everything is fine. You can go back and rest first. I have something to talk to you about. Yifan saw the embarrassment of Mr. Yi and said to Yi Lincheng and Lin Qingxiao with a smile. Oh, okay. Yi Lincheng agreed and turned to walk towards the room. Lin Qingxiao stayed behind and said politely, Uncle, you and Feiner can talk slowly. There is fruit on the table. Okay. Old Yi nodded with a smile on his face. The door closed and the two entered Yifan's room. At this time, Yifan's expression gradually became serious. Master, the technique I am going to talk about next is the technique practiced by the first generation of dragon pupils, and it is specially designed for people with dragon blood. This technique is called 9 Transformations of the True Dragon. It has 9 levels in total. Every time you practice a level, the dragon blood in your body will become more vigorous, and the physical strength brought by the blood of the ancient species will become stronger and stronger. When you reach a high level, you can even exert power comparable to that of the ancient dragon species. 9 Transformations of the True Dragon. Upon hearing the name, Yilao's expression changed slightly. He had heard of the name of this breathing method before. It was indeed the breathing method practiced by the first generation of dragon pupils. Is this kind of skill also in your adventures? There's no need to ask in detail, sir. Yifan replied, with an imperceptible deep meaning in his eyes. In his previous life, He had killed a real dragon pupil person and obtained the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Therefore, he did not care much about the so-called dragon pupil person. He still believed in Mr. Yi, but he was still not completely reassured, so he asked Mr. Yi to take an oath. The more advanced the Beast Master is, the more tempted he will be by the things he can bring out. Except for parents, no one should be without guard. Master, please listen carefully to the following spell. As he spoke, Yi Fan began to narrate the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Old Yi concentrated and moved in sync with Yi Fan's words. As time went by, Mr. Yi suddenly groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was some minor backlash from his change to the breathing technique. After all, people at their level had high attainments in breathing techniques, and there would be some small price to pay if they wanted to change their practice. After this mouthful of blood spurted out, Yi Lao's breathing quickly stabilized. Not long after, he suddenly exhaled and opened his eyes. In his eyes, golden light flows and lingers for a long time. I have successfully entered the first of the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Old Yi spoke and stood up. A majestic aura rose from his body, and then Yi Lao raised his hand with a faint smile on his face. I haven't felt this comfortable for a long time since I was hit back. Congratulations, sir. Yi Fan said with a smile. My strength is there. Although it has dropped a little now, after you enter the 2nd and 3rd transformations, you will be able to recover soon and even surpass it before. I feel it. Old Yi nodded, looking at Yi Fan, who was always neither humble nor arrogant in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I have another prescription here, which is specifically for blood and qi. Yi Fan said, took out a pen and paper, wrote down the prescription, and handed it to Mr. Yi. Elder Yi took the prescription and looked at it for a long time before looking up. Such a precious technique and such a rare prescription. I won't take it for nothing. Fanner, you can tell me anything you need. My strength has recovered. Even in Kyoto, they have to give me some face. I can satisfy you with most of what you want. I promise you, within the permitted conditions, I can find 3 things for you. Let's talk about it later. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm still too weak now, and many things are useless to me. When I get to Kyoto, I'll come and bother you if you need me. No problem. Old Yi agreed readily. At this moment, he also understood why Yi Fan had asked him to make that oath before. For those with dragon pupils, this true Dragon 9 transformations has a fatal attraction. Even I would definitely be tempted. Fanner, are you really not going to Kyoto with me? After thinking for a while, Yi Lao asked again. We still have more than a year, which is enough time for us to eradicate the dynasty organization in this place. You must have had some incredible good fortune, which you can't display in a place like Pingcheng. I will go to Kyoto later. Yi Fan shook his head. Pingcheng, I still have some ties. After I finish this, I can go to Kyoto with peace of mind. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. Elder Yi nodded and stood up. In the future, I will send someone to protect your family. Here is my communication talisman. Take it with you. If anything happens, you will have a backup plan. Hearing this, Yi Fan no longer refused. He took the communication talisman from Mr. Yi and put it in his arms. Before leaving, Yi Fan saw Mr. Yi to the door. He hesitated, but finally said, Mr. Yi, be careful of the people around you. These words made Mr. Yi pause. He turned around with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was naturally clear-headed. He looked at Yi Fan with a slightly incredible expression. You mean, the Yi family also? Hush. Yi Fan made a silent gesture. His eyes were a little deep. It's just a guess. Mr. Yi just needs to pay more attention. Black is black, white is white. There is no way to disguise it. There must be some differences. Chapter 45 Return. Yi Fan. Has uncle left? Standing at the door, Yi Lincheng walked out of the room after seeing Yi Fan walking back alone. I'm leaving. Yi Fan replied, looked at Yi Lincheng, and asked, Dad, I just went out. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Why are you waiting in the living room with Xiaobai? I'm worried that something might happen to you. Yi Lincheng replied, Who knew you were the boss and came to see you? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, and did not say anything about the dynasty organization. It's better to keep them in the dark about some things and worry less. With the guarantee from Grandpa, I don't have to worry about the safety of my parents. In this way, I can concentrate on fighting the guy from school and the dynasty organization in Pingcheng during the next period of time. Dad, give the inferior fruit to Xiaobai and see how Xiaobai can evolve. Thinking of something, Yi Fan called out to Xiaobai, who was guarding the door again. Xiaobai came running over quickly, and Yi Lincheng responded by taking out the inferior fruit. Soon, Xiaobai ate the 3 inferior fruits, and light rose up, covering Xiaobai. Not long after, a beast with fur emitting steel-like light appeared in front of the two. Iron Hound. Looking at the little white beast in front of him that was almost the same size as a hellhound, Yifan nodded with satisfaction. It is considered to be a relatively powerful beast among the elite-level beasts. Iron Hound? Yi Linqing was a little surprised to hear this new name, but then he looked at Xiaobai and called out, "Xiaobai." Woo-woo. Xiaobai made a low sound, lowered his head, and rubbed Yi Linqing, who was sitting. The relationship between the beast tamer and the beast master will not change because of the change in the beast's strength. Yifan said at the side, "Dad, from now on, you will be considered a good beast master in Pingcheng." Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, looked at Yifan, and suddenly said, "By the way, your mother agreed that I can continue to be a beast master." Really? Yifan raised his eyebrows. "Isn't Mom worried about you?" "I was worried, but I agreed anyway." Yi Linqing replied, with an unconscious smile on his face, "Your mother said she would accompany me." "Mom said she's worried about you going out drinking every day?" Yifan spoke with a smile on his face. "As far as I can remember, my parents were a couple who got along very well. Although their previous life was ordinary and even a little difficult, they always loved each other. A very enviable love. Dad, when you become a powerful beast master in the future, don't marry 7 or 8 wives like our ancestor did." Yifan said jokingly, thinking of something. "How dare I?" Hearing Yifan's words, Yi Linqing quickly answered, glanced in the direction of the bedroom, hesitated for a while, shrank his head, leaned close to Yifan's ear, and whispered, "I only want your mother." In Morning Breeze Village, Yi Guihai looked at the old man walking towards him from a distance with a somewhat surprised expression. "Father, it's so late. Where have you been?" "Just taking a walk." Old Yi replied and glanced at Yi Guihai, seeming to have something on his mind. "Guihai, what kind of organization do you think Dynasty Organization is?" "Dynasty Organization?" Hearing this, Yi Guihai was stunned, and then quickly said, "It is a cult organization that abuses the people under the pretext of restoring the ancient dynasty." "Yes, it is indeed a cult organization that harms the people." Elder Yi nodded, then sighed leisurely. "But why are so many people willing to join it?" This question made Yi Guihai hesitate. Those martyrs finally overthrew the system of the ancient dynasty that was oppressed by the ancient beasts and the royal family. In order to stop the ancient beasts that were expelled from the territory but still wanted to return all the time. I don't know how many generations of them died bravely. Until now, we are still their successors. Elder Yi said earnestly, "Everyone should know this history, especially a family like ours, which is the descendant of the original dragon slayer. We should not forget it." "I know that." Yi Guihai nodded and looked at Yi Lao. He seemed to see that Yi Lao was in a bad mood and whispered, "Father, what happened to you today? Did you see anything when you went out?" "I saw the corruption of a local law enforcement agency, and I also heard a piece of advice that surprised me." Yi Lao replied, turned his head to look at Yi Guihai, and suddenly said, "Guihai, the Yi family will not allow anyone who betrays the honor of our ancestors to appear. Recently, send some trusted confidants to thoroughly investigate the detailed contacts of all the people in the Yi family over the past year. If there are any abnormalities, write down the names of all of them and check them one by one. I will determine whether these people are related to the dynasty organization. Once we find out, we will kill them on the spot." Mr. Ye's voice was not very harsh, but there was a murderous intent in his words like thunder. This murderous intent made Yi Guihai, who was standing beside him, shudder, and then his face changed drastically. Obviously, what Mr. Yi meant was that there was a traitor in the Yi family, a traitor who joined the dynasty organization. "I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter." Yi Guihai responded with a frown. As the eldest son of this generation of the Yi family, he has the obligation to ensure that the glory of the Yi family is not abandoned. "Go ahead." Yi Lao waved his hand and watched Yi Guihai leave. He seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Guihai, when you have time in the future, please interact more with Lincheng and the others." These words made Yi Guihai stunned for a moment, but soon he responded stiffly and left. Looking at this scene, Mr. Yi shook his head slightly. He could see that Yi Guihai didn't have much ill will towards Yi Lincheng, but Yi Guihai was only concerned about maintaining the honor of the Yi family and couldn't stand seeing such a cowardly descendant of the Yi family. Especially, Yi Lincheng was the only spark left by his famous younger brother. Everything will probably change in the future. Not knowing what he was thinking of, Mr. Yi opened his mouth and said something, then walked towards Morning Breeze Village with his hands behind his back. From his old back, there seemed to be a sigh of regret drifting away with the wind. The following time passed very peacefully. Except for the time when the fat boy's father brought him to visit Yifan to thank him for taking care of him at school. No one else visited during that time. There was no news from the dynasty organization after the last defeat. Dad, while I'm at school, don't go to Silver Moon Forest alone. Before leaving, Yifan warned Yilin. You don't know the habits and territories of those beasts. If you go to fight, accidents may easily happen. You can go to the Colosseum in the center of the city at ordinary times. There you can have a Beast Master duel. It can not only improve your Beast Master level, but you can also get rewards if you win. Got it. Yilin nodded, agreeing to Yifan's request. Also, you should practice the breathing method I gave you more often. It's very good for your health. Eat more good food. Don't worry about money. It's more than enough. Xiaobai should have enough spiritual herbs and fruits for this period of time. I have placed them all in my room. Just feed them according to the list I wrote. Don't show off your wealth. Try not to let others know about our Xiaobai situation. But don't worry too much about others seeing your beast taming. Although Pingcheng is small, the system is still perfect. Beast tamers and ordinary people are all protected. Ordinary people don't dare to provoke you. If you really encounter trouble, you can call me. Before leaving, Yilin and Lin Qingxia didn't have time to say a few words. Instead, Yifan gave them instructions on everything, from big to small, and he talked for a long time until the car was about to leave, and then he said goodbye to the two of them. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. I'll come back to see you when I'm free. Yilin and Bridget Lin were at the station. They watched the car drive away, breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at each other in confusion. Finally, it was Yilin who spoke. Why do I feel like our identities and our son's identities have been swapped? Why is he talking more than us? Chapter 46, 400. At the school gate, Fatty Li, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Yifan approaching slowly and hurried forward. Yifan, why are you here just now? Didn't we agree to meet at 10 o'clock? Fatty Li came back 2 days early. Yifan was not at home during these 2 days and was scolded by Pan Zhao all day long. Usually when Yifan was around, at least Pan Zhao would not stare at him all the time. Something happened on the way. Yifan replied with a smile in his eyes. Even if the dynasty organization attacked him, he would not be like a fool and wait for them to come to him. As soon as he got off the car, he found a secret place and summoned Ma Dafei to learn about the latest situation of the dynasty organization. Ma Dafei didn't know much. He only told Yifan that the dynasty organization would send a silver-level beastmaster in a while to carry out some new plans. It was said that this was because the adult sent a few days ago was secretly killed. As for the adult they were talking about, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be the bronze-level beastmaster who had come to assassinate Yifan before. What's wrong? Yifan asked, looking at the fat man. Nothing, just asking. Fatty Li nodded when he heard this, and did not ask any further questions. Instead, he pulled Yifan and said in a low voice, Yifan, what level are you at in beast taming now? Bronze 4 stars, what's wrong? Turning his head to look at the fat man, Yifan asked. The one from the hero class is back at school. Fatty Li answered, whispering, the first one to come is a bronze-level beastmaster, and there are 2 of them, one of which is a peak elite-level beastmaster. Jijia is back? Hearing this, Yifan's mouth corners raised, and then nodded. That's good. Yifan. Fatty Li wanted to say something cautious, but when he saw that Yifan seemed to be interested, he paused for a while before hesitating and said, he is very strong. He broke your previous record of 300 points yesterday and scored more than 370 points. Yeah. Yifan nodded. After all, it's level 1. If you don't have this much strength, you don't deserve the title of level 1. Aren't you worried? Fatty Li said, I feel like he will become a strong rival for you. What's there to worry about? Yifan replied, looking at the fat man with a deep look in his eyes. Fatty, Pingcheng is too small. It would be boring if there is no suitable opponent. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head, looked at Yifan's expression, and said thoughtfully, it seems that my pattern is still not open. Haha, you will open it later. Yifan nodded, looked at Fatty Li, and asked slightly inquiringly, what are the strengths of your 2 beasts? Both are at black iron 8 stars. Fatty Li answered quickly, they are both fed with spiritual herbs and fruits according to your plan. Black iron 8 stars? Then you are almost bronze. Yifan nodded and took out the degenerate fruit. This is the degenerate fruit I got. Give it to your purple snake. Your strength should reach another level. Degraded fruit? Fatty Li was a little surprised when he saw the degraded fruit in Yifan's hand. Why do you still have? No need to ask more questions. Yifan replied, stretching, let's go to the training instrument first. Get my records back. In the school, As Yifan arrived at the practice room, many people came over after hearing the news. When the bronze 4-star hellhound appeared, exclamations were heard. How is it possible? In just 1 month, he has reached bronze 4-star, 2 levels higher than Ji's beast tamer level? And he has a new beast. Does that mean he can control 2 beasts? No. This hellhound should be the evolution of his previous firehound. This Yifan is pretty strong. Is he going to break Ji's score? It's not that easy to leapfrog from the bronze level. Whether he can score 300 points is another matter. The discussion sounded in the back, but Yifan smiled and shook his head as he looked at the beast master that appeared in the drill opposite. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance, but you still get that level. How difficult could it be to tame a beast at the bronze level? Moreover, he had spent a great deal of effort to specially train his own hellhound. Xiaohua, show it to me. Looking at the hellhound not far away, Yifan spoke with a smile. Roar. A low, hoarse roar sounded, and the hellhound opened its mouth, with flames overflowing from its mouth. Looking at the elite beast evolved by the evolution device opposite, it opened its mouth, and flames gushed out like rays. The beast seemed to have crashed. It did not dodge the flames and was instantly enveloped by them the moment they covered it. Soon, the flames burned out, leaving only a charred ritual beast. There was silence in the air for a while, and then the score of 100 slowly appeared on the instrument. Many people were shocked by this move. What's going on? Was that the skill of the hellhound just now? Fire breathing, this skill is too bad. Before the voice fell, the next ritual beast appeared. The hellhound opened its mouth again and sprayed out the same flame, destroying the beast easily as before. At this moment, many people's faces changed. I can use skills continuously. What is this thing? Isn't it said that most of the beast tamer's bronze level skills can only be used once in a short period of time? Why can he let the beast tamer use them all the time? Soon, the third beast appeared, and the result was the same. The fourth one, still the same. 400. Looking at the score that appeared on the training instrument, Yifan nodded, did not continue the challenge, and waved his hand to recall Fatty Li. Looking back, everyone was stunned. Today is 400 points. If anyone can break this score, I will come again. Looking at everyone, Yifan slowly opened his mouth, said a sentence, and walked off the stage. Pan Zhao didn't know when he came here. Looking at Yifan walking down from the stage, his eyes changed slightly. This brat has another adventure. As a mentor, his perspective is naturally different from those of these students. It is obvious that fire breathing is not a skill of the hellhound at all. That is its own fire bloodline. It can spit fire, and most of the power in this bloodline can only be activated at the silver level. This is why silver is the starting point. Only when you reach silver, the blood shackles of the Beastmaster will be opened. At that time, you can start to use powers of different attributes, such as breathing fire, spitting water, thunder, falling rocks, etc. What did he feed the Beastmaster that stimulated the power of fire in the Beastmaster's blood, allowing the Hellhound to break the Beastmaster's blood shackles at the bronze level? Pan Zhao was judgmental and a little frightened. There are spiritual fruits that can break the shackles of the Beast Tamer bloodline in advance. At least they are spiritual grade. This kid is only at the bronze level. Where can he get spiritual grade spiritual fruits? Teacher Pan. When Pan Zhao was still in a daze, Yifan had already come in front of him, greeted him, and said with a slight smile, "How is it?" Teacher Pan is satisfied with this performance, right? Not bad. Pan Zhaoqiang suppressed his emotions and said calmly on the surface, but he couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" "I got some good stuff." Yifan replied with a smile on his face. He had only succeeded in allowing the Hellhound to unleash the power of its bloodline in advance a few days ago. This was something he had planned a long time ago and had implemented it very early. He prepared the fiery fruit and later, he also prepared the white jade fruit, flame mushroom, and several other spiritual fruits specifically for hellhounds to plant in the beast taming space. These spiritual fruits can speed up the growth of the beast. Although for the bronze level, the improvement of ordinary treasures is not that great. The key point lies in the activation of the bloodline shackles. Every spiritual fruit it eats loosens the shackles. Coupled with the 30-to-1 flow rate in the beast controlling space, this long time is enough to open the shackles in advance. The improvement in strength is not much, but the activation of the flame is real, and the lethality it brings is also obvious. With this ability, your Hellhound is considered extremely powerful before the silver level. Pan Zhao spoke with a hint of joy in his eyes. He also saw Ji's beast taming battle here a few days ago. The former's performance made him worry that Yifan would be left behind after he came back. But this time when he came back, Yifan directly showed him his ability to surpass his level. The bronze level has things that only the silver level can use. Even if the bronze level's flame power is not strong, it is enough for him to run rampant in the bronze level beast taming duel. This does not include the terrifying combat experience of Yifan, this monster himself. So what if you have a level 1000 terror bonus and an elite beastmaster? Every time I attack, it's like I'm using a beastmaster skill. How can you fight me? After all, the monthly secret realm will begin in a few days. Looking at Pan Zhao, Yifan had a faint smile on his face. I hope to have a bigger harvest. Chapter 47 Complaint. Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's expression changed slightly. Looking at the 400 points on the stage, he understood something. As soon as Yifan came back, he went straight to the training instrument. From what he said and did, he must have known about Jie's arrival. He wanted to suppress this level that had not been seen in Pingcheng for decades. Jie will also enter the secret realm this time. He has 2 beasts. If you face him, you must be more careful. I understand. Yifan nodded. Looking at Yifan, Pan Zhaolu was a little worried and said hesitantly, the beast taming talent of the level is very terrifying. Don't fight because of a momentary dispute. I won't compete with him just for the sake of pride. Yifan shook his head, his eyes somewhat cold. Okay. Having said that, Pan Zhao did not continue speaking. He looked at Yifan, who was leaving with Fatty Li, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. He clearly felt Yifan's hostility towards Jie. This hostility did not feel like a competition between 2 students. Instead, it was somewhat similar to the hostility between himself and Jiang Hong, which suddenly made him feel somewhat familiar. His growth trajectory should have nothing in common with Jie's, so why would he be so hostile for no reason? Boss Ji, how is it? Is this strength appropriate? In the Yingjie class, Jie was sitting in his seat, and next to him, a lackey was diligently massaging his shoulders. This lackey is not ordinary, his family background is quite privileged, and his talent in taming beasts is also outstanding enough. However, in front of the genius that has not appeared in Pingcheng for decades, he still keeps a low profile. The person in front of him was not only terrifying in his talent, but also in his enormous family background. He should have studied in Kyoto, but for some reason, he came to Haicheng to attend high school. Not bad. Jie answered calmly in his seat, looking at the crowd of people in front of him and shook his head. Pingcheng is too small and too backward. These people are known as the most talented beastmasters of Pingcheng, but in his eyes, they are not worth mentioning. No matter how talented the children of the big families in Kyoto are, they will not lose at the starting line if they are beaten with spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. But in Pingcheng, at this stage, there was not a single bronze-level beastmaster, which made him lose interest at all. What about Yifan? Has he returned to school? Jie suddenly asked, thinking of something. I don't know. He should be back soon. The secret realm will be open soon. One person answered. Before he finished speaking, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. Yifan is back? He broke Boss Ji's record in the practice room, scoring 400 points, and even said that he would go again if someone could break the record. 2 voices sounded, like thunder, and some people stood up with surprise in their eyes. Points, bronze level, how is it possible for someone to get 400 points? 400 points? Jie seemed a little surprised, but soon he asked, how was the battle? Very easily. The man answered in a hurried tone. He has a hellhound, which seems to have evolved from the previous firehound. It can use beast control skills such as fire breathing continuously. The beasts in the training instrument cannot recognize it and are killed instantly. Continuously use flamethrower? Upon hearing this, Jie frowned slightly. However, as someone from a big family, Jie's vision is naturally not low. It should be that he chose the fire dog, used the spiritual fruit to adjust the best evolution direction of the fire dog, and then used special spiritual fruits at the bronze level to open the blood shackles of the hell dog in advance. In this way, the hellhound's fire ability is released, which gives it a huge advantage among bronze level beastmasters. This Yifan is quite courageous. Someone must be guiding him. After saying this, a smile appeared on Jie's face. As expected of him, he is the direct descendant of that person. Even if he has fallen so far, he can still give me some pressure. That person's direct descendant? Upon hearing this, a student next to him looked a little strange. Isn't Yifan a student from an ordinary family? I heard that his parents run a restaurant in the western part of Pingcheng. What can you know? Hearing this, Jie snorted coldly, then stood up. Get ready. Maybe we can meet in the secret realm. You are all Pingcheng's geniuses. Don't be worse than the fat guy next to Yifan. Others already have 2 beasts, and they are all high-star black iron. Yifan, how have you been at home recently? Fatty Lee looked at Yifan in the dormitory and said helplessly, you don't know. After I went back, ever since my dad knew that I was good at beast control, he dragged me to visit relatives everywhere every day, bragging to everyone he met. If I hadn't dragged him, he would have held a banquet for me. After all, your family has never produced a beastmaster, so it's normal for your father to be happy. Yifan nodded and said with a hint of sarcasm, don't get lost in the compliments of ordinary people. You are a beastmaster. I know. We need to have a broad vision, Fatty Lee said. Oh, you have learned to answer quickly. Yifan replied with a smile in his eyes. He glanced at the fat man and said, how is your Taodai practice going? You should open a 3rd beast control space. Yifan, you have such a sharp eye. Fatty Lee replied, scratching his head. I was planning to show off to you. Then remember to say it earlier next time. Yifan replied and nodded slightly. At this point, the advantages of the Taodai method gradually began to emerge. Many beastmasters at this stage have not yet opened a 2nd beastmaster space, but Fatty has already opened the 3rd one, and it should be less than a few months before he opens the 4th one. Winning by quantity is the essence of Tao Ye's method. In a few years, Fatty Lee should have 7 or 8 beasts to tame, and it will be easy for him to get into university. Let's go to the beast taming forest tomorrow and contract a bronze-level snake beast for you. Yifan replied, and then said, it just so happens that I also want a new beast. Yifan, have you opened a 2nd beast taming space? Fatty Lee was a little surprised. It's open. Yifan nodded with a smile in his eyes. His space is not made up of layers, but just a large area. There is no limit on the number of contracts, but Yifan will definitely not make contracts randomly. He wants the best quality, the most suitable match, and everything must be done step by step in order to achieve the most perfect match. That's great, you don't know. When you were away these few days, I went to the Silver Moon Forest alone. I encountered bronze-level beasts several times and was chased for several kilometers. Fatty Lee said, with a puzzled expression in his eyes, why do I feel that when I went there with you, Yifan, the beasts were so docile and would not attack anyone at all? When you are completely familiar with the smell of various beasts and are familiar with the territories, habits, and various attack habits of the corresponding beasts, you will be able to do it too. Yifan replied, This is so familiar. Beast Taming Encyclopedia, Yifan said, patting Fatty Lee on the shoulder. It's about 50 yuan a copy. Just write down the contents, and that's basically it. Beast Taming Encyclopedia. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. I think that's what we learned when we were in junior high school. Right. That book is thousands of pages thick, my brother Yi. Fatty Lee hummed. Is there a simpler way? There are simple ones too. Yifan nodded. Just go and try more. Once you've been chased and stabbed by an evil rhino a few times, you'll probably be familiar with it. Wow. Isn't this the Shenong Herb Tasting Beast Tamer edition? Fatty Lee shook his head repeatedly, glanced at Yifan and said, I'd better follow you, Yifan. It's safe and reliable. You can follow me. Yifan smiled. Then you have to work harder and don't let me down. I hope we can be partners fighting side by side. You should understand, right? Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly, looked at Yifan and said, Look, it would be great if Pan Zhao could talk like you, Yifan. It would be so nice. Every day he points at my nose and scolds me for being a beast tamer like a piece of shit. He scolds me every day. It makes me question my life. Scolding you is for your own good. Yifan smiled helplessly. I know he means well, but he scolds me so harshly, as if he's afraid that I'll thank him. Fatty Lee started and suddenly whispered, Yifan, do you think Pan Zhao's foul tone is the main reason why he's still single? When I was young, I must have been a straight guy. I guess no girls liked me. At the door, Pan Zhao, who was about to knock, had his hand frozen in the air, and veins on his arm gradually bulged. I'm single for other reasons. Who didn't have girls who liked them when they were young? I was pretty damn popular back then, okay? Chapter 48 Rock Python. The next day, the two got up early and headed to the Silver Moon Forest. Fatty, what did your purple snake evolve into? Yifan asked on the way. Ghost snake. Fatty Lee summoned his own beast, a small black snake with some red spots on its body. Not bad. Looking at the beast, Yifan nodded. The ghost snake is a very difficult beast among snakes. Its fangs are very long, and its venom is very strong. At the bronze level, it will probably comprehend the skills of surprise attack. After breaking the bloodline shackles at the silver level, its venom will be extremely toxic. Even the toxins produced by its fangs can be collected to make top-level poisons. What about my black flame snake? The fat man asked. At the bronze level, there is a high probability that the snake will be able to comprehend stealth skills or strengthen its own defense skills. Yi Fan nodded. At the silver level, after breaking the bloodline shackles, the black flame snake can simply use some fire attribute skills, which is not bad. Hearing what you said, it seems that the black flame snake is easy to get. Fatty Lee was helpless and asked again, what is the bloodline shackle? It's very complicated to explain in detail. Just understand that when you reach a certain level, the beast tamer will have more abilities. Yi Fan replied. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, thought of something, and looked back. What are you looking at, Fatty? I'm seeing if Pan Zhao has followed us. After saying this, Fatty Lee touched the big bump on his head. This was the price he paid for being caught secretly cursing Pan Zhao in the dormitory yesterday. I always feel like Pan Zhao is spying on us. He knows every time I scold him. Last time, didn't I tell you that when I become stronger than Pan Zhao, I will also tell him to let my grandma fight his beast masters like Pan Zhao did? After I went back, every time he scolded me, it was, Go and call your grandmother. You say, is Pan Zhao a bit abnormal? Does he have any special hobbies? Fatty, please stop talking. Yi Fan said, his eyes full of helplessness. It's no wonder that Pan Zhao always scolds Fatty. Normally, when they go out, Pan Zhao will protect them secretly, and everything Fatty says throughout the day can be heard clearly. Just these 2 sentences were enough for Pan Zhao to scold him for a week. Fatty, what do you think of the third beast? In the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Fan observed the surrounding forest while looking at Fatty Lee and asked. Fatty Lee had a big bump on his head at the moment. After hearing Yi Fan's question, he hesitated for a while and said to Yi Fan, just help me choose. I can't help you choose for your whole life. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at the fat man, and said with a little seriousness, you have to go out in the future and have your own world. You must learn to think about problems by yourself and start to judge for yourself. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Fatty Lee was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I have 2 beasts, a black flame snake, which has good defense but average attack power, and a ghost snake, which has strong venom but is fragile. Now, I need a beast with strong frontal attack power. What does strong frontal attack power mean exactly? Yi Fan asked. It means great strength and preferably a big body as well. The fat man replied. What snake beasts fit this category? I don't know the specific species. Fatty Lee replied, scratching his head, but I think pythons are the best. They don't have to be poisonous, as long as they can enhance my combat power. The 2 beasts in front of me mostly rely on the hellhounds when you are here, Yi Fan, to play a role. If I can have a beast that can take the lead, my beast will be complete, with attack, defense, and poison. After hearing these words, Yi Fan nodded and said to the fat man, Fatty, look, when you think about your beast control, your future path of beast control will gradually become clear. What you see yourself is different from what others see with a light. I think I understand a little bit. Fatty Lee scratched his head. So, do I have to follow this structure when I subdue beasts in the future? Yes, we can also add some more. Yi Fan replied, for example, whether we should add a type like the winged snake that targets the air, or a beast that specializes in treasure hunting but has no combat power. All these are up to you. You are cultivating the Taodai method. The sufficient number of beasts you can control is enough for you to make up for all your shortcomings. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly and looked at Yi Fan, but it's hard to find python-like beasts in this forest. Fine. Yi Fan answered and followed the hellhound, walking quickly forward. Fatty Lee followed behind, and 2 snake-like beasts swam quickly in the grass beside them. As they grew older, their hunting cooperation became better and better. Along the way, they would occasionally hunt some beasts guarding spiritual herbs. Now, they can move freely in the outskirts of the forest, and even in the inner area, there are rarely any beasts blocking their way. Soon, after passing a bush and pushing aside the weeds in front, a long river appeared. The dark river in the Silver Moon Forest. Looking at the river, Yi Fan nodded secretly and turned to look at Fatty Lee. There is a kind of python in the Silver Moon Forest that likes to live on the shore near this dark river. We should be able to find it easily by following this dark river. Is it that kind of python? Fatty Lee spoke up, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Yi Fan looked in the direction he was looking and saw a gray python coiled on a large rock above the river, seemingly taking a rest. That's it, the rock python. Looking at the rock python that was coiled up like a big tire, Yi Fan nodded. This kind of beast is of elite grade, with a very tough body, Huge size and strong attack power, it can tie up and kill a gray rhino that is bigger than itself. It's the kind of beast you want. It looks so scary. Fatty Lee spoke, but he still summoned 2 beasts silently. The level of this rock python is not high, only 7 black iron stars. Obviously, it has not grown for long. You have to tame this beast yourself. Yifan did not make any move, but watched Fatty Lee command his 2 beasts to attack the rock python. The 2 elite-grade black iron 8-star beastmasters are not inferior to the opponents in terms of level and grade, so it is not difficult for Fatty Lee to deal with them. No problem. Fatty Lee replied, obviously very confident. However, when the battle started, Yifan shook his head as he looked at Fatty Lee's beast control command, which was full of flaws. Any one of these 2 beasts could fight this rock python alone, but when they got together, they could barely fight the rock python. Although the rock python had the advantage of size, the fat man's command was really bad. No wonder Teacher Pan Zhao scolds me every day. Yifan felt helpless. He didn't notice it at ordinary times, but after letting the fat man fight alone, this shortcoming became very obvious. His ability to tame beasts and his awareness of fighting with them are indeed very poor. But at least I'm making progress. Thinking of the fat man's tongue fighting when he first commanded the 2 beasts, Yifan smiled again. It doesn't matter if you are bad at taming beasts now. People need time to grow. Boom. After a while, the rock python fell to the ground under the siege of 2 snake-like beasts. Facing the fat man's beast contract, it did not resist too much. Defeating the opponent and then conquering him is the method with the highest success rate. Because beast tamers are also intelligent. When you use your mouth to tame it, it chooses whether it will get more benefits by following you. But when you knock it to the ground, its choice is life or death. I'm so tired. After finally taming the rock python, Fatty Lee took a breath, came to Yifan, and a smile appeared on his face. But I finally have my 3rd beast. As he spoke, Fatty Lee summoned the rock python. When the huge rock python appeared next to Fatty Lee, Yifan nodded. In the future, you can properly differentiate the spiritual fruits you use to cultivate beasts. Give the ones that enhance defense or have fire properties to the black flame snake, and the ones that enhance body size and weight to the rock python. For python-like beasts, size is king. The stronger they are, the bigger they are. The stronger, the bigger the size? Fatty Lee nodded. How big is the dragon python? Hearing this, Yifan smiled and pointed to the dark river in front of him. This dark river is twice as wide and 3 times as long. My goodness, it must be so big. Fatty Lee was a little surprised when he saw the river in front of him. If it appeared, it would be able to crush a building easily. Of course. Yifan nodded, not knowing what he was thinking of, and said in a deep voice, but a beast master of that level will never have the chance to appear in the world of ordinary people. Chapter 49. Swift Eagle. Why? Fatty Lee asked. It's mentioned in history books, Yifan replied. Before modern society, there were ancient feudal dynasties. The rulers of the dynasties believed in those powerful beasts. The 2 of them jointly ruled ordinary people, oppressing and exploiting them. They were miserable. Later, the emergence of the first generation of beast masters broke this balance and set off a wave of resistance. Afterwards, the dynasty collapsed, and those ancient beast masters were either expelled from the domain or hid in ancient secret realms. It was a long tug of war. To this day, the front line is still fighting against those ancient beasts. No powerful ancient beasts can get past these defenses. This is why we have a peaceful and harmonious modern society. Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a little absent-minded. So we rarely see powerful beast masters. Is it because those powerful ones have gone to the front line? Most of them, but there are also many who become stronger by exploring secret places. Yifan replied, shaking his head. Since the revival of spiritual energy thousands of years ago, the world has changed like this. We are all striving to cross over and obtain a piece of pure land. It sounds like they know some secrets. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After such a long time, and with so many powerful people, they still haven't been able to completely annihilate the ancient beasts from outside the domain. The beasts will also reproduce. The human pioneers used up all their strength in the expulsion. If they could, they would have killed them completely in the first generation. Yifan replied, shaking his head. What's more, it is always difficult for people to work together. Not everyone is willing to go to the front line. There are many people with ulterior motives who want to subvert the world. The internal friction is serious, and the stalemate in the foreign war is actually a disadvantageous pull for the human side. 500 years ago, we advanced thousands of kilometers outside the border, But now, we are being pushed back and can only pull back within 100 kilometers of the border. So, are we still regressing? Fatty Lee said thoughtfully, according to this trend, will there be a day when those expelled foreign beasts will come back? No, the top management is also making efforts. Yifan replied, clearing out the evil cult organizations that are in internal friction, discovering talents, and vigorously encouraging the development of beast masters. It's going to be okay. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. In the future, I will also fight on the front lines. Then you have to become stronger first. If you are at the Black Iron level, you won't even be cannon fodder on the front line. Yifan said with a smile and waved his hand. Okay, time to go find the beast I want. What kind of beast do you want? Fatty Lee showed an interested expression. You'll find out when you get there. Yifan smiled mysteriously and walked towards the forest. The fat man quickly caught up, and the two of them quickly shuttled through the forest, picking up some spiritual herbs and fruits while killing some beasts. Yifan, if we go any further, we will be close to the core area of the forest. Looking at Yifan, who was still moving forward, Fatty Lee spoke with some concern. When you reach the core area, you will see silver-level beastmen appearing. It's okay. It should be nearby. Yifan nodded, stopped, walked along the bushes, and slowed down his pace. Fatty Lee followed suit and slowed down his pace. In the jungle, there were only the chirping sounds of insects and beasts. Call. At a certain moment, a gust of wind blew through the jungle, and Yifan's voice also sounded at this moment. Fatty, get out of the way. Hearing the sound, Fatty Lee was stunned. Then, he felt a tingling sensation on his back, and before he could think about it, he suddenly pounced into the bushes next to him. Chiyu! A shrill bird cry was heard, and Fatty Lee looked up, only to see a huge eagle-like beast brushing past his face, almost grabbing him with its sharp claws. When the attack failed, the eagle quickly rose higher, and in the blink of an eye, it was in the air again. Sure enough, it's here. Yifan's voice sounded at the side. Swift Wind Eagle, Bronze 6-star, elite-level top beast. Fatty, get out of the way. I want to have a good fight with this Swift Eagle. Elite Peak, Bronze 6 stars. Upon hearing these two keywords, Fatty Lee was immediately scared to death and rolled on the spot into the bushes. Yifan, do you need support? In the bushes, Fatty Lee showed a pair of eyes. No need. This Swift Eagle is very difficult to deal with. Your beast control skills are too poor, and your beast control strength is not enough. Just hide well. Yifan said something to Fatty Lee, raised his head and looked up at the sky. Faintly, he saw a figure flashing in the woods. It's observing me, trying to find my weakness. Yifan stood in place and gently moved his fingers. The hellhound came to Yifan, with its ears erected and a look of alertness on its face. Call. The next moment, the wind moved again, and the swift eagle swooped over with its wings spread, like a large shadow, and its huge momentum pressed down like a crushing force. This attack was obviously not an ordinary one. Yifan stood in place, and the surrounding weeds were pressed to the ground by the strong wind pressure. Sacrifice yourself and attack. After reciting the name of the beast-taming skill used by the swift eagle, Yifan quickly twisted his body. Wow! A pair of glowing claws suddenly appeared in front of Yifan and grabbed a large piece of the ground. Shaowa, use fire to attack it. Yifan's voice rang out the moment the swift eagle missed its target. Roar! The hellhound opened its mouth and flames gushed out, but the flames had no effect. The swift eagle was very fast and dodged the attack in one leap and took off into the air again. Soon, the swift eagle swooped down again, and this time, it knocked down a small tree nearby, leaving a deep claw mark on the bark. If this grab is solid, not to mention Yifan, even the hellhound will be in trouble. It's a bit difficult. Seeing the hellhound's attack fail again, Yifan gritted his teeth secretly, but his eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. This swift eagle is a flying beast with extremely fast speed, strong attack power, and a great warning line of vision, which is perfect for me. I must capture this swift eagle. After saying this, Yifan looked up at the sky, calmed his mind, and adjusted his breathing rhythm. For ground-to-air attack, the same thing applies. When the opponent dives, it is the best chance to kill. Shaohua, follow me and step back a little, Yifan said, moving his feet and keeping his eyes just above himself. The hellhound beside it was also very obedient. Obviously, facing such a powerful beast, it also felt the pressure. Right here, Yifan stopped next to a stone, and suddenly, he made a movement of falling backwards as if he had lost weight. Of course, the swift eagle would not miss this opportunity. Almost a second later, it swooped down from the sky. This time, Its claws were heading straight for Yifan's head. Here it comes. Looking at the eagle claws that were rapidly expanding in his pupils, Yifan took a deep breath, and his heart seemed to stop at this moment. Less than a centimeter away, the eagle's claw brushed past Yifan's throat, and at this moment, Yifan raised his fist and hit the swift eagle's head heavily. There was a dull clang. The force of this punch was not small. After practicing in the beast-taming space on the night of this month, Yifan's physical strength was at least black iron 7 or 8 stars. It hit the swift eagle on the head, knocking it aside immediately and hitting it heavily on the stone beside it. Now, Xiaohua, lock your throat? When Yifan's voice sounded, the hellhound roared, leaped up suddenly, pounced on the back of the swift eagle, and bit it. This was obviously not fatal. The swift eagle was struggling, its wings opened, and a faint light began to emerge on its wings. This is a sign that an innate skill is about to be used. The innate skills of a beast tamer are often very powerful, and once used, they basically have terrifying lethality. I advise you not to go on. Yifan's voice sounded at this moment, as if interrupting the swift eagle's spell. The swift eagle's movements came to an abrupt stop, seeming a little abrupt. And all this was because the fire in the mouth of the hellhound that was biting its throat was gradually getting more intense. Before you use your innate skills, my hellhound is enough to melt your throat. Yifan opened his mouth, squatted down, looked at the swift eagle with eagle eyes staring at him, and praised. You are a natural jungle hunter with outstanding speed and attack power, but there is one thing that you as a hunter must never ignore. That is, the strength of the prey. Chapter 50 Conquer. There are no real hunters in the jungle. You may be the opponent of the prey one moment, but your roles may be reversed the next. After saying this again, Yifan stretched out his hand, and a magic circle of the beast-taming contract appeared in his hand. Submit, you have no other choice. Chirp. The swift hawk stretched its neck and stared at the other party with eagle eyes, but was still unwilling to sign the mark. Until the flames overflowed from the hellhound's mouth, it finally surrendered and let out a cry. The next moment, the magic circle contract was successful, and it was instantly taken into the beast-taming space. A smile appeared on Yifan's face. He raised his hand and summoned the swift eagle. At this moment, there was a hint of human shock in the eagle's eyes. Obviously, it saw a large area of spiritual herbs and fruits in Yifan's beast-controlling space. Living in the Silver Moon Forest where it was always fighting for life and death for hunting, it had never seen such a place before. Following me is not an insult to you. On the contrary, it is your future glory. Yifan spoke and raised his arm. The swift eagle hesitated in the air, but it didn't take long before it quickly descended, folded its wings, and stood on Yifan's shoulder. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth, called the hellhound to his side, touched its head, and then looked at Fatty Li in the bushes. Fatty, come out. Fuck. Yifan, you are too powerful. Fatty Li had a dazed look on his face. He saw the entire battle between Yifan and the swift eagle. It was so thrilling that the fat man was terrified. If Yifan made a mistake in one of the attacks, he would be pierced through by the swift eagle. But from beginning to end, Yifan just stood there. Except for the last stone, there were no obstacles around him. In the end, it was his fatal punch that won the victory. Confidence is terrifying. The more powerful the beast is, the more you have to show your strength if you want to subdue it. Yifan replied, patted the swift eagle on his shoulder, and waved to Fatty Li. Let's go. We have collected all the beasts today, and we can go back after getting some spiritual herbs and fruits. Oh, okay. Fatty Li nodded, and walked beside Yifan in a daze, glancing at the swift eagle on his shoulder from time to time, still feeling it was a little unreal. A month ago, Yifan had just obtained the fire dog, but a month later, such a powerful beast was defeated head-on by Yifan, and he didn't even use his innate skills in the end. At the pinnacle of elite grade, this is the best beast tamer that ordinary people can get their hands on. When can I be as strong as you, Yifan? Walking behind Yifan, Fatty Li sighed and said, Why do I feel that? The gap between us is getting bigger than before. Don't worry, your path is different from mine. Yifan replied, Maybe you think I'm very strong now, but in a few years, you may also think I'm just SOSO. You should look forward. You are the first person in this class to have 3 beasts. In this respect, you are also a top talent. Don't underestimate yourself. But I am here because of the technique you gave me. The technique is part of it, but it is you who can determine your future. Yifan answered, looking at Fatty Li, and said with a serious expression, If you give the same technique to others to practice, they may not be able to learn it in their entire lives. The fact that you have achieved such success in such a short time also proves your potential. Look at Deng Chong. He stepped on your chest to humiliate you. But now, do you still take him seriously? Have confidence. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, clenched his fist, and encouraged himself. I can definitely become a strong man. That's right. Yifan nodded with a smile in his eyes. To be honest, Fatty Lee's current strength is not weak among the freshmen. It's just that he has been a coward since he was a child, and his personality has become cowardly and unconfident. How can a timid person become a truly strong person? That's why I often give Fatty some chicken soup to motivate him and guide him to become a strong person. And my dad, let's go back and tell him about this theory of the strong. Thinking of something, Yifan smiled and walked towards the forest. Whether it is Fat Dad or the Dynasty organization, they are planting some seeds. Perhaps it won't be long before these seeds take root and sprout. This kid is too confident. In the forest behind, Pan Zhao frowned as he looked at Yifan holding Huang on his left and Qingcong on his right. In the battle just now, he almost couldn't help but take action several times. The Swift Eagle was extremely fast and had great lethality. With Yifan's fighting style, if he made the slightest mistake, he would die on the spot. Although Yifan successfully subdued the Swift Eagle in the end, Pan Zhao was somewhat dissatisfied with this way of fighting. He knew that this boy had a terrifying combat intuition, but intuition was not always accurate, and combat was ever-changing, and any unstable factors could change the outcome of the battle. If you walk along the river frequently, you will get your feet wet. If you take risks like this every time, wouldn't that mean you don't take your life seriously? I'll have to say something to him when I get back. Having said this, Pan Zhao couldn't help but praise Yifan. This kid is really amazing. His progress every day is terrifying. A hellhound that has opened its bloodline shackles at the bronze level, plus a Swift Eagle with elite level peak bloodline. This configuration is not much worse than that kid from the G family. In fact, his beast control level is even higher. He also has a beast control like the Swift Eagle that has extremely strong aerial combat power. With the combat power, it is entirely possible that he can overwhelm the opponent. At this point, Pan Zhao was somewhat amazed, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable smile in his eyes. Jiang Hong, that bastard, thought he could crush me to death with a level, but if he saw that a level kid suppressed the level he was proud of, I wonder what his expression would be. Oh, by the way, Liu is pretty amazing too. He actually opened 3 beast control spaces. I asked him about it a few days ago, but he didn't tell me. This bastard doesn't even believe in his teacher except Yifan? At nightfall, Yifan and Fatty Li ended a day's hunting. At this level, their hunting basically revolved around bronze-level beast taming. There are 7 or 8 low-star bronze ones, and quite a few 5 and 6-star ones. Fatty, you also hunted a bronze beast alone today. How did it feel? Looking at the fat man counting his harvest, Yifan asked jokingly. It's okay. I feel like bronze level is just that. Fatty Lee scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. It's just that I'm 3 against 1 after all, which feels a bit unethical. In the world of beast taming, there is no such thing as not following martial ethics. As long as we can win, 20 against 1 is also a win. Yifan answered with a smile on his face. The footsteps in the forest, stepping on the fallen leaves, have some light, echoing sounds. But the next moment, such echoing sounds suddenly became more frequent. Yifan stopped and pulled the fat man beside him. He looked at the dense trees in front of him and suddenly said, "Come out. We are all on the same path. What is there to hide?" As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 people walked out from behind the tree. These people were wearing leather armor, holding muskets in their hands, and with knives on their waists. Obviously, they were all beast hunters who made a living by hunting. Little brother, you have very good eyesight. The one who spoke was a one-eyed man with a big knife on his waist and a white wolf that looked very ferocious beside him. Not bad. Yifan replied, took a look at the big man, and suddenly asked, from the lone wolf group? As soon as these words came out, the leading man was stunned. You know our lone wolf group, the most famous beast tamer and hunter mercenary group in Pingcheng. How could I not know that? Yifan replied, but his eyes were a little cold. Beast tamer hunters do not necessarily work alone. Many beast tamer hunters form teams and hunt together. These beast tamer hunter teams are often mercenaries who make a living by taking orders from employers or hunting in the forest on their own. There are many such beast taming and hunting groups in Pingcheng. Among them, the Lone Wolf Group is the most notorious. It was founded by a man who called himself Lone Wolf. He is a beast tamer and his strength is quite good compared to ordinary people. The white wolf in his hand has eaten all the things he got from robbing and looting over the years and has the strength of a 3-star bronze level. Robbery, and even murder are the favorite things of the Lone Wolf group. However, the special nature of the Silver Moon Forest made it impossible for the law enforcement team to collect evidence, which instead encouraged the other side's arrogance like bandits. If you encounter a lone wolf, your day's work is in vain. If you have no money, your life will be in danger. Such words are widely circulated among colleagues. In his previous life, Yifan worked in a mercenary group after school for a period of time to earn money. He had heard of this and had also been robbed by the other side. Since you know, then I don't need to tell you. The leading lone wolf took out his sword and pointed at the fat man, saying, I just heard from the fat man that you guys had a good harvest this time. Take them all out, and I won't trouble you any more today. Otherwise, you should understand. What are you dreaming about? Fatty Lee cursed in a low voice and raised his hand. In his hand, the light of the beast taming lit up. Plick, plick, plick. But at the same time, on the opposite side, the sound of muskets being loaded also rang out quickly. This scene made the fat man stunned, and he turned his head to look at Yifan. Yifan, this musket? It's okay. From 7 steps away, the gun is faster. Yifan shook his head. As for within 7 steps, I understand. Fatty Lee nodded first, and the light in his hand lit up again. A mere musket. How audacious. We are about 70 steps away from them. Yifan's voice sounded, if you rush over, you will probably be beaten to a pulp. This. Fatty Lee, who was about to take action, felt a little embarrassed and withdrew his hand. He looked at the lone wolf opposite him and said, Don't mind it, big brother. I was just joking. Chapter 51 Lone Wolf Mercenary Group. Ha ha ha, you are quite courageous, boy. Hearing Yifan's words, Lone Wolf grinned and stuck his sword into the ground. I, Lone Wolf, am also a trustworthy person. Leave your things here. I promise I won't touch you. Fatty, give it to them. Yifan suddenly spoke. On the side, Fatty Lee was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Yifan with some surprise in his eyes. He understood Yifan's temper, and he would never suffer such a loss. It's 70 steps now, Yifan said in a deep voice, took the bag from Fatty Lee's hand, and walked towards the lone wolf. Soon, Yifan stopped a few steps in front of Lone Wolf and stretched out his hand. The things are here. Come and get them if you want. Hearing this, Lone Wolf's eyes changed slightly, but soon, when he saw Yifan's childish face and the ordinary student uniform on him, he let down his guard. What can a teenage student in an ordinary class do to himself even if he is a beast tamer? Okay. Lone Wolf raised his sword, and White Wolf followed him and walked towards Yifan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, Lone Wolf reached out, grabbed Yifan's pocket and pulled it hard, but this pull had no effect. The pocket was still tightly held in Yifan's hand. You little brat, you dare to play tricks on me? Lone Wolf reacted, looked at Yifan, and without saying anything, he swung his sword. Not only will I play tricks on you, I will also kill you. Yifan's cold voice sounded. The next moment, under the incredulous eyes of Lone Wolf, Yifan raised his arm and hit the blade directly. Clang. The blade tilted. Yifan put down his pocket, clenched the eagle claw with his other hand, and grabbed the lone wolf's throat. Roar. On the side, the lone white wolf roared and prepared to rush out, but at the same time, the light came on, and the hellhound also roared and knocked it down directly. The difference in size and strength allowed the hellhound to instantly lock down the white wolf, who was pinned down. On the other side, Yifan grabbed the lone wolf's throat, while his other hand was blocking the lone wolf's knife. You are so bold. At this moment, the lone wolf's face changed, and he spoke in a timid voice. Having been able to hunt in the forest for so many years, don't you know that you should never let your guard down at any time? When you knew I was a student of Pingcheng High School, you should have been on high alert. But you relied on your musket, and not only did you not avoid me, but you also got in close contact with me. Yifan spoke, staring at the lone wolf, with a smile on his face. Surrender your gun, otherwise you will die. Hearing this, the lone wolf gritted his teeth. Just as the stalemate was about to begin, the cry of an eagle was heard, followed by the panicked voice of one of his men. The lone wolf turned his head and saw a swift eagle grabbing one of his men and taking it into the sky. At the same time, the sound of faint snake breathing was heard, and in the surrounding grass, the huge rock python, the black flame snake hidden in the grass, and the ghost snake that was arching its body and spitting out its tongue all appeared. You two actually have 5 beasts. Looking at this scene, even Lone Wolf realized that these 2 students wearing ordinary class uniforms were tough guys. Thinking of something, Lone Wolf shuddered. looked at the cold face in front of him, and said with a little trembling, You are Yi Fan? You know me? Yi Fan frowned when he heard this, but he glanced at the people behind Lone Wolf and spoke again. I'll say it again. Surrender your gun, otherwise you will die. As he spoke, Yi Fan increased the strength in his hands, and the force of black iron Gao Xing instantly made Lone Wolf's face turn red. Put down the muskets. He struggled and waved his hands, and his men all surrendered their guns. Yi Fan nodded at the fat man, and soon, Fatty Li collected all the muskets. There are 15 in total. Fatty Li walked over with the musket in his arms, looked at Yi Fan and smiled. He knew that Yi Fan would never give up an inch of land. Robbery on the road was just courting death. I ask you, how do you know me? Nodding to the fat man, Yi Fan's gaze returned to the Lone Wolf again. Lone Wolf hesitated, but the next second, he felt a force on his neck, making him almost speechless. I won't ask you a second time. You can try to lie to me, Yi Fan said. His eyes seemed to see through people's hearts. As long as I think what you said is false, I will not give you a chance to appeal. Yes, it's the Sir above. Lone Wolf spoke, his body trembling slightly. The Masters above, the Dynasty organization? Yi Fan asked. Yes, it says above that if I can kill you, I will reward you 1 million. The Lone Wolf replied. So, you're here for the bounty? I'm not here to look for you. I'm just here to rob you. Lone Wolf replied, with a gleam in his eyes. If he had known earlier that this was Yi Fan, he would not have said so much and would have just used his musket to cover the target from a distance. The robber just happened to hit me. Hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. That's really a coincidence. Besides you, which other mercenary groups have joined the Dynasty organization? The Dawn Mercenary Group, Brother Chang's mercenary group. Lone Wolf spoke, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, also, the Dawn Mercenary Group. Shu Guang is here too? Yi Fan was slightly stunned when he heard this. In his previous life, he had joined the Dawn Mercenary Group for a period of time. The leader of the mercenary group was a believer in the holy light. He was generous and gentle, and was very kind to his subordinates. Because of this, the Dawn Mercenary Group was almost the largest mercenary group in Pingcheng. He actually joined the Dynasty organization. Yi Fan's face was slightly cold. It's true that you can only know a person's face, but not his heart. After saying this, Yi Fan was silent for a while, but soon, he just shook his head and smiled. Even the descendants of the Dragon Slayer with dragon pupils can betray the honor of their ancestors. It is not so difficult to accept a hypocritical righteous gentleman. Can I leave now? Lone Wolf said cautiously. I have told you everything I know. Do you think you can leave? There was a hint of coldness in Yi Fan's eyes. You want me to let my enemy go back and tell on me, so that he can continue to deal with me? You are an old man who has lived on the edge of a knife, but you still have such a childish idea? Hearing this, Lone Wolf's expression changed. He used all his strength to raise his sword high up. I'm going to fight you. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the Lone Wolf's voice stopped abruptly. He stared at Yi Fan with his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground. Yi Fan crushed his throat. Fatty, let's do it. Turning his head, Yi Fan waved his hands and looked at the fat man. Fatty Li was trembling slightly, looking at Yi Fan with cold eyes. Yi Fan, are we going to kill someone? Each of them has taken the lives of many innocent people, and they deserve to die. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at Fatty Li, and spoke slowly. Never be merciful to your enemies. If you want to kill, cut the grass and root it out, leaving no trouble behind. This? Fatty Li hesitated, and finally nodded. Roar. In the jungle, the hellhound rushed towards the crowd. The swift eagle rushed down from the sky, and the three-headed snake beast was also swimming quickly in the grass. Wailing sounds rang out in the forest. When these ordinary people without guns faced 5 ferocious beasts, the outcome was already determined. Let's clean up the battlefield. After a while, looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Fan's face remained calm. Fatty Li was obviously killing someone for the first time. He felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at Yi Fan and hesitated for the first time. Yi Fan, we just killed a lot of people. Kill those who should be killed. Do you remember what I told you before? In the world of beast masters, there is always internal friction. If you keep this kind of malignant mercenary group, who knows how many people will die in their hands? Yi Fan replied, patting Fatty Li on the shoulder. Don't be too narrow-minded. The strong are happy to take revenge. If you feel guilty for killing a bad guy, do you want to wait for him to kowtow on your grave? I understand. Fatty Li nodded, suppressed his discomfort, walked to the corpses, and collected the things in their packages. Obviously, they had worked here for more than just one day today. Many people's packages were full, and when the items added up, their gains were even greater than what Yi Fan and his team had gotten. How many people must have been robbed? Looking at the full package in front of him, Fatty Lee spoke, and then when he opened a pocket, he found a woman's body covered with bruises. Obviously, this was a poor person who was tortured by this group of people during her lifetime and was even tortured to death. These guys really deserve to die. Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee couldn't help but turn his head and spit. What a bunch of beasts. Chapter 52. Fraud. It's okay if you can tell it's a beast at first glance. At least you know it's a beast. Yi Fan replied. In his mind, a gentle and tall figure appeared and snorted coldly. The beast in human skin is the troublesome one. If you are not careful, you may even treat it as a human. After saying this, Yi Fan felt a little angry. He couldn't imagine that such a believer was actually doing such dirty things behind the scenes. In my previous life, I treated him like a brother. Dawn, the mercenary group named after Dawn, is actually the greatest darkness before dawn. Yi Fan said, shook his head, and looked at Fatty Lee standing aside. Fatty, when you have the ability, you must eradicate these tumors as much as possible. I understand. The fat man replied, looking at the corpse not far away and nodded heavily. Let's go back. Yi Fan nodded, picked up the bag on the ground, and walked towards the exit of the forest ahead. Fatty Lee followed closely behind, and soon, a bunch of wild beasts that smelled the blood came into the forest. Except for some bloodstains on the ground, the forest returned to peace again. Snap, snap. Not long after, Pan Zhao arrived here. Looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes changed slightly. He saw the whole process and also saw Yi Fan's response, but at this moment, he did not feel that Yi Fan was so quick-witted and decisive, but rather found a sense of resonance in the other party. A resonance of hatred towards the dynasty organization. This kid. Looking at the ground, Pan Zhao's eyes were slightly deep. There was not much conversation just now, but it was obvious that this kid seemed to be working on dealing with the dynasty organization and had already attracted the attention of the dynasty organization. The dynasty organization is such a huge organization. How dare this guy, who is only at the bronze level, provoke it? After saying this, as if he had thought of something, a sneer appeared on Pan Zhao's face. These people from the dynasty organization really deserve to die. In Pingcheng, you want to kill Yi Fan? Have you asked me? A few days later, the secret realm was opened again. Yi Fan and Fatty Lee were naturally included in the list, but this time it was a bit surprising that Ma Xiaoxue was not shortlisted. It was said that she was seriously injured while hunting in the beast forest a few days ago and was sent to the hospital. Deng Chong and others were deprived of their places by Pan Zhao on the grounds of infighting. As a result, there are many new faces among the ordinary class members entering the secret realm this time. Teacher Pan is really tough. He deprived Deng Chong and his friends of their places just because of an internal fight. Isn't he afraid that Deng Chong will find someone to make trouble? Fatty Lee spoke while waiting in line to enter the secret realm. Thinking of Deng Chong's almost unbelievable expression before, he felt a little funny. He's Pan Zhao. How many people in Pingcheng can suppress him? Besides, he's just a teacher teaching students. Why are you making a fuss? Yi Fan replied, shaking his head. Teachers like this are rare. They give everyone a chance and don't let those who form cliques and factions monopolize resources. It's rare, but his mouth is too venomous. Fatty Lee was speaking when he saw Pan Zhao's sudden sharp look at him and quickly closed his mouth. Let's go, let's go. We're entering the secret realm. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan patted Fatty Lee on the shoulder. Get more good stuff and try to hide it well this time, so that there won't be any sudden awards ceremony later. Giving out awards is pretty good. You can earn money and have face. It's unwise to expose your strength and gains for that little money. Don't you understand? The two of them entered the secret realm while talking to each other. At the entrance of the secret realm, Pan Zhao watched them go in and his eyes moved to the other side. At this moment, Zhang Hong happened to look at Pan Zhao. The two men stared at each other in the air, and the tension suddenly rose again. Brother Jiang, the weather is nice today. Let's go have some tea. Brother Pang, someone recently gave me a bottle of excellent fruit wine. Let's go and try it. Before the two of them could speak, the teachers who had been worried about a conflict between them were already fully prepared. They spoke up and pulled the two of them back. Pan Zhao, who was still planning how to confront Zhang Hong, was interrupted. His pent-up anger was only halfway accumulated. He glanced at Zhang Hong, and seeing that the other party had no intention of speaking, he did not continue. 1 or 2 trips to the secret realm now are not a big deal. In 2 months, after the freshman secret realm trial begins, the freshman competition and teacher competition will follow, which will be the highlights. At most, your verbal attacks can annoy the other person for one day, but if you win the competition head-on, you can annoy them for half a year. Before, Jiang Hong would never get angry no matter what Pan Zhao said. Instead, he would occasionally make a sarcastic remark to make Pan Zhao very angry. But ever since Pan Zhao won the teacher's competition last year, Jiang Hong could not hold back at the slightest provocation and often quarreled with Pan Zhao. The reason is very simple. It's frustrating to lose. I'll prepare myself. When the time comes, not only will my students beat you up, but I'll beat you up too. Glancing at Jiang Hong, Pan Zhao muttered something, then looked at the teacher in front of him who had a good relationship with him, and suddenly opened his arms. Since there is good wine, let's go drink and relax today. Hearing this, the teacher on the side was a little surprised. He had invited Pan Zhao many times, and this was the first time that the other party agreed. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Pan Zhao didn't care. He patted the teacher's shoulder and said to another person next to him, Zhao Ji, let's go together. Zhao Ji was also a little surprised when he was called, and nodded flattered. Pan Zhao had always been a loner, so why did he suddenly ask him to join him? Well, after a moment of daze, Zhao Ji nodded. He would speak for Pan Zhao because he naturally wanted to have a good relationship with this person. He was looking forward to such an opportunity. He had a lucky chance before the teacher competition last year, and was lucky enough to win me once. No one really thinks they will have this kind of luck every year, right? Pan Zhao left, and Jiang Hong just stood there, watching him leave coldly, cursing and snorting. Let's go and have some tea. After saying this, he walked away with his hands behind his back. The teacher who spoke and the other two looked at each other and followed him. Click, click. In the secret realm, Fatty Li looked at the people in front of him exploring, then turned to look at Yifan. Yifan, what are our plans this time? First, go to the inner area to get spiritual fruits for the first 2 days. When your beast control has reached bronze level, Yifan replied with a smile in his eyes, let's go to the core of the secret realm. The core? The core has a silver level beastmaster. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li was horrified and said quickly, Yifan, don't be too reckless. The silver level beastmaster is really powerful. If we go in, we will definitely not be their opponent. When I say go to the core, I don't mean to go to war with the silver level beasts. Yifan shook his head. There are a lot of good things in the core. Although they are basically guarded by silver level beasts, we just need to think of some ways. What method? Fatty Li was a little confused when he heard this. What else can we do? Yifan replied, patting the fat man on the shoulder. Sneak into Chunsong, besiege Wei to save Zhao, lure the tiger away from the mountain, and drive the tiger to devour the wolf. The series of idioms left Fatty Li stunned, but soon he scratched his head and seemed to understand something. Yifan, what you mean should be cheating and deceiving. Almost. Almost? Fatty Li was shocked. Can the Silver Beast Master also cheat and deceive people? If people can be cheated, why can't Beast Masters be cheated? Not to mention Silver level Beast Masters, even Gold level and Eternal level Beast Masters can be cheated as well. Yifan nodded, as if he had everything planned out. He summoned out 2 Beast Masters and walked towards the secret realm. Behind him, Fatty Li looked at Yifan's back and felt sweat all over his forehead. This should be a joke, right? He wouldn't really want to cheat the Silver level Beastmaster for good stuff. Chapter 53 Wine and Tea. The first day of hunting was very easy. With the Swift Eagle and the Hellhound, plus 3 snake beasts close to the bronze level, Yifan and Fatty Li conducted a mopping-up hunt on the outskirts of the forest. In addition, Yifan was already familiar with the environment of this secret realm, and the two of them made a lot of money in just one day. It feels so easy to hunt now. Fatty smiled as he grilled meat beside the campfire at night. Now, it feels so easy to catch bronze-level beasts, as long as they are not 8-star or 9-star beasts that are close to silver. It's normal to fight against bronze and black iron, and most of these beasts are very ordinary. Yifan replied, after all, the upper limit of elite-level beasts is too low. Only elite-level peak beasts can show some strength at this stage. Hey Yifan, I always hear you talk about the levels of beast-taming bloodlines, but I seem to have only heard you say inferior, elite, and elite peak. Fatty Li scratched his head. What are the bloodlines above the elite level? From the elite level up? Yifan smiled when he heard this. Up to the excellent level, and then the extraordinary level. If you want to go higher, you will be the direct descendants of some ancient species, which can be called the relic level. Is there anything special about these bloodline level beasts? Fatty Li asked. The elite ones at the top have innate skills. Do the outstanding and extraordinary ones above them have more innate skills? Having too many innate skills is useless. The higher the level of a beast's bloodline, the stronger its innate ability will be. Yifan answered, glanced at the fat man and said, "Look at my hellhound. It took a lot of spiritual fruits to barely open its bloodline shackles at the bronze level. If it is an excellent beast, their bloodline shackles will be opened naturally, and they can use wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, and other elements corresponding to their attributes from birth." Shit, does that mean iron can beat bronze? Fatty Lee was shocked. It's not that exaggerated. Yifan shook his head. After all, the growth of the beast is there. It just doesn't take too much time. Besides, the stronger the bloodline of a beast, the stronger it is likely to be. Most extraordinary beasts are born bronze or silver. I can only say that most beast masters start at iron level, bronze level opens the first skill, and silver level opens the bloodline shackles. However, the stronger the bloodline of a beast master, the more it can ignore these restrictions that may have been imposed on the beast master by nature. The top elites have their own innate skills. Excellence ignores bloodline shackles. Extraordinary people are not too weak when they are born. As for the descendants who are above them, they can summon the phantoms of their bloodline ancestors. They are very strong. I see. Fatty Lee nodded. So, it may be easy for us to deal with a beast of elite peak bloodline at bronze level, but if it is excellent level or extraordinary level, it will be difficult? That's understandable. Yifan nodded, thinking of something, and said to the fat man, "That's why the college entrance examination now tests the actual combat ability of the beast master. At the same level, most beast masters find it difficult to defeat a wild beast whose bloodline level is higher than the beast they control. However, if you can reach a certain standard, a qualitative change will occur. For example, 2 days ago, I defeated the Swift Eagle with my Hellhound. From then on, the minimum standard for the beasts I tame is to be at the top of the elite. When this number accumulates, if one day I can defeat an outstanding beast of the same level, will the quality of my beasts make a qualitative leap?" I see. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly. Then what about the affinity you told me about before? Affinity is also included. In fact, it is to increase your success rate in taming high-level beasts in the future. Yifan replied, "Not all beasts will surrender after being defeated. The more powerful the beast, the harder it is to tame. A high affinity means a higher chance of being accepted." Then Yifan, "Why don't you specialize?" "I don't need to specialize." Yifan shook his head. "If I can surpass the grade once, I can win the second time. If this one doesn't work, try another one." "That's true." Fatty Lee nodded and looked at the Swift Eagle on Yifan's shoulder with some envy. "This Swift Eagle of yours is so cool. Not to mention its speed. What's the name of its innate skill?" Fatty Lee got stuck in the middle of his speech. Yifan looked up at him and said, "The divine bird rated, right?" Yes, it just disappeared for a while, and then the skill suddenly appeared." Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly. "It's like a flash." "It's not really a flash. That talent skill is equivalent to increasing its speed for a short period of time. When the speed exceeds a certain range, it looks like it suddenly disappeared." Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Lee's envious eyes, and said, "You can also make a flying snake in the future, like the winged snake, which I told you about." "Of course, a flying beast is so cool," the fat man said in a loud voice. Hearing this, Yifan showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. To be honest, most flying snake beasts have some abnormalities on their bodies, with bulging wings that look like wings. They actually look quite ugly. Chirp. While the two were talking, the sound of the jungle being plucked was heard nearby. Several beasts raised their heads instantly with alert looks. A small beast came into view, rubbing its hands. "It's this guy again." Fatty Lee was a little surprised when he saw the beast that appeared. "Is this the little badger from last time?" "It should be." Yifan nodded with a smile. A month had passed, and the level of this little badger had not grown much, reaching bronze 2 stars. Chirp. Obviously, the little badger also recognized Yifan and the other person. It was stunned in a human-like manner, then looked up and saw the Swift Eagle on Yifan's shoulder. This is its natural enemy. The Swift Eagle is extremely fast and can easily penetrate its leather armor or find its weak defenses. This time, the little badger hesitated, looking at the fire in front of Yifan and the others, and could only rub its paws in the spot. That look seemed a bit pitiful. "Come here." Yifan smiled when he saw this scene, waved to the little badger, and at the same time, patted the Swift Eagle on his shoulder to signal it to be quiet. The little badger hesitated, but soon, after realizing that the two men had no hostility, it came to the fire. Eat meat. Yifan cut off a piece of meat and threw it to the little badger. The little badger held the meat and first glanced at the swift eagle on Yifan's shoulder. Seeing that the other party was not looking at him, he started eating. This little thing is quite good at reading people's faces. Fatty Lee on the side also found it interesting. The last time it came, it was like a little bully. This time, people who didn't know would think we were bullying it. After all, it's normal to have natural enemies. Yifan smiled and shook his head, reaching out his hand and touching the little badger's head. This kind of beastmaster's meticulous nature often causes them to die in fights with other beastmasters. In addition, there are natural enemies, but their number is actually quite small. For example, in the Silver Moon Forest, you can hardly see any little badgers. Chi. The little badger paused when being stroked by Yifan's big hand, but then it didn't seem to care too much and continued to eat the meat in its hand. In the small bonfire at night, the little badger had a hearty meal, and after being roasted by the fire, he stood up and called out to Yifan and Fatty Lee respectively, then turned around and went into the jungle. It has also learned to say goodbye. Looking at the small figure, Yifan had a smile in his eyes. I think it's quite sinful. Fatty on the side said with emotion, looking at Yifan, and said, otherwise, when there is a beast taming space in the future, take this little badger in. It won't accept your taming. 2 meals like this will at best keep it from biting you when it sees you. Yifan shook his head, his tone a little deep. Besides, for a beast like the little badger, the jungle is actually its best destination. It has become accustomed to a life of fighting and competing with other beasts every day. Taking it away to live a life controlled by a beast master may not be good for it. It may even be counterproductive. Some beasts are born to fight endlessly, not for anyone but themselves. After saying this, Yifan stood up, stretched his body, and walked towards the tent. It recognizes us now. Next time it comes, we can give it more food. We can also feed it some extra spiritual herbs and fruits. Who knows, maybe one day it will become the overlord of this secret realm after fighting so many times. That would be interesting. Chapter 54, Quinyu Bloodline. In the sky, there were still the same 2 guardians from last time, overlooking the ground. When they saw the 2 people leisurely eating barbecue around a bonfire and going into their respective tents to rest, a look of helplessness appeared on the male guardian's face. Yifan and Liu are quite leisurely. Others are still fighting for a beast and hunting in the middle of the night, but they go into the mountains to sweep during the day and barbecue and sleep at night. It's like a vacation in a secret place. Yifan is too strong. He has the hellhound that opened the bloodline shackles, and he got a swift eagle from somewhere. There is no beast in the inner forest that can restrict him. The female guardian said, and couldn't help but said, this kid can't be a member of that family. Isn't his progress too fast? The geniuses of Kyoto's generation may be at a similar level to him. It may not be true. The male guardian nodded. At this moment, he couldn't help but said, I checked this kid's background, but I couldn't find anything. Someone encrypted all the family information from his father up. His father is above. Isn't that the one? Probably not. His grandsons are basically all studying in Kyoto. The news of his descendants, including his illegitimate children, has also been announced. I have never heard of such a person. The male guardian replied, thoughtfully saying, could it be the descendant of his brother? They are all very powerful. Brother? Isn't that brother in Pingcheng our army commander back then? The female guardian was a little surprised when she heard this. Didn't he go to the front line when he was 20 years old? I haven't heard that he has any children. It's hard to say. The commander was under a lot of pressure at the time, and many people wanted to harm him. Even if he had a child, he probably wouldn't let others know. The male guardian replied. His eyes were a little deep. Wasn't the commander also a senior official back then? At the age of 22, he launched a counterattack against the Outer Realm for hundreds of kilometers. If he hadn't led Argentian army to charge, the Outer Realm's defense line would have been breached as early as 40 years ago because of that turmoil. 40 years, let's calculate the time. If the fire was left in the exact year, then Yifan's father should be 40 years old now, and Yifan was born when he was 25. The female guardian deduced, this data should be available. Do you want to take a look when you have time? Let's take a look, okay. The male guardian nodded slightly, his eyes moving in the forest, and said with a hint of complexity, if this is true, then there is some cause and effect between Yifan and you and me. Swift Eagle, use the divine bird to attack. In the forest, the figure of the swift eagle flashed and appeared. The sharp eagle cry made the giant brown bear not far away lose consciousness for a moment. The next moment, the swift eagle suddenly appeared and pierced through with its sharp claws. This was a decisive blow. The swift eagle soared into the air, and the giant brown bear fell to the ground. This is too powerful. Fatty Lee was amazed at the performance of the swift eagle. Without saying much, he picked up his pocket and knife and walked towards the giant brown bear. This kind of cooperation is already familiar. At this moment, Fatty Lee's 3 beasts have all reached the Black Iron 9 stars. With the help of spiritual fruits, within a day or two at most, Fatty Lee's 3 beasts will all reach the bronze level one after another. Now they can display strong strength, and at the bronze level, they are almost unbeatable. Click, click. While cleaning up the remains of the giant brown bear, suddenly, some footsteps were heard in the jungle. Fatty Lee immediately stood up alertly, and the 3-headed snake surrounded him. Yifan also raised his hand, and the hellhound and the swift eagle each protected him. The jungle was stirred, and soon, a man ran out in a panic. When Fatty Lee saw this man, he exclaimed, "Wang Lingxi?" When Wang Lingxi rushed out of the bushes and heard Fatty Lee's voice, he was also stunned. "Yifan Liu, why are you here?" "Hunting," Yifan said, looking at Wang Lingxi. "What's wrong?" "Ji Jie is having his followers sweep the entire forest perimeter." Wang Lingxi quickly replied, "One of his men is called Long Wu, who is very powerful. He is leading his men to chase me." Long Wu? Hearing this name, Yifan frowned slightly. He had some impression of this man. He was the son of a servant in Ji Jie's family, who came to accompany him to study. He was like a beast tamer, but he had great strength and 3 or 5 ordinary people could not get close to him. This Ji Jie is as cautious as ever. He is afraid of being expelled by the guardian if he does it himself, so he lets his slaves do the work for him. Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Lingxi. "Where are your people? Where are those people from the Lingxi group who swore to protect you?" "They." Hearing this, Wang Lingxi gritted his teeth and his face seemed a little ugly. Facing Ji Jie's pressure, no one should dare to speak for you. Yifan seemed to see something. "Now, you should understand what I said last time." Wang Lingxi opened his mouth, and behind him, a burly figure gradually walked out of the jungle. "Wang Lingxi, you are quite a good runner." The sound of footsteps was heard densely, and 7 or 8 people followed the burly man out. This big man was indeed born brave. At first glance, he was probably about 2 meters tall, as strong as a yak. A group of people came out. Wang Lingxi wanted to run but was grabbed by them and lifted up like a chicken. "Where are your things? Hand them over." Long Wu yelled at Wang Lingxi, but he saw Yifan and the other man standing in the forest and narrowed his eyes. "What class are you two from? Have you handed in your income?" "Brother Long, those are Yifan and Li Yu." The person who followed Long Wu spoke in a low voice. "Oh, so these two are what my young master was talking about." Hearing this, Long Wu nodded, threw Wang Lingxi aside, and went towards Yifan and the other two. Yifan. Fatty Li, who was standing aside, saw this and whispered, "Do it or..." Fatty Li at this time was different from before. Faced with such a situation, he no longer thought about escaping. Instead, he felt eager to try. Yifan naturally would not back down. He nodded slightly, looked at Long Wu who was walking towards him, and suddenly asked, "Your name is Long Wu?" Hearing the question that seemed to be a knowing question, Long Wu was stunned. "Why? Do you have any objections?" "I don't have any opinion." Yifan shook his head and looked at Long Wu. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled and said, "Isn't it said that your ancestral bloodline comes from Quinyu? How can you be called Long Wu? You should be called Niu Wu, right?" "You." Hearing this, Long Wu choked up, staring at Yifan with his eyes as big as copper bells, and asked in disbelief, "How do you know?" Hee. Hearing this, Yifan smiled slightly. Of course he knew about this loyal lackey of Ji Jie, and he was quite familiar with him. He could be considered a member of the tribe with the blood of the descendant, but the bloodline was relatively remote and not that powerful. "I have always been curious about what the Ji family can give to you, the people with weak Quinyu blood, to make you so devoted." Yifan seemed to be thinking about something. He looked at Long Wu and smiled slightly. "Your ancestors were great men who slaughtered the ancient species. As the descendants of great men, you become slaves for others. Don't you feel ashamed of the glory of your ancestors? You are looking for death." Upon hearing this, Long Wu immediately became angry. He had heard many rumors, but this was the one he hated the most. "I'm going to beat you into a pulp today." Boom. With one punch, Long Wu's physical strength was well demonstrated, with muscles bulging all over his body. The force of this punch caused many people's expressions to change slightly. Pop. But the next second, Yifan caught the punch steadily. In Long Wu's shocked eyes, he spoke again and said pitifully, "The people with the blood of the ancestor are so weak. No wonder they are treated like slaves by the Ji family now." "Shut up." Long Wu swung his fist again, but Yifan still caught it steadily. The two men quickly fought each other with their fists. After dozens of rounds, Yifan pushed hard with both hands, but instead pushed Long Wu out and almost fell down. Being beaten back head-on with force, Long Wu was a little annoyed. Just as he was about to punch forward again, Yifan's voice rang out. "You are no match for me. If you continue to fight, you will die." Chapter 55. Beating a dog also depends on its owner. After saying this, Long Wu was stunned. He looked at Yifan, who was still calm and composed, and his hands trembled unconsciously. He was actually completely suppressed by his peers in terms of physical strength. "You also have the blood of the descendant?" Looking at Yifan, Long Wu suppressed his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. "Me? I shouldn't have any." Yifan shook his head. Now that he knew his life experience, it was impossible for him to say that he didn't have any ancestral bloodline. However, as for him, he could only say that he did not inherit it. If he had the Dragon Eye bloodline, combined with his breathing technique, his physical strength would probably be at the bronze level at this moment. "Without bloodline, why is your body so strong?" Long Wu spoke again. "I have a breathing method. Didn't your master give you, the descendants of the Qinyu bloodline, a suitable breathing method?" Yifan asked back. This made Long Wu stunned. "Can we practice breathing techniques?" "Why not? Those with dragon pupils can cultivate it, and those with phoenix wings can cultivate it. Are you, the Qinyu clan, more special than them?" Yifan answered with a smile in his eyes. "Can you cultivate the breathing method? Haven't you tried it yourself?" Long Wu was speechless. He looked at his trembling fist, as if he had thought of something. He then looked at Yifan beside him, and finally, shook his hands. "Let's go." After saying that, Long Wu took the lead to leave. A group of people stayed there and looked at each other. Now that their eldest brother was gone, it was impossible for them to deal with Yifan, so they hurriedly followed Long Wu and left. In the jungle, only Wang Lingxi was left sitting there. It seemed that he had just been picked up and thrown down by Long Wu and had not yet recovered. "Yifan, what is Kuainyo bloodline?" Fatty Li came over and asked. "Is it similar to Dragon Eye bloodline?" "I guess so. They are descendants of the first generation of beast masters who inherited the blood of ancient species through special means. People with this bloodline are often as strong as bronze bulls and have great strength. Those with strong bloodline will have horns growing out of them." Yifan nodded. "But it may also be a curse of bloodline. People with Kuainyo bloodline have not very good brains. No wonder Long Wu looks like a big fool." The fat man nodded, seeming a little envious. "These people with innate blood seem to be so strong, and they are born to be stronger than others. It's like what other people's ancestors fought for them. When one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. It's normal for the descendants to have some advantages." Yifan nodded and commented, "But it's just like that. Most bloodlines have limitations and are not necessarily powerful. Even the descendants of the dragon pupils in the most powerful dragon bloodline still have to worry about the backlash of dragon blood. If he was really that powerful, would a descendant of Long Wu's bloodline still need to serve as a slave to others?" "That's true." Fatty Li nodded. "Let's go and hunt the next beast." Yifan shook his head and took a step forward. "Yifan." Wang Lingxi's voice rang out at this moment. Yifan stopped and looked at Wang Lingxi, who was still standing there in a daze. His brows slightly frowned. "Why? You're not leaving yet?" "No." Wang Lingxi shook her head and looked at Yifan, seeming a little hesitant. "Yifan, thank you very much. It's just a piece of cake." Yifan waved his hand. "You've implicated yourself by helping me." Wang Lingxi felt a little guilty. Long Wu is Ji Jie's confidant. If you block him back, maybe Ji Jie will notice you soon. He has a lot of people. This time, there may be about 40 to 50 of them. They may come to cause trouble for you then. "Looking for trouble with me?" Hearing this, Yifan sneered. He was just hoping that the other party would come and cause trouble for him. Now that he had the Cerberus and the Swift Eagle, he could still hold on to the hammer even if they came below the silver level. "I don't know how many attacks I had endured in my previous life, and in the end I was betrayed and killed by this bastard who had been my brother for decades. Now that I'm here, I can vent my anger. I'm just worried that he won't come." Yifan shook his head and glanced at Wang Lingxi. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't even think about forming a Lingxi group. A group of people with different ideas together are just a bunch of loose sand. They will fall apart if touched." Then Wang Lingxi hesitated. He glanced at Yifan and Fatty Li next to him, and after a while he said, "Do you need any more help?" Yifan was about to refuse when Wang Lingxi quickly added, "I have a spirit master who can help you find treasure. It was because of me that you got into trouble with Jijie this time. This is my way of repaying you. I don't want any reward." Hearing this, Yifan frowned slightly, but soon he waved his hand and turned around. "Come on. What you get will be divided according to your contribution." Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was stunned. Then, looking at Yifan and the other person who were about to leave, a smile appeared in his eyes. "Good. Boschji is really amazing. The bronze 4-star phantom deer is just like a little chicken in your hands. This combat power is beyond words. Who in the same class can be as strong as our Boschji?" As a phantom deer fell with a loud bang, a group of people's compliments rang out in the forest. Jijie was in the middle of this group of people, and listening to the compliments, a smile appeared on his face. "What's a bronze 4-star? After saying that, Jijie waved his hand, and his beast master came to him quickly like a cheetah, and casually took out a piece of meat and stuffed it into the beast master's hand. Jijie looked up and asked in a questioning tone, "Where is Long Wu? Why hasn't he come back yet? It took you half a day to collect protection fees from more than a dozen people." A man at the side said earnestly, "Today, only the Lingxi group is left. They may encounter some resistance." Lingxi group? Upon hearing the name, Jijie snorted coldly. A woman from a small family in Pingcheng. If it weren't for the fact that their family's ancestral spirit master was somewhat useful, would I have allowed her to stay in the secret realm until now? Yes, that Wang Lingxi doesn't know her place. She should be punished. The lackey at the side quickly replied, "Soon, Big Brother Longwu will definitely catch that woman back and make her apologize to old Master Ji." Click, click. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the jungle. The leader was Long Wu, who was beaten by Yifan. "Young master." Seeing Jijie, Long Wu knelt on one knee without saying a word. "Long Wu did not do his job well. Please punish me, young master." "Not doing your job well?" Hearing this, Jijie frowned. Seeing Long Wu's fist and some scars on his body, he said in a deep voice, "Did anyone from the Lingxi group beat you?" "It's not from the Lingxi group. I defeated the Lingxi group." Long Wu shook his head. "It was Yifan. I met him when I was chasing Wang Lingxi. I lost after fighting him." "Yifan?" Jijie was slightly stunned by this. "He protected Wang Lingxi?" No. I took the initiative to challenge." "Idiot." Hearing this, Jijie suddenly became angry. "Don't you know that Yifan has bronze strength?" "I know, but..." Long Wu opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but before he could finish his words, Jijie snorted again. "I was beaten, so I was beaten. It just so happened that I couldn't find any trace of them in the past 2 days. They bumped into me, which was just right. It also gave me a reason," Jijie said, looking at Long Wu and speaking coldly. "Do you remember where you met them?" "Remember? It's in the eastern part of the forest, not far from the big silver fir tree." Long Wu replied quickly. Let Long Wu take the lead and follow the path they left to find their traces. Jijie opened his mouth, and a group of people responded one after another, as if they were eager to attack Yifan. "Young master." This sentence made Long Wu hesitate a little, that Yifan is very difficult to deal with. He has 2 beasts, both of which are very powerful. No matter how strong he is just one person. I don't believe he can do anything else." Jijie replied, his eyes a little cold. "When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. How can you not pay a price?" "Yes." Hearing this, Long Wu could only nod. As he bowed, the expression on his face changed slightly. Chapter 56 Display. "Yifan, there is a spiritual herb under the stone 15 meters ahead." In the jungle, Wang Lingxi's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, she was activating her spiritual power, and her eyes had a faint blue light. Squeak. As her voice fell, a golden-haired mouse ran back quickly from the jungle. Yifan moved upon hearing the sound, and sure enough, he found a mid-grade ordinary mind-concentrating grass under the stone. "This?" Fatty Li, looking at the spiritual herbs, choked. This was the 14th spiritual herb and fruit they had found today. It took almost no effort on their part. Except for 2 that were guarded by beasts, the others were in the wild. "That's too exaggerated," Fatty Li said and looked at Yifan. There was a hint of surprise in Yifan's eyes. His sense of smell for spiritual herbs was very sensitive, but it was still far inferior to that of the golden-haired rat, a beast known as the treasure-hunting rat. He didn't expect to find so many spiritual herbs so effortlessly. Golden rat. It can maximize your spiritual power. Yifan said, slightly asking, this shouldn't be the beast you chose in school. No. Wang Lingxi shook his head. It was specially trained by my family. My spirit is a talent that can be inherited. My father and my grandfather both have this talent. Inherited talent for taming beasts. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. It is true that a small number of beast taming talents are hereditary, but this type of inheritance is not stable. It is an extremely rare example for 3 consecutive generations to inherit the beast taming talent of the previous generation. Your Wang family should be a family that makes a living by treasure hunting, right? Yifan asked after a pause. Yes, we have cooperation with Lingqiao Hall, and basically we provide a lot of spiritual herbs and fruits every year. Wang Lingxi replied, smiled, looked at his golden-haired rat and said, don't look at this little guy as if it is useless. When it reaches a higher level, it can not only find spiritual herbs and fruits, but also their seeds and roots. It's very powerful. I know that. Yifan nodded, looking at Wang Lingxi with a smile on his face, but he thought of something else. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, the purpose of treasure hunting is to improve strength. Don't get it wrong. Your talent is indeed very useful, but it does not increase your own combat power. You are a 6-star black iron rat. You are at the same level, but your strength seems to be far inferior to that of students of the same age. This sentence touched Wang Lingxi's sore spot. She was stunned for a moment. So, I went in the wrong direction? There was a problem from the beginning. Logically speaking, you found so many spiritual herbs and fruits that you should have bronze strength even if you piled them up. But you created a Lingxi group and distributed a large amount of your own resources to others. Yifan shook his head. There is nothing wrong with you creating a team, but a good team should be able to help you, not drag you down. That's true. Wang Lingxi nodded slowly, then looked at Yifan with a smile in his eyes. So I think it's a great and wise choice to join you. You. These words made Yifan a little choked, but soon, Yifan just waved his hand. Let's go and hunt somewhere closer to the core and try to get some good stuff. Inside the jungle, the hunt revolved around a giant brown bear with 8 bronze stars. This is considered an extremely powerful beast in the inner circle and can be called the king of the inner circle. But at this moment, its body was burned black all over by the hellhound's flames, and it looked quite miserable. If it was just a hellhound, the giant brown bear would naturally not be in such a mess. But there were ghost snakes with venomous fangs that popped out from the side from time to time, rock pythons with bodies as hard as stone, and black fire snakes that occasionally attacked from the grass under its feet. These things were hard to guard against, and it was unable to escape the entanglement of the hellhound. The most crucial thing is the swift eagle circling in the sky. As a beast tamer, its natural instinct tells it that the hunter from the sky poses a fatal threat to it. And its intuition was also very accurate. At a certain moment, the swift eagle swooped down from the sky, and the iron claws blessed by the beast taming skills tore open its fur, pierced through the flesh and went straight into the heart, delivering a fatal blow. Boom! The giant brown bear fell to the ground with a loud bang. In the nest behind it, a spiritual fruit that looked like Ganoderma lucidum appeared, growing quietly on the cliff behind the nest. The spiritual fruit had been eaten halfway, with some broken roots next to it. Obviously, this was the main reason why the giant brown bear could grow to bronze 8 stars. Blood Ganoderma lucidum is the best among the mortal grade, and can even be compared to some ordinary lower-grade spiritual grade treasures. It is an elixir that can quickly improve the level of beast taming. Looking at the half-eaten blood Ganoderma lucidum, Yifan's eyes lit up. Good stuff, fatty. Quickly collect it. With this half of the blood Ganoderma plus all the herbs in your backpack, it should be enough for your 3 beasts to reach bronze level. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee agreed immediately, walked forward quickly, and picked the blood Ganoderma. Yifan also walked over and pulled out some of the broken roots of the blood Ganoderma. On the side, Wang Lingxi took the knife and collected the body of the giant brown bear. A giant brown bear with 8 bronze stars just died like that? Looking at the giant brown bear in front of her, Wang Lingxi's eyes were full of surprise. It was the first time she saw Yifan and Liu using all their strength to deal with a beast. It can be seen that the two of them have a very good understanding of each other. They are very calm and even chatty during the battle. The hellhound is responsible for the frontal firepower. The rock python attacks from the side. The black flame snake and the ghost snake wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and the swift eagle is always ready to launch a fatal blow in the sky. With such tacit cooperation, it is obvious that this is not the first time they have hunted such a high-level beast. This is what a beast master is. Looking up at Yifan and Li Yu, Wang Lingxi was a little surprised. At the same time, he seemed to be eager for such a battle. I need to practice my breathing technique well, so that I can have a second beast control space as soon as possible and tame a beast that can fight. Having made up his mind secretly, Wang Lingxi had already put away the giant brown bear's body and said to Yifan, "Yifan, what are we going to do next?" "What's next?" Hearing this, Yifan looked at Fatty Li and paused for a moment. "Next, just look for some spiritual herbs and fruits. When Fatty's beast master reaches bronze, we'll be ready to do something big." "Big thing?" This made Wang Lingxi a little confused. "What big thing?" "Let the fat guy tell you," Yifan said and walked in front. Wang Lingxi glanced at Fatty Li. Fatty Li scratched his head, came closer, and spoke in a low voice. "You guys are going to the core?" Hearing what Fatty Li said, Wang Lingxi was shocked. There are silver beasts in the core, and the environment is completely different from the inner area. "That's what I told Yifan as well," Fatty Li replied, "but Yifan said we can go to the trap. We can use tricks to get what we want." "What's the plan?" "I don't know." Fatty Li scratched his head, glanced at Yifan's back, and then said, "But since Yifan said it can be done, then it must be possible." After saying this, Fatty Li chased after Yifan. Wang Lingxi stayed behind the two of them, looking at their backs. It felt abrupt and a little unreal. Yesterday, she was fighting a battle of wits and courage with the Black Iron Beastmaster at the outskirts of the forest and was chased and beaten. Today, she was hunting down high-star bronze beastmasters in the forest. Not only that, she was about to enter the core of the forest to cause trouble for the silver beastmasters. And this almost world-changing treatment was simply because she joined Yifan. "Who is this Yifan?" Wang Lingxi said softly as she watched the two people gradually walk away. This beastmaster's level is not even close to the level of the first level. Chapter 57 Core. "Boss G, we found Yifan and the others." On the fourth day in the secret realm, the news finally reached Jijia. "Found them?" Upon hearing this, Jijia looked at the man with shifty eyes and asked, "Where are they?" Reporting to Boss G, "They have entered the core area of the secret realm. We are not strong enough to investigate where they went." The man replied, "Wang Lingxi and Li Yu from the ordinary class are with him." "Entered the core of the secret realm?" Hearing this, Jijia frowned. "Are you sure the information is reliable?" "It's definitely reliable." The man with shifty eyes replied, "My beast control talent is dark vision, which can detect life forms in an area in a short time. I detected the three of them near the core of the forest, but it was so fast that I didn't see where they went specifically." After these words were spoken, Jijia no longer doubted it, but there was some confusion in his eyes. "There are silver-level beasts in the core, and they dare to go in?" "Boss G." Maybe Yifan knew that he offended Boss G, so he hid in the core area. Someone answered. This dispelled some of Jijia's doubts, but he was still a little alert and waved his hand. "Long Wu, take 20 people to search near the edge of the core to confirm whether they are in the core area." "You go with Long Wu." After taking a look at the man with shifty eyes, Jijia added, "Once you have determined the location, use a flare to notify us." "Understood." Long Wu nodded, bowed, and took his leave. A group of people quickly gathered and walked towards the forest. Jijia sat on a high place, watching the people going away, with a rare hint of caution in his eyes. At this stage, how dare he go to the core? "Yifan, are we really going to target the silver-level beastmaster?" Fatty Li kept his footsteps as quiet as possible while walking in the jungle, and asked Yifan in a low voice, "You're still asking me if it's true after all this time?" Yifan looked at Li Yu and Wang Lingxi, who were afraid to breathe, with a smile in his eyes, and said, "As long as you use the right method, the silver beast tamer is not that difficult to deal with." Having said that, Yifan stopped. "Look, the weeds in front are obviously being trampled and trimmed." "Yes." Fatty Li nodded. "That's right, there are beasts around here." Yifan said, "Look at the jungle in front of us. Doesn't it look like the entrance to a cave?" This type of entrance is usually the nest of beasts. Wang Lingxi answered quickly from the side. She has experience in finding spiritual medicines and herbs, and has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this kind of place. "Yes, this is the base of the silver-level Beastmaster Rainbow Leopard. Rainbow Leopard is an elite peak grade, very fast, and has an excellent sense of smell." Yifan nodded, looked at Fatty Li, and said, "Fatty, where is the stinky fruit I asked you to prepare?" "Here." Fatty Li took out a small bag of light yellow fruit. The juice of this stinky fruit has a strong smell, which is very effective for beasts with a keen sense of smell, like the colorful cloud leopard. Yifan spoke and took the stinky fruit. "So, we have to squeeze the juice on our bodies." When the clouded leopard smells the stench, it will ignore us and we can hide the truth. Fatty Lee added. That's partly true. Yifan spoke, shook his head, and talked about his plan. Sprinkle the juice of the stinky fruit in many places outside, and also on our bodies. I will let the swift eagle rush in to provoke the rainbow cloud leopard later. After the colorful cloud leopard chases my beast and rushes out and runs away, we must quickly go in and take the spiritual fruit. The colorful cloud leopard is very vigilant and will not chase too far. This time will not be very long. We only have about 1 or 2 minutes to take the spiritual fruit. And after taking the spiritual fruit, we must run madly and keep throwing stinky fruit juice in the distance on the way of escape. We must run to a place near the river within half an hour to wash off the smell on our bodies. Otherwise, the rainbow cloud leopard will sniff out the smell hidden by the stinky juice and lock onto the scent, chasing us all the way until the guardian sends us out of the secret realm. Is this so exciting? Hearing this, Fatty Lee replied, So, we are luring the tiger away from the mountain first, and then we keep throwing smoke bombs until we run away? Yes. Yifan replied, This plan is not complicated. The most important things are 2 points. It takes half an hour to get to the river and wash. Then what does this plan have to do with my beast taming reaching bronze level? Fatty Lee suddenly asked. Save your life. Yifan replied, glancing at the fat man. If the plan fails, we can only try to kill the colorful cloud leopard by force. Kill by force? Fatty Lee was stunned. Will the plan fail? There is no plan that is 100% successful. You have to prepare a backup plan for everything. Yifan replied without saying anything more. Prepare the juice? The spiritual fruit guarded by this colorful cloud leopard is very special. The benefits are definitely worth the risk we take. Good. Hearing this, the 3 of them acted quickly. Although they were mentally prepared, when Wang Lingxi really faced the green, stinky fruit juice, his face still looked a little ugly. This is too stinky. After saying this, Wang Lingxi applied the juice on his body without much hesitation. Yifan was no exception. Soon, all 3 of them were covered in green, and then they splashed the juice all over the jungle, making it smell terrible. It should be fine. Clapping his hands, Yifan raised his hand and summoned the swift eagle. He patted the other's head and whispered in a low voice. Then he raised his hand, and the swift eagle let out a cry and rushed into the cloud leopard's nest. Hide, Yifan said, and the 3 of them hid in the jungle nearby. Soon, the swift eagle rushed out, followed by a thunderous roar. Roar! In the jungle, in the mottled vision, I saw a colorful clouded leopard that was about 3 meters tall rushing out. With its huge body and ferocious appearance, it directly overturned a big tree with 1 claw. Then, in just a blink of an eye, it probably jumped more than 10 meters away. This scene made Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi's expressions change slightly. In just these few seconds, they could feel how powerful this beast was. How can this be a forced kill? Fatty Lee trembled a little as he thought about what Yifan said. Don't just stand there. Now is the time to go in and get the spiritual fruit. Yifan's voice sounded a few dozen seconds after the colorful cloud leopard rushed out. He took a step forward, then leaped into the colorful cloud leopard's lair. Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi were both stunned, but they hurriedly followed Yifan in. Fuck, what is this? Fatty Lee was shocked when he saw 4 or 5 golden spiritual fruits next to the colorful cloud leopard's nest. Harvest fruit, a low-grade spiritual fruit, produced every 3 years, below silver. Eating 1 will increase your level by 1 star. Yifan said without saying much. He grabbed the root of the harvest fruit and pulled it hard. Then, a large piece of the root was pulled up, and several fruits fell to the ground. Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi hurriedly picked them up. The fruit must be stored in the beast-taming space. No smell can be left behind. With a strong swing, Yifan threw the rhizome to the fat man, and then took out 7 or 8 stinky fruits and threw them around. The fat man was in a panic, and before he could put away the spiritual fruit, Yifan's voice rang out again. Right now, run. Run without looking back. Roar. The roar of the clouded leopard sounded in the jungle. Apparently, it seemed to have sensed the invader in its nest and was rushing back. Oh my God, this isn't a period of time. It's only a few seconds. At this moment, the fat man realized the seriousness of the matter. While pulling the roots back into the beast-controlling space, he quickly ran out, and Wang Lingxi followed closely behind him. Yifan followed behind and after a brief hesitation, released the hellhound, which spewed out fire and turned the entire nest into a sea of fire. Chapter 58 Calling People. What's going on? In the sky, The guardian was stunned when he saw the sudden fire in the forest. A fire-type silver beast started a battle in the core? The male guardian asked, narrowing his eyes. After his sight focused, his face changed drastically. This Yifan. He burned the nest of the colorful cloud leopard. What? The female guardian was also startled and looked down. At this moment, the colorful clouded leopard was standing at the door of its home, looking at the fire in the nest and the green, stinky fruit juice around it, and seemed to be lost in thought. But soon, it smelled something, and its eyes focused on the place where Fatty Lee and the others escaped, and it let out an angry roar. It had not yet smelled the scent of Yifan and the others. After a brief thought, it discovered 3 moving large stinky fruits, and combined with the green juice at its doorstep, it came to a conclusion. It also wondered why there was a stinky fruit at its doorstep. Bastard! He stole things and burned the house. Roar! A roar was heard, and the colorful cloud leopard took a step forward. There seemed to be thunderclouds rolling under its feet. The speed was very fast, and it could cover dozens of meters in one breath. All the trees along the road were knocked down. The clouded leopard was filled with rage and wanted to tear these thieves to pieces. It's over. They've been discovered. Seeing this scene in the sky, the female guardian was anxious. This Yifan is too bold. Last time he came, he provoked a bronze-level player. This time he provoked a silver-level player. Next time, will he provoke the overlord of this secret realm? Don't worry. The male guardian's voice sounded at this moment. Yifan seems to have prepared a backup plan. Backhand. The female guardian was stunned. Suddenly, in the jungle, there were continuous roars of beasts. The colorful cloud leopard seemed to have a seizure or something. It not only overturned trees along the way, but also attacked irrelevant beasts in the inner circle. Most of these beasts were of high bronze star rank. Although they were no match for the rainbow cloud leopard, their subconscious territorial awareness led them to attack it. This Yifan is so annoying. After watching for a while, the female guardian seemed to notice something different. He deliberately chose to pass by the beast nests and let the swift eagle sprinkle the juice of the stinky fruit on the beasts. The rainbow leopard hadn't distinguished their scent at this time, and attacked when it smelled the moving stinky fruit. This is really a case of the fire in the city gate causing harm to the innocent. The male guardian shook his head helplessly. This guy is really too bold. Last time he was close to bronze level, but this time he dared to provoke a silver-level beastmaster even though he was several levels away. He should be after the harvest fruit. The female guardian said, with that fruit, he should be able to get silver quickly. Speaking of silver, maybe he will really provoke the overlord beastmaster in the core next time. The male guardian watched for a while, and when he saw Yifan and his team successfully jumped into the river, and the colorful cloud leopard was still fighting a giant brown bear behind him, he couldn't help but turn around. This is not something a freshman can do. I won't watch it. I won't watch it. Success, success. The river was rushing, and when Fatty Lee climbed up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat next to the package, feeling like he had survived a disaster. Boom boom. Seeing all kinds of roars coming from the bushes opposite, Fatty Lee shrank his head, looked at Yifan on the side, and asked, Yifan, didn't we just steal a few spiritual fruits from it? Or we can only feed it those below the silver level. Why is it reacting as if someone burned down its house? Hearing this, Yifan smiled and then shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's stingy. After saying that, Yifan added, if it wasn't so stingy, it wouldn't attack indiscriminately like this. Maybe it will catch up soon. Is that so? Fatty Lee nodded. Anger will lead to impulsiveness. Impulsiveness will blind your eyes. Yifan replied, patting Fatty Lee on the shoulder. Let's go. Sit here for a while. It's going to catch up with you. Wait for me. Wang Lingxi's weak voice sounded at the side. I didn't bring any extra clothes. After the voice fell, Yifan looked and saw that after falling into the water, Wang Lingxi's clothes were tightly attached to her body, revealing her curvy figure. I have extra. After taking a quick look, Yifan threw a piece of clothing over and turned around. Hurry up. Good. Wang Lingxi took the clothes and looked at Yifan, who was already walking in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a man? He didn't even glance at me? Brother Long Wu. I can sense Yifan and the others' presence again. In the bushes on the other side, Long Wu and his men were moving forward quickly in the bushes. Suddenly, the man with the shifty eyes before made a sound. Where? Long Wu asked. It's right in front. I feel it's approaching us, the man replied. Take out the flares and prepare to notify the young master. Long Wu replied, quickly climbing over a ramp, and a group of people quickly followed. Just after they climbed over the slope, Yifan and the other two were slowly walking towards them from the opposite side. This time, both sides were stunned for a moment. Long Wu. Looking at the large group of people opposite, Yifan's eyes were fixed on Long Wu, who was in the lead. You want to talk to me about something again? I. Long Wu opened his mouth, but hesitated when the harsh words came to his lips. At this time, the man with shifty eyes stood up, pointed at Yifan and said, Boss Ji asked us to come find you. As for Ji Jia, I know him. Yifan nodded. Where are he? Are you the only ones here? Just us. The man answered, and at this moment, he seemed unaware that the atmosphere was wrong. He hasn't arrived yet. What qualifications do you have to stop me? Yifan's voice rang out, and then the Hellhound and the Swift Eagle appeared beside him. The past few days in the secret realm were not spent in vain. The Hellhound reached Bronze 5 stars, and the Swift Eagle reached Bronze 7 stars. At the side, Fatty Lee's beasts also appeared, 3 bronze-level beasts. The appearance of these 5 beasts suddenly made the air become somewhat condensed. The 5 bronze-level ones, at this point, were able to crush them all. Brother Longwu, what should we do? Seeing this scene, the man with shifty eyes retracted his head. Longwu was also somewhat helpless at this moment. He looked at Yifan and cupped his hands. Young master said that when beating a dog, look at its owner, so I want to ask Brother Yi for a talk. If we want to talk, you need so many people to come? Yifan answered, narrowing his eyes. Besides, if you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Who is the dog? Are you Longwu? These words immediately made Longwu grit his teeth. This is just a metaphor. Metaphor? Is it a metaphor or not? Don't you, Longwu, know it? Yifan snorted coldly. Being a slave to others, even if it's for a lifetime, is still a slave. Me neither. Longwu replied. He had just said half of his words when suddenly, a flare rose into the sky and exploded. Who released the flare? Longwu's face changed immediately. Brother Long, it's me. A man in the back row raised his hand. Didn't Boss Ji say to find Yifan and inform him? Why should we be afraid of him? Idiot. Longwu cursed. Yifan is here. You set off the flare. Aren't you afraid that Yifan will get angry and send us all out? Idiot. Really idiot. Call for help? Looking at the flares in the sky, Yifan showed a sneer on his face. You are not the only ones who can call for help. As he spoke, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee standing aside. This action made Fatty Lee stunned. What is this for? Do you want me to call for help? Where is someone calling me? Take out the stinky fruit and smash them. Yifan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Oh. Fatty Lee suddenly realized, and without saying much, he took out the stinky fruit and threw it towards Longwu and his group. You bastards, I'll call someone to take care of you. Several people were hit by Fatty Lee's stinky fruit. The smell was everywhere, and many people cursed loudly. Let's go, Yifan said, and the 3 of them quickly moved towards the forest nearby. Don't chase them. Longwu stopped a man who was thrown a stinky fruit by the fat man. His eyes focused. Chase them. We can't beat them. They are nearby. Let's wait for the young master to come. But that fat guy threw shit at me. The man was angry. The smell of the stinky fruit was too strong. It really looked a bit like that. Longwu also turned his head away because of the smell, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why didn't Yifan attack them at this time, but instead just threw 2 stinky fruits at them? Can this stinky fruit also call people over? This doubt did not last long, and suddenly, a roar that echoed throughout the inner area was heard. Roar. Chapter 59 Fatty's Lament. At the riverside, the colorful clouded leopard leaped across the river. It chased those stinky fruits to the riverside. When the smell disappeared, it wandered anxiously by the river. But after a while, the smell appeared again. You can't run away. With its bloody mouth wide open, the colorful cloud leopard ran swiftly through the jungle. It was already close to the outer periphery. Those iron-level and bronze-level low-star beast masters sensed its breath and fled in all directions in order to avoid it. Roar. With a roar, it crossed a high slope. Longwu and others were stunned when they saw the silver beast rushing out. How could there be a silver-level beast on the outskirts of the forest? Looking at the colorful cloud leopard that appeared, Longwu's eyes were full of horror. Retreat quickly. Roar. The speed of the rainbow cloud leopard was so fast that almost as soon as Longwu's voice came, it locked onto the people who had been thrown the stinky fruits by the fat man. At this moment, it had already regarded this group of people as thieves breaking into its home. Roars were heard and sharp claws swept across. Some people hurriedly commanded their beasts to stop them, and they could not stop running away. The team of 20 people faced a silver-level colorful cloud leopard, and it was almost a one-sided massacre. Jean, it's time for us to take action. Looking at the situation on the ground, the female guardian spoke and called out the male guardian's name. If we don't take action, those people will die. It's not time yet. The male guardian called Jean spoke, glanced at the female guardian, and said, Our duty is to ensure their safety and not disturb the original order of the secret realm. This colorful clouded leopard didn't kill anyone. It was just chasing those people with the stinky fruit. We will take action at the last moment. This okay? You nodded, his eyes focused on the ground, a little nervous. Clang. With a collision, the colorful cloud leopard's sharp claws swept over, and Long Wu gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The huge force of the claws knocked him directly into a tree on the side, and then he slid down. Roar. Looking at Long Wu, the colorful cloud leopard let out a low hoarse roar, as if it felt the blood of the other party. It did not attack further. It turned its head, and its gaze once again focused on the stinky fruits running in front. The next moment, it seemed to turn into the wind, sweeping across the outskirts of the forest. With just one strike, it could take down a black iron-level beast. The few people running in front also realized that something was wrong at this moment. It was obvious that the colorful cloud leopard was coming for them. It must be the fruit dropped by that fat guy. One person cursed, tore off his clothes and threw them aside, and others followed suit. The clothes were lost, but the colorful clouded leopard still followed. These people were so frightened that they also lost their pants. Why is it targeting us? Feeling that the colorful clouded leopard behind them had no intention of stopping, several people were about to cry. We're dead. We're dead. The colorful clouded leopard was extremely fast, and it was obvious that they could not outrun it and were about to die in its mouth. Boss G is here. Looking at the large army appearing in front, one person shouted in surprise and waved his arms wildly. Boss G, we are here. We are here. The voice rang out. On the other side, Ji Jia, who had quickly brought people over because of the signal flare, was stunned when he saw the white figures in front of him. You. Just as the words came out, suddenly, the figure of the colorful cloud leopard rushed out from behind. Ji Jia's expression changed instantly. Silver-level Beastmaster. Idiots, I told you to go find Yifan. Why did you go to provoke a silver-level Beastmaster? At this moment, Ji Jia cursed angrily, and without hesitation, he waved his hand, retreat quickly. When this voice fell, a group of people were stunned, and one person whispered, Boss G, shouldn't we save them? They are idiots. Are you an idiot too? That's a silver-level beast. How can we save it? Ji Jia looked at the man in a counterattack. The Guardian will protect their safety. If we don't retreat, will we be sent out with them? This rhetorical question made the man shrink his head immediately and dared not say anything more. A group of people retreated like the tide, and those few naked people were stunned. Boss G, where are you going? We are here. Help? Before the voice fell, the rainbow cloud leopard arrived behind them. Faced with such a huge advantage, the two men collapsed on the spot. The other one ran a little further, but was pinned down by a claw. Roar! The colorful cloud leopard opened its bloody mouth and roared at several people. It was about to kill one of them with one claw to vent its anger, but right after that, a strong breath rushed over. The colorful clouded leopard was knocked back several meters on the spot and was about to pounce again in anger, but the next moment, when it saw the man standing quietly opposite, it suddenly became cautious, closed its bloody mouth, and took small steps on the spot, seeming to be a little cautious. Obviously, it knew the person opposite it, and that the other person possessed a power that it could not resist. Retreat. Jin looked at the colorful clouded leopard and just spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the sound was heard, the colorful clouded leopard immediately folded its ears, lowered its head, and walked away quickly, as if it was afraid that the town would attack it. Jin just stood there, watching the colorful clouded leopard leave, then turned around and looked at the people behind him. You guys have lost your qualification for the trial. Report your names and be sent out of the secret realm. At this time, several people were still in the dark. After hearing this verdict, some people were dissatisfied. We were all harmed by Yifan. Are you going to expel us? I don't want to reiterate the rules of the secret realm, Jin said, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. If you have any objections, you can go to your teacher to complain about me. This. Upon hearing this, the person who spoke retracted his head. In the secret realm, the Guardian's decision cannot be questioned. Even if you go out to complain, you may be scolded in return. Several people were silent. Jing glanced at them coldly and took out a notebook. Go find your pants and put them on, then tell me your name. Fuck Yifan, that colorful cloud leopard is too fierce. It killed Long Wu and his group without any chance to fight back. On the high ground not far away, Yifan and his 3 friends witnessed the whole process of the colorful cloud leopard sweeping Long Wu and his group. Fatty Li said with a little surprise, "You hurt so many people and beasts. Ji Jia must hate you to death." They didn't get hurt. Yifan shook his head, seeming a little dissatisfied with the result. Ji Jia is too cowardly. I thought he would at least try to stop them, but he just retreated. There are still 2 days in the secret realm today and tomorrow. Ji Jia definitely doesn't want to fight the colorful cloud leopard for a few followers. They have more people, but it may be difficult to defeat the silver-level beast. Wang Lingxi spoke with a little analysis, wearing the coat given by Yifan, and after this time, he shouldn't come to trouble us. After all, he hurt so many people. He won't cause trouble for us. Upon hearing this, Yifan snorted coldly. Doesn't this mean we can't cause trouble for him? You. Wang Lingxi hesitated a little. Yifan, do you want to attack Ji Jia? Hearing this, Yifan's heart was a little angry, but looking at the distance, he suppressed the fire in his heart and lowered his voice. Let's talk about it when there is a chance. Now, let's go. As he spoke, Yifan stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. Yifan, where are we going next? Fatty Li asked quickly. Let's find a place to rest and use the harvest fruit we got today. Yifan answered and paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on the colorful cloud leopard that was crossing the river and preparing to leave. This colorful clouded leopard fought many battles on the way and suffered serious injuries. In addition, its nest was destroyed and it had nowhere to rest. Right now, it is at its most vulnerable. We need to prepare quickly and capture this colorful clouded leopard tonight. Capture the rainbow cloud leopard. These words made Fatty Li pause. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but seeing that Yifan had already stood up and walked forward, he could only take a breath and look at Wang Lingxi beside him. Good fellow, I suspect Yifan has been planning to take advantage of this colorful cloud leopard from the beginning. Chapter 60 Departure. This Yifan, damn it. Retreating to the outskirts of the forest, when Ji Jia heard from Long Wu about what happened to Yifan, he became a little angry and started cursing. Young master, we were too careless. Long Wu spoke from the side in a low voice. It was mainly because of those idiots who took the initiative to provoke and set off flares without authorization that the whole thing was ruined. Ji Jia spoke up, but he did not blame Long Wu, but cursed, "Are all the beast masters in Pingcheng such idiots? They speak and act without thinking?" He didn't lower his voice when he said this, and many people around him had changed expressions. But after the change, many people still approached with a smile. Don't be angry, Boss G. It was a few idiots who ruined things this time. It won't happen again next time. There are still about 2 days until the end of the secret realm. We can continue looking for Yifan. Yifan is not as stupid as you guys. He must be very alert at this moment. Ji Jia seemed a little angry again. If those 2 idiots hadn't been sent away by the Guardian, I would have taught them a lesson. Yes. Ji Jia thought for a while, and finally, he looked at the students around him and sighed, forget it, I won't bother him this time, and I'll just spend the next 2 days in peace. After we get out, we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. TSK. At night, 3 people were roasting meat by the fire, while Yifan was feeding his swift eagle with harvest fruits. There were 5 harvest fruits in total, 3 were fed to the hellhound, and 2 were left for the swift eagle, which could increase their strength to bronze 8 stars and bronze 9 stars respectively, which is very close to silver strength. Yifan, why don't you leave a harvest fruit for the swift eagle? In this way, it can be upgraded to the silver level. The fat man spoke with some confusion while watching Yifan's actions. The harvest fruit is only effective for levels below silver, and cannot help beastmasters break through to silver directly. Yifan shook his head and explained, besides, silver is a small level. Beastmasters need to open their bloodline shackles and unlock their attribute powers at this level, and it is not so easy to break through. Oh, so that's how it is. Fatty Li nodded, looked at Yifan, and hesitated for a while. Why do we choose to hunt the colorful cloud leopard at night? The vision is not clear at night, and the clouded leopard is a cat with good night vision. Isn't this disadvantageous to us? Fatty, you said it very well. Yifan nodded slightly, and then said helplessly, if I could, I wouldn't choose to do it at night. My beast needs time to digest the harvest fruit, but if it survives tonight, the rainbow cloud leopard's powerful recovery ability will allow it to regain its powerful combat power. So, isn't this the best plan? Fatty Li paused. There are not so many best plans. Sometimes the opportunity only lasts for a moment, and we must seize it. Yifan replied, besides, my swift eagle and hellhound have good night vision. In addition, we have Wang Lingxi, whose spirit master can play a big role. In fact, the impact of night operations on us is limited. Me. Wang Lingxi was stunned when he heard this. Golden Rat is a beast that is good at moving at night. Your spirit master shares vision and can provide me with some extra vision at night. Yifan replied, vision is extremely important when fighting in the jungle, especially when dealing with extremely fast beasts like the colorful cloud leopard. If you lose sight of it, then you will most likely die in its surprise attack from the shadows. I see. Wang Lingxi nodded carefully. I'll keep you posted. No, you need to protect yourself in this battle. Tell me when I need you to report a location. Yifan replied, command your golden rat well. My hellhound has fire attributes, and there is a high probability that it will ignite a patch of weeds during the battle. I understand. Wang Lingxi nodded. What about me? What about me? Fatty Li said. You? Upon hearing this, Yifan showed a smile in his eyes. Of course you will fight alongside me. Fight side by side. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li shuddered, but then he couldn't suppress his excitement. Hunting and killing beasts above their level was a feeling that could excite every beast master. Chirp. The three of them were discussing when a familiar voice was heard and the little badger came out from the jungle nearby again. This little guy really knows us. Fatty Li smiled. This little badger. Wang Lingxi was stunned when he saw the little badger. He looked at Yifan and asked, do you know it? I know it. It's come to roast fire with us for a few nights. We give it some meat every time. Yifan replied, smiling and stretching out his hand. This time the little badger didn't resist much and let Yifan put his hand on its head. It didn't bite you. Wang Lingxi was a little surprised, as if he had thought of something. The last time we came here was about half a month ago. Your regular class didn't come. We met this little badger, and someone was curious and teased it. What's the result? As a result, it chased and bit the person from the inner circle to the outer circle, and finally the person who teased it was sent out by the guardian. Wang Lingxi spoke, looking at the little badger being touched by Yifan, seemed a little moved, and also came over and stretched out his hand. Squeak! Before the hand reached it, the little badger opened its mouth and made a threatening sound. Wang Lingxi was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. It's hard for a beast like the little badger to get close to others. Yifan said with a smile in his eyes, it let me touch it because it's familiar with me, and my swift eagle is its natural enemy, so it has a certain deterrent effect. Like this, Wang Lingxi felt a little regretful. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the little badger with fondness in his eyes. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly said, this little badger seems to be injured. Huh. Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Sure enough, there was a scar on the little badger's leg. It must have been injured for a while. The wound has already scarred and does not look obvious. Fatty, give it some spiritual fruit, Yifan said, looking at Fatty Li beside him. You can give it some blood-producing grass and white jade fruit. Okay. Fatty Li responded, took out the blood-producing grass and white jade fruit from his backpack, and carefully placed them in front of the little badger. The little badger looked at the spiritual herbs and fruits in front of him, stunned for a moment, then looked at Yifan with a human-like, inquiring expression. For you. Yifan nodded, then patted the little badger's head gently and stood up. Okay, you can roast your food here by the fire before leaving. After saying this, Yifan looked at the fat man beside him and said, we should set off now. If we are late, it will be difficult to find it. Good. The three of them packed their bags and headed quickly into the depths of the jungle. Beside the small campfire, the little badger watched Yifan and the others leave, then looked at the white jade fruit in his hands and was a little stunned. What are Yifan and the others going to do now? In the sky, as soon as Yifan took action, the town's eyes followed him. Judging from the direction they are heading, they should be heading towards the core. You spoke from the side. Going to the core again. Hearing this, Jean's face darkened. The trouble during the day wasn't big enough, so you have to work overtime at night, right? They shouldn't be going to provoke other beasts this time. You seem to have discovered something. Yifan ate all the beasts given to him by the harvest fruit, and the road he walked seemed to be the direction that the colorful cloud leopard left. Rainbow cloud leopard? Upon hearing this, Jean was stunned. His eyes moved in the core and he saw the rainbow cloud leopard sleeping on the bare ground under a big tree, with scars all over its body. This scene made Jean twitch his lips. Does this colorful cloud leopard have a grudge against Yifan? He is targeting the colorful cloud leopard. I feel so sorry for this colorful cloud leopard. You said at the side, it didn't do anything. Its spiritual fruit was stolen. Its house was burned down, and now it's attacked by Yifan at night. It's not pitiful. This colorful cloud leopard has eaten more than the number of people on both hands in the beast-taming forest. It deserves to die. If the principal hadn't suggested putting it in the secret realm for students to train, I would have killed it in the beast-taming forest. Jin replied, shaking his head. I was just wondering if Yifan and the others could win. There is a big gap between silver and bronze, and that is an elite peak-level silver 2-star beastmaster. Even if it is injured, it can use elemental power, has innate skills, and has awakened 2 beastmaster skills. It is difficult for a bronze-level beastmaster to defeat it. Yifan has a bronze 9-star Swift Eagle and a bronze 8-star Hellhound, so the difference shouldn't be that big. You said, it's just a pity that his talent is at level 1, so he can't get much bonus. If he had a beast tamer of level 5 or above to bless his talent, he should be able to win with his terrifying battle instincts. Let's see. I think it's difficult. Jun at the side shook his head. Get ready to fight. Yifan and the others will definitely fight to the death with this colorful cloud leopard. The trial of this kind of genius is the most difficult. If we take action, what if he has a backup plan and is sentenced to expulsion for nothing? If we don't take action, what if he dies and that person is gone? That would be even more unfair. This Yifan is really... Not only does he work overtime late at night, but he also asks us to work overtime with him. Chapter 61 Fierce Battle. In the dark night, the footsteps of the 3 people were very low. Under the dim moonlight, Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi followed Yifan, who was walking in front of them, and they seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. We should be there soon. At a certain moment, Yifan suddenly stopped and looked at a big tree not far ahead, his face becoming serious. When the 2 people at the back heard this, they suddenly became nervous. Wang Lingxi, have your golden rat explore the field of vision and determine the location of the colorful cloud leopard. Yifan spoke and made quick arrangements. Fatty, have your ghost snake and black flame snake hide in the bushes nearby. Keep the rock python on standby and ready to be summoned at any time. Okay. The 2 of them responded in unison, and the beast was released. The little golden-haired rat moved along the tree with slight sounds. Wang Lingxi also opened his spiritual power at this moment, with a faint light emanating from his eyes, sharing the vision with the golden-haired rat. As the golden-haired mouse was exploring, just after passing a big tree, Wang Lingxi suddenly shook and almost fell down. On the other side of the tree? Looking at Wang Lingxi's reaction, Yifan spoke. Yes, right in the center of the tree trunk. Wang Lingxi nodded, with some sweat on his forehead. There are no weeds around, only some trees, and not many obstacles. Okay. Yifan nodded. You command the golden rat to hide in a tree farther away, and try to climb as high as possible. Hide well in places where you can share the field of vision. Except when I ask you to report a location, don't let the clouded leopard notice you. No problem. Wang Lingxi nodded. Fatty, command your 2-headed snakes and get ready to attack. Yifan spoke and raised his hand. The Hellhound and the Swift Eagle appeared beside him. Then, the talent bonus of Ascension appeared. The talent bonus of the first level is indeed very small, but the Ascension is comprehensive, so it's okay. Walk. Yifan took a step forward, and in his hand, a dagger that he usually used for cutting meat appeared. The Swift Eagle was on his shoulder, the Hellhound was at his feet, Fatty Li tilted his head, and the black flame snake and the ghost snake were swimming quickly in the grass next to him. Soon, the distance was close, and when they were about 10 steps apart, Yifan moved. Hellhound, breathe fire. As the voice fell, the Hellhound opened its mouth, and flames instantly rushed towards the tree trunk, spreading out the moment it hit the trunk. Roar. The next moment, the roar of the colorful cloud leopard was heard. The colorful cloud leopard, which had just fallen asleep with great difficulty, jumped out of the flames, looked at Yifan and the flames beside him, and confirmed it at a glance. This guy is the one who burned down his own house. Fatty. Yifan looked at the fury in the rainbow cloud leopard's eyes with a calm look, and just spoke quietly. Then, the fat man's voice rang out, Ghost snake, use poison mist. Hiss. The ghost snake emerged from the grass, opened its mouth, and a large ball of green poisonous mist flew towards the colorful cloud leopard. This is a skill mastered by the bronze level of the ghost snake. It releases the stored poison mist and hits the target head-on, with considerable lethality. The colorful cloud leopard reacted quickly and was not hit by the poisonous fog. Instead, it raised its claws horizontally and slapped the ghost snake directly away. The next moment, It rushed towards Yifan. It wants revenge. Here it comes. It's coming. Yifan, seeing the colorful cloud leopard easily dealing with the ghost snake's attack and rushing towards the two of them, the fat man panicked. Just assist from the side. Don't worry about the front. Yifan spoke slowly, looking at the oncoming colorful cloud leopard without any thought of retreating. Hellhound, Swift Hawk. Let's go. Roar. Tisk. The sounds of a dog and an eagle were heard, and Yifan also moved forward quickly following the sounds. Beside him, the hellhound collided with the colorful cloud leopard at a faster speed. Boom. The two beasts started biting each other instantly. In this attack, the hellhound was outmatched and was pinned to the ground by the cloud leopard. The cloud leopard raised its claws and was about to chase, but Yifan's dagger had already arrived. Laugh. The dagger slashed across the wound on the colorful cloud leopard's body. The colorful cloud leopard suddenly roared, turned around and was about to pounce on Yifan. Yifan reacted quickly. He looked at the colorful cloud leopard's waving claws and dodged sideways. The moment the claws brushed past him, he kicked the colorful cloud leopard and jumped out quickly. Hellhound, overheat and burn. As the sound rang out, flames instantly ignited on the hellhound's body. Roar. At the same time, the colorful cloud leopard did not sit idly by and wait for death. As the flames erupted, purple lightning surged on its body. Then, it disappeared from where it stood. Thunder and lightning, an innate skill, similar to the innate skill of the swift eagle. Yifan made a judgment while the person was still in the air and spoke quickly. Wang Lingxi, report your location. Behind you on the right. Wang Lingxi's voice sounded almost at the same time. The voice was full of anxiety. Obviously, the rainbow cloud leopard had launched an attack. This colorful cloud leopard is really smart. After a few seconds, Yifan didn't think too much and deliberately turned sideways. Roar. The huge leopard head brushed past Yifan's ear. It was so close that Yifan could almost smell the fishy stench from the other's mouth. Swift eagle, divine bird attacks. Yifan stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand again, and then retreated again. Whispering sound. In the sky, the sound of the swift eagle was heard, and it came rushing from the sky almost in a flash, with its sharp claws bringing strong wind. The claw landed hard, leaving a large scar on the colorful cloud leopard's body. This attack also aroused the colorful cloud leopard's ferocity, and it roared angrily. Roar. Lightning burst out from it at this moment, and in an instant, lightning spread from its body to all around. The lightning electromagnetic field can launch lightning strikes to a surrounding area. Yifan muttered to himself. He was in the coverage of the static magnetic field. At this moment, he did not choose to retreat. Instead, he raised his hand. Fatty, rock python. Okay. The fat man's voice sounded, a light flashed, and the rock python appeared in front of Yifan. The thunder and lightning were unexpectedly blocked. At the same time, a faint light lit up on the rock python. This was the hardening of its bronze-level comprehension skill, which turned its body into rock. It was just right to target the thunder attribute attack of the colorful cloud leopard. There is one more skill. Yifan jumped over the rock python. At this moment, the hellhound rushed over again and fought with the colorful cloud leopard. You probably have nowhere to escape today. Seeing that the colorful cloud leopard was obviously not able to cope with the attack, Yifan spoke, turned the dagger in his hand sideways, and rushed towards the colorful cloud leopard. Swift eagle, attack at the cost of your life. In the sky, the swift eagle circled, its claws as sharp as steel rushing down. This claw tore open another wound. The colorful cloud leopard that was entangled with the hellhound raised its head to bite, and at the same time, Yifan's dagger flashed with a cold light. With a swish sound, the dagger scraped across the throat of the colorful cloud leopard, leaving a wound. Roar. The colorful cloud leopard roared, blood oozing from its wounds. It wanted to bite Yifan, but was entangled by the hellhound again. Time passed, and it was gradually weakened by the repeated attacks. The rainbow cloud leopard roared and bit, but it never used its last skill. It's really difficult. With a collision, Yifan was knocked back holding the dagger. He paused at a distance and looked at the wound on the rainbow cloud leopard's throat that he had cut. The wound had stopped bleeding. His eyes changed slightly. This rainbow cloud leopard was worthy of being a silver-level beast. The throat was so hard. But that's all. The next attack? Yifan slowly lowered his body, looked at the colorful cloud leopard roaring at him, and prepared to launch a fatal attack again. Yifan, be careful. Wang Lingxi's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Look at your head. As soon as these words came out, Yifan looked up with a stern expression. He didn't know when a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket was condensing above him. At this moment, it was attacking Yifan with a tremendous force. Punishment of Heavenly Thunder, a beast-controlling skill with extremely strong locking ability, possesses terrifying destructive power. Its only drawback is that it requires some time to concentrate. Just now, it was secretly gathering this attack. Yifan reacted and looked at the colorful cloud leopard. At this moment, the colorful cloud leopard, which was besieged repeatedly, showed ferocity in its eyes. In the depths of its eyes, there was actually a hint of human-like sinisterness. It worked. Chapter 62 Plan. Boom. The thunder struck down. At the critical moment, Yifan suddenly laughed. The wisdom of a silver-level beastmaster is still too limited. No skill is guaranteed to be successful. After he finished speaking, a swift eagle came rushing over from the thunder at an extremely fast speed. The moment the thunder just touched Yifan, it pounced on him. The thunder struck the ground, and terrifying electric currents spread out. Yifan was carried by the swift eagle and rolled rapidly on the ground, always ahead of the electric current. Roar! Seeing this scene, the rainbow cloud leopard let out an unwilling roar. Almost at the same time, the hellhound pounced on it and locked its throat. Soon, in the struggle, the colorful cloud leopard, which had no skills to use anymore, lost its voice under Yifan's command and fell to the ground. It's over. Looking at the colorful cloud leopard lying in the field, Fatty Li breathed a sigh of relief, while Wang Lingxi on the side looked a little excited. We won. We really won. We hunted down a silver-level beast. In the field, Yifan looked at the two people who were somewhat happy on the side, raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, and calmly put away the dagger in his hand. Fatty, go collect the bodies. Yifan stood up and looked at Fatty Li beside him, his eyes slightly changed. Silver level and above beastmasters have spirit beads with corresponding attributes in their bodies. They are expensive. Giving them to beastmasters with matching attributes or beastmasters with matching breathing methods will be of great benefit. Spiritual bead? Hearing this, the fat man was stunned and walked quickly towards the corpse of the colorful cloud leopard. In a short time, he raised a purple bead in his hand. This bead is crystal clear, and at this moment, there is a faint flash of lightning in it, which seems to correspond to the lightning attribute of the colorful cloud leopard. Is this the thing? Yes. Yifan nodded and took the spirit bead. The thunder attribute spirit bead is considered a very rare spirit bead. This one is worth more than 300,000. It is extremely difficult to buy in a place like Pingcheng. 300,000. Hearing this, the fat man was stunned. 300,000 doesn't seem to be very expensive. It's not even as expensive as a well-tamed elite beast. The silver beast taming orb just now is certainly not expensive, but all beast tamers above the silver level have a great demand for orbs with corresponding attributes, so they generally won't sell them. Even if they do, they will only exchange them for orbs that meet their needs. Yifan shook his head and explained, as the level of the beast tamer increases, many things are often bought and sold in an equivalent way of barter. So that's how it is. Fatty Li nodded, thought for a moment, then scratched his head. Bartering feels so primitive. Primitive, but very applicable. Yifan replied, putting away the spirit bead. In the future, we must obtain as many spirit beads as possible, silver or above. Obtaining a sufficient number of spirit beads of the same attribute and of a sufficient level is the simplest and most effective way to improve the level of beast control, in addition to obtaining natural treasures. Whether it's for the beast master or for our own use, it's very useful. Then which spirit bead should I use? Asked Fatty Li. You? After hearing this, Yifan thought for a moment. If you want to practice breathing techniques, it's best to use a spirit bead without attributes. Your breathing techniques are originally effective for the physical body, so a spirit bead without attributes is the most suitable for you. No attributes? This made Fatty Li stunned. Didn't they say that once a beast master reaches the silver level and opens the bloodline shackles, he will have attribute power? No attribute is also a kind of attribute power. To be precise, no attribute can be called flesh and blood attribute. Many beasts have no attributes, but their strong flesh and blood are enough for them to survive. Yifan answered and explained. The proportion of beasts that can use elements is equal to that of beasts that cannot use elements. Of course, beasts that can use elements are much more difficult to deal with. Correspondingly, spirit beads with elemental attributes are more precious. It's not difficult to buy attributeless spirit beads. They are very useful. They are basically used by beastmasters to assist in practicing breathing techniques. In the trading market, many people use attributeless spirit beads to exchange for attribute spirit beads they need to tame beasts. So that's how it is. Fatty Lee nodded and said thoughtfully, "It feels like the higher our realm is, the more things we come into contact with. These things, we have never heard Pan Zhao tell us. It's useless to tell you if you haven't reached that level yet." Yi Fan shook his head. "In the future, there will be more things waiting for you to understand. Only when we enter the silver level can we truly step into the door of Beast Tamer. At this time, at best, we can glimpse some of the scenery inside the door in advance. What about me? What kind of spiritual beads should I use to practice in the future?" Wang Lingxi raised his hand at the side. "That depends on what breathing method you practice." Yi Fan answered, glancing at Wang Lingxi. "You should be practicing a breathing method related to concealing your breath." "Yes, this is the breathing method passed down in our family. When you reach a high level of practice, you can be as light as a swallow, and you can hide your breath very well and prevent others from spying on you." Wang Lingxi did not hide it and said quickly, "Just use the wind spirit bead." Yi Fan answered without thinking too much and glanced at Wang Lingxi. "Doesn't your family have a beast master above the silver level?" "No, our family has only 3 generations now, and apart from one beast master who inherits the spirit master in each generation, there are very few other beast masters with talent for beast taming." Wang Lingxi answered, looking a little embarrassed. "My grandfather is the strongest beast master in my family, and he has been stuck at Bronze 9 star for many years." "That's it." Yi Fan nodded slightly, glanced at Wang Lingxi who seemed a little embarrassed, and suddenly said, "In the future, you will be the first one." I. Wang Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "I will try my best." "Yeah." Yi Fan nodded, but did not continue speaking. He waved his hand and said, "Fatty, quickly collect the corpse of the colorful cloud leopard. This is the core. There are many other silver imperial beasts living here. Try to be careful." "Understood," Fatty Lee said, while on the other side he and Wang Lingxi quickly collected the body of the colorful cloud leopard. Soon, the 3 of them were fully loaded and, led by Yi Fan, retreated towards the inner part of the forest. These 3 little guys really succeeded. Sky Yu looked at Yi Fan and the other 2 who had retreated to the inner circle and spoke, his tone unable to conceal shock. "It's only been a month since the start of school, and there are already freshmen who can hunt silver-level beasts. It's not hunting, it's murder." Jin shook his head. "One of the reasons is that the colorful cloud leopard was injured and couldn't use too much attribute power. But it's quite remarkable. A bronze ace killing a silver ace. This is the first time I've seen this in all these years in Pingcheng." Yu spoke, with a gleam in his eyes. "Especially Yi Fan, he is very strong. If you ignore his super beast control talent, I even think he is as good as the monsters of the same age in Kyoto. That kind of terrifying fighting intuition, control of beast control, and timing the control is completely unlike what a teenage beast master can possess. It's so mature that it's terrifying. Perhaps he is a natural fighting genius and has enough knowledge about beast control. Otherwise, he would not be able to dodge that lightning strike." Jin opened his mouth and focused his eyes on Yi Fan. Gradually, his eyes changed. "This boy really has some shadow of the military commander he once was." "I think so too." Yu nodded. "The secret realm is over. You can go check it out. If it is really the bloodline of the commander, as members of the former Heavenly Fighting Army, we should take care of him. If he is really the bloodline of the commander, I don't recommend paying too much attention to him. Instead, we should keep our distance." Jin shook his head. "We represent the will of the guardians from the top. If we deliberately lean towards him, some people with ulterior motives will see something. Pingcheng is too small, and there are many monsters and demons. Be careful and keep an eye on them." Chapter 63, Uncle Wang. 2 days later, the secret realm ended and the guardians escorted everyone out. This time, Yi Fan and his friends did not stay until the end and left the secret realm early. This time, the principal did not hold any prize-giving activities. He just waited at the door and said something to the guardian, then looked at Yi Fan with a little surprise. With the return of many students, the news spread that Yi Fan provoked the silver beast in the secret realm and ended up causing disaster to Ji Jie and his group. "Just the 3 of you hunted down a silver-level beast?" In the dormitory, Pan Zhao, who had come to inquire about the harvest in the secret realm, was shocked when he saw Yi Fan take out a lightning-attributed spirit bead. After getting a definite answer, Pan Zhao took a deep breath and then patted the fat man and Yi Fan on the shoulders. "You 2 guys, not bad. 2 people and 5 bronze beasts. This progress is good." It was rare for Fatty Lee to receive praise from Pan Zhao. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Oh, This is basically all Yi Fan's credit. I know, I just wanted to praise you, Pan Zhao replied. Hearing this, Fatty Li was stunned. On the side, seeing this scene, Yi Fan smiled, glanced at Pan Zhao, and said, Teacher Pan, we may not stay in school for the next period of time. Except for the monthly secret realm, the facilities in the school can only improve us to a limited extent. Yes, that's true. Pan Zhao nodded and looked at Yi Fan. So what are your plans next? Go to the Silver Moon Forest? Well, I plan to take Fatty with me to find a mercenary group to join. Yi Fan replied, it can make money and also give me some experience. Mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned. Are you joining the mercenary group just to make some extra money? That's only part of the reason. Yi Fan replied, with a look of profound meaning in his eyes. Okay. Seeing Yi Fan's affirmation, Pan Zhao did not say much, but instead gave a warning. The mercenary group is full of mixed people, so you should be more careful if you go there. You should know that people's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. Yeah. Yi Fan nodded. Teacher Pan, don't worry too much. Fatty and I are already bronze level and have some ability to protect ourselves. Just don't act tough when things get tough, Pan Zhao said, taking out a communication symbol from his arms and throwing it to the fat man. At the same time, he said to Yi Fan, your combat ability is very strong, far exceeding that of ordinary beast masters of the same level, but if you face a strong enemy, the first thing you should consider is your own safety. I understand. Yi Fan replied with a helpless smile in his eyes. Obviously, he also knew that Pan Zhao was saying that his fighting style was too dangerous and that he should be more afraid of death and be more gentle. I won't do anything that I'm not sure of and put myself in danger. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan looked at Pan Zhao and said, Teacher Pan, just rest assured. Okay. Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded. Although he was not very satisfied with the answer, he could still accept it reluctantly. Hey, how do you operate this thing? Pan Zhao was about to continue giving instructions when the fat man's voice rang out from the side. Pan Zhao turned his head and saw Fatty Li playing with the communication symbol. He didn't know when he took out a wrench. Bang! Seeing that the wrench was about to fall on the communication symbol, Pan Zhao was quick to snatch the communication symbol and immediately scolded Fatty Li. Communication talisman. This is a communication talisman. One communication talisman costs 100,000. When you are in danger, you can call me at any time and any place, okay? 100,000. Others can just press a button, but you use a wrench to operate it. Li Yu, are you a tiger? Are you a tiger? Yi Fan. Li Yu. Outside the gate of the Wang family, Yi Fan and Li Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally heard Wang Lingxi's voice. They looked up and saw Wang Lingxi wearing a small floral dress and delicate makeup. At first glance, she looked very pure and cute. This scene made the fat man stunned. My goodness, you said Wang Lingxi is quite attractive, Yi Fan. Don't you think so? Not bad. Yi Fan nodded, without much fluctuation in his eyes. In his 100 years of life, he had seen too many beauties pass away and many stunning beauties of all kinds. A girl in her teens really didn't attract too much of his attention. Sorry, I came out a little late. Wang Lingxi came up to the two and explained, I just told my father that I wanted to follow you to the mercenary group, but he refused to agree, saying that it was too dangerous for a girl like me to go out. Later, it was my grandfather who stepped in and let me out. Your grandfather? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the door of Wang's house opened, and an old man walked out with a golden-haired rat lying on his shoulder, and next to him, there was a big yellow dog. This big yellow dog is called a guard dog. It is a very common pet, but it has a gentle temperament and is easy to tame. Ordinary people can also adopt it. Many people like to use it as a pet to guard their homes. Your grandfather is quite loyal. Looking at the bronze 9-star guard dog, Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes. It was obvious that Wang Lingxi's grandfather was stuck at bronze 9 stars, in large part because the guard dog's bloodline was too low. Even with the use of a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and fruits, it was unable to break through the silver-level bloodline shackles. Lingxi, be careful on the road. At the door, Grandpa Wang waved to the 3 people. Buy more food on the way. Don't go hungry. I know, Grandpa. Wang Lingxi replied and waved at Grandpa Wang. The guard dog came over with its tail wagging, jumping around Wang Lingxi, as if it was reluctant to let Wang Lingxi leave. Da Huang, come back. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, but seeing that the guard dog was unmoved, he could only helplessly walk out with his crutches. Da Huang, Lingxi is going on a long journey. Don't be annoying. Grandpa Wang patted Da Huang's head, and Da Huang shrank his head and retreated. Okay, we'll be back soon. Wang Lingxi replied helplessly, turned around and said to Yifan, "Let's go." "Wait a moment." Yifan raised his hand, walked towards Uncle Wang, leaned over, and said gently, "Uncle, you can feed to Huang about half a pound of Changxing fruit, heart-protecting grass, and baiwei fruit in a 1-to-1 ratio every day. It's not far from the silver level. It just lacks some things to strengthen its bloodline. If you feed it about 7 times, De Huang will be able to advance to the silver level, and it won't change the form of its bloodline." "Is that so?" Hearing this, Grandpa Wang was stunned for a moment, looking at Yifan, seeming a little surprised. "How do you know me?" "I have seen many beast masters like Grandpa," Yifan answered quickly with a smile in his eyes. "There are many such beast masters in reality. They have always been in love with a beast, and do not want the beast to change its appearance due to changes in its bloodline. They are loyal to one beast, and will not change even if they are stuck at one level for life." "That's it." Hearing this, Grandpa Wang nodded. "This prescription? There are elders in my family who are in a similar situation to you, so we researched this prescription," Yifan replied. As soon as these words came out, Grandpa Wang's eyes changed slightly. Having been engaged in business and treasure hunting for many years, his mind was much more active than that of ordinary people. After just a few seconds, he said, "Thank you very much, young friend." "It's okay." Yifan waved his hand and added with a smile, "Uncle, Wang Lingxi is safe with me, you can rest assured." "Okay." Grandpa Wang nodded and said nothing more. "Then I won't delay your journey. Be careful. The mercenary group in Pingcheng is a bit tricky." Yifan nodded, turned around, and left with Wang Lingxi and Fatty Li. At the door, Grandpa Wang looked at the backs of the 3 people, thinking for a moment. "I have been searching for this prescription for several years that can break through the silver level without changing the shape of the bloodline. It turns out that it is just composed of 3 ordinary mortal-level spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs." Chapter 64, Mercenary Group. The 3 of them walked together into the city. Soon, some tavern-style buildings appeared. "Are these the mercenaries?" The fat man was a little curious when he saw the various people carrying cannons, swords, and beasts coming in and out of the tavern from time to time. "To be precise, you can think of this as a centralized trading place," Yifan replied, and casually said, "This kind of mercenary hall has many functions. You can buy and sell items, issue or accept tasks, recruit people to form a team, and even eat here. Of course, apart from selling items and issuing missions, everything else requires membership in this mercenary group. There should be more than a dozen mercenary groups in Pingcheng. Most of them are led by some beast masters, and most of the members are beast hunters who need to find teammates. A strong mercenary group can provide members with a lot of protection and various benefits, which is equivalent to confidence." "Oh, I see." Fatty Li nodded. Wang Lingxi, standing beside him, was a little perceptive. "Then what benefits does it bring to the mercenary leader to form a mercenary group? It's impossible to give so many benefits to the members for no reason." "Of course there are many benefits." Hearing this, Yifan replied, "Let me give you the simplest example. Generally, issuing a low-level mission costs about 5,000 yuan, and the mercenary group has hundreds of such missions a month, and each mission has a 10% commission. The commissions are hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan." The fat man's expression changed when he heard this. "These are just low-level tasks. For the high-level ones, I'm afraid the commission for each task is quite large, and there are also transaction fees and various fees for recruiting people and publishing information." Yifan shook his head. "Generally speaking, a large mercenary group has a very good income. Look at the lone wolf we met before. His mercenary group only had a few dozen people, but it is estimated that his mercenary group's annual income may be close to 1 million. Hearing this, the fat man was somewhat moved. "If that's the case, why don't we also create? It takes at least 5 people to create a mercenary group." Yifan shook his head. "And it takes a lot of money to build a mercenary tavern, and management is too energy-consuming. Unless you have professionals, we can consider it later. For now, let's join a mercenary group to take on missions and let you get familiar with the environment here." "Okay." Fatty Li nodded. "Which mercenary group should we go to?" "Just follow me." As he spoke, Yifan walked towards a mercenary tavern. The mercenary tavern was very large, and the decoration looked very comfortable. There was a plaque on the door with 2 big words on it. Dawn. Dawn? Seeing this name, Fatty Li seemed to remember something. The Dawn mercenary group that Lone Wolf mentioned? It's not that they are. Here is not as good as hearsay. I want to confirm it." Yifan replied, took a step forward and pushed open the door of the tavern. Crunch. As the door opened, many people in the tavern looked over, And when they saw that it was 3 immature boys, they just shook their heads. We don't sell anything to minors here. A waiter walked over quickly, holding a tray with 2 glasses of red wine on it. We are here to join the mercenary group. Yifan glanced at the waiter and replied. This immediately caused a burst of laughter in the tavern. Little friend, do you know what a mercenary group is? You didn't come here because you heard about it and thought you could make money. Go home quickly. Come back when your fur grows back. Various sounds were heard, and people in the tavern liked these chicks the most. Fatty Li was fine when faced with the various languages spoken by this group of people, but Wang Lingxi frowned, obviously feeling uncomfortable with such a scene. The waiter also had a smile on his face, but he still said politely, Little boy, we don't accept minors to join the group here. We are beast tamers. Yifan's face was calm, and he didn't say much. He waved his hand, and the hellhound appeared beside him. Bronze 8 stars. The hellhound at this time had long since lost its original immature appearance. Its fangs were sharp, and all 4 of its feet were surrounded by flames. Its body was taller than Yifan, and at first glance, it looked quite ferocious. When this beast appeared, many people present took a deep breath. For the hunters in Pingcheng, high bronze stars are considered strong. It is obvious that such a young high-star bronze beast master will have a promising future. My mouth is so stinky. Many people who had made sarcastic remarks before quickly shut their mouths. The waiter's expression changed drastically, and he kept apologizing. So you are a successful beast master at a young age. I am sorry for being rude. Hurry up, little brother. Please follow me. As he spoke, the waiter led the way, leading Yifan and the other 2 inside. Yifan followed the waiter and scanned the people in the tavern. Many people were concentrating on drinking and did not look at Yifan. After taking a look around, Yifan shook his head. Naturally, he didn't take these hunters seriously. He just wanted to see if there were any acquaintances from his previous life. In my previous life, I met several good partners in the mercenary group. If I have the chance in this life, I may be able to recruit 1 or 2 of them. The Yi family will move to Kyoto with the old man next year, and in the future, I will need some means of self-protection. In addition to one's own strength, winning over some people to establish a force similar to a mercenary group is a very good choice. Please register your information here, and we will help you get the identification card of the mercenary group. The waiter took Yifan and others to a table and said, This is the 6th leader of our mercenary group, Zhao Kuei. Okay. Yifan nodded and looked at the man behind the table with a smile in his eyes. Shuguang has more than 1 person in charge. It is made up of 6 sworn brothers. The 6th head, known as Xiao Liuzi, is not very old, about 20 years old, and is also a beast master. He is quite powerful and upright, and is at the bronze level. 6th master. These are all beast masters. The waiter also hurriedly spoke to Zhao Kuei. I just saw it all. Zhao Kuei said to Yifan with a smile on his face, a bronze 8-star hellhound. You have such strong strength, little brother. You must be a student of Pingcheng High School. Yes, ordinary class, Yifan. Yifan did not deliberately hide anything and told his real name. Yifan? Hearing this name, Zhao Kuei nodded slightly. A senior high school student? 1st grade. Yifan answered without further explanation. These 2 are my partners. His name is Li Yu and her name is Wang Lingxi. Oh, hello, both of you. Zhao Kuei waved to the 2 of them with a smile and quickly registered in the registration book in front of him. It's great that 3 beast masters can join our mercenary group. I can ask the guard to introduce the rules and regulations of our mercenary group to everyone later. Zhao Kuei spoke, his eyes full of smiles. Don't worry, little brother. The Dawn Mercenary Group is the largest mercenary group in Pingcheng. We are fair and just. If you have any disputes during the mission or are bullied by other mercenary groups outside, you can tell us. Shuguang will never sit idly by. Okay. Yifan nodded. Soon, the waiter came over with 3 medals and handed them to the 3 people. When he was about to explain the rules and regulations, Yifan waved his hand. I basically know the rules and regulations of the mercenary group, so there's no need to elaborate. After saying that, Yifan looked around the scene and spoke again. Is the leader not here? The leader has been assigned a mission to escort a batch of goods to Licheng and has not been in the group recently. Zhao Kuei replied, What's up, little brother? Nothing. Yifan shook his head. Since he was not there was nothing to ask. Looking at Zhao Kuei, who seemed a little confused, Yifan smiled slightly and took out the spirit bead with thunder attribute in his hand. I have a silver 2-star thunder spirit bead here, and I need to exchange it for a spirit bead without attribute. Thunder spirit pearl. Seeing Yifan take out the spirit pearl, Zhao Kuei's expression changed slightly. What a big deal. I'll ask for my little brother. After receiving the spirit bead, Zhao Kuei stood up from the table, coughed to clear his throat, and shouted to the tavern. Here is a silver 2-star lightning spirit bead that needs to be exchanged for a spirit bead without attributes. Which brother needs it? What the hell? Fatty Li choked when he saw Zhao Kuei's reaction. Isn't this question a little plain and simple? Chapter 65 Transaction. Thunder Attribute Spirit Bead. As the voice fell, many people looked towards Yifan and his group. Can these people have spirit beads? Fatty Li leaned close to Yifan's ear. Yes. Yifan nodded, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Generally speaking, most people who come to the mercenary group are here to take on missions. They don't have time to drink and rest here during the day. Apart from some people who are looking for teammates, most of the people here are middlemen. There are also some people from various families, and some are from other places. They are all middlemen. After hearing this, Fatty Li understood. That's right. Yifan nodded and added, of course, there may be some strong ones. There are many beast masters who didn't get into college and stayed. Occasionally, there will be some silver-level beast masters. Not long after the voice fell, a man stood up from his seat and walked towards Yifan and his group. This man with a hooked nose and gloomy eyes came to the three of them and whispered, Little brother, I can exchange this thunder spirit orb for 3 silver 1-star attributeless spirit orbs. 3? Upon hearing this, Yifan snorted. The market price of a thunder spirit pearl is 3 non-attribute spirit pearls of the same level. If it is 1 level lower, the price will increase by about 30%. Thunder spirit pearls are in short supply, so it stands to reason that they should be able to be exchanged for 5 to 6 silver 1-star non-attribute spirit pearls. Upon hearing this, the hook-nosed man was stunned for a moment, his face a little embarrassed. Jean Bo, I know at a glance that this little brother must be quite extraordinary, and you're still offering an unscrupulous price. Isn't that a bit too much? A man came out with a teasing look on his face. Little brother, I'll offer you 6 silver 1-star attributeless spirit beads. You're everywhere. Hearing this, Jean Bo was a little annoyed. He glared at the other party, and when he saw him take out 6 attributeless spirit beads, he stopped talking, shook his sleeves, and left. Little brother, is this okay? The man was obviously not afraid of Jean Bo. He turned his head and looked at Yifan with a smile. Okay. Yifan didn't say much. He took the spirit bead and handed the thunder spirit bead to the man. Little brother, you are straightforward. The man took the thunder spirit pearl and glanced at it. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. He looked at Yifan and said with a smile, Little brother, I am a member of the Ningnan Chamber of Commerce. I usually recycle a large number of spirit pearls of this attribute at the highest price. Are you interested in leaving your contact information? Yeah. Yifan nodded and looked at the fat man beside him. The fat man understood and quickly took out his mobile phone and exchanged contact information with the other party. Let's go. Yifan nodded and walked towards the task board. Yifan, what is Ningnan Chamber of Commerce? The fat man caught up from behind. It's a large chamber of commerce in the south, similar to Wang Lingxi's family. It collects materials from all over the country and resells them all year round. Its headquarters is in Nanxing, the largest city in the south. Yifan answered and came to the task bulletin board. This is where the mercenary group issues missions. The tasks are divided into different colors from bottom to top according to the rewards, which also indicates the difficulty level. Wow, 10 million to buy an excellent beast tamer egg. When Fatty Li arrived, he saw the task marked in red at the top of the taskbar and exclaimed, the commission for this task alone is 1 million. It should be people from some big families who are collecting them. Mercenary groups from all over the country have this kind of mission. Yifan shook his head. We should be able to receive more than a dozen every year. Why would someone sell the eggs of an excellent beast? Wang Lingxi was puzzled. If you have an excellent beast, you can at least reach gold level in the future. For a gold level warrior, it shouldn't be difficult to earn 10 million. Some people may get it by accident and don't know how precious it is. Some people may not need it and need the money urgently. Yifan replied, there are all kinds of situations. Then what level of missions should we take? Fatty Li said, looking around and frowning. I feel like these missions aren't that good. A bronze beast is only worth tens of thousands of dollars, or they require finding various things, or recycling natural treasures. We are here to earn extra money, not to get rich. Most of the good tasks have been taken away long ago, and the remaining ones are of this quality. Yifan waved his hand, tore off a few pieces of task paper, and walked out. Let's go and stay in the Silver Moon Forest for a few days. Spirit beads, Fatty. You take 2. I need the remaining 4. Walking in the forest, Yifan handed 2 spirit beads to Fatty Li. Fatty Li didn't say anything polite. He took the 2 spirit beads and ate them without saying a word. The next moment, Fatty Li's face suddenly turned red, and his whole body swelled up quickly like a balloon. Practice your breathing method. Yifan's voice sounded at the side. Practicing with spirit beads is not something you can do casually. You are quite brave to eat 2 directly. After hearing Yifan's words, Fatty Li quickly started to practice the Taodai technique, and he began to slowly calm down. However, as a result, Fatty Li's body became noticeably swollen. Half an hour later, Fatty Li finished his training and let out a long breath with a look of surprise in his eyes. Wow, I feel like I have the strength of a bronze level now. As he spoke, Fatty Li punched the tree next to him, and the tree was almost pierced through by the fat man's punch. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Yifan nodded slightly. When we can hunt silver-level beasts head-on in a while, your progress will be faster and faster. You can eat more suitable spiritual herbs and fruits. No problem. Fatty Li nodded, took out 2 white jade fruits from his bag and ate them, then patted his stomach. It's mainly because spiritual herbs and fruits, which have spiritual energy, can help me fill my stomach. Later, Wang Lingxi was a little shocked when he saw this scene. Isn't the white jade fruit a spiritual fruit eaten by beasts? Can humans also absorb it? My breathing method is quite special. It can absorb spiritual herbs and fruits. Fatty Li scratched his head, glanced at Yifan beside him, and didn't say much. Wang Lingxi was also very insightful and guessed that the fat man's breathing method might have been given by Yifan, so he didn't ask any more questions. She was much more knowledgeable than the fat man. Just from this small action, she knew how precious this breathing method was. Only a small portion of spiritual herbs and fruits can be used by humans, but a breathing method can actually overcome this limitation and absorb the spiritual herbs and fruits eaten by beasts to strengthen oneself. You can imagine how precious they are. This Yifan is too amazing. He can even use this breathing method. After taking a look at Yifan in front of him, Wang Lingxi said something to himself, his eyes changing slightly. Wang Lingxi, is your breathing method about to open a second beast-taming space? Just as he was thinking about something, Yifan's voice rang out. Wang Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, "It will be soon. It shouldn't take more than a few days." "Okay," Yifan replied, and after a moment's thought, he said, "As soon as possible. We have been in the forest for the past 2 days. We will try to help you capture the second beast in these few days." "Ah, help me capture it." Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was a little flattered. "Yeah." Yifan nodded, and then asked, "What do you think of your next beast?" "Ah, I haven't thought about it carefully." Wang Lingxi was a little embarrassed. "I'm glad I can help." "Of course I can help, it just depends on how big the effect is," Yifan replied, shaking his head. "I've been thinking about it these past few days. Your Linghui can actually play a lot of roles, but you may not even realize it yourself." "A lot of?" "Yes." Yifan nodded. "The talent rating is very strict. You won't be rated as a superior based on a shared vision alone. You can try to think about combat. Let's take the simplest example. If you and the Beast Master share vision, does that mean the Beast Master can also share your vision? If it's in a battle, can it directly radiate to the entire field through the bilateral vision? Or in other words, can you learn some physical skills as a replacement, and in the state of a Spirit Master, use physical skills to give feedback to the beast, so that the beast can have more ways to counterattack or attack?" Hearing these words, Wang Lingxi's eyes lit up slightly, as if he thought of a lot of things at once. Think about it more. Special beast taming talents can play a lot of roles. Yifan did not continue speaking, but waved his hand. Don't limit yourself to one place, have a pattern. Chapter 66 by Yu. Boss Ji, Yifan and the others don't seem to be in school anymore. At school, a student came to Jie to report, a little flustered. "We have been squatting at the door of Yifan's dormitory these days, and we haven't seen Yifan and his friends come out." "Not in school?" Hearing this, Jie's face was slightly unhappy. "After searching for a few days, you came to this conclusion?" "That's it." The student shrank his shoulders. "That's a bit too stupid," Jie said, waving his hand. "Go and do your things. I need to be in seclusion to improve my beast control level recently. Don't bother me anymore." "Yes, yes." Hearing this, the student nodded repeatedly and trotted away. Jie's face was extremely gloomy as he watched the man leave. After thinking for a while, he spoke, "Long Wu." "Young master." The big man Long Wu appeared at the side and bowed. "Find some people to check Yifan's whereabouts." Jie said, "No need to look for those idiots in school. Go to the mercenary group in Pingcheng to find some people who can do the job. Yifan and the others are not in school. They are probably training in the Silver Moon Forest. I'll teach them a lesson after I find them. Teach them a lesson. These words made Longwu slightly stunned. Young master, are you going to kill them? Yifan cannot be killed, but you can do whatever you want with the other two. Jie replied and turned around. I understand. Longwu nodded and was about to bow and leave, but looking at Jie's back, he seemed to think of something. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. Young master, is it true that the Qinyu tribe cannot practice breathing techniques? Hearing this, Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around and looked at Longwu and said, Why are you asking this? No, nothing. Longwu shook his head repeatedly and whispered, I heard a few days ago that our Qinyu tribe can also practice breathing techniques, and I was a little confused. The Qinyu clan cannot practice breathing techniques. Your father should have told you about this. Jie said, If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. I can teach you a set of breathing techniques. It is the dragon elephant skill collected by my Ji family. It is extremely rare. You can try it yourself. Okay. Hearing this, Longwu was delighted. Thank you for the Dharma, young master. Just listen carefully. In the following time, Jie taught Longwu a set of breathing techniques. Longwu listened attentively, memorized every word accurately, and started practicing immediately. But there was not much time left. Suddenly, Longwu's face changed drastically. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his spirits suddenly weakened. Look, you should understand whether you can practice or not. Jie said. His eyes were a little cold. As a slave, you actually doubted me. Longwu doesn't dare. Longwu shook his head repeatedly and knelt on one knee. Okay, it's normal not to believe it. Now that you've tried it, you should believe it. Jie waved his hand. Go, do as I told you. I understand. Longwu stood up and walked out quickly with a hint of anger on his face. This Yifan actually lied to me. He made the young master angry. I must teach him a lesson. Idiot. Seeing Longwu walking away angrily, Jie snorted coldly, with a sinister light in his eyes. If you, the people with the bloodline of the heirloom, practice the breathing method, how can my Ji family control it? Poppy Bird, accept my contract. In the forest, Wang Lingxi was using the beast taming contract on a chubby-looking bird, and at the same time, she was using her own Ling Kuei to show her advantages. The poppy on the opposite side had obviously been beaten up and was now lying on the ground dying. Faced with Wang Lingxi's contract, it did not resist and chose to surrender. Soon, there was a flash of light, and the bobby bird was summoned out of the beast taming space by Wang Lingxi. Success. Wang Lingxi was a little excited and looked at Yifan and Fatty Li who were waiting on the side. As long as it succeeds. Yifan nodded and looked at the poppy bird summoned by Wang Lingxi with a helpless look in his eyes. This is a bronze 2-star poppy bird. Its beast taming skill is to make a shrill cry. It is elite grade. This is just an early warning type of beast that can sense the presence of the enemy over a large range. It is very alert. Even Yifan rarely failed to catch it once and let the enemy escape. He only caught it the second time. With this beast, it can provide vision in the future. Yifan said, looking at Wang Lingxi who was holding the poppy bird and couldn't let it go. You chose poppy bird. I guess you have thought clearly about your future beast control route. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded. Now I have the golden rat to explore treasures and the poppy bird to explore the field of vision. In the future, I plan to find some auxiliary beasts that can heal injuries and restrict the opponent's actions. Support type. Yifan was silent for a moment, but still nodded. Support type is also fine. It can play a very strong role in the team. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded, looked at Yifan and said, I feel that our team is lacking an auxiliary beastmaster. You and Li Yu are both the main combat forces. You focus on frontal assaults, while Fatty focuses on harassment and sneak attacks. With me as the auxiliary, we will be a complete team. A complete team? Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes changed slightly. He looked at Wang Lingxi and was about to say something when suddenly, the sound of chasing was heard in the bushes not far away. Hey, girl, where do you want to run to? This deep jungle is so complicated. Can you escape? Two slightly obscene voices were heard. Yifan raised his eyebrows, but before he could take any action, a white wolf covered in blood ran out of the jungle. Following closely behind, a familiar girl appeared, stumbling after him. Ma Xiaoxue? Yifan frowned as he looked at the girl who appeared. Yifan? Seeing Yifan, Ma Xiaoxue was slightly surprised, and then hurriedly said, Yifan, save me. There's a group of mercenaries hunting me. Hunting down students from Pingcheng High School? Upon hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes and winked at the fat man beside him. Hearing the sound, the fat man hurriedly helped Ma Xiaoxue up, while Yifan patted the hellhound and pointed to the bushes. Crash. Soon, the grass was pushed aside, and at the same time, the hellhound roared, pounced, and knocked the man down. What the hell is this? The man who was knocked down screamed with horror and struggled in the mouth of the hellhound. The people who rushed out from behind saw their boss being caught and hurried over to help. But how could a few people possibly defeat the hellhound? Seeing that they couldn't pull the hellhound apart, one of them got anxious and pulled out his rifle, ready to shoot. If you shoot, it would be like declaring war on me. Yifan's voice rang out. Several people were stunned. At this moment, they looked at Yifan opposite them and subconsciously stopped the actions in their hands. At this moment, the hellhound dragged the leader by his clothes and dragged him straight to Yifan. Help! Help! The man was being dragged by the hellhound, and his soul was trembling. When he saw Yifan, he quickly took out a medal and said, "Master Beastmaster, we are from the mercenary group. Spare my life." Mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Yifan raised his hand, and the hellhound loosened its mouth and stood aside vigilantly. On the opposite side, several people stood there, looking at the several beasts around Yifan and the other two. Some of them didn't dare to breathe. Dawn? The moment he saw the medal, Yifan's eyes changed immediately. Are all of you from Dawn? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that the medal was effective, several people nodded repeatedly. Isn't it strictly forbidden for Shuguang to attack other people in the forest? Yifan asked back, his eyes a little sharp. You don't know? I know, I know. The man on the ground answered, glanced at Ma Xiaoxue next to him, and said, our boss is interested in this girl, but she didn't appreciate it. Last time she teamed up with us, she slapped our boss. Our boss asked us to come. He is also from Shuguang. Your boss? Yifan frowned at this. Captain of the Dawn Group, Bai Qian? No, that's not it. The man replied, shaking his head like a rattle. It's the third in command by you. By you? Hearing this name, Yifan's face became slightly gloomy. It turned out to be this bastard. Chapter 67 Attack. It's by you's people, that's no wonder. Yifan answered, looking at the man opposite, and said coldly, Bai Chun is not here. He by you is going to make a big fuss, right? No, 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 the fourth master. The man on the opposite side shook his head and opened his mouth to explain, but Yifan just waved his hand and kicked the man on the ground to the opposite side. Take your men and get out of here. If you have any problem, ask Bai Yu to come find me. Okay, okay. Several people hurriedly helped the man on the ground up and fled in a panic. Yifan watched those people leave with a gloomy face and didn't say much. Yifan, who is Bai Yu? The fat man came over. A bastard, the younger brother of Bai Qian, the leader of the Dawn Group. Yifan shook his head. This Bai Yu, who burned, killed, looted, and indulged his subordinates, was just like a bandit. If he didn't have a brother like that, he would have been killed long ago. Brother? Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little surprised and looked at Ma Xiaoxue beside him. Ma Xiaoxue, how did you get involved with him? Ma Xiaoxue opened her mouth, but her eyes shifted to Yifan. Go ahead. Yifan replied, you can tell me anything you want to say. I want to become stronger. Ma Xiaoxue answered in a dull voice. I can't get good things in the secret realm, so I can only come to the mercenary group, find teammates and tasks, and hope to improve myself quickly. You went to the mercenary group last month. Thinking of something, Yifan said, so, the reason you didn't participate in the secret realm this time was because of Bai Yu. Well, he sent people to injure my beast, and I really couldn't do anything about it. Ma Xiaoxue replied, with some helplessness in her eyes, Shuguang is too big. He wants to target me. I have no way to deal with it. Every time I enter the forest, I will be followed by his people. I tried many times, but there was really no way. This time I ran very far, but I was still found. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoxue picked up her white wolf. The white wolf was a 6-star black iron wolf and was covered in blood. It was obvious that it had experienced many battles before, and there were many scars on its body left by swords and muskets. Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi watched from the side, with some pity in their eyes. Yifan. Fatty Li started talking, and halfway through his words, Yifan raised his hand, looked at the squatting Ma Xiaoxue, and suddenly asked, what kind of person do you want to be? I want to be a strong one. Ma Xiaoxue replied, looking at Yifan who brought 2 bronze 9-star beast masters, and said, a strong man like you who can have 2 powerful beast masters. A bronze-level beastmaster who can control two beasts is considered a strong man. Yi Fan curled his lips and turned around. Follow me. Becoming a strong man is not something you can do by talking. Follow. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was stunned. She looked at Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi beside her, only to see that they all smiled at the same time. Let's go. Fatty Li spoke first, took out 2 blood-producing herbs and stuffed them into Ma Xiaoxue's pockets. Welcome to join us. Come on. Wang Lingxi squatted down and touched the white wolf. When I have a healing beast in the future, I will be able to help you heal it. You. Looking at Wang Lingxi, Ma Xiaoxue was a little stunned. We'll be partners from now on. Wang Lingxi smiled and glanced at Yi Fan in front of him. That guy is very powerful. With him, you can definitely become a strong man. Boss. In the Dawn Tavern, several people who were defeated by Yi Fan returned and started shouting loudly as soon as they entered the tavern. When they heard the voice, many eyes gathered together, and when they saw that it was these people, there was a hint of sneer on their faces. Bayu's people are causing trouble again. At the registration office, Zhao Kuei also saw these people, but he just curled his lips, lowered his head, and pretended nothing had happened. Since Bai Chun was not around, they really had no way to deal with Baiyu, and could only let him act recklessly. When the captain comes back, he will have to clean up his brother's mess again. Zhao Kuei was somewhat helpless. At this time, a thin man in the backstage heard the voice and came out. When he saw his men were covered in dirt, he immediately said, I told you to catch a girl, but you went to fight? Boss, we were stopped. The leader said, we were about to catch Ma Xiaoxue, but someone from our mercenary group broke in. He was a beast master with 2 beasts. We were no match for him, and were taught a lesson. The beast master of our mercenary group? Hearing this, Baiyu was stunned for a moment, and then he became a little unhappy. Didn't you tell him that it was me, Baiyu, who wanted to get him? I did, but the man didn't care at all and called me a bastard. The man replied, crying. He also said that if there is anything, I should go to him in person. Hearing this, Baiyu became more and more unhappy. Everyone in the Dawn mercenary group knows his reputation. Even the Beastmaster doesn't dare to control him. The other party dares to say this. Doesn't he take him seriously at all? What's the name of that Beastmaster? Baiyu spoke after thinking for a while. I don't know. The man shook his head. He has a hellhound and a swift eagle, both of which are bronze 9 stars. 2 bronze 9-star Beastmasters. Baiyu's expression changed slightly after hearing this. He took a deep breath and said, when did such a person come to our mercenary group? I don't know. I haven't seen him either. I just saw that he has the Dawn mercenary badge. When these words were spoken, Baiyu was puzzled, but Zhao Kuei's expression changed slightly. Hellhound, bronze 9 stars, isn't this the kid from a few days ago? That boy doesn't look like someone you would easily mess with. Forget it. No matter how many bronze stars he has, no one can protect the person Baiyu, want. Baiyu's voice sounded, go call the brothers, grab your weapons. Okay. The man agreed repeatedly. Ahem. Zhao Kuei said hurriedly, that Baiyu, he's a beast master. There's no need to go and cause trouble for a little girl. What's wrong with being a beast tamer? Can a beast tamer steal someone's love? Baiyu was unhappy. Everyone is a beast tamer. My brother is a silver-level beast tamer. These words made Zhao Kuei shut his mouth. He looked at Baiyu, who was walking out, and could only shake his head helplessly. This little ancestor is really sigh. Zhao Kuei sighed. If the captain doesn't come back, the mercenary group will be ruined by him. Boss, that guy is in the forest. We still remember the location. Give him a good beating. And Ma Xiaoxue, the boss has given her several chances, but she doesn't know how to appreciate it. On the street, a large group of people were walking towards the forest with muskets in their hands. Seeing this scene, one would have thought they were going to fight some silver-level beastmaster. As they were walking on the road, suddenly, when they passed by the Dawn mercenaries, the door opened and another large group of people rushed out, led by Long Wu. The narrow street naturally couldn't accommodate 2 groups of people. Baiyu saw the tall and strong Long Wu at a glance and narrowed his eyes. Such a big man. Don't you have eyes? These words made Long Wu a little dissatisfied, and he was about to raise his hand. But when he thought of Ji Jie's instructions, he just gritted his teeth and signaled everyone to step back. Snort. Baiyu snorted, and a group of people left in a mighty manner. What the hell? If he's not his brother, I'll beat him to death sooner or later. Baiyu is a bully who takes advantage of others' power. Some people in the Dawn mercenaries cursed angrily. Is he Baiyu? Hearing these people's words, Long Wu snorted coldly and shook his head. The younger brother of a silver beast master is only in Pingcheng. If he was in Kyoto, my young master could easily crush him to death. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent and followed Long Wu towards the forest. Chapter 68. Strike First. In the forest, Yifan and his group were hunting a wild boar. The level of this iron-skinned wild boar was not high, only 7 black iron stars. Yifan did not take action. He watched Ma Xiaoxue commanding the white wolf and the iron-skinned wild boar to fight, and his brows gradually frowned. Soon, after some time, the white wolf, which was 1 star lower, was obviously no match for the iron boar and fell into a disadvantage, while Ma Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and insisted on commanding. Okay. At a certain moment, seeing the white wolf in danger, Yifan raised his hand, and the hellhound that had been prepared for a long time rushed out, knocked down the iron boar directly, and ended the battle with a simple throat lock. In the battle just now, you had a total of 7 chances to turn defeat into victory. Looking at Ma Xiaoxue, who was panting beside him, Yifan said, "First, when the iron boar charged for the first time, you could have commanded the white wolf to dodge and launch a counterattack at the same time, but you chose to confront it head-on, obviously not taking the power level of both sides into consideration. Second." Yifan's tone was not soft. Ma Xiaoxue, who was standing beside him, felt a little ashamed and nodded repeatedly. A truly powerful person must have sufficient combat experience and awareness. Yifan looked at the other party and thought for a moment. Then, he took out 2 white jade fruits and threw them to Ma Xiaoxue. During this period, you and Fatty will lead the battle, and I will support you until you can defeat the Bronze 5-star Beastmaster head-on. Bronze 5-star. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's expression changed slightly. I'm only Iron 6-star. You can level up quickly. Before reaching silver level, you can just rely on spiritual herbs and medicines. Yifan waved his hand. The most important thing is that you have enough combat power to face strong enemies. I can provide you with magical herbs and medicines, but I don't want you to become mere showpieces. Okay. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue nodded. Then should I also join the battle? Wang Lingxi said nervously as he looked at Yifan, who seemed a little dissatisfied. There's not much you can do now. You can just take part in the battle and just treat it as a form of cooperation. Yifan replied and continued to move forward. He now has a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines planted in his beast-taming space, all of which are at the mortal level. The only spiritual level is the harvest fruit. During this period of time, Yifan plans to look for spiritual herbs and fruits in the forest that can help the beast tamer break through to the silver level. At the same time, he also begins to improve the people around him. Fighting is the fastest way for a beastmaster to command his beasts proficiently. If he always lets them follow him, but don't let them participate in the battle, they will always be just for show. In the following battles, Yifan did not participate in the fighting, as he said. After each battle, he analyzed the flaws and shortcomings in the battle and put forward suggestions for improvement. After all, he was a king in his previous life, and his vision was extremely sharp. He could see every detail of such a battle clearly. Under Yifan's careful training, the beast-taming skills of several people were improving rapidly. It didn't take long for them to go from being unfamiliar and nervous at the beginning to becoming gradually proficient. The battle continued until nightfall, when Yifan asked the others to stop moving forward and set up tents and campfires on the outskirts of the forest. I feel like I learned a lot today. Next to the tent, while tidying up the tent, Ma Xiaoxue said to Wang Lingxi beside her, Yifan has too much combat experience. He is not at the same level as us. Indeed. Wang Lingxi nodded, looked at Ma Xiaoxue beside him, and said thoughtfully, You may not know yet, we hunted a silver 2-star colorful cloud leopard in the jungle before. Silver 2-star? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was stunned. How is it possible that a bronze can kill a silver? I did think so before, but I really killed him. Wang Lingxi said, looking at Yifan, who seemed to be thinking about something beside the fire, and whispered, That guy not only has the means to tame beasts, but also has various strategies and knowledge, which are all very powerful. I see. Ma Xiaoxue nodded. Then I will learn more from him. Learn more. Wang Lingxi replied, leaning close to Ma Xiaoxue's ear. I feel that Yifan thinks highly of you and has taught you a lot of things. He didn't tell us before you came. How is it possible that he values me? Ma Xiaoxue found it a little unbelievable. Really, believe me, Yifan definitely values you very much. By the fire, Yifan naturally heard the 2 people whispering, shook his head, and a smile appeared on his face. Yifan, do you really think highly of Ma Xiaoxue? Fatty Li came over and asked curiously. It's okay. I can't say I think she has some potential, Yifan answered, looking at the fat man, and said seriously, She has a strong desire to win, and she is also somewhat indomitable. As long as this kind of person has some adventures, she will not be too weak in the future. Is that so? Fatty Lee nodded, glanced at Yifan, and said, So Yifan, are you investing in advance? Yeah. Yifan replied, patting the fat man. I will prepare to set up a mercenary group and recruit some people next. We can't always wait for others to cause trouble. 2 or 3 people facing dozens or hundreds of people will definitely be at a disadvantage. If we have some power in our hands, we can take more initiative. Establishing a mercenary group, great. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a little excited. Then I will become a veteran member. Of course. Yifan replied with a smile on his face. Fatty, you have to work hard. In the future, you will be my left and right arm, so you have to be strong enough. That's no problem. Fatty Lee agreed and patted Yifan on the shoulder. After all, I'm the one who's going to catch the dragon python in the future. If I'm not strong enough, how can I do that? Another dragon python is coming. Hearing this, Yifan nodded with a helpless smile in his eyes. Boss, why are those people from Dawn so persistent? They keep following us. Elsewhere, in the forest, a man with a pointed chin and monkey face came up to Baiyu and spoke to him in a low voice. Huh. Upon hearing this, Baiyu frowned and looked behind him. There was indeed some fire. Judging from the number of people in the crowd, they were indeed the group of Dawn mercenaries from that afternoon. For the entire afternoon, this group of people from Dawn had been following them since they left the city, and now it was already evening, and they were still following them. What do they want? Baiyu was a little alert and made a silent gesture. When the members saw it, they quietly loaded bullets into their muskets. The 2 mercenary groups, Dawn and Sunrise, have always been at odds with each other. In the Silver Moon Forest, if they wanted to take action, they really wouldn't have much to worry about. Are you planning to do something to me while my brother is away? After reciting a sentence and walking for a while, Baiyu turned his head. When he saw that the torches of the group of people were still not far behind him, he became more suspicious. These grandsons of the Dawn mercenaries seem to be coming for us. Boss, what should we do? There are a lot of them. Hearing this, the follower beside him was a little scared. It's better to strike first. Baiyu, who was always fierce, quickly made a judgment and nodded. Since they want to attack us, let's just strike first. Everyone has about the same skills. Whoever strikes first will have the advantage. Hearing this, a follower at the side hesitated. But what if they are not coming for us? How can we explain this? What do you want to explain? Hearing this, Baiyu sneered. The Liming people have followed us for such a long time. What else do we have to explain? When the time comes, we can just insist that they were the first to start the fight, and that's it. It just so happens that Yifan has not been found either. These Liming's grandsons are so blind. They want to touch me? Then I'll use them to sharpen my knife. As the voice fell, the people following Baiyu quickly hid on both sides of the jungle. They were all experienced hunters and were very skilled in ambushes. On the other side, Long Wu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the fire in front of him disappear. This group of people are finally on a different path from us. After saying this, Long Wu looked at a thin boy on the side with some suspicion. Are you sure that Yifan and the others took this road? I'm sure. The thin boy replied and nodded. Today, I thought they looked like rookies who had never been to the forest, so I followed them to see if I could get some benefits. But when I got here, I found out that they were beast masters, so I retreated. After explaining, as if seeing Long Wu's suspicion, he added, the Shuguang group may be here to hunt rock pythons nearby, so their route is similar to ours, except that after passing here, they will go to the Dark River. Okay. Hearing this, Long Wu nodded, and after a little thought, he whispered, spread out, everyone, and extend the search range as much as possible, covering the area. It's night now. Yifan and his men will not continue to advance in the forest, but choose to camp. When we find their camping place, let each other know, and then we will outflank them. Remember, don't alert the enemy. Yifan is very alert. Be more careful. Clear. Chapter 69 Plan. At night, Yifan and others set up the tents and did not choose to rest immediately. Instead, they hunted around under Yifan's command to ensure the safety of the camp. Yifan, what is this? In the night, Fatty Lee looked at a cluster of fruits emitting faint fluorescence not far away and asked curiously. Fluorescent mushrooms glow at night, but have no other uses. They are not worth mentioning. After taking a look at the fruit, Yifan said, then squatted down and collected the fruits. Why put away the inferior things? Fatty Lee was a little puzzled. Glow. Yifan replied, if you encounter weather where you can't make a fire, This fluorescent mushroom can serve as a lighting device. Oh, I see. Fatty Lee suddenly realized. There was a smile in Yifan's eyes. Many things are useful. Some ordinary crops that are not good enough can also be useful under special circumstances. Then do the explosive mushrooms we saw a few days ago have other effects? Explosive mushrooms. Yifan showed a thoughtful expression when he heard Fatty Lee's question. Explosive mushrooms can be used for cooking. This? Fatty Lee choked and was about to say something when suddenly, the sound of gunfire was heard in the jungle in the distance. Bang! The sound of the musket was like the lighting of a fuse, followed by intensive gunfire and all kinds of noisy quarrels and noises. What's going on? Fatty Lee was startled and shrank his head. Wang Lingxi, send the poppy bird to take a look. Yifan frowned slightly when he heard the voice and looked at Wang Lingxi on the side. Be careful, they have muskets, and the poppy bird's defense is very weak. Don't let it be shot down. Okay. Wang Lingxi nodded repeatedly and commanded the bobby bird to fly out. At the same time, a light gradually appeared in his eyes, and he had activated the Ling Kuei. The bobby bird flew very fast. It didn't take long for Wang Lingxi to speak. There are two groups of mercenaries exchanging fire. One of them is from Dawn. People from Shuguang? Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes. What does the leader look like? He is thin, not tall, with dark circles under his eyes and teardrop moles at the corners of his eyes. Wang Lingxi was talking, and halfway through his words, Ma Xiaoxue said, that person is Bai Yu. Yeah. Yifan nodded. If it was Bai Yu, then the Shuguang group should be here to cause trouble for him. What are the characteristics of the group that is fighting with them? What are the characteristics of the leader? Very tall, probably 2 meters, and a strong man. Wang Lingxi answered and suddenly frowned. Long Wu. That group of people seems to be brought by Long Wu. Long Wu? Fatty Lee was shocked by this. Isn't he Ji Jie's servant? Why is he here? They should be here to cause trouble for us. Yifan spoke and looked into the distance of the jungle. There was a rare hint of doubt in his eyes. How did these two groups of people start fighting? Bai Yu, are you crazy? Ambush our liming people in the jungle? In the jungle, there were constant sounds of gunfire from both sides. On Dawn's side, a little leader spoke up and cursed loudly. Your brother is not here. Do you, Bai Yu, want to represent Shuguang and go to war with us, Liming? Stop threatening me. Bai Yu also fought back. You brought so many people to track us all the way. Didn't you just want to attack me? Now that I've seen through you, you're playing dumb. Who is following you? We are. The little leader started to speak, but was hit by a musket and died on the spot before he finished speaking. In the field, there were several people protecting Long Wu. The situation was obviously unfavorable to Liming. They had never expected that Shuguang would suddenly attack and also disperse the formation. They suffered a great loss in this encounter. Lord Long Wu, let's retreat first. Bai Yu is a mad dog. He wants to bite us to death because he is planning to follow them and attack us. One person said to Long Wu, we will suffer a great loss if we fight like this. We can only retreat and go find trouble for Bai Yu later. Hearing this, Long Wu felt a little unwilling. The young master was already very dissatisfied with their recent failures in dealing with Yifan. If they failed to gain anything this time, the young master would definitely be even angrier. I'll talk to him. After hesitating for a while, Long Wu came out. Bai Yu, I'm from the Ji family in Kyoto. Bang! Halfway through his words, a bullet exploded on Long Wu's shoulder, creating a pool of blood. Long Wu's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. As soon as he retreated, the area in front of him was hit by bullets from the musket. What Kyoto Ji family? I've never heard of it. Bai Yu's voice sounded from the other end. What a mad dog. Long Wu gritted his teeth, looking at the blood exploding on his shoulder with a gloomy face. If he didn't have the blood of a descendant species, and his reactions and physique were stronger than those of ordinary people, just this moment of carelessness would have been enough to end up like that little leader. Lord Long Wu, let's retreat first. Go out and tell young Master Ji to deal with him. Someone quickly helped Long Wu up. This Bai Yu has gone crazy again. At this moment, Long Wu could only nod. Several people protected Long Wu and quickly fled back the way they came. But they didn't get far before the Dawn people appeared again. At some point, a group of people sneaked up behind them. It's over. We've been surrounded. Several people's faces changed drastically, and Bai Yu's voice sounded from the back. Grandson of Liming, none of you can escape today. Long Wu and his men are surrounded. Not far from the battle circle on a hillside, Wang Lingxi spoke to Yifan behind him. That Bai Yu seems to have regarded them as enemies. and they are fighting fiercely. Yeah. Yi Fan nodded, his eyes fixed on the distance, thinking slightly. He knew Bai Yu's character. He was extremely suspicious and cruel and ruthless in his actions. Since he has already opened fire, he will definitely not leave any survivors. Long Wu's self-introduction will not only fail to stop Bai Yu, but will instead make the other party want to wipe out the entire clan. This Long Wu. Looking at the injured Long Wu in the crowd, Yi Fan's eyes were slightly focused. Long Wu is a pretty good person. The Qinyu clan fell into decline and was controlled by the Ji family. There were many secrets during that time, but no one enlightened them in his previous life. He was blindly loyal and didn't know the truth until his death. I have given him some advice twice, but Long Wu is too straightforward and is probably deceived by Jijia. If we can awaken Long Wu, it would be like planting a seed. Yi Fan said this thoughtfully, with a smile in his eyes. The Ji family is one of the 8 great families in Kyoto, and its power is huge. Among them, the Qinyu clan is an indispensable part of its huge power. And if this part can be put into operation, the role it can play is not small. It just so happens that Dawn, Liming, and Lone Wolf are all colluding with the dynasty organization. If we can fight, we can see what kind of cancer is hiding inside. Having made up his mind, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and raised his hand. Fatty, get ready. Do you want to take action? The fat man was stunned, but didn't say anything. He nodded, and the 3-headed snake beast quietly sneaked into the bushes. You two should stay here for now. You are not strong enough and may be accidentally injured by muskets. Yi Fan said something to Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue and quickly went down the hillside. On the side, the Swift Eagle and Hellhound also quickly followed. Bang! Bang! In the fighting circle, Long Wu grabbed a man who rushed up and threw him heavily to the ground. But then, the sound of a musket was heard, and he was shot in the back and fell to his knees. It's over. The people who were protecting Long Wu were a little scared. Looking at the many members of the Dawn mercenaries who were attacking them from the front and back, they didn't know where to retreat. Will I, Long Wu, die at the hands of these people? After being shot several times, Long Wu became a little dazed. Looking at the people who surrounded him, he seemed unwilling and clenched his fists. The punch had just been swung and had not yet been thrown when suddenly, voices of panic were heard from the crowd in front. Young Master is here to save us? Looking at the Dawn mercenary group in chaos ahead, Long Wu's expression changed slightly. Before he could utter a word, suddenly, a ball of fire quickly expanded and exploded in front of him. Boom. In just a few seconds, a large crowd was cleared out. Many people who did not leave in time were ignited by the overheating of the Hellhound and fled in panic. The surrounding trees were also ignited instantly. The field seemed to have turned into purgatory all of a sudden. Hellhound? Seeing the beast in the field, Long Wu was stunned. He looked up and saw a familiar figure standing quietly beside a tree not far away. His face suddenly changed. Yi Fan? How could it be you? Chapter 70 Impact. Yi Fan? This voice sounded. In the jungle, Bai Yu looked at Yi Fan beside the Hellhound, and his eyes changed a little. You are the one who saved the person I wanted? You are so brave. Bang, bang. The sound of muskets rang out, and Yi Fan dodged to the tree beside him. At the same time, the Hellhound's fire swept across a path. Chi! The sound of the Swift Eagle was heard, and then it came rushing down from the sky. You dare! Bai Yu panicked and tried to dodge, but the Swift Eagle was extremely fast. In just a moment, its sharp claws scratched Bai Yu's face, leaving a wound. Yi Fan jumped out of the jungle, picked up a person who was trying to grab him, and threw him aside. Rock pythons and hellhounds moved among the crowd. Both were extremely powerful, and ordinary hunters could not withstand a single blow. In a short time, all the people around Bai Yu were repelled. The Swift Eagle rushed over again, and Bai Yu fell to the ground with his soul frightened. Bai Yu, it's really unfortunate for Bai Chan to have a brother like you. Yi Fan's voice rang out. Bai Yu looked up and saw Yi Fan standing in front of him. The Swift Eagle, which looked like the god of death in the sky, was now standing quietly on his shoulder. Looking down from a high position, Yi Fan didn't have much emotion in his eyes as he looked at Bai Yu and spoke in a cold voice. Retreat or die. I retreat. I retreat. At this moment, Bai Yu dared not say anything and stumbled backwards. Yi Fan did not stop him, but just watched Bai Yu leave quietly, with his hand on the head of the Hellhound beside him. Soon, the few remaining people of Shuguang evacuated the forest. At this time, Yi Fan turned around and looked at Long Wu and the others. Beside Long Wu, when they saw Yi Fan, several people had strange expressions on their faces. They originally came to kill Yi Fan, but in the end they were saved by Yifan. Well, brother Yifan, thank you for your help. One of them bowed and spoke with a somewhat embarrassed expression. I'm not here to save you, Yifan replied, his eyes lingering on Long Wu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, he stays, the rest of you, leave. This. Hearing this, the man choked and was about to explain something, but Long Wu raised his hand. You guys go. Okay. Upon hearing Long Wu's voice, the people who were already afraid breathed a sigh of relief and quickly fled away. Soon, apart from some corpses left over from the battle, the only thing left in the jungle was Long Wu, who was half kneeling on the ground. The scene was somewhat silent, but eventually, Long Wu raised his head and spoke firmly, go ahead. The people of my Qinyu tribe will not be taken captive. Do you think I saved you because I wanted to kill you with my own hands? Hearing this, Yifan smiled slightly, said this, and shook his head. If you, the Qinyu tribe, were really so courageous, how could you have become slaves? These words made Long Wu's face darken, and he became silent for a moment. This period of history is a shame for the Qinyu tribe, and also their Achilles heel. Being a slave, they can never stand up straight in their life. Moreover, they are members of the Qinyu tribe. Yifan spoke, looking at the silent Long Wu, and said slowly, do you know how your Qinyu clan became slaves of the Ji family? Is it true, as the outside world says, that your Ji family took the initiative to surrender? Why did your Qinyu clan's bloodline become weaker and weaker after they surrendered to the Ji family? Yifan, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Hearing Yifan repeatedly mentioning the Qinyu clan, Long Wu seemed a little angry. He raised his head and wanted to stand up, but the injuries on his body prevented him from getting up. I wasn't insulting you just now. Yifan shook his head. Just like the breathing method I asked you last time, did you get the result? I asked the young master and got the dragon elephant skill, but I can't practice it at all. Long Wu replied, you were lying to me last time. Dragon elephant skill? Upon hearing this, Yifan showed a playful smile. He, Jijia, dares to give you the real dragon elephant skill? What do you mean by that? Long Wu raised his eyebrows. You saved me just to sow discord between me and Xiao. Do you know what dragon elephant kung fu is? Yifan spoke, interrupting Long Wu. Dragon elephant skill. Isn't it just the name of a breathing technique? Huh. Hearing this, Yifan laughed. Long Wu, you Qinyu clan. Can't you even remember the skills created by your ancestors? Our ancestors created a martial art? These words made Long Wu's expression change slightly. How strong can your Kuanyo bloodline be? Yifan asked, looking at Long Wu, and said, the first generation of beast masters who can kill ancient species are all amazingly talented. It is not difficult for them to create a suitable breathing method for their descendants. Hearing this, Long Wu hesitated. If you don't believe me, you can tell me the breathing method that Jijia gave you, and I can point out the difference on the spot. Yifan spoke, glanced at Long Wu, who was about to shake his head, and then said, you follow Jijia, so you must know something about me. A dragon elephant kung fu is not worth my effort to save you. Long Wu was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. The technique that the young master gave me is like this. Soon, Long Wu recited the breathing method given by Jijia. Yifan listened on the side, and gradually, a smile appeared in his eyes. According to what I said, change these 3 steps of the breathing method and adjust the acupuncture points. They are. Hearing this, Long Wu was startled and subconsciously followed the breathing method that Yifan said. Soon, there was a sound of bones cracking from Long Wu's body, and the scars on his body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! There was a sound like the sound of cows trampling, and Long Wu stood up. The hair on his head seemed to move a little, and faintly, a small cow horn sprouted. This is really the ancestral technique of our Qinyu clan. Long Wu naturally felt the drastic changes in his body. He looked at Yifan with an incredible expression in his eyes. How is this possible? You should know how important the dragon elephant skill is to your Qinyu clan. Yifan looked at Long Wu and spoke lightly, and then said, let's not talk about the dragon elephant skill. As long as you practice a common breathing method, your Qinyu clan will not be as weak as before. So, the young master deliberately gave me a wrong breathing method to make me think that I really can't practice breathing methods? Long Wu asked back. At this moment, he seemed to be greatly shocked, so shocked that he could not accept it. He looked at Yifan and said, but why did the young master do this? If I practice breathing techniques to become stronger, wouldn't it be more helpful to him? Long Wu, at this point, don't you understand? Yifan felt a little helpless and said something to Long Wu. The Qinyu clan is too simple-minded. and they can't even stop at the right point when talking about some things. 100 years ago, your Quinia clan had no choice but to surrender. For such a long time, the Ji family has been finding various reasons to constantly oppress and weaken you. Yifan said, they want you to be real slaves, not a helper who may have the potential for revenge. Revenge? These words made Longwu stunned. What revenge? Of course it's the hatred of your people. Yifan said, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, you are not like those with dragon pupils and other bloodline descendants who have various obvious disadvantages. The bloodline you inherited is mild and non-toxic. Logically speaking, the number of your people should be the largest among all humans with bloodline descendants. If not 10,000, there must be thousands. But my people, in my generation, only have a few dozen people. Longwu answered, but he was stunned after he said that. Looking at Yifan's calm expression, waves of fear gradually appeared in his eyes.